to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports League.
Wow, it's hard for me to remember so much happening since the last time we were on the air. Like, think about this, Marcus, and good morning, brother. How are you, man? A lot has gone on. So start with Friday. That was one of the great Giants games of recent history. I mean, that was one of the Bailey Granny, the Chapman play. I mean, that game alone was worth the entire Memorial Day weekend, right? Then they do it again on Saturday with the 9th inning rally and then the 10th inning explosion. And then if you're going to dish it out, you got to take it because the Mets do it to them on Sunday. And then, Marcus, man, yesterday, it's 10:20 a.m. and I'm in Fremont, California at the Fremont Sports Complex watching a semifinal youth baseball travel 12U, whatever thing is going on. and a guy I know, just one of the dads, just says to me, just goes, hey, man, Bill Walton died. And, dude, from that moment on, my whole day just changed entirely, and I spent the whole day in a daze reading, crying, thinking, smiling, laughing, listening, doing everything. And then the Giants turn around, and in the middle of my haze, they turn out that win. Bro, so much happened. I think you even snuck in some reggae, too.
Yeah, Murph,
Yeah.
Good morning. First of all, hopefully everybody had a good 3-day weekend.
Man.
I was in 3 different cities in 3 different days, so I was all up and down Northern California this weekend. But, Murph, I made it back home just to get to the ballpark yesterday where I saw the Giants get the big win against the Phillies. And also, shout out to the Giants who put up a nice visual on the scoreboard for Bill Walton honoring his life also.
Yeah, it was a weird day, man, because, then the game goes on, and, I'm watching the game. First of all, I had to watch the youth base, but my attitude towards the 12U game I was in a daze. I really was. For like a half hour, I was immediately texting my close UCLA buddies, and we were all, everybody was just trying to sort it out. First of all, none of us knew that he was battling cancer. Let's start right there. None of us knew that. And talk about the portrait of life. You certainly thought Bill Walton was going to live another 50 years, right? Yeah, he had a bad back for sure, and that definitely colored a lot of his life. And so maybe you thought, he might, as he got older, he might have trouble getting around because of his back and his knees and all that. But you certainly were just looking forward to his next appearance anywhere at a Dead show or maybe at the Sphere in Vegas where the Dead are lighting it up. Have you seen some of those Instagrams, by the way?
Oh, unreal at the Sphere.
Oh, my God.
Some of the effects they're doing. Be careful,
Oh,
folks.
my God. They're bringing the Haight-Ashbury right to the Sphere with this drone effect. I've seen it on Instagram. It looks absolutely mind-blowing. You would think Walton would be down there with that big arms wide. And I ain't no deadhead like old Paulie Mack, but I've been to a handful of shows, and I've seen him at multiple shows. Just you can't miss him, Marcus. Wherever you're sitting, he'll just be standing there. I'm doing it right now with the arms, the pterodactyl arms. Yeah. He's just embracing it all. You're like, there's Bill. He's having a good time, as always. And so, all these things going through my head, and then nobody knew he had cancer. At least I didn't, and everybody I've talked to didn't. And I imagine we'll listen to Tommy today. Yeah. Tommy is obviously very close with them, and Luke went to Arizona where Tommy played and all that, and then Luke was here for all those years, and so anyway, I'm kind of scattered right now. But the point is that I didn't know that nobody saw this coming, and like Bill, quiet dignity, wasn't looking for attention, wasn't publicizing his illness or anything like that. Just probably stayed close to. I saw Danny Ainge on ESPN saying that he knew the last couple of weeks it was getting bad, and they were reaching out through texts and all that. So I guess his inner circle, Wow. But man, oh man, the tributes, Marcus, dude, listen. We live in this social media world where when somebody dies, we all gather around the campfire and we all share stories. Whether it's Prince, or whether it's Willie McCovey, or whoever. I cannot remember wall to wall 24/7, 365 tributes to a guy like Bill Walton. Every single person who ever had a contact with him had something positive, had an anecdote, had a story, had a funny experience, had something. You might have one. Do you have a Walton story?
I never got to meet him personally. I think I booked him for the show maybe once or twice when I was a producer for you and Paulie Mack. I know he comes on a bunch with Tom Tolbert. But every time you heard a KNBR hit on our show or with Tolbert, hell, every time you sat down and watched a broadcast, you were truly getting a unique experience. You're talking about a man that truly is one of one, and that was unapologetically himself. Like, if that's one thing you could take away, just like listen to his broadcast or how he talks about the world or himself, he is honestly 100% truly himself.
Yeah.
And so that was always my great takeaway with Walton.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you got to book him a couple times, too. So, we obviously had relationship through the years, through the dead and all that. And then Paulie and I got to do this great event with him in Sweetwater in 2016. We did a book release event. And Paulie said he was down at some big dead thing in Ventura last year, and he saw him, and they had a big bonding thing. And he was like, how's Murph? Tell Murph I said my best. It's like, well, he remembers that? He remembers me? But he's like, that's the kind of guy he is. He's also, by the way, he's a KNBR guy.
Yeah.
John Joe Curley was working at another radio station and tried to book him. And Curley and Walton wrote back, he said an email talking about the universe and ended with, I'm sticking with KNBR. And so, but anyway, I was very emotional. And then, Mark, you got to, I joke about Superfan all the time.
Oh.
Dude, heaven got an angel today, dude. But no joke, the UCLA angle of him definitely affects me because now, Candace just went back to her college reunion this weekend, and so she came back totally emotional and nostalgic. She had an unbelievable trip. She kept saying her heart was full. So it was a big, successful trip. But you look back on these things now, these times in your life. So when I was at UCLA, Walton was. So in 1989, they retired his and Kareem's jersey on the same day at halftime of a UCLA-Oregon State game, and there I was in my senior year. I was at the Daily Bruin Sports Center, so there I was for Walton and Kareem's, And Walton came and grabbed the microphone. So it was my first full blast Walton experience. He grabbed the microphone, and I'm telling you, Marcus, gave maybe the best impromptu speech I've ever. He's like, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are honoring me. Instead, I'm honoring you for gifting me this life and this day. He's like, and he told this story. He's like, I arrived at campus early today alone, sunrise. He's like, started walking through the old buildings, feeling that he's like, he started painting this. We were like, what's going on? Usually at these ceremonies, it's like, I scored 25 a game. Thank you very much, or whatever. Mm-hmm. I remember him telling, I walked through the main quad. I remember he's like, spring afternoons unfolded in my brain, lying on the grass, reading the books of the great history teachers, learning at the foot of masters. He goes, and then hopping on my bicycle, cycling down to Pauley Pavilion where the truest master of them all awaited. He's like, where the greatest professor of them all was. And there he is. And Wooden was standing right there. He's like, John R. Wooden. He started reciting all the ones. Bill, be quick, but don't hurry. Keep your head squarely at the midpoint between your 2 feet and your shoulders. And he's going on and on. I was like, this guy's incredible. Incredible. He got a huge standing ovation. And then Walton was next. Kareem was next. He's a very quiet guy. He grabs the mic. He's like, thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah. How do you follow up Walton?
So anyway, that's my long-winded way of just paying tribute to it. And I got emotional all day. And Wooden, when he went and hit me, is Carl Stewart, sports writer from the East Bay, he wrote on Twitter, he goes, now you can go find Jerry Garcia and John Wooden. And that hit me. Oh. That hit me. And people were writing, go give Jerry Garcia a hug and all that stuff. So go give Coach Wooden a hug and all that. So anyway, thanks for letting me vent. We'll talk about it a lot all day. But then we got to talk about the baseball.
Yeah, then we got to start calling in some wins at some point, Murph.
We do. You want to do it? You want to end the opening Walton segment with some wins? Because there was wins on Friday and Saturday, but we only call in the latest win. And it happened. We beat the Phillies. Hey, take that, Philly fan. I was telling you, my 16-year-old kid went to the game with his buddy, and he got his first experience of Philly fans.
Got a first taste of Philly fans in
person.
person.
They're such jerks. Why are they so chippy? Why are they so chirpy? Why? I'm like, welcome to the world, kid.
Yeah,
Welcome to the. He's like, I hate them. I'm like, well.
These are the same guys walking around screaming, fly, Eagle, fly during the fall. It's the same damn guys.
That's what I told him. That's what he goes, these are Eagles fans, right? I'm like, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so, but they didn't get it today. I texted Schmitty. I'm like, we finally got one. He goes, we made 3 errors. I'm like, can you let us have one?
Oh, come on.
Let us have one?
Yeah. How about you don't make those errors, huh?
And so Pat Burrell called in my man, I was going to say Roger Goodell, Rob Manfred, and they both double-tapped their chest for Bill Walton and said, put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 8, Philadelphia Phillies 4.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you. Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, we did enjoy it. And by the way, nowhere in that tribute is there 90 pitches in 4 innings from Blake Snell, which we'll have to get into on the other side.
Snellzilla.
I know you're a Snell defender and supporter, and you may be standing alone these days right now, but Giants get the win. Guys, have you looked at the standings?
Not recently. Not since last Friday, to be honest with you.
They are the second wild card team right now.
Wow, they're up to that 2 spot.
They're tied with San Diego, but they have the tiebreaker over San Diego.
Wow.
And the Cubs have lost 5 in a row.
Here we go, Merv.
That's it, baby.
Here we go.
Well, Memorial Day is when you're supposed to take your first temperature, right?
Yeah, I thought it was Flag Day, Memorial Day. Either way.
You and I do Flag Day.
Yeah.
Many people do Memorial Day, and the Giants are there. So, all right, we'll say good morning to Tony on the other side. Continue to remember the incredible life of Bill Walton and celebrate this Giants weekend. We got to talk about this weekend because it was crazy. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giants first-round draft pick and current San Jose Giants first baseman Bryce Eldridge stopped by Talking Baseball this weekend with Bill Lasky to talk about his time down in San Jose and how quickly he expects to be called up to the big leagues. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
The runners go, the pitch. Little bouncer hits slowly to third. Chapman barehands it. One hop throw to first, and Wade makes the grab. What a play on both ends. Wow. The Giants have won it on a miraculous play. Vientos hit a soft ground ball to third. The Mets will immediately challenge and ask for the replay review on that one. But the barehanded pickup by Chapman, who was sprinting in for that ball, and then made a one-hop throw to first, and Wade was able to grab that one-hop throw and hold on to it.
It's confirmed. The runner is out. The game is over.
And there you have it.
What a night. And thank you, young Tony. Look at you, buddy, paying tribute to Bill Walton. Might I suggest we do it all morning long? The Grateful Dead and Truckin'. You can just hear Bill right now. Oh, Houston, too close to New Orleans. How was New York Friday night? You know, remember he came in the booth. He's been in the booth with Kruk and Kyper on multiple occasions. Mm-hmm. We had a cut from him for years when he said, "Where's the offense, Mike? I need some offense." We used to play that all the time. But anyway, that sounds great. Young Tone, you down with the Grateful Dead? Are you a dead head?
I am now.
All right, very good, very good. But we'll do this all morning, and so you got to start with Truckin'.
Yeah.
But Friday night, is this the ultimate example of where Friday night does not go to die?
Well, especially after a 3-day weekend, here we are on a Tuesday morning talking about Matt Chapman once again, a game-ending web gem. The fact that he picks it up barehanded, fires it across the diamond, and we got to give some love for Lamont Wade Jr. with that backhanded pick to save the game. An absolutely beautiful play.
That's the game, I think, that you know, again, we've said this a handful of times through the season. That's the most important loss of the season. That's the most important win of the season. Greatest win of the season. Worst loss of the season. Da-da-da-da-da. That one validates this turnaround. Like this turnaround that they're on. And by the way, since the Dog S manifesto, I have them at 11-4.
Sounds about right, because I think they're 9-2 in their last 11.
Yeah.
And before that, they went on a little 3-game win streak.
And they were 2-2.
Yeah.
So after the Dog S manifesto, they won the next two against Cincy. Then they lost two against the Dodgers. So then they're 9. So they're 11-4 since the Dog S manifesto.
So can we officially say they're playing better than Dog S?
Yeah, and we can say that
right now they're one of the hottest teams in
I'm going to say since the Dog S manifesto, how many teams are 11-4? Probably only a handful. Huh?
Yeah. I would say probably
your Yankees.
Probably since the Dog S manifesto, you'd put the Phillies in that conversation. I know they lost a couple coming in.
They now lost 3 out of 4.
Exactly. So now the Giants probably have a better record during that stretch than even the Philadelphia Phillies.
Isn't it time for them to cool down a little bit too?
Yeah, it sounds about right. And also the stat that was being thrown around, I think it was Tim Kirchin. He pointed out that the Phillies were off to the best start in franchise history, but they only played one series against a team with a winning record, and it was like the second week of the season.
Yeah.
Really random stat.
Yeah. Well, gosh darn. Well, listen, hey, you were out there yesterday. Tell us about it. And my kid went, and I told him, I said, this is how you learn life, by the way. You grab a 16-year-old and go out to the park. That's where I learned life, Candlestick Park. Mm-hmm. Being on my own and learning, first of all, smelling the sweet smell of smoke.
Ooh, that smell.
Left-handed cigarettes, right? And learning that, and then seeing fights in the stands, seeing like real things going on, seeing beers being dumped on people.
Seeing people smuggle beers in and all types of other things.
He experienced Philly fans.
Of course.
And so he said there were a lot of them, were there?
There were a good amount of Philly fans. Now, it wasn't like a Dodger takeover, which we've seen multiple times over the last couple seasons, but there was a lot of red in the stands. But overall, I think they reported over 40,000 yesterday, officially a sellout in the books.
Did it feel that way?
It felt like a good baseball crowd.
Yeah.
It felt energized. And yeah, there were some heckling back and forth from the Phillies, but that's part of baseball.
You know what? Hearing that Philly fans were so chirpy and all, it honestly, 14 years later, it still makes me happy about 2010. When they were wolf whistling Timmy, we took their A's down. They thought that team, that Utley Howard group was like dynastic. Mm-hmm. They got 1, which is great, but they didn't get 2, and they certainly didn't get 3.
No, they did not.
And the Giants knocked them out and kind of ended their dynasty, really. Mm-hmm. And Ryan Howard, remember, got hurt on the last play of the series and all that. He got like an ACL And speaking of ACLs, my God, Ronald Acuna, he's my favorite non-Giant.
That's a bummer.
Huge. This is the second time he's had a
I guess
significant injury.
Looking for a silver lining the last time he got hurt. The Braves went on to win the World Series without him.
I know, exactly.
But still, it's bad for baseball
the
that he got
Patrick Ewing
hurt.
theory. So anyway, that Friday night game and the Dave and Javi call, do you have that I mean, Miller's call was great. there's something about Dave and Javi. They were juiced up in the booth, and this just, I think people were just playing this on loop all weekend here.
Full count, 3-2. The pitch. A little slow roller. Chapman. Barehand. Got it! What a play!
Oh, look at him.
Chapman. A walk-off defensive play by Chapman.
New York is challenged.
And they're challenging, and you have to.
It's an auto challenge. You have to. But he high-fived the dugout.
That is, of all the great plays he's made, that might be the greatest.
It really was. And even Chapman and Melvin said after the game they thought it was. Can you think of a better game-ending play?
I mean, it's coming down to Matt Chapman almost doing this week in and week out. The backhand down the line, robbing Joey Bart, knocking it down, and then throwing across the diamond. But I think the two parts of this, it's the Chapman barehanded play, and then Lamont Wade Jr. picking that out of the gates of hell, which he did twice that inning, by the way. Tyro Estrada made a great diving backhanded play in the hole, and Lamont Wade Jr. had to pick that ball also. Lamont Wade Jr. flashing a little leather, but then, of course, there were some negative storylines leading up to Lamont Wade Jr. up to yesterday's game.
Yeah, so he limps off the field with a hamstring injury, and we don't know the extent of it, but did not look good. He was moving slowly, and man, oh man, that is a huge loss for a guy who's, what they say, as Melvin was saying after the game, he's hitting 330. I mean, which is on base right now.
He's number one in Major League Baseball. Finally qualified with enough at-bats over the last week's series. He's got the highest on-base percentage in all of Major League Baseball.
And you're just taking that out of the lineup right now.
And right now in a lineup that is missing left-handed bats.
Yeah.
No Jung-Hoo Lee. Michael Conforto's been on the show for a while. And now without Lamont Wade Jr., who is it? Patrick Bailey and Yaz? Those are the only guys and lefties in your lineup right now.
Brett Wisely.
And now Wisely's making a case to be in the conversation the way that he's swinging it.
Brett Wisely. Farhan fine. People are like, wait, Brett Wisely? And I had a teenage kid yelling and screaming about him. I was like, you know what? I made him a hum baby last year. So I went to a series last year, and he scored a couple of runs, and he ran really well. I'm like, I like this kid. And plus, it was a lousy weekend. Nothing was going on. It was like when Kerry Crowley made Brock Purdy a hum baby for getting picked 262.
You're just throwing hum babies out there.
Yeah, he had and here, sure enough, this was a guy Farhan got in November of 2022. He traded a minor leaguer named, ready? Tristan Peters, anyone? Who? Tristan Peters. This list of guys, the Dickerson trade, the Yaz trade, and now the Brett Wisely trade.
The Lamont Wade trade for Sean Anderson, I believe it was.
Right.
Throw that in the pile.
Boy, how many left-handed bats do they have? Here's how bad their left-handed bat situation is. When I heard Andy Bagley ask Bob Melvin after the game about his left-handed option at first, Melvin's like, I don't know. Then he goes, VR? VR's a righty.
Yeah, I didn't know he was a switch hitter now.
I guess Melvin was like, they caught Melvin unawares.
Yeah,
they caught him unawares. So he didn't
that's
really
all right,
know.
Bob. We make mistakes.
Does that mean Farhan's just giving him the lineup card? He doesn't know who's righty, who's lefty?
I hate to say that,
No, don't want to think about it. I want to credit Bo Mel and Maddie for this turnaround.
Yeah, I'd like to do that too.
And I need to, before we get out to the guest list here, I need your take on Snell because, man, I was actively frustrated with him yesterday. Actively frustrated. 90 pitches in 4 innings. Can I just hit him with a, bro, 90 pitches in 4 innings.
Dog.
So, but you remain, do I say, is the word optimistic? Is that the word?
I'm Mr. Positive when it comes to Blake Snell, apparently. Because here's the good news. His ERA again went down yesterday. Only allowed 3 earned runs against the Phillies lineup, and I get it. He's still not efficiently where he needs to be. 90 pitches in 4 innings is unacceptable for any Cy Young candidate, but hell, any starting pitcher in the league. But he went out there, man, and he dazzled me with those 7 strikeouts. That first at-bat that he had against Bryce Harper, Harper looked like a 12-year-old at the plate. 3 swings and miss, was late, got blown by 2 97-mile-per-hour fastballs. Then he hits him with some off-speed. He just flails the bat out there. And that's why I get excited about Blake Snell.
Yeah.
Because you see stuff like that. But it seems like consistently he's not getting through a second time through a lineup and not even getting there enough for a third time through the lineup. Again, it's not the Blake Snell you wanted, but there are still some signs of positive, even though he's got a 10-something ERA.
You're going with the Ronald Reagan pony story. The kid on Christmas morning wakes up and finds his entire living room filled with horse manure, up to his waist. He grabs a shovel. He starts shoveling crazy. His mom and dad come to the top of the stairs and say, "What are you doing? The whole room's filled with horse ass." He said, Yeah, there's got to be a pony in here somewhere, right?
There's 7 strikeouts in there somewhere, Murph. I mean,
that was
again,
Ronald
dude,
Reagan's optimism story. There it is.
His stuff is just so good. I just don't think he's this bad of a pitcher. But yeah, the outings and the performances have not been there.
So he literally has not had a single positive effect on the Giants this year.
Hey, Murph.
In fact, he's had an active negative effect because he taxes the bullpen.
Hey, look, all I'm saying is they've won the last 2 ball games that Blake Snell has started on the bump.
True.
That's
this
a fact, all right? That's a fact. Don't come at me on the text
boys
line.
picked him up for sure. Who was the nowadays it's Randy Rodriguez who gets taxed. And by the way, we need to talk about him.
Dude, Randy.
But who was the guy? Kaiwei Tang was the guy who got it early on.
Wu-Tang.
Remember when Snell Day is Tang Day? Snell Day is now Randy Rodriguez Day. So come on, bro.
Tang was lasting longer than
His next
Snell
start will
was.
be June. I know this whole April and May thing. Okay, well, great. We're done with April and May. Then turn it around. Plus, he might become a dad at any minute. Who knows? He might go on the paternity list. I don't know. But they have salvaged somehow, some way.
That's what I'm waiting for, Mirth. I'm waiting for the DAG strength with Blake Snell.
Okay,
Once
all
he
right.
becomes a pop, so we'll go working 5-6 innings easy.
We do know that stat about him not having back-to-back successful years ever in his career. I know.
It's all right. Next year will be great.
So he's on. It's his option for next year.
Yeah, and he's going to opt in if he continues to pitch like this. Why wouldn't you take that
I'm
contract?
hopeful. I was hopeful at the start of the game. I was not actively upset at the start. I was like, today's the day. I was like, today's the day Blake Snell turns the corner. And then I saw the Harper strikeout, and I was like, that's a nice little moment right there. And then it got progressively worse.
And then Schwarber hit a monster
which I'm
shot
fine
down
with
the
because
right
at least
field line.
he's not nibbling.
Well, that's the thing. He only had 2 walks yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's another positive also. But again,
Full counts and nibbles, the Blake Snell story. Forward by an angry Kirk Reeder. All right, let's get the guest list on a Tuesday, February. It is Memorial Day weekend, Tuesday. It was a great 3-day weekend. Young Tony got a lot to catch up on, buddy. How are you, kid?
what's up, Tone?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
First of all, I need to check in on your personal life. How was the Santa Barbara trip?
Dude, it was fantastic.
Great.
Dude, Santa Barbara's super underrated.
It is underrated.
First time I've been down there since
No.
going to see UCSB.
A little like on the quieter side, more like for older crowd, or what? How did you find like the young crowd down there?
Downtown SB is actually pretty sick. I mean, there's I want to say there's 30 breweries all in downtown SB, and we hit about
30.
29 of them, it felt
Okay,
like.
all right.
Yeah, I was going to say, UC Santa Barbara's not that quiet of a town.
Right. But I mean, it's a big money town, all the celebrities, and it's kind of like this quiet, beautiful streets with the Spanish tiles and all that stuff. But you found the party.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good
100%.
man.
And then we
Good
stayed
man.
in Summerlin, which is a little bit south of the city of Santa Barbara. And then I believe UCSB is in Isla Vista up north. of Santa Barbara.
Goleta, technically, but
Goleta,
yeah,
yes.
and Isla Vista, both towns. Now, were you? Was there sun or that classic marine layer?
There was the classic marine layer. It was not. It was like 65, 70,
yeah.
a little bit of overcast,
Yeah,
but we
but
caught
you
a
know
little
what?
bit of sun.
You gotta like that.
Yeah.
You
What's
know.
wrong with that? I mean, listen, I didn't need sunscreen like John Joe Curley.
You see what's going on? Yeah. By the way, we'll have to talk about that. You see what's going on in Texas right now? That like in Dallas, where the game is tonight, there's 80-mile-an-hour winds ripping through town.
80-mile-per-hour winds.
Crazy weather hitting Texas and all those places. So enjoy your marine layer.
Yeah, and the tornadoes are bad in Kentucky, by the way.
Yeah, really bad. So
Yeah.
anyway, and so I would imagine when I say a name like Bill Walton to you, what does that mean?
So the first memory that comes to mind, he came on with Tobin and Copes, I actually wrote it down, on March 23rd of 2023, and he went 30 minutes straight. Tolbert was like, Bill, how are you doing? And then he just went 30 minutes straight. I mean, he asks his own questions. He interacts with himself. It's just Bill Walton. It's the Bill Walton experience, as Tom Tolbert says.
Yeah.
That's my first memory. And then obviously seeing him on ESPN with college broadcasts. He's a legend.
Do you know about him as a player?
Not as much. I've heard a lot of good things. I heard he was one of the best Celtics of all time.
So imagine like a skinnier Jokic.
Yeah.
Like a skinnier, more athletic Jokic, although Jokic is pretty darn athletic, in terms of soft touch around the rim and incredible passing and basketball awareness. Like that kind of guy. We'll get into it. What do we got today, buddy?
All right, coming up at 6:50 this morning, we have your Hums and Bums. Your weekend does not end. Your work week does not begin until Hums and Bums at 6:50 this morning. We got Dwayne Kyper, special day. We got Dwayne Kyper at 7:30. Then we got the big hit. We're going to get Mike Krukow on at 7:50. Talk some baseball with Kruk and Kype. What's not to like? We got Mark Spears at 8:50 this morning. Break down some of those NBA games over the weekend. Luka with the game winner.
Spears on Walton, too.
Exactly, yeah. And on Walton. And then we got Steve Lavin, former head coach of the UCLA men's basketball team. I guess worked alongside Bill for a while. And then we got a cooler content we'll get in before the end of the show.
All right, all great stuff. We continue to remember Walton and this Giants weekend next on the Sports Leader.
How about a home run here? Wouldn't that be a grand slam, right? There's oh, my goodness gracious. Where's the offense?
back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Favorite Grateful Dead song?
The next one that they play, but sadly they're bickering and then fighting. They make the Lakers look like a happy organization here. The selfishness, the greed. Come on, guys, let's start playing again. We got to get the music going. We got to get the next song out there. Going down the road, feeling bad. Going where the water tastes like wine. Going where the climate suits my clothes.
Oh, man, we could play these cuts all day. And well done, young Tony. Fire on the Mountain. This is one he would quote a lot. He'd be like, fire, fire on the mountain. And so he would just say whatever. And we'll remember Bill Walton all morning long. The tributes were, I just cannot remember the outpouring. Maybe, I don't know if it's just the algorithm I had on my Twitter or Instagram or whatever, but everybody from Barack Obama to Bob Weir to everybody in the world, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, who you want, everybody's checking in on the loss of this Titan, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, everybody like that. So, yeah, the life of Bill Walton, gone too soon, but we will remember with a big, giant smile and a tear in our eye here, yes.
And I think everybody has that reaction because whether you watched his playing career or you sat down and watched and listened to one of his broadcasts in his tie-dye T-shirts, or if you were driving your car during one of these Tom Tolbert interviews where he was resetting every 5 minutes with fire on the mountain, fire on the mountain. It felt like you were just hanging out with one of your buddies, maybe in the middle of a rotation, just talking about all types of things and getting deep into conversations. That was the Bill Walton experience, as we were talking about.
Yeah, and so I read his book, and it's really, 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 really good. You should read it, and it's as much about basketball as it is about him going to see Carlos Santana at age 20 in San Diego. But just it opens with him contemplating suicide. That's how the book opens, because his back pain was so bad. This poor guy had just so many spinal surgeries, and he was at a point in his life where the back pain was so bad and he couldn't move. He said it's not worth living. And he was thinking, how do I do it? How do I do it? And then somehow, some way, climbed his way out. Now, his wife, Lori, was so sweet and so by his side at all times and all the way to the end there yesterday when he died at the age of 71 from cancer, which I guess only really his inner circle kind of knew about. He didn't, make it public. He was working games this past spring. Heard Roxy Bernstein, and this is something we got to talk about, is this Pac-12 angle. But yeah, so the book opens with him like that, but then it goes on this journey, him growing up in San Diego. And he said, he was a stutterer. He was a geeky kid, a gawky kid, 6'11". He didn't like to be called 7 feet. He thought there was like a freak was 7. He might have been 7 feet, but he always wanted to be listed 6'11".
Wow, I wonder if that's where Kevin Durant kind of took that angle from.
Maybe.
Because KD never wanted to be considered a 7-footer.
What do you think?
I wonder if it derives from Bill Walton.
Do you think if you were 6'11", would you want to just say, hey, call me 7? Or would you want to be called 6'11"?
Well, Murph, that's a dirty little secret. I'm only like 5'9". I just lie on the radio and say I'm 6'3".
5'9". Who do you think you are, Brett Wisely?
Ooh.
I had to look it up.
Nice transition.
I looked up Brett Wisely, and it said 5'10", and I was like, So then I went to the baseball cube and it listed him at 5'9". I was like, yeah.
You always get that extra
maybe even
inch.
less.
With the spikes, you always get that extra
Well,
inch.
Wiki had him at 5'10", baseball cube at 5'9". So
close enough.
But anyway, so sad to have. There were so many different tributes that I wanted to sort of mention today, and I'll give you one. So Bob Weir, obviously Mill Valley Zone and friend of the program. He's been on a number of times. The thing he wrote last night really got me, man. It was about he posted it last night in the evening, and he said, "Here it is, right here. It's a picture of him and Walt at Sweetwater in Mill Valley." And he writes, he's given Walt. What do you call this when you put your thumb on your? Is that like the snub or whatever?
It's kind of the na kind of sign, like you're teasing.
Yeah, he's doing it to Walton right there. I'm putting it on the YouTube and the Twitch. They're kind of teasing him. Yeah. This is just so beautifully written. It's just this little tiny paragraph. He goes, "Yo, Bill, thanks for the ride. Thanks for the wonderful friendship, the years of color commentary, and the Hall of Fame existence that you wore like headlights." And then he writes, "Bon voyage, old buddy. We're sure going to miss you, but don't let that slow you down." That's a great line, man. We're sure going to miss you, but don't let that slow you down. Nice. So off he goes. And Matty Field said, now you can go find Jerry and Coach Wooden and give him a hug. So, that it happens during this basketball playoff and everybody, the basketball world is paying attention. It heightens everything too. But the thing I wanted to mention is the Pac-12. So Saturday night, it's not something we talk about a lot, college baseball, but it's near and dear to your heart. See, the College World Series was just named, and we got to shout out the snub of the Cal Golden Bears. They really feel like a huge, huge, huge snub. They really had the resume to get in. They were one of those first teams out. They're very upset over there in Berkeley, and I don't blame them. They did everything they could. They swept Oregon State. Oregon State's hosting a regional. They won 20 of their last 25. They had a great case to get in, and they got just denied, and there's just no other way around them. They got dissed. But anyway, the Pac-12 conference tournament ended Saturday night. Arizona beat SC. I loved it. SC, the last event of the Pac-12 conference was a heartbreaking USC loss. That made me happy. And Roxy Bernstein, kid who we all know from here in the Bay Area, local kid, does all the great work on ESPN and Pac-12, gave the eulogy for the Pac-12. He's like, this is it. This is the final event in the Pac-12. And in that little 2-minute sign-off, he quoted Bill Walton. He goes, Bill, I want to thank you for everything. He said, you always say thank you for my life. I say to you, thank you for my life. And he included Walton in that. And Walton was, I heard Dave Pasch say this on ESPN radio yesterday, driving back from Fremont. He said Walton was mad at UCLA, his beloved institution, for joining the Big Ten and starting these dominoes. Yeah. And Walton loved the Pac-10, loved it. Or Pac-8, Pac-10, Pac-12.
The Conference of Champions.
So how about the fact that the conference plays its last game on Saturday night and he dies on Monday morning? Wow. It's like one of those cosmic things,
Kind of eerie.
Yeah, they say that about, you hear about couples, you know what I mean, that do everything. I mean, I know he had cancer and everything, but it is one of those poetic kind of endings, He didn't want to live in a world without the Pac-8, Pac-10, Pac-12. So, hey, while we're on Walton, just in this folder here, Young Tone here, any of these that look pretty good, do you like the one, the luckiest dude in the world? That's like the slogan he used on the ESPN documentary, which I highly recommend everybody, and it's available on demand. And the ESPN2 is playing it last night. It's a 4-parter. So it's cut 527A with him on the Dan Le Batard show on the Walton folder, the Monday Bill Walton corner on the cut sheet there, buddy. Is there a way to direct him quicker than that? He found it. All right, there it is. Anyway, just want to do this before we go to Hums and Bums here.
I'm the luckiest dude in the world, man. I was born into a world of hope, optimism, peace, love, books, and music. I got to know Dan Le Batard years and years ago. I got to know Stu Goss. I got to know all the other guys on your team there. I'm a team guy, and I'm really enjoying this year's NBA Finals. I found basketball when I was 8 years old, 3 years after I found my bike. And then, just 1 year later, I found Chick Hearn on the radio, and that changed everything for me. When I was 15, I found the Grateful Dead, Stu Goss, UCLA, and John Wooden. Then when I was 17, I found the ultimate mentor, Ernie Vanderway. 28, Marty Glickman taught me how to speak. When I was 37, I found the woman of my dreams, Lori, the greatest everything ever. She's not a thing, but I can't think of a better word than everything. We have 6 children, 14 grandchildren. When I was 55, Dr. Garfin, Dr. Liz Stimson, UC San Diego, they saved my life, fixing my spine. When I was 56, I found Pat Kilkenny and Ted Roth, who took Ernie Vanderway's place. Now that I'm 70, I just found Jerry's middle finger, and now I have a chance at a full and complete life. I am the luckiest guy in the world, and believe it or not, ESPN is putting a 30 for 30 on my life on TV tonight.
There it is, man. So he was promoting the 4-bay. Jerry's Middle Finger, by the way, is a local. They're like a Bay Area-based Grateful Dead tribute band. So he just gave them a shout out. They're fun. They're really good. During the pandemic, when everybody was weirded out and nobody was leaving their house, we were howling from the decks. I was telling you about that.
Oh, that's
that?
right.
Yeah, we did
the community howl.
Yeah,
right?
we did a howl at 8:00. Somebody in our neighborhood, one of these wealthy Mill Valley guys, hired Jerry's Middle Finger to come play his backyard during the COVID. And I was just like out in our back porch, and I was like hearing Jerry, like this Grateful Dead music coming down the hill. And I was like, what? And somebody's like, dude, Jerry's Middle Finger's like doing a COVID residency at some backyard up the hill from me. And the music would come wafting down. It sounded incredible. And we weren't leaving our house. So I just crack a beer and sit on the back side deck and listen to it. So it's funny that he shouted
that.
Yeah,
dude, you're getting like exclusive shows during the pandemic.
So anyway, just the Walton stuff is very, very poignant. And Larry Bird checked in from the 1986 Celtics, obviously. Did you hear the Rick Carlisle story about his first date?
I saw that.
Yeah, that was pretty good, where he got him. And I actually just wanted to get to the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar one, guys, just to tell you guys that Kareem checked in, and he wrote, "Today I had to say goodbye to a great friend that I'll always miss." And he posted a picture of the two of them, And how often do you see Bill Walton not the tallest guy in a picture?
Hardly ever.
Yeah. And Kareem wrote, this is so great. He says, my very close friend, fellow Bruin, and NBA rival Bill Walton died today, and the world feels so much heavier now. On the court, Bill was a fierce player, but off the court, he wasn't happy unless he did everything he could to make everyone around him happy. He was the best of us. Signed, Kareem. So, anyway, thank you guys for letting me wax Walton here.
Yeah, almost waxing poetics as good as Bill Walton could have.
No,
but
man.
he truly was a modern-day philosopher.
Yeah.
The way he would speak about these things.
Yeah. Well, what it was, music, life, bicycles, you name it. I recommend the documentary. And again, I didn't know he was ill. I guess his inner circle did, obviously. And we shout out his son Luke, who was here in the Bay Area for so long as the Warriors assistant coach. So anyway, guys, just wanted to get that in there. Let's do this. Let's do the tradition. Hums and bums. We got hum babies. We got bum babies. We got winners. We got losers. It was an incredible weekend of Giants baseball. An incredible weekend to remember Bill Walton. And hums and bums are next on the Sports Leader.
Because I'm the luckiest dude in the world, man.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union letting your money do more for you. Yeah, discover Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate special. So, with Provident's Pick a Term Certificate, you can watch your money grow quickly. Secure a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. So this limited time offer is a great option for high dividends on a term that works best for you. Earn up to 4.75% and achieve your short-term savings goals with ease. So whether you're saving for vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. Don't miss out. Secure one of those competitive rates available on the market. Open an account today and start earning more. Visit them at providentcu.org or stop by a branch for more details. This rate is effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
For KNBR's Opening Bell Report, sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, so after some enjoyable Grateful Dead rejoins, Truckin' and Fire on the Mountain, we do the hums and bums. Come on, baby. 4 days. It's been a while since we were on a microphone. We signed off Friday at 10. A lot happened in the world from Friday at 10 a.m. to now, and some of it was good, which I'll touch on. Some of it was bad, which Marcus will touch on, because he's got bums this week. We alternate every week. Marcus Boucher, the king of the bum babies. What you got, buddy?
I am the king of the bum babies this morning, and Murph, you're right. A lot has happened since we last spoke Friday morning. In fact, the Giants have won 3 games since then.
Damn.
But they've also lost 1 and failed to get the sweep on Sunday after entering the 9th inning with a 3-1 lead. But unfortunately, Camilo Doval was unavailable to pitch. So they call for the submariner himself. Tyler Rogers comes into the game, immediately gives up back-to-back singles, then starts getting into some trouble. Next thing you know, here's Harrison Bader with a game-tying RBI double. And then to walk it off is this guy, Omar Narvaez, who got his first hit at Citi Field this season. Let me remind you that he plays for the Mets and just got his first hit of the season at Citi Field, and it was a good one. It was a walk-off for the Mets, so I got to make Tyler Rogers a bum baby for his Sunday performance.
But you usually see outfield much more shallow than this. With a winning run at third base and 1 out. There's a pitch. There's a base hit into center field. Over the head of the shortstop. And the Mets have won it.
I mean, yeah, it changes the course of the inning, but you feel good about your stuff when you're out there and you get, some weak contact like that. So just move on to the next one. And then another first pitch single and, 2 pitches to be in that situation happened pretty quick. Yeah, I tried to navigate from there, and the balls were hit where the guys weren't.
Giants missed out on the sweep over the Mets after the submariner blows it on Sunday, Murph.
Okay, so how are we feeling about, and I see our new KNBR digital employee, Jack Loader, was taking shots at Bomel, saying, how do you not have Doval out there? Why did you pitch Doval on Saturday in a wasted 7-2 lead? And I was going to ask you this, so the idea of Doval can't pitch every game. So on that road trip, he pitched Tuesday night in Pittsburgh. They lost that game. That was the game they blew, right? He comes back Wednesday and pitches the 10th inning of that crazy game. They come back and win. He throws 20 pitches. So he threw 25 on Tuesday, 25 on Wednesday, and then, 20 on Wednesday. Then they have Thursday. Thursday he doesn't pitch. He pitches Friday night in that crazy win, right? Gives up that bases loaded situation, Chapman.
Yeah.
He throws 22 pitches then. So he goes 25 Tuesday, 20 Wednesday, 22 Friday. Now, Saturday, they're up 7-2, and I was interested in why he put him out there. He did only throw 9 pitches in that outing.
Correct. And also, you got to remember, they won that game in extras on Saturday.
Yeah, 7-2 was the lead, though, when he took the ball after 5 in the top of the 10th.
Correct. So they score 5 in the top of the 10th. I think Camilo was already getting warmed up when we were looking at a 1-run ball game when the game was tied going into extras. So I think Bomel, seeing his guy already warm up, already get his warm-up pitches in, just decided to use them to guarantee they got the win and win that series that day.
So how do you feel about that? Do you feel like that cost them Sunday? Or do you feel like Tyler Rogers needs to go out and nail that down? Tyler Rogers is capable of holding a 3-1 lead in the 9th inning.
I mean, that's the thing. We've seen Tyler Rogers do it before. I know over the years he's kind of transitioned more into a 7th inning guy, but he's put up pretty good numbers this year. He gets his ground balls. I don't hate the decision, and I don't think you're going to use Doval 3 days in a row in that situation, especially how much you were using him earlier in the week against Pittsburgh.
So Tyler Rogers actually, I think in his previous 10 outings, had only given up the 1 run against the Dodgers. So he had been having a lot of clean outings. Just blank happens, huh?
Yeah, and it's the only game they lost this weekend, and that's why it's bum baby number 1 for Tyler Rogers and the San Francisco Giants. But Murph, I'm going to have to hit you with one more bum baby story for the Gigantes this weekend, and that's because of Lamont Wade Jr.'s injury. Again, let me clarify. I'm making the hamstring injury a bum baby because Lamont Wade Jr. has been lighting the world on fire. We had him on the show last week. If you missed the podcast, go check it out on KNBR.com or the KNBR app. He leads Major League Baseball with his on-base percentage. We've been talking about how good he's been at the plate this year with his discipline, with his short swing, and how productive he's been. Hell, shout out to the dig that he made on Friday night with the Matt Chapman game-ending play. Shout out to the game-tying RBI on Saturday. Lamont Wade Jr. has been contributing each and every game, and now the Giants might be without him for a few games because it sounds like he's taking a trip to the IL. Here's the play-by-play of Lamont Wade Jr. pulling a hamstring, sliding in a second, and Bob Melvin postgame talking about a potential injury list stint.
Shortstop Sosa well over toward the middle. The pitch. Wade swings and he drills one deep into right. Going back is Castellanos and it sails over his head. Hits at the bottom of the wall. Now Wade is going to head for second. Here comes the throw in. Cut off by the second baseman Merrifield. A double for Lamont Wade Jr. And now he is down on the ground at second base, sitting on the ground. Remember, he's sat out the last couple of games with a hamstring issue in New York.
Doesn't sound great. You can have an MRI tomorrow. It's almost for sure IL at this point. It's not ideal. He's hitting 330 or whatever it is. Not too many guys in the league can do what he does. I mean, he's not just a good left-handed hitter. He's one of the best in the game at this point.
Lamont Wade Jr. leaves the game with left hamstring tightness and Murphs. It sounds like we might not see Lamont back in the lineup for a few days now.
I mean, I know we're on a high because they're having this incredible run. They're over 500. They hold the second wild card. Everything's looking up. They just beat the Phillies, but this is a gigantic deal.
Huge.
This guy is your all-star. Mm-hmm. He's literally your all-star. He was a lock for the NL All-Star game, a lock. And now who knows how long he's going to be gone for. I mean, Conforto's hamstring has been lasting so long. They're talking about still going into later this week before they even start testing it out. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, listen, we don't know, but we do know that generally these things are not good. And we also know that, as you pointed out, there's no left-handed options over there now.
No, you look at just not having left-handed options at first base. Look at this entire lineup. No Jung-Ho Lee, no Mike Conforto still on the shelf. Sounds like he might start a rehab assignment this week. And now without Lamont Wade Jr., literally the only options you have, Patrick Bailey, switch hitter, Yaz, who's a platoon player, and now Brett Wisely has joined the conversation. More on him later, but this is a lineup that is severely lacking left-handed hitters right now.
Damn, that's a bum baby. Faux show.
Yeah, bum baby news and information. We'll stay tuned to see what the Giants' plans are for first base. Again, MRI scheduled today. Might see some Blake Sable at first base. They get a left-handed bat in there. Stay tuned to the Sports Leader for more information. And then, Murph, to wrap up my bum baby list this morning, you know I had to go to the world of basketball. And it was nearly a week ago when we were discussing whether or not we should have made the Indiana Pacers hum babies for taking down the New York Knicks in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference playoffs. Well, a week later, that was the last game they won because they ended up getting swept by the Boston Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. And here's the thing. I know the games are more competitive than they seemed. The Pacers actually had the lead in the fourth quarter in games 1, 3, and 4. But they found ways to blow the ball game in each and every game. It was Jaylen Brown, the Cal Golden Bear, coming through clutch, Eastern Conference MVP, and the Celtics complete their cakewalk to the NBA Finals with a sweep of the Indiana Pacers.
The crowd on its feet, hoping their Pacers can pull it out and send the series to Boston. Nimhard down the lane, goes inside, blocked by Brown, and Horford the rebound. Brown on the drive, pulls back, lost the ball, got it back, kicks it out. White, corner three, bang! Derek White from downtown. Celtics by 3. And up top, Tatum, shot clock at 6. Tatum, step back, puts up another 3. Back to the room, moves on. Holiday, the offensive rebound. Now the Pacers have to foul. Brown has it, final seconds. That's it, it's over. The Celtics are heading back to the NBA Finals. And another crushing finish for these Indiana Pacers.
First, I want to just tell you that we thanked our players a few moments ago for an amazing season, a magical season. The level of fight was just tremendous all the way through this. Circumstance never phased them one way or the other. They were in this to win every possession that they could and any game that they could. And so a lot of respect to our players and just how they conducted themselves in this series.
Yeah, just couldn't win those possessions in the fourth quarter and couldn't win any of those ball games. Again, the Pacers swept 4 straight games, and now we're looking at a potential sweep in the Western Conference Finals as Dallas takes on Minnesota tonight, up 3-0 in that series.
So I'm not a win probability guy, but sometimes it's fun, like times like this. So for your point, the Pacers had at least a 90% win probability in the fourth quarter of games 1, 3, and 4. 90%. So does that either mean that the Pacers are definite bum babies, or the win probability stat is an absolute piece of
Throw it out the window. When you can't inbound a pass, I don't need to inbound the win probability.
They introduced that stat to me. I'm like, well, again, as I say to most of these stats, I'm like, or you could just watch the game. You know what I mean? Just see what happens.
Yeah, I love the 98 win percent possibility. All right, then give me the other 2%.
I know,
and a lot of those times they end up winning. It's crazy.
Just goes to show you, though, the math was in the Pacers' favor in 3 games in the fourth quarter.
But history's going to remember this as a sweep.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right. Well, good job on the bum babies. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Also, hey, as part of our Bill Walton Remembrance, Roxy Bernstein joins Tolbert and Crowley at 2:50 this afternoon. All right. Well, listen, after bringing everybody down, I got to bring people up. I got to lift you up, baby. Hum, baby time. We got winners everywhere. I got to say, there's always the honorable mention cut. That's tough to do, but got to give honorable mention to my guy, Randy Rodriguez, who's turning into a dude right now. So, once again, we put him on Mount Randymore last week, along with Giants Randy, with Randy Wynn, Randy Messenger, and Randy Elliott. And then came everybody with their Randy Johnsons and their Randy Villardis and all these guys. Or not Randy Villardi, pardon me. That was for the A's. But there was another one I'm forgetting. But anyway, point being is honorable mention Randy Rodriguez, because he wasn't as hum baby-ish as my guy, hum baby number 1, Brett G.D. Wisely. That's right, Brett gosh darn Wisely. All 5'9" listed of him. Give me number 0, Waterboy. Give me number 0. Acquired in a trade with Tampa Bay in November of 2022. Did we talk about that in November of 2022? A guy named Tristan Peters going to the Tampa Bay Rays. This is a Farhan find, and he's on a heater, guys. So yesterday, Memorial Day, in front of Waterboy and 40,000, he laced him up at, wait for it, shortstop. Because a guy who could have made your bum baby list was Marco Luciano's Iron Glove out there. And now you got to the point where Melvin's like, I'm not putting you out there, bro. How about that? He's playing, and I looked it up on Baseball Cube. I only had him playing 18 games at shortstop in his minor league career, but they're like, go play it in the bigs, kid, because we can't stand to see Luciano out there with the skillet on his hands.
And that's kind of been the secret about Brett Wisely, is that he was actually swinging it better in Sacramento with the River Cats than Marco Luciano was before he got called up, and now it seems like he's going to be stealing some of that playing time at shortstop also.
So yesterday, 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs in the big win of the Phillies, but that's not all for his hum baby status. On Saturday in New York, when he first made his start for the slumping Luciano at shortstop, he delivered the go-ahead RBI in the 10th inning of a 3 for 4 2-run day, in which at the end of that game, he wound up playing first base. Okay?
Well, with this Lamont Wade Jr. injury, you might be seeing more of him at first base.
No, even though they lost to the Mets on Sunday, he got the start against the lefty Sean Manaea and took him deep in his first at-bat. 2 for 3, and then if you want to go back even to last Thursday, pardon me, he got the game-winning knockoff Aroldis Chapman in a lefty-lefty thing. So I got him as 7 for his last 11 with a homer, 4 RBIs, and 3 runs scored. Dude, baby.
Here's a liner over the leaping attempt of the third baseman Beatty, and that's a base hit. Brett Wisely, the 9th place hitter. Another hit for Brett. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Base hit, center field. 3rd hit in a row for Wisely. Coming around third, Casale, and he scores. Here it is, and there's a high drive, deep right center field, way back there. Goodbye! Into the Giants bullpen. Wow, it's Brett Wisely is on another planet right now. Wisely hitting .438, 7 for 16 in the big leagues this year. It's a bouncer past the mound, up the middle, through into center field. Wow! Base hit, and Yastrzemski scores. Wisely, the left-handed hitter, swings and hits a liner into the gap, right center field. That gets down, base hit. It rolls all the way out to the center field wall. Coming around third, Yastrzemski. He's heading home, and he scores easily.
Yeah, I made a few swing adjustments with Damon Minor down there in AAA to kind of get me more upright, get me kind of just more seeing the ball up and not chasing stuff low, and I feel like it's doing its job up here.
Could you tell right away when you were making those changes, oh, I think this is something that could work?
Honestly, no. Spring training, I started it, struggled really hard with it, and I just kind of stuck with it and knew it was the right adjustments that needed to be made, and over sticking with it, just making good swings and seeing the ball pretty well.
Well, there he is, baby, number 0. Shout him out, Brett Wisely. He's stepping in for a Luciano fielding slump right now. And do you feel comfortable with him at shortstop, given that he has so few games there?
To be honest with you, I expected them to play Tyro Estrada at shortstop and play Wisely at second.
Yeah.
So it's been interesting to see them take this defensive approach because Tyro at least has a background playing shortstop going back to his days with the New York Yankees.
I wonder. I mean, Tyro, by the way, is on a roll over at the 2-bag. He's making some nice plays. So we'll have to talk to Mike and Dwayne about that. But man, oh man, this is the Farhan Fine, baby, and he's on a heater. Kid out of Jacksonville, Florida, Brett Wisely. By the way, so my kid is on, I always enjoy sharing the teenage travails. Very upset with Brett Wisely. Oh, who is this guy? Dad, why is he playing? I go, I stick with him, man. He's got some speed. He's got a little contact. I don't like him. And then he's at the game yesterday, and he sends me this text. He says, Brett Wisely, I owe you an apology. I was not familiar with your game. And then sends me this Shaq meme. Young Tony, do you know this meme? I didn't know this one. I owe you an apology. I was not familiar with your game.
It's a classic line. It's like whenever someone does something pretty sick that you didn't know, like, oh, I was not familiar with your game.
So if one of your buddies like shows up with a case of beer that you weren't expecting or something like
Correct.
that.
Or rizzes up some chick, you're like, oh, I was not familiar with your game.
You see your buddy go home with this chick from a bar. It's like, damn, bro, I wasn't familiar with your game.
You guys are familiar with this whole deal.
Yeah.
Okay, I did not. It made me laugh.
Curly chimes in. I guess Shaq was apologizing to Christian Wood when he was playing really well.
so you guys say it to a buddy who does well.
Yeah.
All right, okay. I owe you an apology.
Exactly. I was not familiar with your game.
All right, we owe that to Brett Wisely. All right, Hump Baby number 2. So I'm going to do something unusual, and that is I'm going to Friday night.
Ooh.
On a Tuesday, I'm going to Friday night. Because we sign off on Friday at 10, and anything after that point is fair game for Hums and Bums.
It's the weekend.
Yeah, because our weekend starts Friday at 10. So we live by the credo, Friday night is where Sports Talk Radio goes to die. Not this Friday night. And by the way, I was playing, talk about unusual, I was at Coach Dylan's house playing poker in a guy's backyard. Guy, by the way, has an entire poker table in his backyard. Yeah,
like a permanent poker table?
It's portable.
Okay.
He moves it, but it's like a fancy, it's like portable, but it's nice. Like it had big acreage and everything and pockets for your little cup holder for your beers and all that. So
was Jerry's middle finger playing up there too?
Very good. They were the only thing missing. Really was. But anyway, the Dead was playing on the Sonos. But anyway, I was playing. We were having a Little League Majors coaches poker night before the playoffs start, just to get the good vibes going before we all want to kill each other, right? And we had the game going, and it was like we were going bananas. Wow, wow! And Pat Bailey, how about that? It was 2-0, bases loaded, and I heard Javi say, "Well, now you're just sitting dead red. Just wait for the fastball." And here it came.
And he got it.
They talk about not missing it. Oh, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Then, on top of that, we have the bases loaded for Doval and the squibber to Chapman. So I had to make – it was such an incredible game. And there was a lot of Giants fans out, by the way. Chris Kelly from Saturday Night Live was there. P1 Chuck was there with his kid. Another kid I went to college with was at the game. I was getting texts from I can call Shay. I was getting multiple texts from Citi Field that night. And we had Giants fans presence in the building. And it resulted in this.
Swinging. There's a high drive. Deep right center field. It's on its way. Adios, pelota. It's hard to believe, but lightning strikes again. The runners go. The pitch. Little bouncer hits slowly to third. Chapman barehands it. One hop throw to first, and Wade makes the grab. What a play on both ends. Wow. The Giants have won it on a miraculous play.
Full count, 3-2. The pitch. A little slow roller. Chapman, barehand, got it! What a play!
Oh, look at him!
Chapman! A walk-off defensive play by Chapman.
New York is challenged.
And they're challenging. And you have to.
It's an auto challenge. You have to. But he high-fived the dugout.
That is, of all the great plays he's made, That might be the greatest.
I think it's the most excited I've ever gotten after a play. I mean, the situation, obviously, and how these last 4 games have been going, it's just been crazy games. So to be able to have a walk-off play on defense like that, with the bases loaded, game on the line, I think that's probably the best one for sure. It was kind of surprised myself even a little bit there. So it was just a lot of fun, and glad we got that win.
That's a ball that you just hope goes foul. That's not a ball you make a play on. So at some point in time, he's got to figure out if he's got a chance, and I didn't think he did. And I've seen him make about every play he's ever made.
Man, so when you got Bowmel and Chapman say, yeah, that's the one, that's when you know, because they've seen a lot.
And we thought his walk-off play last week against the Pirates, robbing Joey Barton, throwing him out, was the play of the year. Hold my beer. Here's Matt Chapman doing it again.
So I'm going to call it the greatest play to end a game I've ever seen in my Giants lifetime. It might be really the win that everything hinged on, because it validated those 2 comebacks in Pittsburgh, and it led to another Saturday win. It's part of the 5 wins in the last 6 games. So Friday night in New York, wow. Hum baby number 2, and then obviously hum baby number 3. I told Curly, I said I got to do this. The life and legacy of the great Bill Walton is hum baby number 3. And man, oh man, wherever you were when you got the news, I was in Fremont, California, the Fremont Sports Complex, sitting in the bleachers. And one of the dads says to me, he goes, "Hey Murph, man, I just got an alert. Bill Walton died." And I said, "Well, I went into a dark place, man." Well, I mean, that's not the right word, dark place, but I went into a place. I completely lost the game. The game zoned out. It became like a tunnel. I mean, we've known this guy for a long, long, long time, and my relationship goes all the way back to the 80s, being a student at UCLA and having him around and being there the day he got his jersey retired, and that speech he made about walking the campus at sunrise and spinning poetry, and then everything he did as a broadcaster, all the stuff he did with John Wooden through the years, all the way he took care of Coach Wooden through the years, and then his relationship with KNBR. And then he coming on with Tommy all the time, and he even did a couple with us. And then Paulie and I did the event with him at Sweetwater, and we saw him, stayed at the same hotel with him in Maui. He stopped by and took hot tubs with us. And he was this force of life and energy and nature. We haven't even talked about him as a player. Young Tony, 1973 national championship game, UCLA-Memphis, 21 of 22 from the field, 44 points. 21 of 22 from the field, 44 points. I mean, he's part of an 88-game win streak, 2-time national champ. All he talks about, though, is losing the Final Four his senior year to NC State. Says he thinks about it every day of his life. Obviously, his connection to Luke and the Warriors, and then obviously the Portland Trailblazers, NBA MVP, and then his life as this incredible broadcaster and life giver and life spreader, and every dead show with the arms wide. I'm doing it. I've been to, I don't know how many I've been to, 6 or something like that. There he is. Arms, there he is. He's not hard to see, not hard to miss. I mean, it was, hey, check out Bill. I'm like, I see him. Arms wide, spread wide. And I didn't know he had cancer. I guess, obviously, his inner circle did. And we got Barack Obama and Bob Weir and every basketball player in the world checking in. And he died the same weekend that his beloved Conference of Champions played his last game. So there's sort of a poetry there. So he didn't want to go on without it. He was a friend of KNBR. He was a friend of the world. Bill Walton, fare thee well.
Breaking news here on NBA Today. Bill Walton, the 2-time NBA champion and Naismith Basketball Hall of Famer, died today at the age of 71 following a prolonged battle with cancer. He was surrounded by his family, and ESPN released a statement in part reading, "Bill Walton was a legendary player and a singular personality who genuinely cherished every experience throughout his journey of his extraordinary life. Bill often described himself as the luckiest guy in the world, but anyone who had the opportunity to interact with Bill was the lucky one."
Today really didn't start out very well. I woke up today and read that we lost Bill Walton, Hall of Fame basketball player and just great human being. Really a friend to all. I mean, just a wonderful man. And that's a guy I will miss. We all will. Bill will miss you. He walked into a room and everybody in that room would be his friend.
I want to know why you hate my grandchildren.
Your what are you talking about? I have no idea your grandkids?
Yes. Why do you hate my grandchildren?
I have no idea what you're talking.
I bet your son Zeke is very cool at Frisbee. How cool was Zeke?
He had a good time. He enjoyed it.
That was very cool.
He enjoyed hanging out with you.
So Zeke has got to come out on the dead tour. We got
no.
This is coming
12.
right
he's 12.
here.
He's not going with you.
That's the perfect time to go.
Bowling for dollars, demolition derby. What is the record for the most number of bodies on the floor at one time while action is still underway?
Well,
this is going to take more than a moment.
It can't be more than 10 to answer your question with the Tubelis.
That's not true because if some of the referees are involved, it can be more than 10.
All right.
I mean, we could have done that for all day. There's like hours and hours of Walton. The one that made me laugh there, that your son needs to come out on the tour of the dead. He's 12. That's the perfect age to come on out.
So Bill Walton sounds like he's me telling you to let your 12-year-old play Grand Theft Auto.
Actually, it's
it's
really
the
funny.
perfect time to hop on the
One of the dads hit me up on that this weekend in Fremont. He's like, I heard the Grand Theft Auto conversation. It's like my kid was listening. I want to just give you two tributes. One was from Bobby Weir, obviously the Grateful Dead guitarist and legend. He said, yo, Bill, thanks for the ride. Thanks for the wonderful friendship, the years of color commentary, and the Hall of Fame existence that you wore like headlights. He wrote, Bon voyage, old buddy. We're sure going to miss you, but don't let that slow you down, which I think is such a great line. And then I got to tell you, there's this political cartoon or a cartoonist, a sports cartoonist that went out. It's such a great cartoon. It totally, talk about filling my eyes with tears, man. It's in the clouds of heaven. And John Wooden with a little halo over his head is wearing a shirt that says Coach John Wooden, and it has a clipboard that says Life Review with a pyramid on it. And he's greeting Bill Walton, who's wearing a tie-dye shirt with no sleeves, angel wings, and he's carrying a suitcase that says UCLA, Hall of Fame, Grateful Dead, Portland, and Boston. And Wooden is saying to him, Bill, you played a magnificent game. And it's just the sweetest cartoon. So I tweeted it out on my Twitter. So anyway, just, you know what every single person says? Every single one says, I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss you. Not everybody says, when somebody dies, hey, what a life, what a life. Everybody says, I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss him. Mm-hmm. And that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a guy that truly is a basketball icon, and maybe is even bigger than basketball. The joy that he brought to people across multiple universes.
Spread the arms wide. All right, there's your hums and bumps. You went a little over. Sorry, John Joe Curley. That was a Bill Walton bonus 4 minutes there. But we'll get the clock back right, and we'll go to Dwayne Kyper at 7:35. Mike Krukow at 8. Pardon me, Dwayne Kyper at 7:30. Mike Krukow at 8. On the Sports Leader.
Zeke has got to come out on the dead tour. We got
No.
This is coming.
12.
That's the perfect time to go.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
McKenna, the possible tying run, leads away from second. Shortstop, Lindor playing right behind him. The pitch. Swing a line drive down the right field line. Base hit. Heading toward the corner and up against the wall. McKenna heading around third. He'll score. Heading for second is Wade. The throw in from Marte in time. He's out at second. Marte, who's got the great arm. And Lamont may wish that he had not tried that because he was not in the lineup today because of a little hamstring issue from last night on those two stretches on plays at first base. And he tried to stretch that into a double against a guy who got one of the great arms of any right fielders in the league.
Yeah, well, I mean, doesn't sound great. You can have an MRI tomorrow. It's almost for sure IL at this point.
Ah, man. Well, first of all, a lot going on in that rejoin right there. As young Tony continues to dazzle with his Grateful Dead rejoins in honor of Bill Walton, man. Thank you. And I think all the Walton fans out there are thanking you, too. Strangers stopping strangers just to shake their hand is the line, and that's Bill Walton. He would stop strangers just to shake their hands. So really, really fun to hear that. And then you said it against the bad news at Lamont Wade. That's as good as this vibe is on Scarlet Begonias. The vibe is bad on Lamont Wade's injury.
Yeah.
That's going to be, I mean, right now the Giants are in a great place. They're in their best place in the season. 40,000 yesterday. Too many Philly fans, by the way. But they get the win. They finally beat the Phillies for the first time this year. And Marcus was out there. The sun was shining. The sky was yellow. And or was it? The line is the sun was yellow and the sky was blue, right? From Scarlet Begonias. But you were out there, and then the Wade injury, because that's a big. Now you're missing Conforto.
Mm-hmm. You're missing Jung-Hoo Lee. You're missing damn near every left-handed bat in your lineup right now.
Yeah.
And again, Murph, that's a perfect way to reset. There was a lot of good that happened since the last time we sat down face-to-face with each other on Friday.
First of all, 3-1.
They won 3 out of the 4 ball games.
Which means, and they're 28 and 27. So when we left on Friday, they were 25 and 26.
Yeah.
They're under 500.
They got over 500 for the first time since the first series of the season against the Padres.
Yeah.
And so that's good news, absolutely. And being at the ballpark yesterday with the sold-out crowd, the beautiful Bay Area weather, everything was feeling good. Even after Blake Snell only goes 4 innings, has 7 strikeouts, 2 walks on the day, this baby Giants team just keeps coming back day after day after day. And so to see these type of performances that have involved Lamont Wade Jr. in almost every single circumstance, whether that's offensively or defensively, he's been on both ends of the spectrum.
Saturday, the comeback, nobody talked about the Saturday one, where they just quietly tied it up in the 9th, and that was when Wilmer Flores singled, Ryan McKenna pinch ran, stole second, and then Wade knocked him in.
That was another Lamont Wade Jr. production.
By the way, of course, everybody, I transposed the line. The sky was yellow, the sun was blue. I want to make sure I got that right. So I screwed that up. My bad. Anyway, point being is that what do you do now? You just play Flores all the time?
Do you give Flores righty versus righty matchups?
Yeah, he can hit righties, right?
He can.
Yeah.
He really hasn't been hitting anybody this year.
No,
that's the problem. It's been a down year for Wade. Down year for Wilmer Flores. And also defensively, he's not the same type of first baseman that Lamont Wade is.
No. So now it's a problem. Is there anybody? Do you make a move? You go to the market and go get a guy?
If we start talking trades, I know we've been talking about a couple first base options for seems like a couple years now, but especially during winter meetings and early on this season, we threw out names like Pete Alonso, Vladdy Jr. with the Toronto Blue Jays might be on the trade list. But again, those are right-handed bats. I don't know how many left-handed bats are up there.
Brandon Belt.
I've heard this name come up a few times this morning on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
Oh, my God. Or put Wisely over at the one back.
He's still a free agent. I think the most likely situation we're going to see is Blake Sabol at first base. Because they were giving Blake a lot of reps and opportunities during spring training this year. He's a left-handed bat. He swung it well when he was up here with the big league club. I think Blake Sabol would be the first left-handed option.
By the way, to your point about Flores, he actually is hitting better against righties than lefties this year, but that comes with a giant asterisk. Yeah. He's hitting .211 against lefties, .216 against righties.
Yeah.
And his OPS is low. Against lefties, it's .609. Against righties, it's .546.
And I'm sure that's not even a big sample size against righties because Wade's playing
you know
every
what?
day.
He actually has 74 at-bats against righties.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
that's more than I thought
Isn't
he would
that
have.
odd?
Yeah.
He actually has more at-bats against righties than lefties.
Huh.
Yeah. So maybe
Interesting.
he's been DHing.
Wow, I got to hit you with a Westbrook for that one.
That's interesting. Yeah, very much so. So, I mean, everything else has been absolutely been fantastic. It's so funny because there's problems. You got Wade injured. You got Blake Snell continuing to flop like a fish out of water just on the deck. And it's incredible. Early in the show, though, Waterboy is actually like trying to spin positive. You want to spin positive for the 725 crowd?
Be positive, bro. You know, I like to be positive on this show.
Be positive, bro.
And look, the positive news is the Giants have won back-to-back games where Blake Snell was the starting pitcher on the bump.
Okay.
Now, how much of that is correlated? Probably not a bunch, but stick with him, Murph. I'm trying to be positive. He has dropped his ERA down to...
I like positive thoughts, so I like that. Okay.
His ERA is almost down to single digits. He lowered it down to 10.42. I think it was in the 11s or 12s before that, so it's gone down in 2 straight games.
10.42, is that a tax form?
Yesterday, 7 strikeouts, only 2 walks, which is why I was surprised he was so inefficient. But again, dude, like starting off that first inning, I made sure to be in the ballpark before the game started because I wanted to see that one-on-one matchup against him and Bryce Harper. 3 up, 3 down. Good morning, good afternoon, good night.
Yeah, that was great.
He has that kind of stuff. He needs to do it more consistently.
That was literally the high point of his outing for sure. But there were a couple of runners on, I think, when he did that. By the way, Schwarber, seemed like Schwarber's ball was going to go a lot farther than 4-0. What was it, like 4-0?
That was a skyrocket.
Yeah, I thought it was going to go in the water. It didn't make it.
I thought so, too. I couldn't tell. It didn't land in, huh?
Yeah, no
splash landing.
No, landed. But anyway, so Snell's a problem. That fifth. By the way, today's starting pitcher's a problem. There is none.
Where is he?
Yeah, give me a little Zaza on. Today,
Where is he?
Zaza's actually starting tonight.
Where is he?
I'd actually like to see Zaza start tonight with those culottes he wears where he shows like the bottom shin and the ankle.
The culottes.
You know what I mean? So, hey, Zaza would have thoughts on Walton for sure, no question. But yeah, so the fifth starter's a problem. Wade is a problem. And yet, I got to feel like, and I wrote this in the Jock blog last week, and again, not analytics, but the Bob Melvin, Matty Williams, hum baby effect setting in. I mean, and the Matt Chapman that we've always wanted. Why I wanted Matt Chapman. Red-ass leader. But he's not a leader. He's hitting 190. I get it. But you can see the effect on him on the club. And he's out there every stinking day. How about him booting one yesterday? That was so strange, wasn't it? It was like, wait, what? The guy just made the 2 of the greatest plays I've ever seen. But that's just, winds up being there. The Phillies booted 3 yesterday, which was nice.
Baseball. Yeah, Alec Boehm had a tough day at third.
It's time for them to finally cool down a little bit, right? I mean, they can't be playing 800 ball for the rest of their lives.
It's about damn time. And again, I'll drop the Tim Kirchin stat. The Phillies got off to their best record in franchise history. They played 1 series against a team with a winning record.
Okay, and now the Giants have a winning record.
Yeah,
So
make that
28-27.
team number 2, Murph. And right now, they're in the second wild card spot.
They are in the second wild card spot right now. And by the way, tomorrow's a day game, so we can pop on down there.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm planning on popping down and doing a little Bomel in the dugout. Give me some hum baby in the dugout.
Bomel and Murph with their Bay Area Sports Podcast.
Well, we can talk Walton.
Yeah.
Walton, we've gotten all sorts of memories on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, including a time Walton studied at Stanford Law School. One of our listeners lived on the same street as him and said he was this awesome neighbor who threw birthday parties and it was just like the Pied Piper of the neighborhood. So everybody has great Walton stories, man. There's so many, and that was somebody from down in Palo Alto. So, and he obviously spent a lot of time in Berkeley seeing the Dead over at the Greek Theater. I love these Dead rejoins, and thank you for Scarlet Begonias in my head. The sky was yellow and the sun was blue, as we know. All right, guys. So Giants baseball is the topic. We got Dwayne Kyper at 7:30 right now, and Mike Krukow at 8 because of the holiday yesterday. So some great chat coming your way next on the Sports Leader.
Are you serious?
All right, let's talk Steve Moskowitz, my good buddy who's on the line right now, wants to talk to us about unfiled tax returns. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. And here it is, the day after holiday weekend. And I hope your listeners enjoyed the 3 days. But some people didn't because they're worried about their taxes. If you haven't filed your tax return, the number one reason why is you just didn't have the money to pay it. And that's okay. We want to make a deal for you. Second biggest reason is you didn't have your records. That's okay too. We'll get all the records the IRS and the state has on you. What we want to do is give you back your life. We want to go ahead and file all the back returns that you need. If you can't pay the taxes, that's okay. We want to make a deal. And most importantly, we give you back your life. Let's just put this behind you. Let's get over it. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, what are my options? And we're happy to talk to you.
Well, that's it. That's the voice you hear is tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
No question, we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kype on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we got Kruk and Kype today because of the holiday yesterday. Dwayne brought to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. And we get Kype after a win and a day game, too. You can drive home, have a leisurely Memorial Day, have a little grilled up something or other, and honestly remember the holiday of the fallen who gave their lives to our country. It was at the middle of the game. They had a 3 o'clock pause right there in the middle of a 1-2 count. Blake Snell yesterday at the game.
Yeah, right after a Blake Snell pass ball. A wild pitch.
That's kind of funny there. Connection made? Yes? No? Maybe so? No, not yet? Okay.
Yeah, it was a weird kind of situation yesterday. Blake Snell throws one in the dirt. Patrick Bailey's not able to block it. It gets to the backstop, and then a run scores, and all of a sudden there's a moment of silence in the middle of the game. But, of course, it was for Memorial Day.
Yeah, okay. Well, listen, Dwayne has made the connection on the Golden State. No.
It's UMA.
On the UMA guest line.
Welcome back, Murph.
It's a 3-day weekend.
Yeah.
Dwayne, I understand you're battling a little bit of a voice. We'll take it kind of easy on you, but great to have you. And we got you after a win, Dwayne. Finally. Good morning.
Morning, Kype.
I know. It's starting to become, just a ritual now that they play extremely well on a Monday afternoon or a Monday night, which is great. But I'm still a little bit disappointed in the injuries. Just keeps happening, and unfortunately, there isn't anything you can do about it. You just got to plug the gaps, but they've been doing it all year, and you know what? They're hanging in there.
Well, the plugging of the gaps with the Conforto and the Slater and the Jung-Hoo Lee has gone quite well, obviously, and Nick Ahmed with Luciano and Ramos and Matos, but you're referring to, obviously, Lamont Wade leaving with what appeared to be a pretty decent hamstring injury. We don't know the exact details, but certainly anticipating an IL stint. So Marcus and I were just sitting here kicking it around, Dwayne, and you get to put your GM hat on. Left-handed options in the system or out of the system. I mean, Marcus brought up Blake Sable as an option. What are you spitballing?
I don't know. I mean, you can ask me that question and ask me about who's going to start tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, usually you can have a little bit of an idea. I mean, Blake Sable's, a good option because I know he was taking ground balls a lot, when he was in town. So, yeah, Sable could be part of the answer, but it's really tough to fill the shoes of Lamont Wade. And you know what? And you really can't try to do that. What you can do is hope that Wilmer Flores finds out what's going on with his swing, and he just gets hot. If he can do that, that's a little bit more of a soft landing.
And whether we're talking about in-house or out-of-house options, Kai, we've heard the name a few times this morning from listeners texting in, asking about Brandon Bell, who's a free agent, who's a left-handed bat that is familiar playing first base at Oracle Park. Do you think the Giants will maybe kick the tires and shoot him a text?
No, absolutely not. No spring training. You don't know what he's been doing. So you give him a month to get ready, and now Wade's ready to come back. So, no, I don't think that that's an option at all.
Too bad. Kind of romantic, but you're right. I mean, no spring training, and that will be too big of a hill to ask. But we'll see. Maybe they'll give him a long runway and get him back. Dwayne Kyper battling a little bit of a throat. We won't keep you too much longer, Dwayne. I know you got to save your voice for tonight's game when the Giants take on the Phillies. But just in general, we haven't talked to you since last Tuesday, and a lot has happened since last Tuesday, including the comebacks in Pittsburgh, the Friday night win, which we can't stop talking about, the Saturday comeback, the blip on Sunday, and then the win yesterday. So basically, Dwayne, since we last talked to you, they're on a roll. And what have you digested from these comebacks? Did you feel like the season has completely turned around based on this last week of ball?
Well, pardon me. The obvious thing is the young guys have brought energy to this lineup. And it's also, you got Matt Chapman, who is really hot and really terrific defensively. So, I mean, there's a lot of good things that have been going on. And then the ability to come back after being behind really, really early. And, not a lot of teams can say that they're good at that, and the Giants were terrific. Look, there's only one other team that has a better record in the last 10 games than the Giants, and that's the Guardians.
Yeah. Hey,
the
Dwayne,
Guardians are 9-1. The Giants are 8-2. So
I can vamp for a little bit if you want to clear for a second, because I know you got.
I'm good.
Okay, all right, good. A couple more here, then we'll let you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Last thing I want to ask about Kype is Brett Wisely, who was definitely in the spotlight this weekend. Did a phenomenal job swinging it from the left side, but also played some good defense, playing second and shortstop. So, what was your breakdown on seeing Brett Wisely offensively and defensively?
Well, I can tell you that there was a period last year, this year, where I didn't want to see his at-bats at all. I wanted to see somebody else come up and hit. And now that's completely opposite. I can't wait for him to hit. And, if you talk to the people that know the work that he's done with David Miner in Sacramento, you realize that he changed the swing. He went from an uppercut to more of a level swing, and it's made all the difference in the world. I mean, he's a good athlete. We knew that even when he was struggling, that he had a nice swing. And, it's just that, you have a little bit of an uppercut. This league with all the really good high fastball pitchers, you're going to struggle a little bit. So good for him. I'm really happy for him because he's put in the work. He knew he had to change, and he did. And now he's off and rolling. He's going to play. I mean, when you swing the bat like he's swinging it, you're going to play somewhere. You might even end up at first base.
Yeah, he played first on Sunday or Saturday in New York, which is kind of crazy. Last one, Dwayne, is we lost Bill Walton. I know you and Mike talked about it on the broadcast yesterday, but just for the morning crowd, you guys had him in the booth. He seemed like he touched somewhere along the way, he touched everybody's lives. So sad that he fought cancer and left us at 71. But, you got to enjoy him. And you want to share that memory?
Well, you know what? Look, I'm from Wisconsin. So, Bill Walton, he's at UCLA. And, I really, obviously I followed college basketball because, you more than anybody would know that those teams never lost. And he was a part of that. Mike's the one that really got hit hard by this. Because they're the same age. And I think they played against each other in high school.
Oh, wow.
But he was really a cool dude. I mean, he was. And, I don't think there is any moment that surprised him, whatever it is, whatever he was doing, basketball or baseball or talking about music. He would have been a great talk show host. He really would have.
I think he could. We have to go to break at some point, though. He doesn't go to break.
Yeah, he was not a break guy, but no, I certainly enjoyed him, and I got a chance to see him play in the NCAA tournament in Tucson.
Oh,
I don't know if it was 73 maybe or 74.
Nice.
And you weren't allowed to dunk. You remember those years?
Yeah, well, I've heard about him for sure.
Yeah, so he couldn't dunk.
He had to drop it in.
And, so he just had to kind of drop it in, and dunking came back and changed the game.
Yeah.
But anyway,
we're allowed to dunk.
He's known more for that than not being able to dunk. He was just a terrific player.
Yeah, great passer and a great scorer and a great leader and a great winner. So, great rebounder, too. All right, Dwayne, we know the pipes need to rest because you got a game tonight. So we will let you go, and we appreciate you gutting this one out. And so rest up, and then we'll look forward to your call tonight. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Kyper.
You bet.
There he is, Dwayne Kyper, definitely fighting a little froggy in the throat. So sometimes you got to let the froggy rest.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, when the Giants are giving you that much excitement, I understand why his voice sounds like that.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you get that thing going. It's like, So we want Kype to hit the Bigelow T and take care of it. But he was talking about Brett Wisely, and saying he wasn't looking forward to his at-bats.
No.
I owe you an apology. I was not familiar with your game.
Exactly, and I feel like that was most people, besides you, who obviously made Brett Wisely a hum baby last season when he got called up.
I want to find this. I'm gonna if I search,
it's got to be in our email somewhere.
It's got to be in our email.
Uh-huh.
I remember doing it. I remember when I was doing it too. I was like, this is probably crazy. If I'm gonna make Brett Wisely, I'd gone to a Friday night game, and we had really good seats that night. Well, our season seats are pretty good. We've fought for 20 years to get good seats. You've sat in those.
Oh, those are good seats.
But we were actually, I think it was the night Larry Bear had the kids down, and so we were sitting real close. And Wisely had a night where he scored a couple of runs. And I saw him run the bags up close, and I was like, this guy's got some great foot speed. And he had decent. I'm like, blanket. I'm making him a hum baby. And, turned out to not be very long lasting.
No, but look at him now. He's back on the hum baby list this morning.
And deserve it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's up here now with the entirely different swing than he had last year.
Let's see if I can find this thing here. Brett Wisely. I'll find it for you guys. Yeah, entirely different swing brought to you by Damon Miner, who's one of those guys the Giants always had hopes for that never panned out, and now here he is. helping guys do their thing.
Yeah, hitting coach with the Sacramento River Cats.
All right, I'm doing Brett Wisely, Hums, see if I can find it. Nah, I can't find it just yet. We'll find it anyway, guys. All right, guys. Well, thanks to Dwayne for gutting that out. So what we'll do is take a quick break. We'll reset with Mike Krukow joining us at 8. Okay, Mike Krukow joins us at 8. And then we have some Bill Walton remembrance coming your way. The great Steve Lavin, who worked with him and was at UCLA for years, will join us at 9:30. The Bay Area treasure, Steve Lavin, plus Mark Spears at 8:50. That's coming your way. And Dwayne was brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealer. So Mike Krukow at 8 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants hitting coach Pat the Bat made an appearance last Friday on the Murph and Marcus show to talk about Elliot Ramos, Luis Matos, Marco Luciano, and all the youngsters getting the job done at the plate for the San Francisco Giants. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Little bouncer hits slowly to third. Chapman barehands it. One hops on to first, and Wade makes the grab. What a play on both ends. Wow. The Giants have won it on a miraculous play. Bader swings, lifts a fly ball to right. Yaz trotting a little bit to his left, and near the foul line, he's got it. The Giants have beaten the Mets. There's a pitch. There's a base hit into center field. Over the head of the shortstop, and the Mets have won it. Bounced back to Doval, and he jumps up to get it, throws it over to first, and the ball game is over. The Giants came from behind to regain the lead. The Phillies never scored a run after the fourth inning. For the Giants, their 9th win in the last 11 games. Giants 8, Phillies 4.
Well, there it is. So good morning, everybody, and hope everybody had a wonderful 3-day weekend. Had a lot of eventful things. You just heard 4 Giants games since we last saw you. 3 thrilling wins, 2 incredible wins, 1 out of this world win Friday night in New York. You heard that. The Chapman play to end it. Wade picking it out of the dirt. The Saturday comeback in the 10-inning win in New York. The Sunday bummer where Tyler Rogers made the bum baby list. And then yesterday, 8 runs on the Phillies, 3 errors by the Phillies making out. But the Giants go 3-1 since we last saw you. They're over 500, and it's not even Flag Day, everybody. Good morning for the big hit. And Mike Krukow will be joining us in just a couple minutes here because of yesterday's holiday. So, Marcus, the big hit is a lot of big Giants hits.
I mean, Murph, we got 3 out of 4 wins this weekend. We're getting back-to-back Kruk and Kype on a Tuesday. The weather was phenomenal all over the Bay.
Yeah.
Whether it was Friday night when I was drinking at North Beach watching Patrick Bailey hit grand slams.
Where were you for that?
I was up at North Beach over at OJ's and then cruised around to a couple other local watering holes.
All right.
And then
were you in a Giants crowd when Bailey hit the granny?
There was a big Giants crowd. I was actually still at OJ's, and they ring the bell for every Giants home run.
I keep ringing that bell.
They don't got the strobe lights, but they do got the bell for when they hit home runs. Saturday, I was down in San Jose enjoying the great weather. Sunday, I was down in Monterey for Cali Roots. And then on Monday, I came right back to the city, was at the ballpark yesterday, sold-out crowd, over 40K on Memorial Day, and the Giants once again got the win.
Well, God bless you for being out there. I was at the Fremont, Friday night playing poker with all the other coaches, and experiencing that was a fantastic, just a Friday night vibe. You got that energy going into a 3-day weekend, and the Giants are probably going to lose the game, and Bailey does that.
Not so fast.
That was just absolutely thrilling. And then Saturday, you're into the weekend. Everybody's feeling great. They get the comeback win in the 9th inning there. And then Sunday, what are you going to do? As I said, if you're going to dish it out, you got to be able to take it. And then yesterday, and what I wanted to talk about, like for all the X's and O's, obviously the Lamont Wade injury is going to be a big deal. We'll talk about with Mike, but we got to talk about Blake Snell.
Yeah.
And where we're at with Blake Snell, bro, because you remain optimistic, even though he has not seen the 5th inning of a game this year.
5th inning? Who the hell is that, Murph? I'm glad he got through 4 yesterday.
I was going to say 5 and dive. How about 4 and I need more?
Yeah.
How's that for my rhyme? So, again, he just is not getting it going. He struck out Bryce Harper on 3 pitches, which was great, but that was pretty much it. So he's had to do these interviews after every one of his starts now where he's like, yeah, I feel bad. I put a big burden on the bullpen.
Yeah, what about me being a second-half pitcher? And I guess that's where I actually kind of set my defense of Blake Snell, because I do think these last 2 starts were better than his first 2 starts with the San Francisco Giants, and it does feel like he's trending in the right direction. Last week, I came on air and talked about the velocity being back up to 96, 97, where he was gassing up Bryce Harper in that first at-bat. The shapes, the movement, the stuff he has. Again, he had 7 strikeouts yesterday and also cut down on the walks, only 2 walks. But he's just still not efficient enough inside the strike zone, especially getting ahead. That's why Schwarber yesterday goes deep. Started off in a 3-0 count, then he's sitting dead red on a fastball, and then he almost puts it in the cove.
He will just nibble and nibble and nibble. So I got you here right now. Snell, total pitches here yesterday. God, you can't even find that stuff anymore. 90 pitches, 52 strikes. He's got to be higher than that.
Yeah,
brother.
and of the
Got to be
20
higher than
batters he faced, he only got strike one on 11 of them.
Oh, give me strike one.
Yeah,
So anyway, here he
most
is after the
important pitch in
games,
baseball.
and he's saying spring training indeed. So Scott Boras, we got to go back and blame Boras for all this. So here's Snell after the game. Yeah, I should have gone to spring training.
The one thing I would say, yeah, like big league spring training, you need it. Yeah, it's tough to do it. Like I thought I did everything I could to be ready. And then even just after 2 weeks, like noticing how much better I was throwing the ball, just being here every day. Yeah, you can't, there's nothing like, you have to go to spring training. So hopefully, I mean, for me, I hope teams see that. And I mean, I don't know what Montgomery's doing, but I bet it's tough for him. Like, it's not easy. So I didn't face a big league hitter until I pitched my first game in the big leagues this year, and it's tough. You just have nothing to go off of. You're just kind of like, oh, let's see what we got. Faced 18-year-olds, but yeah, so it's all excuses, but it's the truth.
It's a great quote. I'll tell you that right there.
It's all excuses,
but it's the truth. I mean, he's just like, yeah, you got to go to spring training. By the way, Jordan Montgomery is 3-2 with a 4.69.
Yeah, so not much better, but also we saw the difference of Jordan Montgomery, his first start of the season against the San Francisco Giants, where they squared up on that Friday night. And that's because Jordan Montgomery actually opted into having minor league appearances before going to the big league level.
Well, Montgomery's gone 6, 7, 7, 6, and 6 in 5 of his starts. So 5 of his starts, he's pitched at least through 6 innings. He's having a significantly better year than Blake Snell.
And his ERA is about half of Blake Snell's. I got to give a shout out to the 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. Said, damn, do we just start calling him Blake Zito?
Well, if it ends in a 2010 and 2012 World Series championship, yeah. But here's more Snell on.
Are we going to see Snell laying down a bunt?
Yeah, well, sure. Snell about he wants to be more helpful, and because the Giants keep having to go into the bullpen. It used to be Kai-Wei Tang, and now it's Randy Rodriguez who's pitching great. But here's Snell cut L, Tony.
I mean, we won, so that note, yeah, I think that's a good thing. With me, yeah, I mean, I'm feeling stronger, I'm feeling better, so I should be getting better results to help the team have easier wins, not have to use key pieces to get that win today when we score that many runs. So definitely things I got to do better to help, make it an easier situation for the moves Bob's going to have to make later in the game.
So if I'm doing my math right, he faces the mighty Bronx Bombers.
Ooh, he's going to be squaring off against Aaron Judge and Juan Soto this weekend, huh?
How about your boy Stanton? Is he there too?
Oh, Stanton, like my daddy, yeah. Even after losing all that weight, he's still squaring up balls, has the hardest hit rate in all of Major League Baseball.
So my buddy's down in San Diego, and he said he went to the Padres-Yankees games these past weekend, and he said it was just one game they hit 3 bombs real early right out of the gate. I mean, they are just something else right now.
Aaron Judge is on fire right now.
So Friday, let's see if I do this. So 1, 2, 3. I would have him Sunday afternoon against the Sunday afternoon because they have an off day Thursday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have Snell going Sunday against the Yanks.
I'm trying to figure out who all those pitching matchups are. I was trying to see if we were going to get Carlos Rodon against the Giants, but I think he might be thrown this Thursday.
Okay, and then so tonight we don't even know who's going. Wait, here's Bob Melvin on Blake Snell. Cut G, Tony. 90 pitches in 4 innings here. Yeah.
Well, look, they just made him throw a lot of pitches again, and he struck out 7. He was getting some swings and misses. They scored a couple of balls up, but it's just frustrating. Can't get over the hump and cut his pitch counts down in each inning. And once they start to mount, it's next thing it's 90 pitches, and he has to come out after 4. But I thought his fastball had good life to it. His slider was really good. That usually takes a while for him. Curveball, bite on it. It's just not getting results right now.
90 pitches in 4 innings. It's funny, the analogies between big league baseball and then even in youth baseball is like pitch count, because kids are governed by this heavy pitch count thing. And you're like, if a kid can't minimize the strikes, and go back to Bull Durham, man, the great Crash Davis saying strikeouts are boring and they're fascist. Ground balls are more democratic. And it's pitch count. Go ahead and give me 3 ground balls. Every time I see Blake Snell, I just keep thinking about Kirk Reeder. And I'm like, my God, here's a guy whose stuff is demonstrably worse. Or I shouldn't say worse, that's the wrong word. Demonstrably less dominant than Snell's stuff. And yet, what do you give you, 7 1/3 when he rolls out of bed? Ground ball, ground ball, ground ball, strike. So Blake Snell Wow. Maybe that's why he stayed on the shelf so long. I don't know.
I mean, again, we're talking about a guy that won the Cy Young last year, leading Major League Baseball in strikeouts, but also leading Major League Baseball in walks. Like, that's the Blake Snell experience.
I think during the offseason we kept saying, I don't think Bob Melvin wants him that bad, but he was just on the shelf. I keep comparing him to that COVID roll of toilet paper, right? You're just like, well, I might as well take it. I need it,
Well,
right?
that's why last week I was calling him single-ply Snell.
90-pitch single ply. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. And now, the bonus you get, because yesterday was a holiday, so Mike Krukow joins us right now.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, what a pleasure to have Mike here on a bonus after missing Monday for the holiday. Mike's brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Mike, obviously, first of all, good morning and happy, post-Memorial Day weekend and all that. And I definitely want to ask you about Bill Walton later in the conversation, but we'll start with the baseball. And, Mike, a lot of wins since we last talked to you. We talked to you Friday morning. That was the morning of one of the greatest Giants games I can remember, and then they won a couple more since then. They're over 500. Mike, they have the second wild card right now, so arrow up. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. I mean, you think back when the Giants were on that East Coast swing where they went to Boston and they won 1 out of 3. Then they roll into Philadelphia and get swept 4 games. It's hard to lose 4 games in a series. It is. And not only do they get swept, but they get embarrassed. And that's exactly what Matt Chapman said after the game. We're embarrassed. At that point in time, there was no feel of offense in that lineup. I mean, there'd be the occasional random hit, and they'd score a run here and there, but there was no rhythm up and down the lineup. None. No chemistry. And then the injuries started happening. And then they started bringing up guys from Sacramento, and then everybody just sort of started shaking their head, coming into this part of the season where it's going to get ugly. And you were really concerned. You were in that mode like, please, Jesus, can they just get one win? Well, now they have transitioned. They had a great homestand where they go 6-3. They go on an East Coast swing in 2 places where they had a tough time winning, historically the last several years, into Pittsburgh and then to New York. And not only do they win the series, and they're ticked off that they didn't win them all. And then they rolled right in through the weekend on a tough swing when they went back from the East Coast after a day game, and then opened up yesterday against the Phillies, who brought in the best record in baseball, and they smoked them with the bottom of the lineup. And now you look at offense coming from everywhere in the lineup, 1 through 9. And it is one of the more miraculous transitions that I've witnessed in the last couple of weeks. Now, you don't fear the Phillies. You don't fear the Yankees. You don't fear the Diamondbacks or the Rangers the next road trip. You don't fear anybody. And they've completely relaxed. It has been just remarkable as to where this team has come from. I love the fact that they go on that East Coast win, and they're ticked off they didn't win them all. That's what they believe in. I mean, that's amazing what they have right now, and it really is the product of Bob Melvin and his staff keeping them focused, keeping them positive, and now they're cashing in. And right now they don't think there's anybody that can beat them, and that's coming 180 from where they were coming out of Philadelphia just a couple weeks ago.
And, Mike, we've talked a lot about the young guys coming up and sparking this lineup, and you just mentioned the success that they've had over this past weekend with the second half of the lineup. You're looking at guys like Elliot Ramos, who we've talked about a bunch, but we're also talking about guys like Brett Wisely, who has taken advantage of opportunities, whether it's at second or at shortstop. How much of a spark has he been to this lineup, especially having that left-handed bat?
Well, when you have talent coming out of your minor league system, it empowers a team. I mean, that really gives you a confidence, and I don't think that gets talked about enough. I mean, we've been seeing this happen with the arms that have been coming up, and the way that Brian Price, the Giants pitching coach, has really brought a lot of confidence to the bullpen. Sean Jelly has matured. I mean, he's a badass. And then we're watching Randy Rodriguez. Well, of course, we have Doval and we have Ryan Walker. But those are all products out of the minor league system. And we're watching the job that Brian Price is doing with Eric Miller. I mean, these are guys that, they're rough at bats. And now you're starting to see it happen on the field. You're seeing Matos, and you're seeing Ramos, and you're seeing Wisely. And who am I forgetting? Luciano, his at-bats have been fun to watch. I mean, he stumbled with the glove, but he hasn't stumbled with the bats. I mean, this is just such a great vibe that these guys are bringing into the clubhouse. It makes a team very, very confident. So I think all these guys have had just a huge part in bringing energy to this team.
I mean, Pat Bailey's quietly hitting 308 right now. So that's definitely just a huge part of this lineup. Now, you face the adversity going forward. You talked about the injuries that brought these kids up. Now you have another injury, Lamont Wade Jr. walking off with what appears to be a hamstring injury, and I guess an MRI is coming, but Bob Melvin said almost certainly IL. It's not great, and who knows how these things can last. So they got a problem now. That's one of the best hitters in the league. That's a guy going to the All-Star game, you think, if everything was going to stay the same. Mike, what do you do? I mean, obviously it's next man up, but who is the next man up?
Well, from the left side, I don't really know. I mean, they've got Ryan McKinley. They just picked him up, and that's a guy I don't know much about yet, but they say that he can play. He's got good stats coming out of the minor leagues. He's another one of these guys like Wisely, who's always had good numbers in the minor leagues. He hasn't had the opportunity or the success at the big league level that everybody expects him to have. So, you might get a little more right-handed. But, they're not concerned about it. I mean, number one, it's a hamstring. Now, hamstrings I don't trust. Hamstrings are like broken bones, and you don't know how long it's going to take. And then not only that, when you come back, you usually come back short, and you're playing less than 80%. So I don't like him. But, I do know he's coming back. I mean, that's the big thing. It doesn't seem to me that he's going to have a surgery or anything as dramatic as that. So they can rehab him back. So that's the good part. So you just have to, next man up. And like you said, somebody's got to come in and give a good at bat. Now, I don't think you can replace Lamont Wade Jr., who's been the best hitter on that team since day one. But, you at least have the confidence that there's somebody that, given what the other guys who've come up have done, you just have the confidence somebody else is going to do it. I mean, again, that's a product of how confident that clubhouse is.
And now you're looking at that lineup without Lamont Wade Jr., without Michael Conforto, who could start a rehab appearance this week, without Jung Hoo Lee. It's missing a lot of left-handed bats. So that's when we were going through these options at first base. We know they experimented a little bit during spring training with Blake Sable at first. That could be an option. And we even saw Brett Wisely play first base this Saturday. I know Tyler Fitzgerald also played some first during spring training, but he's a right-handed bat, but he's swinging it phenomenally in Sacramento right now. Mike, do you think any of those guys would be the option at first base with Wilmer Flores split in time with Lamont Wade Jr. trending towards the IL? Yeah.
Yes, and yes. I mean, those are options. And, you might even see Luciano pick up the big glove over there and play it. I do know they want to have his I think they're giving a little bit of time right now for his brain to chill out a little bit. And if he stays here at the big league level, that may be an option that he goes over there. I don't know. But all those options that you mentioned are totally a possibility. And the good news is that Conforto's really close. We might get him back here even on this homestand.
Well, I hope so, and obviously we'll see what the Giants do, and it's a bit of a bummer, but other than that, all arrow up and so many great things. Mike, we haven't had a chance to talk to you since that Friday night game. I just want to pause on that. I mean, I know everything's like, is it the greatest thing since, ... but I can't remember a play like that. In that situation, bases loaded, one-run game by both Chapman and Wade, and that, to me, was like the flag plant, like, that validated those Pittsburgh comebacks. It got them going Saturday. I mean, I don't know. You go through your Rolodex of game-ending plays. That's got to be up there on the shortest of lists, huh?
Oh yeah, that was special. And you know what? I before this year, I mean, my relationship with Matt Chapman was as a fan. You just see him in the highlights. He was in there a lot. Obviously, he's a storied Gold Glover and a Platinum Glove winner. But you don't really get a chance to appreciate a guy till you see him every day. And one thing I've learned about him, he is the best third baseman I've ever seen at coming in on a ball. There's nobody quicker. He plays a deep set at third base, which is part of his genius, is how much ground he can cover. Well, when you're playing back, you can cover more ground. But if you're going to play back, most guys give up the ball coming in. He doesn't. He gets to it. And he was playing deep on that play. When he comes in, it was going to have to be a bang, bang, everything perfect. And I don't think he got a complete feel of the ball. I don't think it was completely locked in there with a good grip. And yet, through all that, he manages to put on enough mustard and throw the perfect. Well, it wasn't perfect, but it was a ball that Lamont Wade Jr. could handle on the back end, and they win that game. And we're all sitting in the house watching it, and everybody that got up out of their chair, everybody started screaming. That's how good that play was, and it just, you could feel that. Collectively, every Giants fan that was watching that game was doing the same damn thing. They were getting out of their chairs screaming out loud in front of strangers. It was just that good. And he's been as delivered. I mean, I love that guy. Who doesn't?
And, Mike, before I let you go, I've got to ask you about Blake Snell's outing yesterday. 7 strikeouts, did cut it down to just 2 walks, but still only 4 innings pitched on 90 total pitches. Do you feel like Blake Snell is trending in the right direction?
Oh, hell yeah, absolutely. And I thought everything he had last night or in yesterday's game was as good pitch performance-wise as he's had all year, especially the slider. He threw a slider and punched out, I forget who, some left-handed hitter. And it was an overmatch. It may have been Harper. It was an overmatch. It was the best slider I've seen him throw. And I said that on TV, and I was serious about that. So what he had yesterday were 4 pitches he could make you swing and miss with. Really the best fastball command that I thought he had, and the best movement that he had. They had a stat up yesterday that they showed in our game. In his career, his first 3 months, you look at his lifetime ERA in the first 3 months, and he's extremely average. And then you look at the ERA in the last 3 months, they're all under 3. That's the 3 months that separate the men from the boys. And that's when he shines. And Melvin told us when he came over, he says, you have to be patient with this guy because he's a real slow starter. He said, but once he locks it in, it's bank. And that's kind of what he's doing. And I thought yesterday's game was certainly a step in the right direction. I think he's improved every time he's gone out there. He doesn't have the results that he wants yet, but I definitely, can't wait till he locks it in, and I think he's close.
Mike, we got to end with, I was, like you, just deeply affected by the news about Bill Walton. He meant so much on so many levels. Me being a UCLA, him walking that campus and talking to Bruins was magic. Him talking to basketball fans was magic. Him talking to Grateful Dead's fans was magic. Him playing basketball was magic. Him talking any music and energy was magic. And I know you guys had him in the booth, and I know you guys are both Southern California kids about the same age. So just your reflections, what did it cause you to think, and what struck you yesterday?
Well, he's irreplaceable. His hunger for life and his joy amongst people. I mean, he really was a messiah in a lot of ways. The way that he walked this planet, the way that he gave out good vibe. I came across his path when we were in a Covina tournament, in a basketball tournament, when we were in the same class. He graduated in 1970, I did. And I got to see him firsthand how good he was. And then, we followed him. And coming from Southern California, the UCLA, their program was better than anybody's. And you watch this guy who was just so good, so quick, who would rebound the ball and get it out to the wings so quickly, quicker than I'd ever seen anybody do it. And he just had just a joy about the game, about life. And then I got to know him, and he was such a cartoon in so many different ways, but so refreshing and just fun. And I loved to listen to his broadcast. He was so entertaining, and he was so good. And you never knew where he was going to wind his path of thought in the midst of a basketball game, but he always brought it back, and it was always fun. And he'd always refer to the Pac-12 as the Conference of Champions. And, I took a pride in that because that was the conference that I rooted for as a kid, and I always followed it. And the times that I got a chance to play against him, you always amped up a little bit more because it was the Conference of Champions. And now with his passing, it really does feel like the final light on the porch for the Pac-12 conference has turned off. And that's the first thing I thought of. I mean, here was the guy. He was the spokesperson for that conference and for life, really, for all of us. And if you're a Grateful Dead fan, he was the center of the whole show. I mean, he was just that guy, and that was my privilege to get to know him. And I think that all of us feel that way. We all feel that we knew him. He was a friend, and we all had our stories about him. I mean, you don't have many people walk the face of the earth like that, and he did. We're going to miss him.
Beautifully said. So we'll raise a glass to him and continue to try to keep his spirit alive. And so, Mike, have a great call tonight. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow on Bill Walton, Giants, and life, and the cooler of content will be on all those things after I tell you Mike was brought to you by Northern California Honda dealers. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Honda is value. Cooler of content, heavy on the redhead. Next on the Sports Leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Jose Giant Bryce Eldridge, a.k.a. the San Francisco Giants' former first-round draft pick, has not only been mashing down in San Jose, but he also stopped by Extra Innings this weekend with Bill Lasky to talk about his success down south and when he thinks he could be with the big league club at the major league level. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. All right, what's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 5 million members. It's the most fun and exciting way to get in on the action while you watch your favorite sports and players. You just pick more or less on 2 or more player stat options for a chance to win up to 100 times your cash. With Prize Picks, you can turn $10 into $1,000 in a single game watching your favorite sports this summer. You can make a Prize Pick lineup in as little as 60 seconds. You just need to pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat options, and you're locked in. And right now, Prize Picks, it's the #1 fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. So get in on the daily action with your friends and become a part of the Prize Pick community today. Look, I'm a part of the community. I'd give out Prize Pick of the days each and every day on these airwaves. And today, with Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals, you're looking at the Minnesota T-Wolves being desperate to score some points. So I'm going with the 6th man of the year, Naz Reid, over 12.5 points. Naz has been my guy all playoff run, so I'll stick with him tonight. Pair it up with someone else, and you'll have a chance to double your money. As simple as that. All you need to do is download the app today and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
The only bummer about these great things we have, like Big Hit and Cooler Content, is it cuts into Tony's Grateful Dead rejoins for Bill Walton. We'll get back to him, though, but it's all Walton all the time on the Cooler of... He is a cooler of content. He's a walking cooler of content.
I was literally telling young Tony, all we got to do for the Cooler of Content today is go back into the archives, and you'll find at least 100 different clips of Walton just waxing poetics.
100.
I mean, whether or not he's on the afternoon show or on his broadcast, it seemed like once every couple weeks, Walton was finding his way in the Cooler.
Well, we just tried to just throw as many against the wall, so let's do it. Starts with the one that he came to the Giants broadcast. He was promoting Jerry Garcia night, sitting in with Krukow and Kyper, cut D, 528D, Tony, where I think the Giants right then were in an offensive slump. We loved playing this one.
How about a home run here? Wouldn't that be a grand slam, right? There's all kinds of Oh, my goodness gracious. Where's the offense?
Tony Randazzo rings him up. We're going to say goodbye to Bill Walton. Bill, thanks for stopping by. You're a gem, baby. A gem. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Dwayne.
Where's the offense? Where's the offense?
Where's the offense?
Here's one that's just low about mushrooms.
Ooh.
Who knows where he's going? Cut C, Tony, 528C. All right, Bill and mushrooms here.
I have found that mushrooms only help you. And remember, that was Biddy Roy and Rue. We went into the laboratory. We mixed everything up. We looked under the microscope. We saw it all. There are basically 3 million species of mushrooms around the world. And here in the state of Oregon, we have the humongous fungus. Because remember, fungus is singular, fungi is plural.
Okay. I have found that mushrooms only help. Okay.
Humongous fungus,
All right,
Murph.
so,
well, my question is, I know they help out a lot of people, but if I can riff this morning.
Please.
They didn't help out our former producer too much.
He's walking around cackling. You didn't see him at Cali Roots?
No, dude, I thought for sure I'd hear that cackle at Cali Roots.
More Bill. He was doing an Angels White Sox hit for some reason. Talking about his baseball career here, 528B.
White Sox and Angels at the Diamond in the park.
This is your first ever baseball game doing this job, right?
This is a job?
That's true.
Well, I understand that it starts and then you play,
yeah,
but that the offense can't touch the ball, and that the defense goes first, and that there's no time limits, and you just go until somebody says, it's over. Sounds very much like a Dead show.
That was not his home run cut. That was his intro to the White Sox Angels.
But this is great. This is like a peek into Bill Walton calling baseball. And pre-pitch clock, he would have been a perfect broadcaster for baseball. Like we talk about John Miller kind of being like the original podcaster, a lot of those old school baseball broadcasters, because the games were 3-4 hour longs. They were basically just doing a podcast in the middle of the game.
Hilarious.
That
man.
would have been perfect for someone like Bill
Until
Walton.
somebody says it's over, and that's like a Dead show. Here, on his home run here.
Bring that high, hard one in. I stand in and lean back, and then just bam.
and it sails away out through the universe like a radio wave that goes past Saturn and Jupiter, Pluto, through the black hole, and into many other galaxies yet named.
That's a Aaron Judgian blast there.
Dude, these are phenomenal. The guy's going to round all the bags and touch home plate before the home run call's over.
It's incredible, man. We got just a ton of them. We're just going to throw them at the wall. Here's Cut J. Here he is just on 6-second cut on life here. Yeah. Cut 527J. Did you not get the cooler sheet that John Joe gave us?
Freedom. Let's go. Let's dance. Let's have a great time, and let's make threes in transition.
I'm surprised we had to cut that short.
With Jerry in the background. Freedom. Let's go. Let's dance, and let's make threes in transition. Here's one. It's on Tolbert and Copes, 527I. Just a thread of Grateful Dead references. Cut I here.
So many roads. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. It all rolls into one. Dead and Company, last night, Burgeston, Pennsylvania. Oh, my gosh. Hell in a Bucket, Alabama getaway. Jack Straw Open. Throw in a Bertha and a Don't Ease Me In to close out the first set. Oh, my gosh. So many roads. Truckin', China Doll, China Cat. I know you ride her. I'll see you standing on the moon. It's a lovely view from heaven, but I'd rather be with you. So many roads.
Absolutely. Okay, writing these down. We have rejoins coming our way here. Standing on the moon is a pretty good one for him.
People thought I used to be throwing out subliminal message on the radio. That's a whole coded kind of message to all the deadheads.
Well, here's one you were. It was their set list from Burgestown, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. Here's one you put together back in your producer days when he was on TKB.
Yeah,
Colbert, Kruger, and Brooks.
That's right.
Fire on the Mountain compilation 527G, Tony. 527G.
And trust me, Murph, I had to go through a lot of content to put this together.
Here it is.
I was trying to become the fire on the mountain where the flame from the stage spreads to the floor. Fire! Fire on the mountain. Like the gold sunshine. Fire! Fire on the mountain. What a time that has been. Fire! Fire on the mountain. Tom, are you
Bill.
there? This is Bill.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Very well, Tom. Fire on the mountain. Murder most foul. Oh, he's already released those two. I am ready to go. Fire on the mountain. I'm trying to be the fire on the mountain.
You did a great job cutting that up there, buddy. Good job.
Literally, he was using Fire on the Mountain like a radio reset. When we introduced a guest on the UMA guest line or remind you what show you're listening to, just like every couple minutes, he would just drop a fire on the mountain.
Which we use, by the way, as our 6:30 rejoin, Fire on the Mountain. So, and then last one here, I know we're out of time, but we can get back to some of these later in the show. But Roxy, this is so poetic. Saturday night was the last Pac-12 sporting event. Arizona beat USC in baseball. And Roxy Bernstein, who was Bill's buddy on the many broadcasts, and he'll be on with Tolbert today, 2:50. This was him in his last Pac-12 baseball broadcast last Saturday night. And then Walton died Monday morning. This is incredible. Roxy maybe knew something. I don't know.
As we get ready to say goodbye from the last Pac-12 event, I can't sign off from this seat or this broadcast without paying homage to my good friend Bill Walton. As Bill likes to say, thank you for my life. Bill, thank you, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world. So for all of us, for my partner Wes Clements, and for our ESPN crew, for the last time, Roxy Bernstein saying so long for the Pac-12, and for the last time you've been watching the Pac-12 on ESPN.
And then Bill slipped away. Wow. Just like that. Wow. Well, that's a good way to end it. We can come back and get back on the Giants on the other side, but man, oh man, spread your arms wide like Bill at the Dead Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
As Bill likes to say, thank you for my life.
KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Yeah. I love that Tony's back to playing the dead rejoins for Bill. And this would be their biggest, quote-unquote, pop hit. In 1987, they kind of took a departure from sort of their jammy, like all studios, live stuff that people loved, and they recorded a hit. And this kind of hit, like VH1, people are like, what? The Grateful Dead have a hit? And they're like, yeah. They're like, we'll throw that out there for you guys to enjoy. And it's got the lessons of life right here. I will get by. I will survive. This is for Bill. Bill's telling us that we will get by and we will survive here.
And I love that you're explaining this to young Tony, who declared earlier today that he is now officially a deadhead.
I've told this story many times. I'll tell it again. One of my all-time favorites. So Parkinson's disease took my dad. It was tough, right? It was very tough in the end. But he tried really hard to kind of live the best life he could. And so he loved New Orleans jazz more than anything in the world. And the Preservation Hall Jazz Band was coming to Sweetwater. And this was a couple months before he died. And it was not easy to get him down and in the car and out and all that stuff. And I remember I can't thank the Sweetwater people enough. Because it was a packed house. And I told them I was coming. And they had to have a seat in the back. And they were just, I think it was Chris, the bouncer, was just chucking people out of the way. Just like throwing people out of the way so that my dad could get to a crowded spot to sit. And it was great. He could only last about 45 minutes. He got so tired we had to leave. But Bob Weir came out, and my dad asked, he said, is that? I said, and I'm yelling, Dad, that's Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead. And he played a song with the Preservation Hall Jazz Band. And then a couple of days later, we're at my house, and my sister and I were there, and my dad said, Katie, are you a deadhead? And she's like puzzled, and she goes, no, Dad, I'm not a deadhead. He goes, well, I am.
Wow. Nice, dude.
So good.
That's awesome.
So that's what the Grateful Dead do for people, right? And that's Bill. And that's Bill saying, we will get by, we will survive. And Bobby Weir wrote that very guy who came out and played that tribute to played with the Preservation Hall Jazz Band, wrote one of the many. All you got to do is go on social media, and the tributes are everywhere, from Barack Obama on down. My gosh. But I just loved what Weir wrote. He has a really funny picture of him snubbing his nose at Bill at Sweetwater. He writes, yo, Bill, thanks for the ride. Pretty good opener right there. He says, thanks for the wonderful friendship, the years of color commentary, and I don't even think he means basketball. No. He says,
just riffing.
And the Hall of Fame existence that you wore like headlights. And then he just writes, bon voyage, old buddy. We're sure going to miss you, but don't let that slow you down. So good. So good. So way to go, Bobby, and way to go, everybody.
Yeah, and that's cool, especially like you mentioned the story of taking your dad to see Bobby Weir. And like, I know we weren't totally in touch with this story. I don't think a lot of people knew how serious his battle with cancer was. But one thing I'm probably assuming is that wherever Bill was, he had some Bobby Weir and some Grateful Dead playing in the background.
Weir everywhere, for sure. And the rejoins are great. Thank you, Tony, for those. We got more to go. Can I just share this? Mike Breen, this is from The Ringer. It's a pretty poignant story, speaking of Parkinson's and the effect Bill Walton had. So Mike Breen, NBA, obviously, doing the game last night. This is a story from The Ringer. And it says, during the last few years of NBA on NBC, Breen occasionally worked with Bill Walton. Listen to this, what Breen says. I'll fight anybody to the death who says anything bad about Bill Walton. This is what Breen said at the mention of Walton's name. And here's the reason why. He says, I've told this story maybe 20 times, and 18 of them I wind up crying. This is the story. John Breen, Mike Breen's dad, had started exhibiting signs of Parkinson's disease, and by 2008 had also started to withdraw, not wanting to ask for help or be seen as weak. He says, and this is Breen, quote, my brother called me and said, did you know that the USS Midway is stationed in San Diego? Their dad had served on the Midway. This is a United States World War II battleship, right? But he hadn't seen it since his discharge in 1955. The Breens decided to go see the vessel, which had been turned into a museum while their father could still travel. Breen called Walton, who lives in San Diego, to get hotel recommendations. Quote, Bill says, oh, that's great, but you're not staying at a hotel. You're staying at my house. Breen said, making his voice sound oafy and generous like a cartoon bear. I said, Bill, that's so nice of you, but I think my dad would be a little embarrassed. To my surprise, though, my dad said, that sounds great. The Breens planned to buy tickets, but Walton called ahead and informed the museum that he was bringing, quote, one of the heroes that served on your ship. So the Midway's commander greeted them personally. Bill walked every step of the way of the tour. Breen said, those knees and back, a 7-footer does not belong on an aircraft carrier. He says they stayed for 3. It says if this were a broadcast, this would be the point when the graphic would go say Mike Breen is now 19 for 21 because he starts weeping. He says they stayed for 3 days, and for 3 days he did not leave my father's side. When we left, Bill was not my friend. Bill was my dad's friend. And it was really like 3 of the best days of his life in those last couple years. Said Breen's mother, Mary, who still lives in a house in Yonkers, she's a stubborn Irish Catholic, Breen said, has a big photo from that trip that her late husband loved. Her husband and Bill Walton chilling in a teepee. Breen says, oh, yeah, Bill had a teepee on his property.
Of course he did.
So that's Mike Breen's story. Yeah. Everybody has a story.
And it's crazy. We were talking about this earlier. Everybody feels like they have a connection to Bill Walton, even if you didn't play with him. But if you'd watched him play, or if you heard one of his broadcasts, or if you ran into him to a Dead show. Like, I'm sure there's probably some deadheads out there who are like, hey, who's that tall guy at the concert? I've seen him here about 100 times, but I have no idea that he's a Hall of Fame basketball player. And that's why, to me, he's kind of transcended time. Like, he's become more than just a basketball icon. He's kind of a pop culture icon, especially here in the States, and especially on the West Coast.
No, without question. People don't even remember him as a basketball player. Yeah. So he's one of the best high school players in the country at Helix High in San Diego. John Wooden gets him, of course. And he gets there. You can't play as a freshman. How about that? You couldn't play as a freshman.
Damn, no dunks and no playing as a freshman.
So he inherits a 15-game win streak and then wins his first 73 games. 88-game win streak until Notre Dame beats him by a point. And that crushed him forever. Then they win the 72 and 73 championship. And then in 74, they lose to North Carolina State in the Final Four. I've heard Bill say on many times, he says, my alarm clock is the darkest day of my life because he feels like he let John Wooden down by not winning another championship. He says, every day when my alarm goes off, the first thing I think of is that loss to NC State. Bill Plaschke, the LA Times writer, wrote a great column on Bill yesterday. It's on the LA Times website. That he was at Wooden's house doing a story on Wooden's 90th birthday, and the phone rang, and Wooden didn't pick it up because he was doing the interview, and Wooden had an answering machine where you could hear the message being left. And he says, the message goes beep, and all of a sudden you hear the unmistakable voice singing, happy birthday to you. And Wooden just sat there and they said, happy birthday from Australia. He was calling from Australia.
From down under.
And then Wooden said, Bill calls me twice a week. And so Wooden had to then make it over and so the story was Bill would talk on the answering machine for as long as it took for Wooden to get to the phone. And Wooden would take him a while to get there, and then they would talk. And then Bill Plaschke sat there and he heard Wooden say, I love you too, Bill, and all this. So it's like, they just had the best relationship, and Walton was so, I don't know what happened when this guy was born, but somebody sprinkled some sort of gold dust on.
I mean, you just don't see too many people who are this authentic, who are unapologetically themselves. Doesn't give a damn about anybody else's opinions. He's going to show up in a tie-dye shirt in his special chair that's higher than everybody else's. He'll be front row at a Dead show. Like, he just is simply a true embodiment of what it is to kind of embrace who you really are.
Incredible. And listen, you can't just be, life is not all sunshine and rainbows. A couple of things. One, severe back pain to the point where you're contemplating suicide. That's how his book opens. He's lying on his back. He says, I can't live like this. His back pain was that bad. And that's when he mentioned, we played that cut earlier from Le Batard where he said, those doctors saved my life. Where he said, and that's when they finally figured out how to give him back pain that he could handle. And then the other thing was his first 2 years in Portland were really bad. He had foot injuries, and he couldn't get on his feet, and he was hurt, and they were pissed. And in fact, those were dark days. He got drafted number 1, but he couldn't get on the court. And when he finally got on the court in 1977 in Portland, they won the NBA championship.
Yeah, Finals MVP, right?
Yeah, but then Walton's NBA MVP and Finals MVP, and then the injuries came back, and he could only come back with Boston in '86 as a sixth man, and that was so great because he played with the iconic Celtics and Larry Bird. In fact, Young Tone, there's a Bill Walton Larry Bird story here, 527H from the Cooler of Content. We could do a couple of these before we get to Spears. We'll get back to the Giants in the 9 o'clock hour, too. But Bill Walton cut H on Sirius XM with Larry Bird. Here it is.
Larry was a comet who was just streaking through the universe.
And I was born and raised in San Diego. I still live here. The greatest place on earth. When I got there, I couldn't believe how great it was. I couldn't believe the culture, the people, the basketball. I knew the basketball would be good. I didn't realize how good it would be. And then when the cold weather hit, everybody was saying, Bill, how are you going to survive this cold weather in Boston? I was with Larry Bird every day. Being with Larry Bird is like being on a tropical island. There is so much heat coming off of that guy, man. I'd drop the children at school. I'd go over to his house. We'd go to the gym. We'd go to lunch. We'd go out and do all this stuff all the time. It was fantastic. He spent all his time figuring out ways that he was just going to torch people out there, and he did. Wow, Larry Bird, my God.
Well, those are two basketball players, let me tell you. And Larry spoke out last night, or he wrote, let me find it. I've had the one I went to has a paywall on it. Anyway, we'll find it.
What a line. Being with Larry Bird is like being on a tropical island.
Bill in Alameda says he's got a connection here. Bill, good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Bill?
Good morning. Oh, how you guys doing? First-time caller. Love listening to you guys.
Well, thank you for calling. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I have a brother, Tom Cruise, not any relation to the movie star. Crews is our last name. Okay. Anyway, my brother was a basketball head, and he played small college ball in Columbus, Ohio. He went to law school at Ohio State University, and then he came out to San Diego for his first law job. And Bill Walton was on rehab from foot surgery after playing with Portland, and he was a clerk at the law firm that my brother was working at. And they had a game where the law clerks played against the lawyers. And my brother, just starting there, was still clerking. And he said, okay, I'm going to see if I can recruit Bill Walton in this game. And he did. And Bill Walton said, all on one condition, that Greg Lee is the referee.
Well, there you go.
So he wouldn't get hurt. So they played, they won. My brother and Bill became great friends, who introduced him to Lionel Hollins and Greg Lee. And anyway, so Bill Walton credits my brother with his resurgence for coming back into the NBA with the Celtics. My brother said, Bill, you're looking pretty good on the court. And Bill was like, yeah, I am feeling pretty good after all of this rehab. So he went to Boston. They won the championship. And then my brother says, did I ever tell you about the greatest pickup game of basketball I've ever played? And I go, no. He goes, the summer after they won their championship in Boston, he gets a call from Bill. He's in San Diego. He says, Tom, are you free? I got some friends in town, and we're looking for a pickup game. And he says, meet us down at the community center if you're free. So my brother, he gets there before them. He's shooting around, and then in walks Bill Walton, followed by Larry Bird, followed by Kevin McHale, followed by Greg Lee, and then my brother was the fifth man on the team.
Oh, my God. That is so awesome. Bill calling up your brother. That's it right there. I mean, he could have completely forgotten about. Oh, man, that is Incredible. That's awesome. Well, Bill, thanks for sharing that, man.
Yesterday.
Oh, you did? You texted him? Yeah. He must have been so sad,
yesterday, and he sent me some pictures of Bill playing in the law clerk lawyer game. Yeah.
That's so good. Thank you for sharing that, Bill. That's a classic story, man. Story. In San Diego was so him. And this was Larry Bird's statement. I'm very sorry about my good friend Bill Walton. I love him as a friend and teammate. It was a thrill for me to play with my childhood idol. That's what Larry Bird says. And he's one of the greatest to ever play the game. I'm sure all of my teammates are as grateful as I am. We were able to know Bill. He was such a joy to know. He'll be sorely missed. Everybody says, I'm going to miss you so much. I'm going to miss him. A lot of people, sometimes you get to the end of a life, it's time, it was a great life. But with Bill, it's, we wanted more. Yeah. I know we got to go. We'll go to Spears and stuff, but there's more stuff in here. The John Wooden story about confronting him with marijuana. The guy, Greg Lee, I got to cover a high school basketball. Greg Lee became a high school basketball coach, and I was covering a Southern California high school basketball playoff game. And Greg Lee was the coach. Greg Lee was a cool guy from San Diego, good-looking guy, point guard for UCLA, chill, maybe rolled one up every now and then. And he came to this basketball game in shorts and like a tennis shirt, and I was like, Yeah, I'm here for the LA Times. He's like, yeah, nice to meet you, man. I'm like, you look casual. He's like, yeah, I was out there hitting some tennis balls. It was like a Southern California Division 5 like playoff championship game. He just sat there the whole time with a basketball in his lap. I think we lost Greg Lee, by the way, but he was one of Bill's guys. The San Diego vibe. All right, man, the memories. Mark Spears will talk to us about that and the NBA. And then Steve Lavin at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We will get by. We will survive. We are alive. I love Tom Colbert. Fire on the mountain.
All right, talk Provident Credit Union, letting your money do more for you. Okay, so discover Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate special. So with Provident's Pick a Term Certificate, you can watch your money grow quickly. Secure a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. It says limited time offers a great option for high dividends on a term that works best for you. Earn up to 4.75% and achieve your short-term savings goals with ease. So whether you're saving for a vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. Do not miss out. Secure one of the most competitive rates available on the market. Open an account today and start earning more. Visit them at providentcu.org or stop by a branch for more details. This rate's effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The dead tributes continue. Actually, he's quoting Triple E. Triple E on his tribute to Bill Rodden says, "You know our love will not fade away." You went not fade away, kid. All right. And that's what Bill would want to hear right now is what he'd want to hear. So we'll continue these until the end of the show, and I'm sure Tommy will be a must-listen today, as always, but you know, that's Tommy's guy, Bill Walton. So, and I love how Walton was a KNBR guy. John Joe Curley worked somewhere else before he worked here, and he tried to book him. And Walton wrote back in an email about the universe and the cosmos, and then at the end said, "And I'm sticking with KNBR."
That's it. Bill Walton is loyal to his soil.
All right. Thank you for this. That sounds great right there, Young Tone. Mark Spears will sound great, too. Of course, we got all sorts of NBA playoffs going on, but we also have the loss of a Titan in so many ways, whether it's the Bay Area Dead shows at Greek Theater in Berkeley, or whether it's the Boston Celtics, the Portland Trailblazers, the UCLA Bruins, or any Pac-12 broadcast, or anything he did. Bill Walton loomed large in everyone's life. Good morning, Mark. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Good, man. Just walked out of the Dallas Mavericks shoot-around. I'm here in American Airlines Center, and they're in Dallas is in a really good mood, man. I mean, you're up 3-0. You're at home. Obviously, closing the series is the hardest thing to do, but it certainly looked like Boston-Dallas matchup is on the horizon.
By the way, I heard that storm is insane down there. You good?
I mean, I wasn't outside. you know, it's crazy. I heard this. I also heard gunshots last night, man.
Hey,
so,
stay safe,
there's a lot going on in Dallas, man. I was in my hotel room last night. Hey, I've lived in Oakland for a while. I know what gunshots sound like, right? So I heard like about 8 to 10 of them last night. And I'm like, well, let me get away from the window. The storm came shortly after that. So they got like trees on the ground here and all that. But I'm glad I'm not flying out till tomorrow because I know the airport is a mess too.
Yeah, and good news for you, the way that the Dallas Mavericks are playing right now, maybe this series ends after tonight. And I know we want to talk a lot about Bill Walton, but I did want to ask you a question on this series because Luka and Kyrie are playing out of their minds right now. And, Mark, it's gotten to the point where people are having a conversation about them being the greatest backcourt ever. Now, you cover two guys called the Splash Brothers, Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. So what do you think about those comparisons and the way that Luka and Kyrie are playing right now?
Well, first, talk to me after you win.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see no rings.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, is it the greatest backcourt? Is it the greatest offensive backcourt? It's both. But, you know, I mean, in order to even get into the door of the conversation, you need a championship. So, you know, it sounds good, but, you know, if you ain't got no ring, you ain't got no argument to me.
No, for sure. And like I said, we do want to ask about Walton, but just one more on the Dallas. So the way this is playing, you know, forget that Dallas was the quote-unquote 5 seed. It's how they're playing, how they played the final month of the season, final 6 weeks of the season, and how they're playing now. Is it fair to say they ain't no 5 seed?
No, I mean, you kind of have to look at them from after the Gafford Washington trade. You know, that's when it was completely different. So their record, like what was their record after that? Like those two guys, I mean, we could talk about Luka and Kyrie and how amazing they are, but Dallas defense was one of the worst in the league when that before that trade was made. And then after that trade was made, I know their general manager, Nico Harrison, kind of felt like, okay, we got a title team here because now you got Gafford catching alley-oops, blocking shots, being a rim protector. You got P.J. Washington being a wing defender. And so that's defense was their sore spot. Nobody questioned them as a scoring team. But when they added those two, not only did they bring a much stronger defensive presence to the Dallas Mavericks, I think it kind of like inspired Luka, inspired Kyrie to be better defenders, to play on a different level defensively. And so now, you know, they're one of the better defensive teams in the league. And if it wasn't for that trade, I don't think I'm here right now.
Yeah, we're talking to Mark Spears of ESPN in Dallas as they get ready to close out a 3-0 lead on Minnesota, maybe.
Yeah, and Mark, just one question on the East, because I know we won't talk to you again until the NBA Finals start. I want to ask about the Boston Celtics. We're able to sweep the Pacers despite being down in the fourth quarter in games 1, 3, and 4. But just moving forward, Jaylen Brown, and you're talking about him and Jason Tatum having the most playoff wins between a duo without winning an NBA Finals, over 100 playoff games played. How much pressure is on the Boston Celtics to win it this year?
I mean, when you put that Celtics jersey on, man, it's instant pressure. I covered them for 2 years. I covered them when they last won in 2008. And it's when you go into the Garden. Have you guys been there?
I've never been to the Garden. No, I've been to Boston many times, but not the Garden.
To me, in terms of American sports lore, it's on your bucket list. That's top 10. You got to go, because when you walk in there to look at all those championship banners, man, it's like the Lakers won. Like, it's Minneapolis, man. Like, those don't count to me, but the ones in Boston, like, it's just incredible to see, and it's inevitable that anytime Tatum walks in there, anytime Brown walks in there, that you can't help but notice those jerseys. And then you see Pierce at games oftentimes, and he's a reminder of the last championship. So I think they need to get that monkey off their back. They want to be a part of that Boston history that be etched in stone there. And until you win a championship there, I don't care if Tatum ends up being all-time leading scorer with the Celtics. If he doesn't win a championship there, it's not going to feel the same as those other legends, those other greats. I mean, he at least has to get one, right? And, to me, they're poised to win it, because they're basically 12-2. They've gotten a lot of rest. It looks like Porzingis could be back. They'll start the series at home. So essentially, after they return today, it's about 2 weeks before they're even going to get on a plane again. And they're just a talented, great shooting team. Can Dallas beat them? Certainly Dallas can beat them. But I kind of see them as the favorites, because they've been there, done that before. They know what it's like to be there. They do, to me, have the more talented team. And I'm curious to see if those two guys can finally bring that championship back to Boston, which, if I'm not mistaken, would give them one more on the Lakers.
Yeah, and Mark, you put it on a tee there, because you walk into the Garden and one of those banners is Bill Walton's. He was the sixth man of the year in 1985-86, played 80 games.
I ain't even talk about the retired jerseys. Yeah.
So take us through, man. Hearing the news about Walton, ESPN colleague of yours, and everything he meant, whether it was UCLA, Helix High in San Diego, UCLA, 88-game win streak, 2 championships. Didn't get that third, David Thompson, NC State. And then the controversial start in Portland where he was injured and the fans were mad. Then he wins the championship and wins the MVP. Then he gets hurt again, and he's down for a while. Comes back to Boston as a 3.0 Walton and gets sixth man of the year and wins that championship, has to retire in 88, and then becomes this, Grateful Dead loving celebrity. What were all your experiences and thoughts, man, when you got the news?
The NBA PR sent out an alert in a tweet and X, whatever they call it these days, and so I get notifications anytime they have communications, and so you're expecting it to be the 2-minute report. You're expecting it to be some kind of awards at this time of the year. So, I didn't see that. I didn't see that coming. I didn't even know that Bill had cancer. So to see the headline and the news that they sent out that Bill Walton had passed, and I think I was one of the first people to tweet it out. I had to read it 2 or 3 times just to make sure it was correct. And even when I tweeted it out, I'm like, let me look at it one more time. Mm-hmm. And so I certainly had a chance to be around him. Probably the most time I got to spend with him was in Memphis a couple years ago, probably about 5 years ago. They had an MLK event in Memphis, and he and I were a part of a panel there. And I just remember him sitting. He wasn't on my panel, but he he was being honored that weekend, but he was like, him and his wife were sitting there taking in every word. And every time I saw him, it was always, Mark, how you doing? How's life? How you doing? And just warmly greeted me. And I was just like impressed that he even knew my name, right? Like just all the people he knows. And, you know, a lot of times guys like that might just shake your hand and say, you know, just kind of remember your face. But, you know, he knew my name. He always greeted me with a smile, greeted me with respect. And I love listening to him because I got to, you know, to me, when I'm watching a game, man, I much rather hear like the craziness of Bill Walton than the play-by-play. I know what's going on in the game. But to hear him talk about the universe and, hey, man, this beach in Oregon is amazing, and the world here and the great Pac-12 and all this stuff, I enjoyed that. Some people didn't really jive with it. I loved it. I thought it made the games more entertaining, that he would go 10 minutes without even talking about the last 10 plays. But he's a good man. He's in that list of players like him and Yao Ming and Ralph Sampson, where, you know, Grant Hill, where you wonder if they didn't have the injuries they had, what kind of presence could they had in NBA history. But, you know, nothing, he didn't even need that. We know he's a giant. Before he passed, he'll be a giant forever. And, you know, my condolences to Luke, Bill Walton's wife, their entire family.
And Mark, we were talking about it earlier today with Bill Walton. There's a whole generation that knows him as a basketball player. There's a generation that knows him as a broadcaster. It just seems like he really does transcend time and generations. So at the end of the day, how do you think people are going to remember the life of Bill Walton?
You know, I think it's mutually exclusive. You know, I do think that people should watch the Luckiest Man in the World documentary that's on ESPN Plus right now. I actually was watching it for the first time yesterday, and it's pretty fascinating. It goes through his whole life. I think it's more than one episode.
Yeah, it's 4.
It's really, really good. It's worth your time. So to me, I mean, I think of the amazing run he had at UCLA, even their loss coming to the end of their winning streak. You know, I didn't really realize all the craziness that happened in Portland when he got there, in terms of his political views and his injuries, and people like, you know, calling him Dollar Bill Walton because of his contract and stuff like that, like all the stress that he went to because he's such a happy-go-lucky guy. They know he really went through all that stuff in Portland. So it's I think for those who know him or those that don't know him, either way, you should, if you haven't seen that Luckiest Man in the World, it's certainly worth your time.
100%. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. I agree with you entirely. The Portland stuff, it wasn't all great. The first couple of years there, there was one guy they interviewed on the street. He goes, you know, Bill Walton likes the Grateful Dead, and I think most Oregonians would be happy if he was dead. That's what this guy said. They put that in the documentary last night. It was like, that's how, well, he was anti-Vietnam War, and you know, and people didn't want to hear it from them, you know, pre-Kaepernick kind of, you know. And he also spoke out on race relations.
He wasn't treated like Cap, though.
No, he was not treated like Cap. No, he was not. Yeah. But what a player. And then, you know, like you said, just the warmth and the humanity of the guy, spreading his arms wide, and his feelings. When there's certain people, when they walk in the room on a gloomy day, all of a sudden it's sunny. And he's a giant as a personality, a giant as a human, and just a giant light everywhere he went, man. So no, he's certainly missed. Yeah.
There would definitely never be somebody like him on TV again. He was a one of one.
And I know he was a Bruin and he was a Blazer, but maybe the Celtics have a little redhead mojo going. Who knows, right?
They say Danny Ainge just said they don't win that championship without him.
Yeah. So, I saw Ainge talking last night on ESPN, and he was, you know, I guess Ainge said he knew in the last couple of weeks. His inner circle knew. I was like you. I did not know. I mean, that's how he kept it from everyone. He was working basketball games this spring, but I guess the really close crew, they knew and they were ready. But man, oh man, 71. But what a life! What a life! It's gonna put a smile on everybody's face forever whenever they see him or talk about him. So, and like I said, maybe the Celtics have a little extra redhead mojo going this week.
No, and I'm sure. I mean, they did a moment of silence yesterday in Indiana, but I'm sure Game 1 of the NBA Finals they're going to do something to honor him.
Oh yeah, Silver was the one who kind of broke it to the world, and his statement was great. You know, it was really poignant. So anyway, man, it's a big, huge lot. Everybody writes this. I'm going to miss you. 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 And it's just true. We're going to miss him. You know, we're going to miss him. So Kareem doesn't emote much. You saw his post, didn't you?
Yeah, no. I mean, Magic, Kareem, Steph Curry, all the basketball legends chimed in, man. So, no, he's certainly, and like my only regret now is I didn't get a picture with him. You know, I've seen all these beautiful pictures with him, and not that I'm that kind of guy anyway.
It's just something, a memento.
I mean, but I met him. I got time with him, so almost wish I got more, you know. But no, definitely a fascinating, unique, probably got to be one of the most unique humans I've ever met in my lifetime, not even including basketball.
Yeah, it's a great
He
call.
just always had a really kind of obscure way of looking at things that only he can look at them. But he probably could have been a comedian too, man. He's just a very unique cat.
Well, I agree with you that the NBA will probably do something at the finals, and it'll be well-earned and well enjoyed. So we're just going to miss them from here on out. We appreciated you sharing basketball conversation. So go, Mark. Go. Stay safe. And that crazy Dallas scene, man.
Yeah, right.
That's
2 storms.
We'll talk to you during the
storm and a rainstorm. Man. I need to come back to Oakland, man. It's safer.
Right, exactly. Hey, when we talk to you, it'll be smack in the middle of the finals. So look forward to that. All right, enjoy the game. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
All right, take care.
Mark Spears, ESPN, man. So yeah, the Walton stuff continues, and we'll do it with Steve Lavin at 9:30. So hey, but the Giants, we haven't even talked about it. We talk about Friday nights where sports talk radio goes to die. Not in this case. And then yesterday, the Phillies. Hey, Philly fan, we heard you last night. Or yesterday afternoon, I should say. Hold this L, Philly fan. Hold it. Next on the Sports Leader.
Let the river flow. Listen to the river sing sweet songs to rock my soul.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Francisco Giants hitting coach Pat the Bat stopped by our show last Friday to talk about some of the Giants' bats like Matt Chapman, Luis Matos, and Elliot Ramos waking up over the past couple of weeks. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Swinging. There's a high drive. Deep right center field. It's on its way. Adios, pelota. It's hard to believe, but lightning strikes again. The runners go. The pitch. Little bouncer hits slowly to third. Chapman barehands it. One hops on to first, and Wade makes the grab. What a play on both ends. Wow. The Giants have won it on a miraculous play.
Wow, what a fun thing to relive, and what a great thing to hear is a good lover. Grateful Dead rejoin here. Well done, young Tony. You're doing awesome, kid. You're doing awesome. And Bill is happy somewhere. Bill's got a big smile. He's got his arms spread wide. Young Tony, welcome to the family. Want to go to a show? That's you know where the shows. You know where they're at right now. They're at the Sphere. Can you imagine what they're going to do for Bill this week's shows at the Sphere?
Oh, it's going to be a life-size or a giant-size Bill Walton with just the hands just going all the way around the Sphere.
Well, they're going to put Walton up on the Sphere?
They should.
Oh, I bet they will.
They should.
Oh, there's going to be just maybe the silhouette of him with the arms spread wide. But good one, but is a good feel-good tune, good lovin'. And as I let this play, I want to remind you guys we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care.
They got good loving over there, Murph.
What do you think? Yeah, that's Bobby singing there, too. So anyway, good loving for the Giants over the weekend. So it's crazy that Friday night is where Sports Talk Radio goes to die, particularly on a 3-day weekend, right?
Oh.
How do you talk Friday night on a Tuesday? But I feel like we have to.
I mean, Murph, after the 3-day weekend that I had, I almost forgot about Friday night in general.
So that was that night. I was at a poker. Ready for this? And you think of me as a poker player, by the way?
How was your poker face?
Lady Gaga's is better, shall we say?
Poker face.
Last year we did it, and I actually won. But this year I took a little bit of a hit. Didn't lose the farm, but came out with a little bit of the red.
Does a Brian Murphy know when to hold him, know when to fold him?
You know, it's funny. Man, oh, man. I don't. Always. I don't. And I knew when to walk away. I had to go home because Rory was home alone because Candace is back east at her reunion. So I had to leave. And at that point, I was a little, but I put all my chips into the pot. I'm like, you guys are playing for mine. So I left with I gave them a big fat pot to play for. But anyway, we were there Friday night, and I came in, and, you know, Coach Dillon was hosting us kindly in his backyard. Dude, do you put like a portable poker table? Like about, I don't know, about 12 feet long, maybe? 10 to 12 feet long?
Sounds professional.
With like a leather sort of curb to it where you could put your beer.
How'd that felt feel?
Good.
You get a good feeling of that felt?
I got to say, man, if you have like a portable poker table in your house, you got to have poker parties. Right?
Yeah, throw it outside. Why the hell not?
You call Marcus a D-Gen.
I know.
You're breaking out portable poker tables in the backyard.
By the way, was this poker game regulated? Huh?
The IRS doesn't need to know. Hey, where are you with poker?
Me and my buddies used to do poker night, like high school, college a little bit, and my buddy's dad had a portable poker table also, but it was a small little tiny one. Haven't played it in a while, though.
So when I played back in the day when I was growing, it was I think it was called 5-card draw or 5-card stud, where you just got 3 and you kick 2 back and you got 2. Now we're playing this Texas Hold'em.
Ooh.
Which involves the little blind and the big blind and the checks and all that. They basically had to hold my hand.
Yeah, I just go traditional 5-card poker.
Yeah, me too. No. Texas Hold'em is now you all get 2. And there's the turn and burn, and you're a young Texas Hold'em.
And the
kid?
river as well.
Yeah,
I'm more of a blackjack guy.
Okay.
I don't knock poker. I just play more blackjack.
The point of the darn story is that I said he had us over at 6:30, and that was when the rally was going. And I texted him. I said, "Dude, I got to see this Bailey at bat." Kaboom! Right, the grand slam. How about that, by the way? How about Bailey not missing that 2-0 fastball?
How about Patrick Bailey just swinging like he's never swung a bat in his entire life? And I mean that as a compliment. Like going back to his minor league scouting report, he was a defense-first catcher.
Yeah.
And then he got called up last year and was eclipsing higher numbers than he put up in San Jose, in Richmond, in Eugene. Like, the way that his bat has come around over the last year and a half has been absolutely an amazing development.
DH'd him which day? Saturday in New York?
Just to get his bat in the lineup.
And he got a game-tying hit.
I mean, I know we've been giving a lot of praise to Lamont Wade Jr. over the last couple of weeks, and deservedly so. We'll get more into Lamont in a couple minutes here. But Patrick Bailey, I think, consistently has been the best bat in this lineup.
I mean, incredible. And like you said, he was not billed as an offensive catcher. He's hitting 308 right now.
Yeah, and I remember like, oh, he's switch hitting, but maybe he won't even play against lefties because he's not great from the right side. No, he's productive from both sides of the plate right now.
Did you guys see the funny KNBR social post Saturday after they won with the Bailey headband?
Dude, I heard about this.
Said George Washington and the boys crossing the Delaware, handshake. Giants crossing 500. Very funny.
That's a good
Whether
post.
it was Austin, Michael, or Jack, one of those guys gets credit. Gets a hat tip from me. That was very fun. Of course, the Giants the very next day lost and fell back to 500. Let's go back to that decision on Sunday. So then, by the way, and then just to finish up Friday night, the play by Chapman. I really, honestly, it's not recency bias. I cannot think of a more dramatic play to end certainly a regular season game.
Yeah, better than the one he had a week ago in Pittsburgh, stealing away that hit from Joey Bart down the line.
Which was fantastic, but at that time they still had a 4-run lead.
Correct.
Now that could have been problematic because it would have been an RBI double and it would have been, but this was bases loaded 1-run game.
2 outs, game on the line, Matt Chapman charging in.
And if he throws that away, the game's over. They lose.
Oh, it's a walk-off we're talking about.
And if at the very least it's going to be a tie game because there's no way he's going to retire the hitter. But he does. I mean, are you guys seeing a better defensive third baseman? I mean, is it Arenado?
It's tough when you talk about two guys that played together at the same high school, but those are the two guys that you think about in this era right now especially. But, like, the fact that he's making these plays, and I want to make sure to give some love to Lamont Wade
without question.
for that dig, dude, that backhanded dig, which was his second dig of the inning after Tyro Estrada made a backhand play.
Is that where the hamstring started?
Ooh.
I read that, he mildly strained it.
Wow, I did not realize that connection at all.
Yeah, they said that he had that's because he sat out the Saturday. Oh. Yeah, I know. So, but listen, he was out there giving his body to the cause. So anyway, you mentioned Lamont, getting into him in a couple minutes here, because now we got a problem.
Yeah.
Because everything's going
there's
great.
an issue.
Friday night was just orgasmic. Saturday, Wade did it again, knocked in.
Game tying RBI in the ninth.
Wait for it, knocked in pinch runner Ryan McKenna. Thank you very much. After a flow single, Wilmer Flores. So then Sunday, which we can talk about in a second, but then yesterday, you're at the game, and he legs out a double and comes up lame, walks off very gingerly. We don't know the extent of it, but it ain't good. And now we don't even know there's no option. There's no left-handed first base option unless your suggestion, Blake Sable.
I think Blake Sable is the only kind of realistic option. I mean, you look around in Sacramento right now, it's not like they have a bat lighting it on fire at first base. David Villar is an option, but that's another right-handed bat.
Yeah.
So you're better off just playing Wilmer Flores in that situation. We saw Brett Wisely get an inning this Saturday at first base.
I looked up the baseball key. He played one game at first in the minors.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Tyler Fitzgerald had not played first base at all, and then they put him there this year. So they're willing to experiment.
Wisely's also 5'9". They ain't calling him stretch over there.
Yeah, keep him low. Keep giving him the one hoppers and let him dig it out. But, yeah, we've seen Blake Sable going back to spring training this year. Bob Melvin was actually pretty vocal about maybe this will be his long term in the MLB.
Or Flores just plays every day.
Yeah, you could get him in there against righties, but his numbers are not great against righties or lefties.
No,
this
he's
year.
hitting 216 against righties, 211 against lefties. He's actually, his OPS is slightly higher against lefties, but it's like 609 to 540 as a right. I mean, dude, there's an argument to be made that Wilmer might be, turning the corner to the back nine here. And we're seeing the
Yeah,
the back end of Wilmer.
That's why last year, again, I was pretty vocal around the trade deadline of Wilmer Flores being at his peak and maybe selling high, and now you've seen him kind of digress to what he was before last season.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I wouldn't have minded trading him last year at all. He is currently he's only 32. He'll be 33 in August.
Yeah.
He's hitting 214, which is by his career standards pretty low.
Correct, and I think that's one thing that we should point out with this hamstring injury. It doesn't seem like this is going to be a long-term injury, but you never know with these things because they linger. But when we asked Kype earlier this morning whether or not maybe they would go outside of the organization, maybe call up that baby giraffe, Brandon Belt, who's still a free agent right now. Now, Kype shot it down pretty quickly. Yeah. But he's a free agent. Yeah. He's a first baseman. He's a lefty. He's available.
I mean, I'm not closing the door, but I do understand he has, unless he's down there doing the Blake Snell I'm ready to go program where Blake Snell wasn't ready to go.
He's not getting at bats out in Abu Dhabi like our guy Pablo Sandoval was. Maybe call Pablo back. I don't know.
The thing about Wilmer, I'm looking at his career numbers here. Yeah, I'll call Pablo. Yeah, dude.
Hey, Pablo's in camp. He was in camp. Lefty. He can play first.
I'll put that on the grease board.
All right, we'll put it on the options.
I mean, you're right. He was with the team through spring.
Yeah, he was here earlier this year.
And he can absolutely play the one bag.
Exactly. And
100%.
And he was only exclusively swinging it from the left side during spring also.
I'll put it up there.
All right, might be onto something.
What are you?
Nick Young.
Nick Young eating Bob's?
Well, might be onto something.
So I'm looking at his career numbers, Wilmer Flores. He's a career 262 hitter, and last year he hit 284 with 23 bombs. Now, the year prior, he hit 229, but his OPS was 710. He hit 19 bombs. Right now, guys, he has one tank. He has one tank, and his OPS is 574. So it's a dramatic drop-off. So you could make an argument that Wilmer is due for a surge.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He's declining with his bat, and he's never been a great glove either. So you're going to take a defensive downgrade having Wilmer at first over Lamont Wade.
Pablo Sandoval. You said it.
I'm just saying.
Farhan, you listening, brother? Hey, one last Bill Walton call before we go to Lavin. David is calling in from the great town of Mill Valley. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing good, man. We're mixing Giants and Walton today. How are you?
Fantastic. So, I got to share this one story in the 80s. I was you remember that crazy sci-fi movie, Brazil, that was put on by one of the guys from Monty Python? Yes. So I'm at the Harvard Theater, and this guy sits down in front of me, and he's just totally huge. He's got on a headband. He's got on a tie-dye shirt, and I cannot see the movie. And I'm trying to look around him. Finally, I tap him on the shoulder, and I'm like, would you mind terribly moving over? And it's Bill Walton, and he's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Please let me try to find a better seat here. And then he proceeds to bring me popcorn and a soda. And he's the nicest guy in the world, and that's my Bill Walton story.
That's a great story. Just a little moment in time, man.
That's awesome.
That's great. Thanks for sharing, David. That's really funny, man. That's good. Yeah, I actually, no joke, somebody actually wrote on my social post of him that he also sat in front of them at a movie, too. I guess he goes to movies a lot. What's he got to do? He's got to go sit in the back row.
He's got to be standing in the back.
Yeah.
Then he'll be blocking the projector.
Hilarious, man. That was really good. All right, well, Steve Lavin, who, of course, born and raised in Marin County, Drake High School Pirate, state champ, and then coached at UCLA for all those years, coached at St. John's. He's the current coach at University of San Diego in Walton's hometown. He knows Walton very, very well, particularly from their years in Westwood, and he's a good talker. So we'll share some memories on Walton next on The Sports Leader.
We might be on to something.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The hardest thing about these Grateful Dead rejoins has been picking which songs. Like, we were going to go Standing on the Moon. We were going to go Going Down the Road Feeling Bad, but he found Not Fade Away. Somebody wanted Broke Down Palace. Well, it's a little sad. We got one planned for the final. Eyes of the World was good. Shakedown Street, all this stuff. But Bertha is such an upbeat toe tapper, as Jim Harbaugh would call it. I said, let's go with a little upbeat here. You can just spread your arms wide. He's Bertha. He name checked it in the set list that he gave to Tolbert. One of those hits that he did. Tommy, of course, will be full of memories. Listen to Jerry. Yeah, listen to Jerry. This is why he went to the shows. Young Tone, how's all this sound to you, buddy?
It's great stuff.
Yeah. You need to go to a show, I think. Yeah. I need to get you down to the Sphere.
Just recently been put on to Grateful Dead by, honestly, everybody here.
And it's live is the experience.
Yeah.
Live is the experience.
We got to get young Tony miracled into the Sphere.
Well, the Sphere is, I got to tell you, that stuff I saw in the Sphere, they have like a drone over the Haight-Ashbury, and then the Haight just spreads out on the wall, and you see like the Golden Gate Bridge from the pill. Oh, it's like, whoa, man. Mm-hmm. On Instagram, I was taken on a psychedelic trip. I can only imagine what it's like to be in there.
Imagine when your former producer gives you a couple mushrooms. Then you can really enjoy the set.
Very funny. All right, Steve Lavin. I saw him post on Twitter yesterday, and it reminded me of Steve was down in Westwood all those years, got to know Bill so well, and he's coaching down at the University of San Diego, where Bill drew his last breath, right, and left us. So just a good chance to catch up with a great basketball voice, Steve Lavin, great coach, friend of the program. Steve, it's been a long time since we had you back on KNBR in the morning. Brian Murphy here, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. And Steve, how are you, man?
Hey, morning, Steve.
Good. Still processing, the loss of Bill Walton, obviously, as we all are in the basketball world. But he leaves such a great legacy for all of us in terms of the example he set, living his life full throttle, as I said yesterday on the post regarding him. So he'd want us to continue to hard charge forward and to be grateful. And he brought that just relentless spirit, the awe and wonder that he had for life and learning. Again, just really raised the bar for all of us.
And I know you're inspired by Gene Cady and John Wooden, but Walton has to play a role in there somewhere. So, so you get to Westwood as an assistant in the early 90s. You wind up being head coach there. Can you take us through what role Bill Walton played in your time in Westwood, when you would see him, when he would come into town, what the conversations were like?
Yeah, for starters, he's such a luminary, a bigger-than-life figure when it comes to, the history of UCLA athletics, basketball aside, right? He's such an accomplished individual, and he was an academic All-American. He had a great intellect. So not only was he a, tremendous basketball player in the history of the game, but a real scholar, and he had interests outside of basketball, and that starts with his mother and father. And the things that they instilled in terms of the right virtues and values and being a good person. And they didn't push athletics, and yet his brother played football and played in the NFL, and of course Bill had his remarkable career. But when you met Bill, it was more about life and philosophy. He was always fighting for the underdog, a big champion of social justice. And, of course, he was shaped by those old school parents, and obviously John Wooden, who was born in 1910 and passed in 2010. So we know Coach Wooden had that old-fashioned approach and virtues and values and tried to instill that in his athletes and his teams. But interestingly, Bill was shaped in his youth in high school and college during revolutionary times in our country's history with civil rights, the Vietnam War, and he was an activist and a protester. So, naturally, I think as the years went by, he mellowed in some regard, but always held on to that conscience for helping those down on their luck or those that are underserved. And that was, one of the many great traits or attributes, characteristics that jump out when you think of Bill Walton. But we recruited his sons So had, many visits to the home here in San Diego. And the last couple of years, literally we're 4 or 5 blocks apart in terms of living in the same neighborhood. And always was gracious in terms of opening his doors and having us over to his home. And just a supporter that would check in with encouraging texts. But yeah, he broadcast games at UCLA. He obviously was attending games of all his children. When Luke was at Arizona, we'd see him even more frequently. And of course, he was the voice of the Pac-10 when it came to basketball through the years. So he also was really helpful when I was fired at UCLA. He was one of the first people to reach out and actually connected me with George Bodenheimer and John Wildhack and Burke Magnus and Mark Shapiro, some of the executives at that time, Norby Williamson, the guys that were at ESPN. So he was the guardian angel that really kind of allowed me to get a second career going when I was at a low point, or what you feel is a shattered point in your life at 38 years old when you're fired at UCLA. And the big redhead really came through, and that led to 7 years at the network and getting back into coaching and then going back into TV and now returning to coaching again. So I have to thank him and will be eternally grateful on that personal note.
Just another great Bill Walton story. Steve Lavin, the voice you hear. Of course, Marin County's own Drake High Pirate, but now coaching at USD in Bill's hometown, and was at UCLA for all those years where Bill, of course, was the icon.
And Steve, when I think of the name Bill Walton, the word that pops in my head is authentic. And it felt like you can feel that authenticity through his broadcast. It just felt like you were sitting there and watching the games with one of your buddies. So tell us, what are those conversations like? And was Bill the same person off air that he was on air?
Very similar. Got a bang out of life, had a great sense of humor, enjoyed needling, his friends, and loved to tell the Coach Wooden stories that you would hear on air and all of Coach Wooden's great adages. He also was a natural teacher and always sharing kind of universal life lessons that transcend sport. And like Coach Wooden and like many coaches, he saw the game as a metaphor for life, and the game reveals character, but also allows us to learn really valuable aspects that sustain us through sport and beyond. And so the conversations were colorful. I mean, he, let's face it, was irreverent. He was unique. He was a trailblazer, literally and figuratively, not only a Portland trailblazer, but a trailblazer in his style on air. The confidence to go on riffs. And even if it had nothing to do with the game, he sometimes would try and weave it back into being relevant to the game, and might drive some, listeners and viewers crazy. But you had to love that unique kind of spirit. And like a Robin Williams, but a broadcaster, he could go on those extemporaneous riffs as well as anybody that I know. And so, again, you were talking philosophy and music, obviously, on tour through the years with the Dead, summer nights where he's dancing under the stars, and again, celebrating the wonder and the awe of the universe. And he just was one of a kind, right? I mean, they threw the mold away. And again, I think such an interesting guy because old school parents, old school coach and John Wooden, played for Dr. Jack Ramsey with the Trailblazers, played for Lenny Wilkins, played for Casey Jones, all Hall of Fame coaches there. And yet he also was really progressive and wasn't afraid to kind of push the envelope and to speak up, to speak out for the important causes. He really was a champion, again, for locally here in the community, for those that were displaced, veterans that were down on their luck. We've got a big foundation down here called the Lucky Duck Foundation that, kind of reaches out and helps those in need, homeless and displaced folks. And we know in the Bay Area, we've had our set of challenges in that regard, and really all urban centers in our country are having those challenges, and the mental health issues as well, and kind of a collision of all those factors. And COVID more recently has played a part in that. But Bill, right up to the end of his life, was fighting the good fight in regard to helping those in need.
Wow, it's just such great stuff, Steve. I wish we could go on and on and on. We have a couple minutes left. There's this cartoon I found on Twitter. A guy named Marshall Ramsey drew a political cartoon or a sports cartoon. It's up in heaven, and there's a tie-dye shirt wearing Bill Walton with angel wings. and John Wooden with a halo of him in the clouds, and he's welcoming him, and it says, "Bill, you played a magnificent game." And I think it's just such a beautiful cartoon. Gets me choked up. But it makes me think, you saw Wooden and Walton together. Do you have any memory, like an anecdote or a day, the conversations they would have? You know, Bill would call him in Encino twice a week and sing to him and tell him he loved him and everything. So you got to see it firsthand. You got to see the Wizard and the Redhead right together in Pauley Pavilion.
Yeah, there's such an interesting, contrast, and yet they worked in concert so well as a coach and a player. And Bill often talked about, the joy that sports should bring, and that sports should be a celebration of life. Young people able to run up and down the floor in their sneakers and shorts and to share the basketball and, again, to play as a team. And those traits that carry over into other aspects of life, selflessness and preparation and attention to detail and what it takes to be a great teammate. And so they were fascinating when you look at how different they were and yet the love they had for one another. And that was what was remarkable about Coach Wooden, was his flexibility and his mindset. He coached GI Bill guys in the late, mid-40s, even into the early 50s when he was at Indiana State and then UCLA. But he also coached veterans from the Korean War and the Vietnam War. And he was coaching, during really radical times in terms of, this country going through dramatic changes. You think of, the number of aspects, not just civil rights and the Vietnam War, but the anti-establishment and the drug experimentation generation, the sexual revolution and all that. And it speaks to, again, Coach Wooden's flexibility. That's why he had such great longevity, that he was able to still find ways to connect with young people, whether it was Bill Walton in the 70s or it was, coach players in the 1940s at Indiana State or even South Bend Central High School or Dayton, Kentucky was his first job at Dayton High School in Kentucky. But those two just had this magical relationship. And as the decades went by, I think Bill Walton appreciated Coach Wooden even more and realized, what he was a handful, what type of handful that he was to coach. And so just a wonderful relationship the two of them shared. And, of course, all of Bill's children got to know Coach Wooden almost as a grandfatherly figure. And that was a real gift as well.
So many things. We could go on and on and on, Steve. We appreciate so much of the memories, and from the Pauley Pavilion floors to San Diego neighborhoods. And thanks for sharing some memories. We wish you all the best, and we'll look forward to our next conversation.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Look forward to it, fellas. We'll do it again. I'll be up north here this summer, so maybe we'll get together.
Yeah, give us a call or let us know. See you at a Giants game or something, all right?
Exactly.
All right.
Got it.
All
I'll
right,
take you up on that. Take care.
Steve Lavin, Drake High Pirate, man. And then, in that anecdote, we can go on and on. I know we got to get going, but in that documentary, Walton's kids say that when Bill would make the lunches, he would write John Wooden little sayings and encouragements in notes and put it in their school lunch. Luke was like, I'd get to school, I open it up, and I see this "Be quick but don't hurry" written in my thing.
In the middle of the sandwich?
Yeah, in the middle of the sandwich.
That's phenomenal. And that was a great conversation with Steve Lavin. That's brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
See if we can squeeze in a couple more of those funny, those great Walton sounds on the other side, and then hand it over to Papa and Lund and get a health report next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, that's the only way to end it, right? It's the only way to end it with the iconic ripple. Let it play, man. Don't turn this down at all. Do not fade this out. This could just take us to the end. Come on, Jerry. Let's go. This is one of the prettiest songs you'll ever hear. Really is. He says, it's just the best. It's the best. It's Walton. He's smiling. We'll let it go for a little bit here. Let there be songs to fill the air. Let there be Bill Walton stories to fill the air. Has a rapper sampled this?
This, I don't think so, Murph.
Is there a reggae version?
Not quite yet. Stay tuned. I'm sure we can find one.
Is there a reggae version for Reggae Friday?
Yeah. I'm sure somebody's done a cover.
We just got to get to the... Yeah, here it is right here, baby, right here. That's all we needed. There you go. Really good tributes from young Tony today. Very proud of you, kid.
That's
You did a really
Deadhead
nice job.
Tony you're talking to
Yeah,
now.
well, he's in. When you get Ripple, there's no... I mean, Bill right now is spreading arms wide. It's, young Tony, come to the sphere. Come down. It's the perfect time. And, you know, they'll understand at KNBR. They'll understand. He's just do his thing. So, anyway, fun day of memories. And as everybody's saying, like, I cannot remember a celebrity/athlete passing that has created more outpouring than this. It makes me sad he didn't get to hear all this. It's the age-old, why didn't you say this when you were alive? But I think Bill actually did feel this when he was alive. I do. I feel like he knew. I think like when he's sad, I mean, cancer is just, you know, the worst. We needed 20 more years of Bill. Yeah. We're not getting it because of cancer. But I bet when he was in his fading days, he knew.
And there's always the saying that we hear a lot in life, live every day like it's your last. I feel like Bill Walton kind of embodied that.
Yeah.
Like every time you saw him, he was having the best time of his life.
Well, you know, one of the things we haven't talked about is his bike riding. He was an insane bicyclist, pre-e-bike. And in that documentary, you see him pedaling that 10-speed up and down the hills of the coast of Oregon and California. He did long bike rides. You talk about, you know, enjoying life. He would hop on his bike and bike the coast for hundreds of miles, overnights, camping, and all that.
Like, we played a clip earlier of him in the broadcast booth with the Giants with Krukow and Kyper, and he's like, oh, this is a job? I thought you guys just kind of showed up and talked. And that's kind of how it felt when he was doing a broadcast. Like, he shows up in his tie-dye T-shirt, in his chair so that his hips are above his knees, and he's just out there waxing poetics like a modern-day philosopher or something.
Okay, we have a really funny one to end with, so why don't we do the business first before the really funny one to end with here? Yeah.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Thank you, Murph. It is time for our Giants Sutter Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health. And I'm sorry I got to be the guy to break the bad news, but Lamont Wade Jr. left yesterday's Giants game with a left hamstring strain as he was trying to stretch out a double. Well, here was Bob Melvin's comments about Lamont Wade Jr. and how he possibly could headed towards the IL after yesterday's game.
Yeah, well, I mean, doesn't sound great. You can have an MRI tomorrow. It's almost for sure IL at this point.
Oh, no, that does not sound good. Almost for sure going to land on the IL. We'll get the MRI results today, so make sure you're tuned in and locked into the sports leader. And that, of course, is your Giants Sutter Health update. From 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits, Sutter is dedicated to help making patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
Yeah, and we talked about the options, and you know, I mean, it's not many. Blake Sable, you pointed out, left-handed, can play first. I don't know how good he'd be over there.
Blake Sable, get your bat ready.
Yeah, and did I say Blake Snell? I meant Blake Sable.
Ooh.
But and then you brought up Pablo Sandoval, dude.
Hey, he was with the team earlier this year.
Yeah.
Left-handed bat, can play first. I'm sure they'll probably test out other options, whether it's a Sable, a Brett Wisely, Tyler Fitzgerald got some reps in spring training at first base. He's been hot in Sacramento.
Play Flores.
Yeah, or you just play Wilmer every day.
And just kind of deal with the glove that's a little sketchy, and then the lack of offensive
production. And who knows? With a hamstring injury, Lamont could be back in a week, or he could be back in a month. We'll stay tuned for the MRI results.
Conforto's still taking it easy on his.
Yeah, and now you're looking at a lineup without Conforto, without Lamont Wade Jr., without Jung-Hoo Lee. They're missing left-handed bats.
And yet we're pretty high because ever since the Dog Ass Manifesto, I think they're like 11-4 or something like that. All right, this is the one we wanted to get to. This was from the documentary The Luckiest Guy in the World. And John Wooden in the early 70s was beginning to figure out that his players were engaging in extracurriculars. So at practice one day, he wanted to find out what they were smoking.
One day at practice, I noticed Coach Wooden coming out of the locker room. And he goes right over to Greg Lee and starts having a conversation.
The most respected coach in America pulls you aside, and he said that it's come to my attention that you're highly dependent upon marijuana. And I said, Coach, I sometimes smoke marijuana, but I never do it before a game or before practice or anything like that.
The conversation ended. Coach Wooden pivots and just makes a beeline straight to me. Bill, it's come to my attention that you've been smoking marijuana. And I'm trying to think what to say to that question. Cleared my throat and got as serious as I possibly could. And I said, Coach, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Need the biggest laugh track for that there, buddy.
I mean, come on.
Do you have any ganja sound bites over there or no?
Oh, you talking like
any of the
ganja sound bites?
Just anything to represent the community. No?
I've got some Don Nelson for you if you want it.
Yeah, I've been smoking some pot.
Well, he gave a better answer than Greg Lee because Greg Lee, they said he wound up cutting his playing time after that answer, and he thinks that's what cost the 88-game win streak at Notre Dame is he benched Greg Lee for the entire second half after he told him, whereas the better answer was, Coach, I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, he went Jeremy Piven.
Yeah, Murph. He went a little...
Deny till you die, pal.
Oh, man.
Coach, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know we're out of time, but one of the many, many, many stories was that, when he got arrested for protesting the Vietnam War and Wooden had to pick him up out of jail, he said, Bill, I'm very disappointed in you. I'd rather you write a letter to the president. So Walton went into Wooden's office in Westwood at UCLA and got John Wooden letterhead that says from the office and desk of John Wooden and had all the national championships on the letterhead. And he typed out a letter to Nixon urging him to resign, signed, and he gave it to Wooden. He said, well, coach, I wrote a letter. It just happens to be on your letterhead. Will you sign this?
Will you sign it?
He's like, I'm not signing that, Bill. Well, Walton says in the documentary, he says, coincidentally, a short time later, Nixon did resign. So I think I had some effect.
I'm giving credit to Bill Walton
anyway,
for that one.
Listen, it's been quite a day. We're all gonna miss him so much, and just embrace your life, guys. Live it every day the best you can. That's what Bill would want. So, and let there be songs to fill the air. All right, well done, Young Tone. Good job, Sunburn. We didn't even talk about John Joe's sunburn.
Oh, it's a bad sunburn.
All right, Giants tonight. We don't know who's pitching.
Nope.
We'll be here tomorrow to talk about it. Hey, it's time for Papa and London. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I have found that mushrooms only help you. I stand in and lean back and then just bam. Where is the offense?
Because I'm the luckiest dude in the world, man.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Flight is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Little bouncer hits slowly to third. Chapman barehands it. One hops on to first, and Wade makes the grab. What a play on both ends. Wow. The Giants have won it on a miraculous play. Bader swings, lifts a fly ball to right. Yaz trotting a little bit to his left, and near the foul line, he's got it. The Giants have beaten the Mets. There's a pitch. There's a base hit into center field. Over the head of the shortstop, and the Mets have won it. Bounced back to Doval, and he jumps up to get it, throws it over to first, and the ball game is over. The Giants came from behind to regain the lead. The Phillies never scored a run after the fourth inning. For the Giants, their 9th win in the last 11 games. Giants 8, Phillies 4.
I'm the luckiest dude in the world, man. I was born into a world of hope, optimism, peace, love, books, and music. I found basketball when I was 8 years old, 3 years after I found my bike. And then, just 1 year later, I found Chick Hearn on the radio, and that changed everything for me. When I was 15, I found the Grateful Dead, UCLA, and John Wooden.
Oh, man, the stories are unbelievable. Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. We got Bill Walton to eulogize at 71, taken far too soon. We'll get into that conversation. The Giants, almost perfect since we last spoke, had the one blown save. Lamont Wade Jr., we got to talk about Blake Snell, all the stuff. But they did beat the Phillies. They doubled them up yesterday, 8-4. You're down in Santa Clara, getting ready for some Niners stuff. We got NBA playoffs, weekend recap, and more. Good morning, my friend.
Yeah, a lot to get to be sure. And we'll talk about our respective weekends. I think we had opposite weekends. But Memorial Day is a day to reflect, obviously. And we got the news early yesterday morning of the passing at the way too young age. But he lived more in 71 years than the rest of us will live in 142 years. I mean, that guy lived from everything he did athletically and afterwards. And I got to know Bill very well as a broadcaster, obviously. Actually, sat initially behind him, and then how big and tall he is right next to him at a Fleetwood Mac concert. It must have been 2017, July 2017 at Dodger Stadium. It was a really hard day for me and my family and my daughter's plight. But spending that night with my other daughter and Bill was amazing. And walking out with him and just pure joy. I mean, we'll get into it more, John, as time goes on. A lot of people have reached out to me to come on the air today to tell Bill Walton's stories. Beautiful. He was a beautiful basketball player. I never saw the game played the way he played it. At UCLA, he would post up a lot. But especially when he got with Dr. Jack, it really was a soccer. It was a beautiful game. The way he ran the game from the high post as a center. Never saw a center face the basket like him. Russell did with a handoff and Cliff Lee, but he didn't run the whole offense. Elvin Adams did in Phoenix around that time. Other guys have been doing it some. Willis Reed, but Bill was, they ran the whole team through him at the high post. And it was just couldn't stop him. He was a great shooter from the elbow, great passer. The debilitating back and knee injuries that he had, foot injuries, and what he did in Boston coming off the bench with Red and Larry was amazing. And what he was as a person. The broadcasting he did, he touched everybody. We had him on many times and many long-form interviews with him. And then when he was younger, John, at UCLA, he was such a dominant college player. Goes to Portland with the long hair and the beard. It was just so many different. It's like Bill Walton had 71 different chapters of his life in his 71 years. But what an incredible soul. Going back to boycotting the war and the connection with Patty Hearst and all that time the government was on him. I mean, honestly, we would have liked to have seen him live much longer because he's such a beautiful man. He touched so many people. But, man, did Bill Walton get a hell of a lot done in 71 years.
No doubt. I mean, when people say that there'll never be another one like him, that term gets thrown around far too much. But with Bill, it's just 100% true. Like I said, we had him on all the shows around here, and you'd ask him one question, and he would just go off. We had him on weekly at ESPN, and he would even tell us that, like, you guys can go. I'm just going to talk. The best one I had was Tom and I were when we were working together. We were in Maui and he was doing the Maui Classic over there, and he had his bike stolen. And it's 7-foot guy, 6'11" guy. He's got this custom bike, and we were walking by him, and he was having dinner, and we sat down for a minute, and nothing's a minute with Bill Walton, and it was. It was 20 minutes on an in-depth of what a bike provides a person and the freedom of a bike. And, oh, Tom, my bike. And it was unbelievable, just classic Walton, man, but in the flesh, sitting there at a dinner table. I mean, just like you said, an amazing man. And truly, this absolutely is perfect for Bill Walton. There just won't be another one like him.
Certainly hasn't been one like him to this point. So I don't know why there would be one after him.
Yeah, and like you said, in every way, shape, or form, from a basketball player to UCLA activist, and if people haven't seen that documentary on him, just absolutely amazing. And he lived in Portland in this house and allowed people to just come and go, and just an amazing dude. And like you said, I mean, he had a stutter, he overcame it. And ironically, with NBC, with NBA going back to NBC, he and Snapper Jones, and I mean they were great together. And anything Bill touched, and he loved the Pac-12, and it's now gone too. So I guess there's a little appropriate. But we know lots of guys too. Dave Pasch, we would talk about, Roxy Bernstein, guys that worked with him all the time that we knew and told stories. And it's just a sad day, man. I didn't know he was that sick. I didn't realize that Bill was that sick. So. Anyway.
Yeah, he's been bad. I mean, obviously the cancer, but he's really been bedridden for a number of years. I mean, remember, he was the first guy that wore sneakers. And I don't know if Bill wore a suit, but, on the air, on it with a blazer and a tie and a dress shirt, Bill would always wear sneakers because he was so paralyzed. He was the first that I ever saw do that. And the stutter, I remember having a long talk with him at the LA Sports Arena. He was becoming a star with Ralph Lawley. He did Clippers games for a long time. And he opened up about overcoming the stutter and how he did it. And it was tough. When he was young, it was tough. He didn't talk a lot. That's why when it was hard for him, and the people lived in his homes, they were, the Patty Hearst situation was, who exactly is Bill Walton? What is this guy aligned with? It was a weird time in his life, and it was hard for him to articulate his side of it because he was private. First of all, he didn't talk much. Coach Wooden didn't want his players talking, and then he just couldn't talk. He had a stutter. But to become the broadcaster that he became, and a guy that he couldn't get started with his speech, then you couldn't shut him up.
Yeah, that's the ironic.
So ironic. Right? But just a beautiful, beautiful basketball player. He played the game beautifully, and that's exactly who Bill Walton is as a person. He is a beautiful human being.
Well said. We will get more into Bill Walton. I know Tom will as well. Tom worked with him at NBC, had him on numerous times, and they had a close relationship. So Tom Tolbert will talk more about him. Tom with Crowley, Garrett Crowley today. So make sure you tune in at 2:00, and they'll talk more about Bill Walton. All right, here's what we'll do. We talked Bill there, so let's get into all the Giants stuff over the weekend. We got a lot of games to discuss. You are down in Santa Clara for the 49ers. We'll explain more about that as well. Tons of stuff. Angel Hernandez, people are celebrating all over baseball. Angel Hernandez is going to announce his retirement today, so we have a ton of stuff to get into, plus the NBA playoffs. The Celtics on their way to the NBA Finals. They're just waiting probably on the Mavs. We're up 3-0, so we got a ton there, but a bunch of Giants to get into. They're above 500. They beat the Phillies. They only had one blip on the radar. Tyler Rogers struggling in that ninth inning the other night in New York. So we'll get into all those things on a Monday. Wide open on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. It's the same number at 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR. So hit us up on that as well. We'll get to all of it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning, recap the Giants series win over the Mets, discuss the passing of Bill Walton and what he meant to the sports world. You can check out that podcast and more, the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The pitch. Elliott rolls one up the middle. Into center field, base hit. Estrada's in to score. Here comes Chapman. He will score as well. Ramos knocks in two. A hard hit ball right back up the middle. It's 8-4 Giants.
Man, where do we start with the Giants? Got a ton of stuff over the weekend. They only lose the one. Tyler Rogers blows the 1/9 inning, but Lamont Wade Jr., they're now looking for a first baseman. Patrick Bailey was absolutely great over the weekend. Matt Chapman, Papa's plays the week on Friday. We already have a winner because Matt Chapman, not only is that maybe, I'm not going to reveal this because these are on Friday at 1:30 and it's Papa's choice. But Matt Chapman says it's the best play of his career. That was a hell of a play on Friday night. So they win 8-7. They, of course, in comeback fashion. They come back again on Saturday. They win 7-2. They get 5 in the 10th inning of that one. They lose. Tyler Rogers couldn't use Camilo Duvall on Sunday, so they lose that one, even though they had it. And then yesterday they double up on the Phillies 8-4, but they do lose Lamont Wade Jr. So a lot to discuss with the Giants, who are over 500. And I don't care how early it is, they are the third wild card team despite all these injuries. Hit us up, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Anything over the long weekend you want to discuss, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We can even talk about Blake Snell, who, although making progress, I don't know if I talk about a $30+ million pitcher that way, but that's what they're trying to sell us.
Yeah, what a weekend. The Giants baseball, obviously, that play at the end of the game on Friday night. I mean, Chapman, to where he sets up in the slow roller like that, I think we all thought, whoa, he's not going to get this one. And then, but really the story was Lamont Wade Jr. going into a backup and a stretch, and the way he contorted his body, and he had one earlier with Tyro that set him up to pop the hammy. He came in the next day and a big pinch hit, base hit, but he was out trying to stretch a extra bag into second base, and then obviously, took Sunday off, and Brett Wisely's done an amazing job. And then yesterday, again, hits one off the wall, and then going between first and second, he pops the hammy. So he wanted to get out there and play, and that's the thing about hamstrings. They're just, you got to wait them out. If you don't wait them out long enough, little pulls turn into whatever we're going to find out today is what grade they're going to put it on. If he tore it completely, it could be a major issue. But for him personally here in late May, John, I mean, he's looking at an all-star appearance. He's the one Giant that's clearly an all-star, and he may get named to the all-star team. I don't know if he's going to have enough plate appearances 2 months in to get that recognition. Not being a huge name, you're not going to get the vote or anything, but I just feel for Lamont because I think he was undeniably going to be an all-star this year, and that's he may not be healthy enough. We'll see what they do. As far as Blake Snell, his stuff was overpoweringly good early in the outing yesterday, and then he had a 29-pitch third, a 35-pitch fourth, and he was gone. And he kept getting into hitters counts, 3-1s, and early to Real Muto, that was a hitter's count. It went to 3-1 to Schwarber. His fastball is like it always is. He has a tendency to nibble a little bit with that pitch, but Kyle Harrison's not locked in all the time. How far from it, and he gets so much swing and miss. But they're just not going out of the strike zone to get Blake Snell, and he had a really good slider early in the game yesterday. His changeup, his curve was bouncing. But then the Phillies, they went into it a lot like, Connor Joe in Pittsburgh did, John, where they were not going to swing at borderline pitches. They were going to get him out of the game and make him throw a lot of pitches. So just watching yesterday, I almost think he needs to start pitching backwards, where what he's doing is he's getting ahead when he can. Now, with the Schwarber falling behind 3-1, he had to come over the fastball, and even though it's 95, Schwarber can hit a high fastball. We know that, especially one that's low and in that fed his swing yesterday, but he can cover the whole strike zone. But I think Blake, they're spitting on his breaking stuff later in the at-bat. They're just not offering at it. And so I would say try to start out hitters with his breaking stuff, with his slider, with his straight change, with his curveball in the dirt. The curveball is more of a put-away two-strike pitch, so maybe save that one. But throw those for strikes. Don't throw those in the dirt for chase pitches. Then put them away with the fastball later in the count and pitch backwards. I mean, Kyle Harrison has the same problem, and it's way more dramatic with his lack of arm side command. Lefty pitcher, left side of the plate, so into lefty, away from a righty. His misses are like not even close. But then he has enough run in that fastball, he gets hitters to offer at it. So I don't know how he said, I got to attack more. Maybe he needs to attack early in the count with his breaking pitches, in particular his slider and his straight change, and then finish him off with the fastball.
Yeah, and the other thing I noticed, you said this the other day, because like you said, he threw 90 pitches through 4 innings, and it's clearly what teams do to him is just to say, okay, we're just going to wait you out. And because he just doesn't challenge enough, and this is just who he is, whether he was red hot last year in the second half of the season with the Padres, he feels like he can get behind in hitters and then come back and his stuff is good enough. I'd just like to see him challenge up front. I'd like the Giants to, in their philosophy, said, look, we love what you did last year. We love it. But being on the edge and then trying to pitch your way out of every batter where you go to a 3-ball count is not the way to go. Challenge hitters earlier in the count. Get ahead in the count. I mean, I know he wants to do that, but when you look up, and here's where I think down the line this is really going to hurt. Jordan Hicks is 5 and fly. This guy's going 4 innings. Harrison is generally going 5 innings. You only have one guy in Logan Webb who has terrible luck again, went 7 innings, and they don't get the win in his start. But they're not getting deep enough into games, and they're still winning games, and I'm not down on them. It's awesome. The way that they're playing is great right now. But by 3 of the 4 starters, and then today we still don't know who's going to pitch. So I guess what is it going to be, another opener type of a situation? But you're taxing your bullpen again. So you're taxing your bullpen with an opener situation every 5 days, and then 3 of your other 4 pitchers are 5 and fly guys, or in Snell's case 4 and fly, because you're throwing 90 pitches through 4 innings. They've got to rectify these things somehow, because I like the way Hicks is pitching, but he's a 5-inning guy. So your bullpen is going to get taxed. And they were great yesterday. I mean, they gave up nothing, but it's, you see the bullpen kind of going up and down because some guys that I love what Randy Rodriguez is doing and everything like this, but they've got to get more out of their starters outside of Logan Webb.
And I think with Blake, he even said it, John, that he's just got to attack more, but he's a chase guy. When you watched him dominate last year, that curveball was a put-away pitch. It was a dirt ball. So he's got to try to just nibble a little bit less and get in the strike zone more, but I think he needs to try to put him away with his fastball, because they're just spitting on the stuff in the chase, and you got to disciplined hitters. He was saying he knows the Phillies hitting coach, and he knew the plan, and obviously led by Connor Joe, the Pirates, just anything close.
Everybody's playing, right?
They're not. That's the way to do it. You wonder how he got so many swings and misses, but I think he'll be. I just think he needs to start pitching backwards a little bit, save the fastball for the foot-away pitch and paralyze them. But he does need to overall attack. His next start is going to be against the New York Yankees sometime this weekend. Right. That's assuming, his wife or his girlfriends and they got to think about it. I'm not going to tell them how to run their family, but it may be time to induce.
Well, let's go, man.
Well, May 20th is their due date. So It's safe now. The baby's been in for over 41 weeks.
Yeah.
So it may be time to induce now. We'll see. That's up to, obviously, to her and her gyno and Blake. But whatever. I'm just saying. I mean, the Yankees are smart hitters. Not only are they tremendously skilled, but now that Suado's in the middle of all that right-handed power, he's going to have to face them next week. So these teams they're spitting on his breaking pitches. They're not offering at it. All that being said, Giants did win the game yesterday, and they did score 8 runs. And it's amazing that 2 games they've lost on the road trip were Logan Webb starts where they blew leads late. Not having the closer ready, not using him up 6-2, then using him the day before with a 4-run lead. And, that got bloated when Yaz cleared the bases with a triple. Wasn't available Sunday, but still 12 hits yesterday and 8 more runs the way they're swinging the bat. I think now they're more equipped to deal with Lamont going out for an extended period of time, John, but they got to get Wilmer Flores going. We'll talk about all the different, who's coming up and what are they going to do and who's going to play at first base. Wilmer Flores was the best hitter on this team last year in every regard. Lamont is now now that Lamont's going to be out for weeks. Wilmer Flores needs to be the Wilmer Flores we saw last year.
Yeah, let's get into some options. We'll do that at the bottom of the hour and talk about first base. Just like you said, though, so many guys stepped up during this road trip. Patrick Bailey, as we constantly talk about. Matt Chapman, both with the bat and the glove. That play made on Friday night was amazing. But how about Brett Wisely? You know, a guy that seems to have changed his approach a little bit. He's hitting in the 9-hole. Not much is expected from him. He gets that single up the middle. He's showing a little bit of power. You know, I don't know if he can play shortstop. I don't know that he can long term. I mean, hell, they could put him they were putting him at first base. So I mean, he looks like maybe he's that Tyler Fitzgerald. He's played center field, but he's come up. I know it's a small sample size, but he's come up and given it a little bit of fire, a little bit of power, and from a totally unexpected source. Because man, I was seeing him at AAA and seeing the numbers and going, yeah, you're in the PCL, but man, he's come up and swung the bat well.
He's changed. I mean, the guy we saw last year was a buggy whipper. He was an uppercutter, and Damon Minor had him completely change his swing, where he's more of a line drive hitter, and he's barreling everything. I mean, you've lost Jung-Hoo Lee for the whole year. You've lost Lamont Wade Jr. for several weeks. Lee was leading off most days against lefties. He had third some. Lamont was a leadoff hitter early in his career. He's a top-of-the-order hitter. So now you're searching, for who even going to lead off or how you going to. Matos, to me, it's not that he doesn't walk. It is partly that, but he doesn't see enough pitches.
Yeah, he's
As a leadoff hitter, like you get in the box tonight against Zach Wheeler, go show me everything he's got tonight. I know what he had in his last start on the video. Show me what he's got tonight. Can you get in there, even if you fly out to right sharply to Castellanos? Can you see 6 or 7 pitches? He doesn't do that. He's one and whack. So I think he's more of a down-in-the-order hitter. I'm not saying Wisely's an everyday player, but the way he's swinging the bat with his more flat swing, he's barreling everything and driving in runs. He could be a middle-of-the-order RBI producer as well, because he's going to be up with guys around him. So I don't think he's a first baseman at that size. Did show a good stretch. He hardly ever played there. Really, he's a second baseman, center fielder. So I think Wilmer's going to play just about every day. We'll see what corresponding move. We haven't heard anything on David Villar yet coming back, but they're going to have to do something here, John. But it's just the offense is starting to kick in gear now, and at some point, Conforto's going to come back, Slater's going to come back at some point, Nick Ahmed at some point. But along the way, early in the year, they were surviving with a mediocre offense. I mean, last time we saw Zach Wheeler, the Giant offense was just inert. They couldn't do anything against that guy. Chapman was getting blown away with high fastballs. Since that time, they're starting to thrive now offensively, and they've overcome the rash of injuries to the veteran guys. It's short in the outfield spots, the catcher position. Casale is just, ever since he's arrived, they've gone 9-2. But you're going to have to endure more. And this Lamont Wade Jr. one, he's been in so many middle of so many rallies. I think if you get Wilmer back to what Wilmer can be, you can overcome it. But that's going to be a tough loss to lose him for, what are we looking at here? At least 6 weeks with this hamstring, maybe more.
Possibly. He has an MRI today, so we'll get the latest from Lamont Wade Jr. So what are the alternatives? You want to get into anything about the weekend? You want to talk some Blake Snell? You want to talk about Brett Wisely, as we just were? Anything from the weekend as the Giants find themselves red hot right now, 9-2 in their last 11. Did beat the Phillies yesterday, doubled them up 8-4, and now it's old Giant Zach Wheeler is pitching as well as anybody is in Major League Baseball right now. What are your expectations? How you feeling about the Giants? Hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. Your choice. We'll do it next. We'll start looking at first base options. What do they do with Lamont Wade Jr. out for a while? We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Gives a signal for the one he wants. Pitch clock is down to 3, down to 2. He starts his motion and strikes out. Real Muto swinging with a high fastball. He's got 7 strikeouts, but he's also thrown 90 pitches in 4 innings. And he's given up 4 runs.
Anything you want to discuss? The Matt Chapman play from Friday, which he says was his best. That's saying something. Blake Snell struggling. 90 pitches, stuff looked better, but you can't go 4 and throw 90. So we get into that conversation. Brett Wisely's red hot. What do you think of this team right now? Some guys are going to start coming back. We'll talk to Susan Slusser at 11:30 about it. That is a good problem to have, so we'll talk to her about it. But anything from this long weekend, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, either on the call or the text. I'll start looking at the text in a moment. But the only bad news from the weekend, Lamont Wade Jr. sliding into second base. And he's been great this year. He's going to be out for a while, MRI, and we're going to see exactly what happens. Late night, late afternoon, early evening, whatever. He's been all of it. 470 on base percentage, 33 walks, 333 batting average, and an 896 OPS. I'm not trying to downplay as good as he's been, but you just mentioned Wilmer, a guy with 23 home runs. And I heard the guys this morning debating, what do you do at first base? Well, you got to put Wilmer Flores in there. I know he's a righty. It'd be nice to even out the order a little bit more. But as far as replacing some of these things, for all those great numbers for Lamont, 2 home runs is 7th on the team, 17th in RBI. He has 17 RBIs, which is 7th. He does have 22 runs getting on all the time. That's 3rd. Estrada has 32. Chapman has 27. He has 43 hits, 3rd on the team. Has 6 doubles. That's 7 on the team. So sometimes he can be a little bit more aggressive. We talked about that in a game a few days ago or last week. I like Lamont Wade Jr. He's great, and it's going to be hard to replace. But you do have Wilmer Flores there, and I think somewhat because he's lacked at-bats, he hasn't gotten into a rhythm. And again, last year he hit 23 home runs. So at the beginning of the season, I was, well, how do you get Wilmer in there? How do you get all these guys in there? Well, as you said, things always just kind of shake out. So it's not like they don't have a guy. Now, he's not as good defensively. That play that Chapman made was made possible because of a great stretch by Lamont Wade Jr. But it's not like they have nobody at first base who can attempt to replace some of that production.
Yeah, I don't think the issue is you're lacking a first baseman. And Wilmer's fine. You know, Wilmer was he could play second short. He could play third. He doesn't have that kind of range anymore. He's got good hands. Some of his feeds are interesting. You know, the one that was behind Logan Webb slightly on Sunday, was it, his error or Logan's error? You know, they're a little bit of there, but he makes good plays. He's got good hands. I don't think that's the issue, John. I think it's just you're lacking your best left-handed hitter in the lineup, one of the best left-handed hitters in baseball. So how do you overcome, against Zach Wheeler tonight with extreme high-end velocity? And one thing about Wilmer, Wilmer can hit right-handers. Obviously, he wouldn't hit 23 bombs last night if he couldn't, but Wilmer really feasted on left-handed pitching. How is Wilmer going to do every day against right-handed pitching? Do you even start in the day game after the night game and we're out on the patio tomorrow? Is he in the lineup against Christopher Sanchez? You would think so because it's a left-handed pitcher. But can he play day games after night games? You're off and the Yankees come in. So a little like Casale. And it's a different, Casale's got quality at bats, but he's there for his game calling and receiving and everything he does behind the plate. And the combination of him and Patrick Bailey is so beautiful to watch. But what they really need is a left-handed hitter. I think they have enough guys that can play. You can rotate guys over to play first base here and there. I mean, it's not like you just throw a guy over there. I wonder if Casale could learn to play a little first base. The backup catcher usually had done that. Jorge Soler is a guy that you would think with his size, he looks like he's as long as McCovey. Now, do you want to start, having these guys do it in the middle of the year? Well, the other day, Brett Wisely went out and played first base, and how tall is he? I mean, he's not a big first baseman. Lamont's not either. Mike Aldrete was a shorter first baseman. Who was that one first baseman, John, that was in the league? Or was he a Giant? who was like 5'6", 5'7", and he was pretty good at it. Actually, he was taking runners to get on to first base against him and look down. I'm like, you're the first baseman? It was Connor Joe's playing a little first base. He's not huge. But I think they have they lack left-handed hitting. So we'll see what they do there. And bringing up David Villar is not going to help you at all. The one guy they're talking about is this Trenton Brooks. 28 years of age. He's a minor league free agent. I don't think he's on the 40 man, so they'd have to move some people around. But the bigger issue, really, to me, is what are they going to do with Marco Luciano on the roster and not playing every day? He made another error over the weekend. I don't know if it was a tight feed by Estrada, whatever it was, but he says he's not amped up by the ninth. But my God, he's making a daily error in the ninth inning. Every game he's got an error, and they're all different types of errors. And now you just can't play him there. So it got to the point where even against a lefty, Brett Wisely was in against Sean Manaea, and that guy's just on a heater right now, so ride him. And then, he's in there again yesterday, and Luciano's not playing. He needs to play somewhere, here or there, or he needs somewhere to go.
He's playing the minors.
You want to send him back down to AAA?
Well, I think with these guys coming up, and we're going to have a fun debate about it, and I know Susan's got some information at 11:30. I think Ramos is a major leaguer. I think Matos is a major leaguer. I think that Luciano has ways to go, and it's encouraging to see his bat. I love what he's doing, but given how many ground ball pitchers, well, even if you didn't have the ground ball pitchers that the Giants do, you got to make those plays. And clearly, I know what he says, but we've seen it now. Later in the innings, he's just not confident. I mean, then these are routine plays that you have to make, let alone the plays that guys like Nick Ahmed are making at shortstop. So you can't have your shortstop making those kind of mistakes.
He's made 5 errors, and he's been out of the lineup the last couple of days. So in 5 games, essentially, 4 came in the ninth, and started with a double play. He couldn't turn to Tuesday in Pittsburgh, which to me is more of he didn't know. He just hasn't had enough reps. He didn't know how to play it. And then a ball hit right to him directly between the knees and the shoulders. He was all lined up. He just kicked the ball. And, throwing the ball, hitting the guy in the back when it should be a double play, taking a feed from Estrada. It's just he just needs to play. And it's not just the 5 errors he has in 5 games here, and he's been off the last couple of days. He has 12 errors combined in 40 games when you look at AAA in the majors. So he made 7 errors at AAA in 35 games. Honestly, we talked about this in the offseason. I remember, Bob managed Marcus Semien. How many Marcus commit that one year? 35 or something? I don't think he got to 40, but he had a 35 error year. Maybe he had another one where he had 30. If you played Marco Luciano 150 starts a year, he wouldn't have 150 errors and 120 would be in the ninth, but how many errors would he commit? I mean, you just can't make that many mistakes.
Is there another Ron Washington out there who could help him like he helped Semien?
Well, he's called Matt Williams and Ron Wotus. That's what they're doing here.
They got to do something. It's not on them, but he's just not playable. I mean, his bat is great, but you already got a DH. I don't know where you're going to play him. I don't know what they're going to do long term.
So are they going to send
him
back down? I mean, and who's your everyday shortstop? Wisely your everyday shortstop?
They got to figure something out, but I got to
play Wisely every day at short.
No, I agree with you, but I mean, what are you going to do? Can you afford to put him out there?
Well, I mean, right now Wisely's playing while he's on a heater, and he does look good at short. He does look fine, but he hasn't played there much. Is there going to be a moment where he's making the same kind of mental gridlock mistakes because he just hasn't trained? I mean, some guys. You wonder about Tyler Fitzgerald. Bring him back and play him at shortstop, and then send Luciano back down. But that doesn't solve the left-handed hitting problem. These are all right-handed hitters. But getting back to your point, I think they'll be fine with Wilmer. They're going to have to spell him. Other guys are going to have to go over there and play a little bit at first base. I mean, can Patrick Bailey play first base?
God, I wouldn't want to waste him.
I don't want it to be dramatic. I talked about Jorge Soler. Could he play some first base here and there? I mean, you get into a situation, Wilmer's your first baseman, and you want to go pinch run for him late in a game or pinch hit for him late in a game. Game gets tied, and now you're playing extra innings. You're playing more innings than you thought, and you got to move people around. I mean, and the other thing would be, because I heard Kerry mention this, would you ever put Luciano at first base?
I was thinking it, but how much has he been trained over there? I mean, they're probably drilling him so hard at shortstop to get him better over there that he probably hasn't played over there. I mean, maybe long term, but like you're talking about, I mean, it's ironic the Phillies are in town. I mean, Bryce Harper, you learned to play first base pretty quickly. I don't know, I think as fans we think first base is easy. Lamont Wade Jr. made a hell of a stretch and a play on that Chapman throw, and as good as that Chapman play was, and it was awesome, Lamont Wade Jr. was just as good. So it's not an easy position. You know, they don't just stick big fat guys over there and just say, you don't have to move as much, but still, there's a skill to first base.
And it's the pickoff plays and, with the, 2 throw over limit, and just they don't throw over anymore. It's not as important, but still you got to hold runners on. You got to know how to do cutoffs. It's complicated. I wouldn't throw them in a game right away, but I think the one thing that would be interesting, because it is a night game after, an afternoon game yesterday on the holiday, is when the writers get out there and watch just infield today, who actually is taking ground balls at first base. I imagine just about everybody. Guys that, would you play Patrick Bailey at first base? The days that Casale starts, could Patrick play first base the way Buster did?
What kind of shape's Buster in?
You didn't bring up Brandon Belt? I thought you were going to Brandon Belt.
I'm going to go to it because, literally every text in front of me on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says Brandon Belt.
Well, where is he? What's he been doing for the last when did he play last? September in Toronto? Yeah. What has he been doing since?
I don't know. I saw a funny tweet from Bags who said it's in Texas, Lake Nacogdoches or whatever the heck it is. And he's a big fisherman and all that, so he's probably sitting on a lake. But my question would be, and I'm scarred by Blake Snell, now being a hitter versus being a pitcher is a totally different thing. I understand that. But are we going to bring in another guy who didn't have spring training and is going to take a month?
Has he not been hitting? They do have batting cages.
Oh, I know. I'm just asking.
Is he doing that?
Chapman got out to a slow start. Soler still hasn't done anything. Snell has been terrible. And those guys had limited or no spring training. So what's Brandon Belt doing? Because, I get it, and it's a left-handed bat, and all the analytics love Brandon Belt. But is he fishing and hanging out, or has he been working for
I don't know. That's the thing. Does he have a batting cage there and he's been taking swings? I don't know. Everybody's been talking about him not getting a salary, not getting an offer, and the middle class in baseball is kind of being squeezed out. But if he hasn't been preparing to play, then you can't. You have to, realistically, what's he been doing? And realistically, even if he has been hitting in a batting cage in suburban Houston, is he going to be able to contribute before Lamont Wade Jr. gets over this hamstring strain?
That's, I guess, my question is that if it takes him a month to ramp up and Lamont Wade Jr. is going to be back in a month, then what's the point? Because I don't want to. I love Brandon Belt. He's a great guy. We both are a big fan of Brandon Belt. But the reality is that if it takes him that time, you're still seeing it from Soler. You're still obviously seeing it from Snell. You're still. Chapman, I think, is fully ready and good to go. But, it takes guys time. You don't just plug him in like a robot and Brandon Belt plays like he did in 2021. It doesn't work like that.
You need left-handed hitting. When is Michael Conforto coming back? He's not that far away, right?
No, he's there. Could he? No, he can't play first.
Sure,
right?
he could.
He could. Okay, so then there you go. That's what I'd like to see.
He's going to have a rehab assignment Thursday in Sacramento, Michael Conforto.
Okay, because I'd like to see Ramos stay, and I'd like to see Ramos play.
Put Conforto at first base.
That's a good idea. Hadn't heard that one. All right. I'm not shutting down
They have
Bell.
a big, tall. When I was in San Jose watching Blake Snell on Mother's Day, I saw Bryce Eldridge down there. Whoa. What a body on that guy. Now, he's a kid. You're not going to call him all the
Who's
way
that?
up.
I'm sorry. I was reading the text.
Bryce Eldridge, the number one pick. He is. That guy's got a body. Whippy swing. He looks like Darryl Strawberry.
Yeah, that too.
But, what you may want to do is move him up a level. Is he still in San Jose? Do you want to send him to Richmond or send him up to Sacramento? You don't want to fast-track him too much, but that guy, what a body on that guy.
He's got kind of a Bellinger-type thing going on, too, man.
He's a buggy whipper.
That guy, he's got a swing on him. He's probably a couple years
left-handed hitting first baseman are a premium right now. And Bryce,
what
you are
that.
that.
6'5"?
I think he's like 6'7".
Oh, that's right. You're right.
He's really tall.
Yeah, he is.
He's not Sean Jelly tall, but he's close.
Yeah. All right. Give us your thoughts. A lot of Brandon Belt. I'm going to make an executive decision. I don't think Pablo's ready.
Where's Pablo? Staten Island?
No, I think he is on that. I think that's where he's playing.
He's probably at Coney Island most of the time eating Nathan's. Stay away from Nathan's, Pablo. Last time I saw Pablo, he was 245. Is he hanging in New York, eating Ray's Pizza in Coney Island? He must be 265.
A couple years ago, he did a heck of a stretch of first base. I didn't think he was going to be able to get up, but he did it. He could do the stretch.
What's he hitting at Staten Island in the Independent League?
Somebody check on that. We need to know.
What's his waistline and what's his ops?
Exactly.
Do you want a fat Pablo?
Exactly. Everybody wants a skinny guy, but it's like with Tony Gwynn. You want a big guy. Yeah, that's how he hits. All right. Keep them coming. Good stuff. Golden State Lumber to Building Materials. Text line and call in line at 415-808-KNBR. You can make your case. 415-808-5627. Coming up next, Bob, we just got this guy. Tim Sullivan's going to join us. He was Bill Walton's producer at ESPN for 12 years. I think he's got a few Walton stories. We'll hit up on that, and then we'll get back to the Giants, give us your thoughts. Susan Slusser at 11:30 on who is coming back when. So that's just 45 minutes away as well. It's Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
Tampa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bring that high, hard one in. I stand in and lean back, and then just bam. And it sails away out through the universe like a radio wave that goes past Saturn and Jupiter, Pluto, through the black hole, and into many other galaxies yet named.
I know Bill Walton passed away at the age of 71 due to cancer, but every time we play a clip from Bill, I can't help but smile and laugh. Just amazing. He's been on the show many times, and it's great to catch up with the Bay Area's own Tim Sullivan at TV Sully. Make sure you follow him on social media. He produced for and with Bill Walton for many, many years on ESPN, and Tim joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How you doing today, Tim?
I'm doing great. Thanks, guys.
First of all, thanks for coming on, and our condolences. We knew Bill, and certainly Greg knew Bill a lot better than I did. Met him a number of times, but you produced with Bill. Just tell us first and foremost, before we get into some fun Bill stories, just what is this like? I didn't know Bill was this sick, so I just feel terrible.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment. Bill was larger than life, and as you guys all review the tributes and read the tributes, wonderful words that have been spoken by just many, many people that he touched, and it's hard, man. I got to tell you.
You okay, Sully? You okay, brother?
I appreciate you guys talking about him, because I think the one thing that everyone has said is he was one of one. He was larger than life, and he touched everybody in a unique way. I mean, I think that's the thing that gets lost as you watch Bill on TV, and such a character, but his authenticity and his generosity were the two traits that Bill showed every minute of the day. He lived his life with intention, and he made you feel like you were a better person because you spoke to Bill and you talked to Bill and you were with Bill, and he had a way of touching you and relating to you in such a remarkably personal way. And I had the great fortune, to be able to spend hours upon hours with Bill off the air, in addition to producing him, which was the wildest career decision ever. But his authenticity and generosity that he showed to everybody he met, everybody, it didn't matter, was his two greatest traits, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, of all the great athletes or coaches or any endeavor in sport, he was the one person that was not looking over your shoulder to see who was coming to the room, that was bigger, to talk to them. He made you feel like you were not only the only person in the room, but the only person on earth. He gave you undivided attention. He did it with every single person. He was magical that way. So I know, and you and I worked together a number of years with the A's. You can be a hard ass on talent, keeping them online. The thing about Bill Walton, it's easy to talk to Bill for hours and hours and hours off the air, because that's who he is. How did you control him? Did you even try to control him on the air? Because once he goes, brother, he's gone.
Well, funny you should say that. I made a deal. It may be the worst deal ever done between broadcaster and producer. Very early on when I met him, I made a deal, and I said, listen, Bill, I've got the first 2 minutes of the show and the last 2 minutes of the show. The next hour and 56 minutes, it was all you. And that was probably the worst thing I could have done.
You wanted the open and the last 2 minutes to surmise the game.
That's right. And I would tell you that because he was so generous, he's like, great, fantastic. And again, 12 years later, I'm like, what am I doing? Dave Pass would who was often his broadcast partner with us, among others, Dave Fleming, Roxy Bernstein, Jason Benetti, just immensely talented people, would be shaking their heads, looking at me in talkback, going, "What are you doing? What are you allowing him to do?" And I would be like, "It's great. This is amazing. We're either going to be promoted or fired at any moment. We're right on the edge." And that's how Bill lived his life, but that's also the ethos and the vibe that we created, and the relationship we created. That, when the Bill was, you didn't want to rein him in, right? It was almost like a wild stallion, if you will, where there was a giant fence, a perimeter around him. He didn't know it, but it was, and that was me, right? And I gave him a lot of space, obviously, but we also had a great trust, and I think that was kind of the secret sauce of our relationship, is that he trusted me. He brought me into his world. He trusted me, and it wasn't without, ebbs and flows and twists and turns in our relationship, but overwhelmingly he trusted an instinct that I had, and I trusted him that he would take any idea I had and made it better. He always, without fail, took an idea and made it better on the air.
That is well said. Tim Sullivan's joined us at TV Sully. We're talking Bill Walton, unfortunately passes away due to cancer at the age of 71, and Tim worked with him at ESPN for over 12 years, and a great, unique relationship that he's describing. When he's going off on those tangents, did you get to a point, because I almost feel in the way that you're talking that early with Steph Curry and Steve Kerr, and Steve would always be like, no, yes, when the ball would go down from 35 feet. So when he's going on these tangents, how long did it take you to realize he'll come back? And did you ever think he's not going to come back? Like, it's never going to get back to the game ever.
That is a great, appropriate analogy. No, yes. So same exact thing. Like, you just knew he was going to take a kernel of an idea and make it better. And were there times that I had to field calls after the show or the morning after from my bosses that were like, that wasn't fantastic, and can we talk to Bill? Can you talk to Bill? Because they didn't really want to talk to Bill, because Bill has a very unique way of relating to people, but he didn't like to be told what to do. Shockingly, he's a very free-spirited individual, and so he didn't. He had, as you may have, if you followed his life or read anything about him or watched The Luckiest Guy in the World, you would know that he had a little bit of a disdain for authority figures in his life, and so the fact that I would try to be some semblance of authority. I don't know about authority, but just create some parameters. I just trusted that he was smarter than all of us, and he knew he was playing 3D chess when we were all playing checkers. So the game was, he was such an incredible learned person, and he was curious by nature. So he would devour information at an incredibly rapid rate, and then be able to turn it around and disperse it on the air. And I always knew he always had one more line in his bag of tricks than I did, so he always made it better. And there were times that it didn't always go well. I'm well aware that 50% of the viewing public did not like Bill's commentary style, and 50% absolutely loved it with every inch of their soul. And so, there was no in between. But I figured if you were tuning in and you didn't care about the teams or the game, and you heard Bill, you would stick around. And there's very few, as you guys know, being in the broadcast industry, very, very few people that you would watch or tune into a game because of Bill, because of a commentator. John Madden comes to mind as somebody who revolutionized, broadcast sports, and certainly in the analyst role. But I think Bill did that in his own unique way. So, you kind of hung on for dear life at times, and it didn't always work out, but I think it worked out much more frequently than it didn't.
And it's so ironic that he became such a great broadcaster, because when he was, I remember at UCLA, and John wouldn't, like John Thompson at Georgetown saw, he didn't like his players talking, but Bill didn't talk. And then even in Portland, the whole Patty Hearst thing, and he didn't talk a whole lot. And then because he had a stuttering problem. And I remember one day he opened up to me at the media room in L.A. for a Clipper Warrior game. and got into all of it. Marty Glickman, who did a lot with me in speech because Marty went to Syracuse and worked at NBC, teaching broadcasters how to talk. Marty Glickman's story is amazing, by the way. The great track athlete with Jesse Owens in the 36 Olympics in Berlin, Hitler's Olympics as a Jew, as a great track and field star. But anyway, Marty is the one that got Bill over his stuttering problem to some extent. Did Bill ever open up to you in quiet moments, Sully, about how he overcame that?
No, he says it was everyone's worst nightmare that he learned how to speak, which is true. But he didn't. He was so shy as a kid, and his parents weren't athletes and weren't into sports. They didn't have a television when Bill was growing up in San Diego. So the sports world and what we are consumed with in our daily lives and our careers was not part of Bill's upbringing at all. And so he was very shy. He had an older brother named Bruce who played for the Dallas Cowboys and played in the Super Bowl and passed away several years ago, and one of Bill's biggest admirers and really was the enforcer because Bill was a tall, thin, skinny kid, red-haired kid and freckles and buck teeth but he could play basketball and Bruce knew it. And so when he tried to stutter or when he tried to speak and he did stutter and someone, made fun of him, Bruce came to his aid pretty quickly, and that was the end of that. So, Bill learned to speak volumes with his play, obviously. And then when he, you said the great clip from after the Blazers win the championship in Portland, they ask him, his coach shows he's the greatest
Dr.
human,
Jack Ramsey, what a
coach.
Dr. Jack.
Just an amazing clip, and Bill didn't know what to say, and he couldn't, and he never spoke about it other than to make fun of the fact that it was the world's nightmare that he learned how to speak because he hasn't stopped talking since.
Tim
He's
Sullivan,
still talking
yeah,
today.
Exactly, it's not over.
Yeah, he and Jerry Garcia are having their own session right now.
Oh man, Tim Sullivan joining us. We're talking Bill Walton, and Sully was Bill's producer for years and years. Just to go back to something you said before, I mean, look, I would flip channels, and you hit it right on the head. There's just a handful, even in our lifetime, that you would stop for. And I could have no interest in a game, but if Bill was doing it, I'd watch it for at least a few minutes. And if Bill was doing a game, I'd have more interest in it. And with all the money that is being thrown around to broadcasters right now, and obviously networks trying to find the secret sauce for who likes what and why, I would watch Bill in a game that I didn't have really any interest in whatsoever, just because I knew I was waiting for that tangent that you so feared, that you're like, no, and I'm going, yeah, keep going, Bill, because really, there's just not that many of them around. That you mentioned Madden, that's one. I mean, a lot of people Barkley nowadays, but I mean, really, there's just a handful that it's not great. Yeah, it just is. We watch it for the athleticism and the storytelling that broadcasters and production teams can provide. And, you mentioned Steph Curry earlier. Obviously, here in the Bay Area, we've been so incredibly fortunate to grow up with, championships in every sport, on every team. And Bill was one of those guys who really, he embodied excellence. He demanded it. I mean, that's the thing that, often goes unseen too, is that Bill, he'd make everyone feel wonderful, but if he was to work with you and he wanted to go into business with you or it was a career move, Bill demanded that you be prepared, that you come prepared, that you were inquisitive and asked questions, curious, and that you were dedicated and passionate about the job at hand. And if you weren't, Bill didn't have a lot of patience. Patience was not a term that I would use to describe Bill Walton. He was a tough, hard-nosed player. He was not patient with teammates. I did not, I was not around when Bill played I wasn't an adult when he played. But he is, his teammates he was tough on teammates. He demanded a lot of them, and he demanded a lot of the people that he went into business with and he worked with. And if you weren't as on point as he thought you should be, it would get testy. But
the joy that he brought to each job and each game that we did, the joy and passion and the intentionality that he came to every meeting with, every game day shoot around, every game, every broadcast was amazing. And he would take notes in long hands. Like he had this beautiful, for a guy whose hands didn't work very well, whose fingers had been gnarled by years in the NBA and basketball, he had this beautiful longhand cursive writing. And he would take out yellow pads and blank sheets of paper, and he would write these long, as SIDs and PR directors were giving them facts about the team and players, he would write these things out, these long descriptions. And I just thought his intentionality and his preparation and his curiosity were truly, truly unique gifts.
What was it like to hang out with him after a game? Because he was fun during the game, but I've had a few after games with him, and you had 12 years of it. Give me what's it like to hang with Bill Walton post game.
Yeah, he was calm and very, he was tired. It took every ounce of his energy to do games, and he gave his all his energy to that broadcast, and it was a performance for him, right? Much like playing in the NBA and playing in college, he took it as a 2-hour window into entertainment. He obviously knew what it was, and he knew exactly who he was and what he was on air. But hanging out after the game, we would go to dinner almost every show afterwards and just hang out. And the crew would come, so there sometimes it would just be him and I, sometimes it's the director and I, and sometimes maybe 4, 5, 6, 7 people. But he would hold court again. He would tell stories, and I would goose him. I'd prod and poke him a little bit, just to get him to go a little bit. And once he had a few bites to eat, he would tell these stories about Larry Bird and the 86 Celtics and playing one-on-one with Kevin McHale, after practice, and he was the only guy that could beat Kevin McHale in one-on-one, by the way. And McHale hated it. But he was just a warm guy. And again, the authenticity and the feeling that you mentioned, Greg, earlier about how he made everyone in the room feel like they were the only person in the room. He would do that with our television crew. And he was intentional about the questions he asked you. And then he would remember, right? He had this unbelievable memory, like off the charts memory. And he would, he would just make you feel warm. So people would laugh, and we would just laugh and smile. And then, an hour or two later, we'd go back and we'd be exhausted from the day, and we would just smile. And I think that's, there's dinners that we had at Bill's house. Bill would invite us to his house in San Diego, and had the fortune of being there many times and staying in his house as a guest. And he, without question, over the last 24 hours, people have been texting me with photos of these dinners that we would have at his house. And Jesse goes, this was the highlight of my career, the highlight of of what I've done. And there's no one that doesn't speak fondly of Bill and their time they spent with Bill. And so he always made you feel warm is the simple answer to that question.
A tremendous insight. It's so much fun to talk to you about Bill. I know we could go on all day, but thank you so much, and we're sorry for your loss because I know you worked with him, we're close with him, and you just described him to our listeners and made everybody feel like we know him even more than we thought we already did. So thanks so much, Sully. Best to you, man.
Well, I appreciate it, and I just want to leave you with one last little note.
Sure.
The text that he last sent me about 12 days ago, he wrote, thanks for my life. I'm alive. I miss you. I love you. BW, peace and love, happiness and health and hope, purpose, direction. And if anything, our lives are all a little richer because we knew Bill Walton. So thanks for taking the time to tell some stories and reminisce about little Billy. We loved him.
Well said.
Thank you, Sully.
Thank you, man.
Love you, brother.
Thank you.
Well done. That couldn't have been easy. And he just, I just feel I got goosebumps, man. We felt like we knew Bill because he was so open and honest and fun and all those different things. But he just gave us some insight and stories, and you even feel like you know him even better. I know you knew him well, too.
Not like Sully.
Awesome.
I mean, Sully reached out this morning to me. Tough day yesterday. We lost a legend, incredible life force, an amazing spirit. All our lives are rich because of Bill Walton, and happy to come on the air. You know, I'm the big crybaby, John. I'm the one to break down and cry. Sully's a rock. So
he did awesome.
When he started tearing up right away, I thought, here we go. But he got through it. And that, I don't know. Any word on the funeral? Could you imagine what it's going to be like in the cross-section of people from all forms?
Can't even imagine.
The people that he has touched, not just in the world of sports. I mean, his life was a dead road show.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
I mean, can you
imagine the people that'll be there?
Yeah, the eclectic mix of people that will be there for Bill Walton. My God.
Yeah.
That'll be amazing. Anyway, thanks to Tim Sullivan. That was really cool. He's got some good stuff on his timeline right now at TV Sully, and I know you worked with him too, but that was really cool. The insight that he gave on Bill was really, really strong. You can give us your thoughts, Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line and call in line 415-808-5627. If you didn't hear, Bill Walton passes away due to cancer at the age of 71. All right, Susan Slessor is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll get you set up for that discussion as the Giants are red hot, but they got some things to deal with. Blake Snell is still struggling. Lamont Wade Jr., what do you do at first base? We'll continue that, but right now, Giants are above 500, which is good, and they occupied the third wild card spot, so they are hot as they take on Zach Wheeler and the Phillies tonight. We'll get more into it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mark Spears, Anscaped and ESPN, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Celtics win in the East with a sweep over the Pacers. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Shortstop Sosa well over toward the middle. The pitch. Wade swings and he drills one deep into right. Going back is Castellanos and it sails over his head. Hits at the bottom of the wall. Now Wade is going to head for second. Here comes the throw in. Cut off by the second baseman Merrifield. A double for Lamont Wade Jr. And now he is down on the ground at second base, sitting on the ground. Remember, he's sat out the last couple of games with a hamstring issue in New York.
All right, that's the big issue. Lamont Wade Jr., what do they do? I think you and I are in agreement. You got a guy who hit 23 home runs. I think he's your first baseman. Would like to see more left-handed bats. You got to figure that out. We'll talk to Susan Slusser about who's returning and when. We'll do that at 11:30. Blake Snell continues to struggle. They continue to not get wins when Logan Webb pitches. That's the only loss. They blew that ninth inning. They didn't have Camilo Duvall. Give us your thoughts on the long weekend for the Giants. Overall, it's very good. They're above 500. They're the third wild card right now. And despite all these injuries, the Giants continue to win games. The Phillies in town, who coming in were the hottest team in baseball with the best record in baseball, so hit us up. And then the Yankees after that, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. By the way, not looking past the Phillies in any way, shape, or form as Zach Wheeler goes to the mound tonight against Eric Miller in an opening game. But it's going to be fun to have the Yankees in town, too, another hot team. And they're gonna fill the park with Yankee fans.
Well, they had a big crowd yesterday, over 40,000. I'll be anxious to see what they have tonight, and then we'll be out there. We're on the patio again tomorrow for the day game, and we'll be on from 10 to 11:45, and first pitch at 12:45. And the last time, I mean, the Yankees don't come here very often, so they're a different breed. But to have them preceded by, if the Boston Red Sox came in, that would be pretty cool with the Cubs. But to have the Philadelphia Phillies come in directly before the Yankees. There is an off day on Thursday, and have the Yankees here all weekend as the calendar symbolically turns from May to June. I can't recall, and it's because the Yankees are just, they're special when they come in. They go across the bay to the A's, and I remember going there last year or 2 years ago when Judge hit number 49 on that Friday night to watch him. But it's just special to have the Yankees in, but to be preceded by the Philadelphia Phillies, who they got cooled off in Denver over the weekend. They lost 2 out of 3 to the Rockies. Mm-hmm. But before then, they had won 29 of their previous 35, which is like, whoa, what a run that is. And their great offense and their pitching staff. We are going to get a bit of a break at Zach Wheeler tonight, but you're not going to see Aaron Nola. You're not going to see Ranger Suarez. So the Giants have got to think about taking this series, certainly after winning yesterday, John, and then also maybe sweeping the Philadelphia Phillies, because the last time we saw the Phillies, to me, this is a point of the year to reflect, and it was on Willie Mays' birthday on May the 6th. So what was that, 3 weeks ago today?
Exactly.
And Zach Wheeler, they looked impotent against him. They couldn't get on base. Matt Chapman looked like. I hate that word. I know you didn't. That's why I broke it out, John, after a long weekend. Their bats were slow. Can I say it that way?
Yes, that's better.
No, I'm not so sure. Either way,
so close to home.
They were paralyzed. Zach Wheeler was like, Matt Chapman, here comes 96 at your eyeball. Good luck. And or neck or chest, or he just, it was like, whoa. And they got swept. And, the one game on the Saturday night was weird. But they lost 6-1 that day. Look at where they are in relationship to the last time we saw the Phillies 3 weeks ago. And also, it's a time to reflect, I think, overall, because I always go to Memorial Day as the day to really take inventory on who you are. It used to be in the old days with the Super Twos and bringing guys up. You'd bring them up right around Memorial Day, maybe just before, so they wouldn't get that extra year. You'd have them under, arbitration eligibility and free agency for one extra year. Like, when they brought Buster Posey up in 2010, it was in late May, just before Memorial Day. So that's when you're kind of taking inventory on your roster and then who you have in the minors to come up. And it's just, yesterday going into the game was exactly on Memorial Day, 1/3 of the way through the year. You had played 54 of 162. We don't talk about the 1/3 like we do the quarterly report or the halfway, but 1/3 is a big chunk. It's also symbolic, and the season starts. Hell, spring training's in February. The season starts in March. So Memorial Day, you're way into the year. Now you're 1/3 of the way in. but you're 27-27, right at 500. Got the win yesterday, so now you're back over 500. But to me, John, I would say early in the year, right through that Philadelphia series, you were surviving, but not really. The Dodgers were in a different stratosphere. Philly looked like a different team than you. But, San Diego and Arizona were just kind of in the same boat. Nobody was really, clicking yet. You were surviving with the veterans. You weren't scoring enough. The pitching was sporadic, but you were holding steady. And then, you were able to get a little heater. You won 2 in Denver, lost that last game, which wasn't good. Beat the Reds. I remember those first 2 losses to the Dodgers where you gave the game away on May 13th, that Monday night. The Dodgers were beatable that night. They couldn't beat them. I went to the game the next night. The Nibbies invited us, and we had great seats there, but it looked like, damn, can somebody catch the ball behind home plate? What are you doing here? And it was overwhelming. It was all Dodger fans. They lost 10-2. And then, as you suggested a couple of days earlier, and this was after the Patrick Bailey injury, the Tom Murphy injury, the center field injuries, what's going on here? You were able to get Kurt Casale away from AAA Iowa. And I don't want to say Casale's flipped the whole thing. Susan talked about it this weekend and wrote about it. I mean, they are, 9-2 since Casale arrived? Mm-hmm. It's not, he started half the games and Bailey's really good. But I think the word I would use, and what did Bomel said? They were spotty. Yeah. Right before they went off on the Boston trip a month in. I would say they were surviving deep into the year, right around this point of the year when I'm talking about, really 3 weeks ago when you last saw Philadelphia and Wheeler just, he just was lights out that day. Since then, you're thriving, and it's interesting because you've lost a lot of veterans to injury. Jung-Hoo Lee, obviously, the year, and you've lost the shortstop and the left fielder, and your rotation is still. When is Alex Cobb coming back? I thought he'd be back by now. But now you're starting to thrive a little bit. But can you continue to thrive? Because you look at your schedule, and this homestand, it's about as damn sexy of a homestand to the Phillies. Then the Yankees are coming here. They got really a lot of star power on this. Juan Soto between Giancarlo and Aaron Judge. Then you got to go to Arizona for the first time and deal with the defending National League champions. Then you're going to Arlington to deal with Bruce Bochy and the defending World Series champion. So the next couple of weeks will define you, and can you continue to thrive? Do you have to survive with all the injuries? But I know one thing. The way the offense is right now, they're a lot more fun to watch, whatever reason it is.
Yeah, I agree. And look, that's a good way to put this homestand. It is sexy, and I hope a lot of fans go out. I mean, it was cool yesterday seeing all the fans out there, and I would imagine, Zach, this is a good pitching. I mean, they're doing an opener, but I mean, Zach Wheeler, the former Giant, who's turned into one of the best pitchers in baseball. These are big games. I think now with Acuna's injury, I haven't talked about that. What are the Braves going to do? They were struggling to score runs anyway, so I'm still going to put the Braves in there. But like you said, the Rangers are having a lot of injuries. The thing that is so impressive about what the Giants has done is what you just said. We looked at this rotation and said, wow, this rotation. Well, it's Logan Webb. It's Jordan Hicks going 5. It's Kyle Harrison a little bit up and down, but just going 5. The bullpen's kind of inconsistent. I mean, I like to look at it. There's 2 ways to look at it. Either this is what the Giants are, or they're not even playing to their potential yet, which is what I choose to believe at this particular point. But how many more injuries can you sustain? Because Jung-Hoo Lee is out for the year. Blake Snell hasn't come around. All these different things that are going around in this team. By the way, I was just looking at Conforto because for some reason I thought he played some first base with the Mets. 304 games in left, 144 in center, 415 in right, 21 as a DH. He's never played first base in the majors.
Really?
I thought he had, but he hasn't. So, I mean, again, we both believe that Wilmer Flores is going to be the guy, but you got to get more left-handed sticks in there. Conforto's 6'1". I mean, he has the size to play first base, but he hasn't. Can you do that on the fly?
I don't know how long it'll take him to figure it out, but he is. I assume he's around the major league team because he's going off on this rehab assignment. When is it? Thursday, John, in Sacramento on the off day?
Right.
I would think if he's able to move around, he's going to be out taking ground balls at first base. I mean, that's the one thing. If you're Susan, and we'll talk to Susan in a couple of minutes here, when she shows up to watch, batting practice and infield and early work with and today's a night game after the early day game after flying back from New York. It was a challenging day yesterday, but today's the day to get the guys out there. I think you'll have a lineup behind Wilmer Flores to take ground balls. Patrick Bailey, you want to take ground balls at first? Kurt Casale, you want to take ground balls at first? Chappie, you stay where you are. You're fine over at third. Although I may move you to short and play Wilmer at third and not tell anybody. Marco, you want to take ground balls at first? Who else you want to play at first base? Soler? What kind of a stretch would Soler have at first base?
Has he ever played there? I don't know.
Brett Wisely, you want to take ground balls at first base? Let them all go. We'll figure it out.
All right, let's talk to Susan Slusser about it. Not only will she have the answers to those questions, but she's got the answers, too, on when some of the injured are coming back, including Conforto and some other guys. I will not mention Austin Slater because people will get mad at me. But they are going to be coming back here, and we'll discuss with Susan all that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. You can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is going way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So what are you waiting for? Call right now. 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Number one more time, 415-808-5721.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
3-2 the count, the pitch on the way. Bounced back to Doval, and he jumps up to get it, throws it over to first, and the ball game is over. The Giants come home, and they do come from behind in this game. They were down 4-3 in the fifth inning. They came from behind to regain the lead, and then they kept it.
And, of course, are the golden tones of when John Miller. Yesterday, the Giants get to win 8-4. Had a pretty successful weekend. They dropped one in New York, and that's where Susan Slusser is. She is still hanging in New York. Who wouldn't? As the Giants are hot. They're above 500. They're a wild card team. Let's get into all those discussions, plus who's coming back when, what are they going to do at first base, et cetera, et cetera. Susan Slusser from the Chronicle, of course, read all her great stuff. Follow along as well on social media. And she joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I am great. I'm still in New York. Weather's beautiful. Had a nice Memorial Day. So, yeah, I really can't complain at all.
That is a veteran move. First of all, they had 2 night days off flying from Pittsburgh after the game on Thursday, then a Saturday day game. I saw where the Mets and Dodgers were rained out yesterday, so they're actually playing a twilight doubleheader that's going to start in a couple of hours. But you're just going to spend the rest of the week in New York when you're coming back to the base, because the Yankees are coming this weekend.
Yeah, I'm coming back tomorrow. I wish I could spend a little more time here, but, you know, vacation time typically comes a little bit later. So I'll take what I can get, though.
We're envious. Enjoy.
Yes, that is a veteran move. Let's go. Before we look forward, let's look back. The Chapman play, and you've seen Matt Chapman for a long time. And he's saying that might be his best. And Lamont, we'll get into him in a minute. Great stretch on the other end of that. But what was your view of that Chapman play? And would you agree you've seen them all? Is that his best?
I mean, that was extraordinary. He's made so many good ones. You know, I feel like there are probably some where maybe the degree of difficulty was higher, maybe a little more spectacular, you know, ball diving into crowds, over tarps, that kind of thing. But for that point in the game and the, you know, walk-off defensive play, that had to be the best. Plus, you know, that was not an easy ball to field barehanded coming in at full speed. It was bouncing. And he almost didn't even look at it. It was so quick. I still don't. I watched it a bunch just to see. And, you know, he kind of glances at it and then somehow grabs it as he's looking. He's got the runner in his line of vision to his right, kind of going down the line. That's a distraction. And he throws Lamont played at the other end and unfortunately probably helped tweak that hamstring, but that was almost as good. I mean, that saves the play too. There are not a lot of first basemen that would have been able to get that bounce throw, stay on the bag while falling over in that situation with you know, a guy who was right there. It was bang, bang.
Now, Lamont's play was unbelievable, and he made one earlier in the inning with Tyro, so he had to stretch out, which is where the hamstring problem started. He came off the bench with a big hit, obviously, and then was out between first and second. And then yesterday on Memorial Day Monday against the Phillies, he hits one off the wall, and I don't know what we'd call it. It popped or whatever. We're going to find out now. So just what are your thoughts? I know you're 3,000 miles away still, but you know about Lamont. Wilmer, you know, you love Wilmer. How often can Wilmer play every day at first base for, you know, weeks at a time? And then what do you think they do? Because I think Wilmer can play first, but they're going to lack the left-handed bat that Lamont provides. Do they need to bring a left-handed hitter up? What do you think they do? And what are we looking at with Lamont? Weeks?
I mean, we will not know how much time he'll miss until we see the severity of the strain, you know, the MRI results. So just no way of knowing, but, you know, even the mildest of hamstrings are usually at least a good 3 weeks, and usually it's more like 6. So first base is such an interesting thing. They're already a little right-handed heavy, right? You lose Lamont, oh my goodness. You know, if he qualified, he would be leading the majors in on-base percentage. And, you know, he's not even that far off qualifying. I think if you look at guys with 160 plate appearances or more, he's leading everybody. So that's a huge loss. So what do you do? Brett Wisely is left-handed. He can play over there. To me, the thing that makes the most sense when they make a move is to add Tyler Fitzgerald, who I know was frustrating his first time up, made some mistakes, didn't play all that well. I'm sure you guys saw he hit 6 homers in the last 6 games, and he can play short. So that to me is like one possible thing. What I really wish is that somebody like Blake Sable played first. You know, he's tall, he's pretty athletic. I would love to see them get him some time there, or if Conforto can play first. None of these guys really have any time there, because then you could have Conforto in the lineup and keep Elliott out there. It's just not quite the puzzle that fits right now, but I'm thinking maybe the Fitzgerald thing might be the thing that works the best, and Wisely can at least spell Flores a little bit over at first.
Susan Slusser joining us. We're talking Giants, a lot of good, but Lamont Wade Jr.'s injury, obviously the bad. And that's what we were looking at, because I was surprised. I thought I had remembered Conforto playing some first with the Mets, but then I looked it up and he hasn't. A guy like Soler, I don't know, he's a big guy, but he hasn't. So we were just kind of spitballing. It does seem like it. A lot of people are as predictable, and I'm sure you've given this thought, but a lot of our listeners are like, what's going on with Brandon Belt? Do you have any idea what Brandon Belt is doing?
He's going to last time I talked to him, he's going to his kids' youth league games in Texas and fishing a lot. So, I think he's sitting by his phone. He hit 19 home runs last year. I think that they probably look at somebody like Tyler Fitzgerald with what he's been doing and bringing him back and having him play short for a while. Probably, but you can never rule anything out. They didn't bring him back kind of with that same reasoning last year that they had with Crawford this year. They didn't want to be the ones to say like, it's just not working out. You've been such a big part of this organization. Goodbye. So I don't know if this changes things or not.
Yeah, well, they're obviously going to have to make a move today with Lamont going on the IL. And then, so we were talking about Tyler Fitzgerald. Would that be independent of what they would do with late night Lamont? Because Luciano's not playing. I mean, he was playing every day, and then he had the rash of errors. And as you detailed, they came in the 9th inning, 4 of the 5, and the last couple of days he's not been in. Brett Wisely's been playing shortstop. He's not really a shortstop, but he's doing fine. But he's in the lineup even left against left. So are we looking at Marco Luciano in the coming days, or maybe today, going back down to AAA, Susan?
That certainly wouldn't surprise me. It would be too bad, because he's hitting really well. We've talked so much about this, really going back a couple of years, it seems like. So many scouts don't think he really fits as a shortstop, maybe a second baseman, maybe a corner infielder, maybe an outfielder, but a lot of scouts seem that the one thing they agree on is they don't think he's necessarily a best fit at short. And maybe we've seen that. It's just been so unfortunate. It's been in such huge situations that he's really struggled, even while hitting. So I don't know. I kind of would like to see him stay and work with the big league staff a little bit more. But you're right. He could go down, and then you could bring up, say, Sable, and also have another left-handed bat around, and maybe he could DH a little bit to have a little bit of a left-handed bat, or be an emergency catcher or something like that. I don't know. Right now this is one of those ones where the roster just does not quite fit their needs.
Yeah. So what do they do long term? Because that was another thing we were discussing at shortstop, because, obviously we'll get into this conversation. Ahmed is still a little bit away, and Luciano's making the errors like you discussed. What do they do if they don't use Luciano every day because they don't trust his defense?
Wisely looks fine there. Tyler Fitzgerald, to me, I think looks pretty good at short. I know he made I think we could chalk up some of his early errors and miscues to a little bit of nervousness, a little bit of trying to do too much. Coming back up after a week like that, I think he would be fine. He's looked really good at short most of the time I've seen him, which is mostly spring training, but you certainly can get a sense of how a guy plays in the field during the spring.
You wrote about Kurt Casale. We had Kurt on last week, and we could tell the first game when Logan Webb pitched these 6 shutout innings against the Dodgers on that Wednesday night, how much he means to the team. And really, when you look at that game, Susan, that really does That's the point where the season really kind of flipped, where they lost that first game to the Dodgers May 14th and lost 10-2. And since that point, they've gone 9-2. Is there a way to get Kurt Casale in the lineup more? Should he play first base? How do they get him in the lineup every day?
I would love it. I actually looked today to see if he's played any first. He hasn't, but I would love to see that a little bit. I don't know how well he'd move around the bag. Hey, it looks like it's good enough just him being on the roster, but you look back at the overall numbers with him on the roster. Between obviously the 107-win season, that first half of the next year was not terrible, and then this stretch, and you go like, oh well, maybe it is. I mean, he was joking when he kept going like, it could be, it's probably not, but it could be, which I got a kick out, and that's one of the reasons he really does. I think he does help the vibes. And it's a guy they know. It's not just some guy coming in. Catcher's a really important position. As he said, Bob Melvin said, a veteran catcher provides stability. And if it's somebody you know and who knows a lot of the pitchers already, man, that's such a huge advantage for a guy coming in cold.
As far as the closing situation, and I don't make too big of a deal of it because, Ty Rogers blows a save. Duvall had the night off. But it famously, I remember talking about this years ago, in save situations, Tyler Rogers has a 4.42 career ERA and a non. He's 2.85. So he has struggled in save situations. What do they do when Duvall can't pitch the ninth inning?
Well, you could go Taylor Rogers. You could go Randy Rodriguez, who I think has closer stuff. I am one of the many who keeps asking about Randy Rodriguez. How do you see him as his potential future? How to use him? Because they've used him in so many different ways, and he can go multiple innings too. And he's throwing hard. I mean, what's not to love? But what he did yesterday, what we've seen on the road trip. He's young, but maybe throw him a save situation if it's something that's maybe not necessarily a gimme, because a save situation by definition probably isn't going to be a gimme, but one of those softer landing type saves and see how he does. I think he'd be fine. I'd love it.
So yesterday, Susan, they came back home to play the Phillies. They had played 54 games on the whole season through the Mets series, and that's exactly 1/3 of the way through the year. And they were a 500 team at 27-27. Now they're one over again at 28-27. But it's interesting. Last year's team had the same record after 53 games, 27-26, as this year's team did, and now they've gone 1-1 since, and they wound up. They were good, until they faded in August in that series in Arizona in September. But how do you compare this team to the team you watched last year and they wound up 4 games under 500, or even the team before that wound up right at 500? They've changed a lot of people, a lot of moving parts still that have not come back. When's Alex Cobb going to pitch? Robbie Ray, obviously Blake Snell, the injury to Jung Hoo Lee. Are they better than they were a year ago, do you think, or the same?
I think they're a better team. I think they've still got some major pieces that are underperforming, and I think that they'll come around. They've obviously got an awful lot. They've got 11 guys on the injured list. It'll be 12 when it's Lamont. They're looking at Cobb. They're looking at Ray. Snell has yet to hit his stride. Obviously, Soler. These are all guys who Chapman finally came around. I think some of these other guys are going to start to come around too. And certainly Snell has a reputation as a second half monster. So he looked a little bit better yesterday. He's just got to start being a little bit more efficient. I know that's not his game, but last year he'd do the thing where he'd walk a couple guys and then get out of it, and still was able to get through 5 or 6. If he can do that pretty regularly, I think they're going to be fine.
All right, so the injury front, and there's still a ton of it, but updates on guys from, you just mentioned Ray's throwing a little bit now. We don't know where Cobb is. Conforto looks close. Slater, people are going to kill me for saying this because they don't want him back, but Slater's getting closer. Who else? Ahmed. Where are we on all these guys?
Yeah, a little bit uncertain with some of them. I think Conforto's probably the closest, even though Slater's, going out on a rehab assignment. He really hasn't played a lot. I think he's going to need more time than Conforto might if Conforto goes out on one. And certainly we know that Conforto will go back into the lineup when he comes back in. And, Slater has really not performed all that well for sort of the last almost year plus. He's been a little erratic. He's always good defensively. Clearly that elbow was a problem last year with his throwing because he had such an excellent arm before that. But when he's healthy, he's one of the better defensive outfielders around. And his track record hitting left-handers is, off the charts good. I can't see them giving up on him. I really can't. Certainly not now. And I see some people saying, well, they should trade him. Well, if he's underperforming now, I don't see where you're going to be able to trade him. And if he is performing, you don't want to trade him. So I think they need to get a look at him and see what they've got once he's back healthy. He's their longest tenured player. And he's really been a kind of an under-the-radar good contributor for a long time. So where the at-bats come from, it's going to be against left-handers and coming off the bench like usual. But I don't want to see him taking any of Luis Matos' time right now for sure.
Great stuff. Susan, enjoy New York. We'll see you soon, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, sure. That is the great Susan Slusser. By the way, she is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. We'll discuss a few of the things that Susan said, and then Marcus Thompson will join us at about 12:30 as well. Plus, we haven't even gotten into our weekend or why you are sitting right there at Levi's Stadium. So we have a
State
ton
of the franchise, John.
Get to exactly. So
I want you to guess the 3 Niners we have on the panel tonight.
3?
The 3 best, undeniably, you could pick.
Really?
They're all going to be on the panel tonight.
All right, I'm going to think about that.
I'm going to give you 4 guesses. I'll give you 1 guess.
They're players, right?
Well, we have Kyle and John and Jed.
Okay,
we have all the coordinators.
You're talking about
but
3 players.
Just the players on the players panel. Like last year, we had Jake Brendel. We had Kyle Juszczyk. I forget.
All right, I just wrote down 3 names
the
off the top of my
3
head.
best you could come up with, in my opinion, are the 3 we got tonight.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Yeah. I'm going to, boy, that's a tough one, man. I just wrote 3 names down. I'm going to see if I'm right. All right. Plus, you asked a really interesting question about the Giants to Susan that I want to discuss. Kind of got my light bulb going. We'll do that next. Only here on the Sports Center.
Giambe and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bob and Lund, thanks for joining us. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you survived the weekend, and Tuesday is going great for you. Bob and Lund, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Real quick, and then I'm going to try to answer your question. I think I ask you this every long weekend we have, but how did our forefathers decide it was 5-2? Like, wouldn't it be better if the week was 4-3? Because
not that way in Europe.
By the final day, you're finally relaxed.
Yeah.
Like 2 days is not enough. For those who decided on the 5-2 work week, shame on you. Should be 4-3. I feel so much better today.
So where did you go? You went to a fancy resort in Santa Cruz?
Yeah. So we went down the coast and we came back up. The only reason I remember it's because I remember Chaminade was the team that beat Ralph Sampson of Virginia. And so
I remember.
If I could give anyone a suggestion, it's called Chaminade. It's kind of in the mountains a little bit in Santa Cruz, and it's a wonderful resort. We had a great time, had dinner, breakfast, all these just great views and just very relaxing, and then came home, had a barbecue yesterday with some friends in the neighborhood because, you want to keep your neighbors close.
Yeah.
And because
your other neighbors further away.
Well, we have loud, obnoxious kids, and so we just try to be nice every once in a while. So anyway, just it was a great, relaxing week. It was very.
So you
nice.
went south and pampered yourself in a high-end bougie resort.
Yeah, it was nice.
I went north to the Anderson Valley. You ever been to Philo?
No.
John,
what is that?
Philo.
Where is that? I don't know.
It's a piece down the road from Boonville, where they have their own
Where
language.
are you, like North Carolina?
Do you speak Boonville? No. By the way, when you say you're going to the boonies, you're going to Boonville. Philo's right there, not far from about 45 minutes. Went to Mendocino.
Was it relaxing
on Sunday? Well, I'll tell you what we did. The Purcells, Rob and Brooke, invited us to their ranch up there. They've got hundreds of acres up there. And they are growing the best Pinot and Chardonnay. It was great. But in their ranch house, it's kind of small. They didn't have room. So they offered us the Airstream out by the cement pond.
That sounds good. I like that.
So we did a little glamping up by the cement pond.
There's nothing wrong with that.
It was extremely relaxing. Philo, there are gold. You want to go to a wine tasting? There's one after the other. But GoldenEye in the Silver Oak family.
James Bond.
So good.
GoldenEye is the name of it?
GoldenEye is the vineyard, but it's part of Silver Oak. So
and you stayed
really
in an Airstream? I love it. I've done that before.
In Philo.
Yeah.
And learned all about the language. Anybody speak Boonville out there? What's it called? Boonlick or something? They got some. You got to go back and read the Jets. It all would fit into our 1 o'clock hour, John, whether we're doing four-player caboose pistol. We got to speak whatever it's called that the boonies speak.
Let me see. I got to check the text line.
Yeah, it is out there.
They've got their own lexicon out there.
It's called burlapping. When you get a girl on the rug, you're burlapping. It was fun.
The language in Boonville is called, what is it? Boonling?
Yeah.
There's
actually books written about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Oh, geez, I just checked the text line.
You got to be careful. You got to be careful on that.
Yeah.
Because most of it is sexually oriented.
Oh, really?
Well,
so that will fit right in.
Anyway.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's caboose pistol. We'll just speak boonie.
Well, that sounds really nice, though. An Airstream in wine
bootling.
all over.
Bootling.
Yeah. Bootling, yeah. Bootling is what it says here. Yeah.
Hilarious stuff. Anyway, Philo,
nice.
Very different than where you were.
Yeah, no, however you relax is nice to me. We had a great time.
It was relaxing. A little cool to start, but then it warmed up later in the week, and it was the perfect spot. I when you find out things in your life, and the passing of Bill Walton, but
sure.
I remember being right there near the septic tank outside of the Airstream, and I remember Fred Mushberger used to always call Bill Walton the Mountain Man, into the Mountain Man. I guess because he had the long hair and the ponytail and the beard, looked kind of like a mountain man. He wasn't really a mountain man. He was more of a beach guy. He was a beach dude. But anyway, as I was in the mountains in Philo, I found out about the passing of the one and only, the great mountain man that is Bill Walton.
Tolbert will have more at 2 o'clock as he's on with Carrie today. Our good friend Roxy Bernstein is going to join the guys. We just had his producer of 12 years at ESPN, a friend of yours, Tim Sullivan, who was absolutely great. If you missed it, just go to KNBR.com. You want to learn more about Bill Walton.
Yeah, Sully called us on the Bucky Walter.
Yeah. That was nice.
That is what a telephone is when you speak bootleg.
Oh, really?
It's the Bucky Walter. It's kind of like, and I said this is like Green Acres. Is that like the Sam Drucker? You know, everybody had to go to Sam Drucker's to climb up the phone,
right?
The pole to make a phone call. I guess the guy that had the one way to access a phone in Boonville 100 years ago was Bucky Walter.
Oh, very nice.
So Sully called us on the Bucky Walter.
On the Bucky Walter.
I guess.
Well, that's I got to get caught up on that stuff.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get back to some Giants conversation about 10 past the hour. Marcus Thompson's going to join us at 12:30, but you're down for the state of the franchise for the 49ers. You asked me who you said you
we do a panel. Al Guido will lead off, and we're going to have an exorcism to somehow get over that damn Super Bowl.
How are you going to do that?
I don't know. We're going to figure it out.
Evil spirits of Mahomes.
I don't know. Yeah, it may involve something from Boonville or Philo. I don't know. Then we'll bring up Chad and John and Kyle, as we always do. Then we bring up the coordinators, and Nick Sorensen, the ball father, will tell some great stories, Chris Furster, but really, and we go like 10 minutes with each panel. I mean, Brian Schneider to explain this new kickoff rule.
Oh, my gosh.
And how it's going to change football. I mean, honestly, I think you have to add amount of time and practice to special teams every day to work on the kickoff and both sides of it, kicking it off and covering it and kicking it the other way. And who do you put back there? Do you want your prime people back there, whether it's Debo or Christian McCaffrey, or how do you do it?
Well, and one of the reasons why is it's more like a play from scrimmage because people can't move till the ball is touched,
very strange.
right?
I was watching them when I was there last week. And I stood right at the 40 and the 35 where the two lines were completely still, and Jake would hit it, and nobody moves. Then the guy's going back. Now, do you want to put one returner back, like we talked to Bones Fossil of the Cowboys, their special teams coordinator, and he was instrumental in putting the rule in with Richard Hightower, who was Kyle's special teams coordinator before Schneids came, and now in Chicago. In any event, we'll let Brian Schneider up there to talk about the kickoff rule, and Nick, the ball father, will be new, and the best storytellers first, or he's out of his mind. But then we bring up three players to end. And I honestly think if you had to pick any three on the roster that would be the most compelling to the audience, and it's a group of season ticket holders, and John Lund, you are invited. Which three would you want to hear the most from, John, on the roster?
Okay, I'm just double checking the roster. I wrote three down very, very quickly, and I don't know if it'll be the three because there's a lot of guys here, and you just mentioned one guy that I left off my list, and I'm like, probably him. But I wrote down Kittle, Warner, and Brock. How close?
You got close? Your meatloaf.
Damn.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Okay, Juice is probably the third one.
No, you got Kittle.
Okay.
And you got Brock. You said Fred. I just did like a 2-hour thing with Fred in Sonoma. So Fred said, Papa, again, I respectfully decline.
Okay.
So if you had to add another to Kittle and Brock, who would be the ultimate guy?
Ultimate guy. Well, okay, so I just guessed Juice. That wasn't wrong.
Who's the best player on the damn football
team?
team?
But I thought, is Nick still in town? Nick's still in town?
Here comes Bosa!
Okay, just so you know,
it's Bosa.
I don't know if people can read this, but I wrote Kittle, Warner. They can't read that. Yeah. I wrote Kittle, Warner, Brock, and the fourth name I wrote down was Nick. Then I wrote down Juice.
Nick who? Sorensen or
no, Bosa.
Bosa. We got them both. We got both.
Okay, so I was close, but I got two. But Nick was my fourth choice.
It's George Kittle, who is now with Eric Armstead leaving.
Yeah.
George is the longest tenured member of the 49ers. Is that amazing?
That is.
And then Brock Purdy says it's his team. He's 24. He's the vet in the room. You know, Brock.
Yeah.
And then Nick Bosa. How great is it? I haven't seen Nick Bosa in May, I think, ever. So it's so great to have Kyle call him and say, come out for the OTAs. And now we moved the state of the franchise up to get Nick Bosa. So, I think we love Warner. Warner would have been terrific. Trent Williams would have been terrific. Any of the new guys. But as far as the veteran guys, nobody better than George Kittle, Brock Purdy, and Nick Bosa. That's our three panel of players tonight.
And Bosa's vastly underrated. I mean, people know this. He does the speech on the Saturday nights and all that kind of stuff. But he's just what's great about him is he's sneaky funny. But he's also he's one of those people who are so direct without even knowing that they're so direct. You know what I mean? Like he'll say stuff like,
he's funny.
You know, this guy or this team, and he's not trying to offend anybody. He just kind of says what's on his mind. It's kind of like, you get to a certain age and you just don't care. Like grandmas are like that. Like they'll just say anything because they don't care anymore. Like Nick was born that way. And he's not trying to offend anybody.
He's just honest.
He's just very honest.
Maybe we'll have him reenact one of his Saturday night speeches to the team and see how that goes.
That'd be
One
good.
thing I'm going to ask Nick, who's the better actor, Brock or George? In many, many commercials.
Brock's got a long way to go.
Colton? Is that you, Colton?
But clearly Brock was he's got a ways to go. I mean, he's just I mean, I don't know what to say. He's good at a lot of things. He needs to hire an acting coach because, like, dude, you're going to get a lot of endorsements here. You got to get some work at it. I know in the offseason he's got to get in his work, and he's one of those guys that just kind of wants to grind and grind and grind. But I don't know. They got an acting coach around here anywhere?
George Kittle. He's the one. George is going to bring out the pineapple on stage, and we're going to reenact that commercial.
Oh, could you imagine that commercial?
Nah, that's already been turned down. But I think we are going to have Brock. Should we have Brock throw George a beer?
Yeah,
on stage
like he did it. Yeah,
and have it Luke Combs, and then have him shotgun the beer.
Colton, where we going?
Colton. Oh boy. Yeah, you know what? I already know what you're gonna do. You're going to give him grief for that thing. You're going to be up there with him, and you're going to say, yes, you are.
I would not do that.
Because you were giving Jerry. You were giving Jerry.
You, Colton?
One year, I think, when you did this, you were giving Jerry Rice crap.
Yeah,
so I mean,
Jerry won't come back anymore.
Exactly. So I know you'll be like,
Jerry gets up there and says that he put Joe and Steve Bolton into the Hall of Fame. Do you realize when you were drafted by the defending Super Bowl champions? Do you realize that? They just beat Dan Marino the year before.
And he never came back. Well, that's what you do, right? You get the crowd warmed up. You tell a couple of jokes.
Now, Nick will be terrific. So is that a panel tonight?
Well, that is
George Kittle, Nick Bosa, and Brock Purdy. Let's go.
That'll be nice. So that's the state of the franchise
tonight. Yeah.
And then that'll. So I remember doing that last year. So a couple weeks, we'll play a little
they normally post that around Father's Day. So I mean, like the week of Father's Day. So we tape it tonight, and then they put it all together, and they release it online. It'll be in a couple of weeks. Whenever it's available, we'll steal the best stuff.
All right, that'll be fun. So that's what you're doing down there.
That's what I'm doing today.
Right now.
Right.
And then what about like camp?
Well, they're back on the field. Yeah. I mean, you think you get Nick Bosa to come in for a state of the franchise if you don't? Where's Nick?
Exactly. He's in Florida on a boat.
He's in the cold tub.
Exactly.
Nick's in the cold tub.
Oh, that's right. Was that last year?
Yeah, I think it was the year before.
Our year
training
before,
camp.
that's right.
Yeah. I think we'll just bring the cold tub on stage, and Nick can just take the ice plunge right there.
I don't even like taking a cold shower. I mean, like sometimes in the summer, if it's really hot and you come inside, take a cold shower. But like some people like, oh, well, in the mornings, it'll really wake up your senses. You take a cold shower. It's like, no.
Well, that was the one thing in the Airstream.
Yeah.
The heat on the water.
Was it a cold shower?
You had to go Golden Pond.
See, if I do that, I do like only on like the hair, the head, that kind of stuff. Cold showers. That's not for me.
I go Italian shower, John. Just get the genitals and the antiperspirant deodorant to handle the rest, and you move on.
That's what, yeah.
Yeah, they're on the field right now, as a matter of fact. Activation's 12:20, so Nick's probably out doing high knees right now.
Right.
They'll stretch at 12:30, and they'll practice till 1:45, and then tomorrow, we got a call tomorrow because it's open to the media again. So do we stay and watch Giants-Phillies tomorrow after we leave at 11:45, or do we drive back down here to watch organized team activity tomorrow? Oh, the dilemma.
Well, for me, just like for you, now that I'm a member of your club, I just put it on autopilot. I don't even have to worry about it anymore. I'm very.
So which way are you going? You got to leave Oracle Park and go 101 South, or are you going to stay there and watch Giants?
Good question. It's a nice dilemma to have.
Yeah.
Because autopilot. I don't mind driving anywhere anymore. Not that I have a collection of iPads or newspapers like you do on yours.
I was a good boy. I didn't bring those up.
But I figured it out. I'm like you now. It's very nice. Yeah. So you actually drove it? That's good.
I did not.
Okay. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good dilemma to have because I would like to see the Phillies play and the Phillies and Giants up close and personal when we're going to be on our patio.
But I'm definitely going to see the Yankees some point this week.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple games.
Yeah. Boy, they got a good starting staff too. It's going to be a challenge against these two staffs. So
the one thing, we'll get into it more, the Giants have the exact same record
as
they had a year ago today. 54 games, 55, 1/3 of the way through. They were 28-27. Remember, they started poorly last year, 6-13.
Mm-hmm.
The young guys came up. First it was Casey Schmidt, and then it was Patrick Bailey, and they turned the year around. I don't know. I feel like this year's team, and it's been a meandering, start to the year and the surviving, and then the last, since Casale arrived, they've gone 9-2 in the last 11. The offense has picked up, but you've had all these injuries. And I'd love the line because Bags asked Bomel, which team do you like the best? The one that you started early in the year with all the veterans, or the one the last 2-3 weeks, the young guys that have come up? And he said the third version, when we start to get the veterans back and it mixes in with the young guys we want to keep. Now, Jung-Hoo Lee's not going to be coming back, but I think you've identified Ramos and Matos as contributors on this roster. We'll see what they do with Luciano. And then once they get the pitching back, and I think he wasn't great yesterday, but Blake Snell was much better. I think he's got to pitch backwards much more because they're just spitting on his breaking stuff when they get to 2 strikes. Sean Estus will join us at 1:15 for a breakdown on what he saw from Blake yesterday. But, I mean, at some point, Alex Cobb is throwing on flat ground, John. He's going to be coming back. And then you got Robbie Ray, see what they ultimately do with Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison as far as maybe ILing them or trying to limit their innings pitched. But do you feel better or the same? You wouldn't be worse, right? They're 55 games in. The Giants have the same record this year as last year, 28-27.
Well, that's a good question. I'm looking at it right now. Let's get into this before we have Marcus on at 12:30 because I'm looking at the staff. It's a little bit different. The guys, a lot of the names, Bailey came up. Tyro was there. Crawford was your shortstop. J.D. Davis was your primary third baseman. Mitch Haniger was your primary left fielder.
And he already fractured his forearm by now?
Yeah.
When did he do that, in June? I think he did it late May, right around now.
We're going to see our pal Jock Peterson, who's having a really nice year for Arizona, at least last time I checked. He was the primary DH. So, there's enough changes on this team. And then you added a bunch of guys in the offseason. Let's do that. Yeah, we'll do that coming up next. That's interesting because I'm looking at last year's team. I didn't know that they had the same exact record at this point. That's interesting. So let's hit that up. What do you think? Last year's team or this year's team as they have the same, 27 and 26, right? 27,
28 and 27.
Or 28, 27, yeah. 28, 27. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Call or text. We'll get into that conversation coming up next. Marcus Thompson, of course, we'll talk a little hoops with him, Bill Walton, the Celtics out of the East, where the Warriors are going to be looking this offseason as well. Plus, obviously, we'll discuss other things with Marcus Thompson. We haven't talked to him in about a month, so we'll do that at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop in London on your Tuesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants prospect Bryce Eldridge, who plays first base and is a left-handed hitter, but he's not really. He hopped on Extra Innings with Bill Lasky over the weekend and shared what he's learned making his way through the Giants minor league system. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Lund Show now continues. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always...
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund pop down at Levi's Stadium for the State of the Franchise. Very cool, by the way. So Kittle, Brock, and Nick. That's cool from the players.
Those are the player panel.
That's very cool.
Al Guido, Chad York, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, the coordinators, Chris Furster, Nick Sorensen, and Brian Schneider.
Very nice. Excited to hear about that tomorrow. You asked a great question on the Giants. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson in about 15 minutes. You asked a great question. Same exact record as a year ago at this point. Are the Giants better this year or last year? They're better in that Alex Wood and Ross Stripling started 23 games combined last year. That's
and now they're
really
Oakland
good.
A's.
Yeah, they're not doing great. Players were, these guys that, Patrick Bailey is certainly, to me, taking a step forward. He was a rookie. Lamont Wade Jr. wasn't as good. I think Tyro Estrada, after a rough start, has been really, really good. Brandon Crawford was your shortstop. J.D. Davis was your third baseman. You're better at third. Mitch Haniger was your primary left fielder before he got hurt. Jock Peterson was your primary DH. So I would just say that I think that potentially they're better. Because, if you look at the additions that Farhan and company put on this roster, it's all about potential. There's two ways, I think, to look at these Giants. This is just how they're going to be, but they've got a ton of injuries, and I'm saying if these guys come back, I still believe that Blake Snell at some point, because he did it last year and has done it in his past, is going to figure this thing out. But again, going 4 innings, regardless how he pitched yesterday, throwing the 90 pitches through 4 is not acceptable. So I think while they're at the same point, they're potentially better is how I would answer.
Yeah, it's amazing how they've been up and down. If I would have asked you this question a couple of weeks ago, when they lost to the L.A. Dodgers. Remember that Tuesday night game? I was there with the Nibbies. Larry and Gina invited us, and Brock Purdy was there in the front row, and they lost 10-2 that night, and it was like the night before they lost in 10. Will Smith had the big extra inning hit, and all those Dodger fans went crazy. The Giants at that point were 19-25, and they were 10 games out of first place. Kurt Casale arrives, and obviously other factors. You get Patrick Bailey back, and a lot of things. The young guys bring in the energy, and Matos had a big game the next day, and they've gone 9-2 in the last couple of weeks, John, and they cut the deficit in the National League West in half. The Dodgers were 10 games in front of the Giants 2 weeks ago on that Tuesday night. They're going to play a twilight doubleheader against the New York Mets. They got rained out on Memorial Day. They're going to start here in less than an hour in Flushing, Queens. They're 33-22, the Dodgers. And so the Giants they've lost 5 in a row, the Dodgers. And meanwhile, the Giants just come from behind wins, whatever it is. It's not always been perfect, but they're winning 9-2 of the last 11. The offense is much better. They're 28-27, so you're 5 back. The Padres won yesterday late. Luis Ariz has given them a major rise to their offense. They're right there. They're a game over 500 like the Giants are. Arizona hasn't gotten going yet at 25-28. So I think the first thing you have to do is just don't concede the National League West to the Dodgers. You were 10 back of them 2 weeks ago when they came in and took over Oracle Park. And in the span of 2 weeks, you've cut that lead from 10 games down to 5 games. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. Just looking at, again, the potential of this team, we're going to have to, and I hate to use this term because you and I do a show every single day, but, Elliot Ramos only has 66 at-bats. Matos has 63 at-bats. We think we know about those guys, but what are they going to do? And everybody keeps saying this because we think of Casey Schmidt a year ago where he came up, he helped light the team on fire a little bit, and then people started throwing him sliders away and in the dirt, and he just couldn't lay off those. So is Ramos and Matos, are they going to continue to play this way? Patrick Bailey, we know, is the pitching going to get healthy and pitch better? I keep believing in Blake Snell. Is it possible that he could be this bad all year? No. I mean, I think he's got to, start snapping into this thing and start being better, but we haven't seen it yet.
He's been better since he came off.
Yeah, he's been better. What are they going to do? You mentioned this, and it's something that's not being talked a lot about because we're talking about Lamont Wade Jr., and what that means, but it's to me, Luciano's not really playable at short, despite the fact that his bat really looks good. So, are you going to keep Nick Ahmed? Because we're starting to see offensively, Tyro Estrada has been much, much better after slow start. Obviously, we know what Matt Chapman is doing. Yastrzemski's better. I hope at some point Soler gets going, but Nick Ahmed, who. Look, he's a great glove at shortstop, so maybe because people are starting to hit better. I mean, Patrick Bailey's got an 846 OPS. He's coming through. He hit that grand slam over the long weekend. That was great. Can they afford to just say, okay, Nick, you don't have to hit a lot? I mean, he's got a 564 OPS. He's, early in the season, he got you a few key hits here and there. Can they just do that with Nick Ahmed? Okay, we got a good enough offense. Guys are starting to come around. Bats are starting to play a little bit better, but you just lost Lamont Wade Jr. Do you have to have a bat at shortstop?
Well, Nick Ahmed's not, he's not taken. He's going to start hitting here shortly. So Susan mentioned Tyler Fitzgerald. Zach Bayruti, the voice of the River Cats, sent me the River Cats lineup tonight. And much to your chagrin, John, brace for it. Leading off and playing right field on a major league rehab assignment is Austin Slater.
They're just
so he will be coming back into your world at some point.
Oh, no.
Breathe out your eyes, Nuke. Casey Schmidt's playing shortstop tonight. Blake Sable is back to AAA and catching. They sent him to AA Richmond to be close to the Giants because they were on the East Coast in Cincy in New York, or Pittsburgh in New York, and they wanted to, just in case something happened with Patrick Bailey. VR's not coming back up. VR is at third base. Tyler Fitzgerald is not in the lineup tonight. He is not playing. Casey Schmidt is playing shortstop tonight. So Tyler Fitzgerald is not in the Sacramento lineup. Neither is a guy named Trenton Brooks, who we mentioned earlier, and we got the name from Bowmel because he was talking about him yesterday when they asked what are you going to do about, Lamont Wade Jr. being out on the left-hand hitting first baseman, and he said, I haven't even thought about that yet. But he did mention Brooks, 28-year-old minor league free agent, 8th pro season this year, was hitting .308 at AAA Sacramento. It would be his major league debut. He is not in Sacramento's lineup tonight. So just deducing by who is not in the River Cats lineup tonight, you may see both Tyler Fitzgerald and Trenton Brooks recalled from AAA.
Brooks is a left-handed hitting first baseman. He's not a big guy. He's like 5'10", but like you said, he's had a good year, 308 with a 888 OPS, 4 home runs, and 18 RBI. So he might be a guy. And then, like you said, Tyler Fitzgerald, that makes a ton of sense with the way that he's played.
So do they send Marco down then? Assuming they IL Lamont Wade Jr. and do they send Luciano down and bring Fitzgerald up to play?
Yeah, I don't know how anybody could. I get it. He's definitely doing it with the bat, but those plays are more than coincidental. He's getting nervous late in games, and that's just a killer. We know that. I mean, I don't want to say he lost a game when he bobbled that double play. Maybe it's not a double play, as you said at the time. You can't assume a double play. But then the very next day, that's a routine play that you just got to make, and you can't have your shortstop not doing that. I mean, many people have said this, but the most devastating thing for a team is when you lose a ninth-inning lead. You've worked and worked and worked, and it's one thing, Tyler Rogers, which, again, I love Bob Melvin, but you can see by the history of Tyler Rogers, he's just not a ninth-inning guy. He's not a save guy. So I don't know what they do. You know, Susan said maybe Randy Rodriguez, whatever, but your shortstop can't make those mistakes. Just can't.
Well, it looks like he's going to make them for AAA Sacramento if they bring up Tyler Fitzgerald, so we shall see. So I feel better about the team, and I know you look at it 28-27. Yesterday was exactly one-third of the way through the year. You're a 500 team, but they're on the ascend. The team that we saw a couple of weeks ago get beat by the Dodgers, they're not that team. Now, at that point, Blake Sabol was catching for the San Francisco Giants and not the Sacramento River Cats. I hate to be mean to him. He's catching. He's back. So no David Villar. So it looks like the moves are going to be possibly Tyler Fitzgerald. But I think Brooks is a certainty because he's been playing every day down there, and Bob did mention. So I still think Wilmer will be in the lineup tonight, right? Right. I mean, you got to get Wilmer against Zach Wheeler. You want to put Brooks in there, have a left-handed bat. I mean, you do have Wisely is swinging the bat extremely well. So you'd like to keep him in the lineup a little bit. Do you bring, and they are going to start a lefty tomorrow, the Phillies. So I don't know how they're going to divvy up to playing time. Where does Wisely fit left on left? Do you play him at shortstop tonight and let Brooks kind of, Bomel, he said the same thing that Bochy said. When you bring a guy up, you like to just throw him in there right away. So they're not looking around like, wow, I'm in the major leagues. And this guy's 28 years of age, so it's going to be an amazing story. So we'll see how they do. But, I think we can anticipate Brooks and Fitzgerald being recalled from Sacramento today.
I think the one thing about Wilmer Flores, amongst all this talk of, who plays first base, he had speaking of just comparing the teams year to year, he had an 863 OPS with 23 home runs last year. They got to get him going. So I don't want Lamont Wade Jr. to be out of the lineup. This is not good. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is try to give Wilmer an extended run at first base and just see. Try to get because he just hasn't been in a rhythm. Now, I give him a ton of credit because over the last few years, that's been the case. A couple years ago, it was like, hey, Wilmer, you're not playing. You okay? That kind of a thing. He's a veteran. Late innings, he's done some really nice things for the team, which is not easy to do, to just be a pinch hitter off the bench. But I think trying to get him some rhythm at first base to try to see if they can recreate what he did last year. I think it's important. Give him a little run here.
I think he's in the lineup tonight. We'll see if they put Brooks in, just left on right. But I think you want Wilmer to play. And to your point, John, that was the big thing when they signed Soler and they signed Chapman. It's like, he can't DH now. He's not going to play third base. Those guys are everyday guys. And then late night Lamont got off to such a great start, and he was handling left on left. But Wilmer had a role to start against left-handed pitching. But I think that's the reason why they didn't see very much left-handed pitching. Up until, Blake Snell made his debut against Jordan Montgomery, they faced 4 left-handed starters all year. They've seen more lately, and they'll see one again tomorrow. I think they're going to see Carlos Rondon this weekend, right? Is he pitching against the Giants?
Yeah.
I think he is going to mix in. So you're going to see a power arm there from the left side. But I think you say you got to go Wilmer going. I think Wilmer just needs to play. And the question is, can he hit right on right? We know he can hit right on left. How will they handle the right on right matchups tonight against Wheeler? I say you'd probably let him go. But I make excuses for these guys a lot. I don't think Wilmer's been right ever since. Wait, was it the first game of the year? One of those first 4 in San Diego when he went to catch the foul ball.
Oh,
and he went right over the railing, landed on his back. All the Padre players are looking at him like, oh, didn't notice you there flipping over the railing and landing on your head. None of us help you at all. And to me, after that, I know his mobility at first wasn't good. Didn't seem like he was swinging the bat as quickly as before. So that was a long time ago. That was back in March. We're almost in June now. So it's time for Wilmer and to get going a little bit here.
All right, let's talk to Marcus Thompson coming up next. Some NBA playoff talk. We'll get into a couple other things as well. Plus, of course, Bill Walton passes away at the age of 71, affecting all of the basketball world, all of the world, period, because Bill was so diverse. We'll get into that conversation with Marcus next as well. Sean Estus will join us at 1:15 only here on the Sports Leader. Always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, especially after a long weekend, because you may have forgotten, you've got unfiled tax returns. What do they do then, Steve?
Call us. Here it is. It's Tuesday, just coming back from a 3-day weekend. I hope all your listeners enjoyed it. But I know there's some listeners out there who didn't. They were worried about the IRS. Is today the day the IRS is going to get them, come knocking on the door? You don't have to live like that. The number one reason people don't file returns is plain old simply, they didn't have the money to pay the return. Then the second year rolls around, the third year rolls around. And the next biggest reason is people don't have their records. No problem with that either. We'll go to the IRS and state and get all the records they have on you. The bottom line is this: stop procrastinating. If you don't have your records, you don't have the money, all of that is fixable. It's okay. Just talk to us. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey guys, what can you do for me? What are my rights? We'll explain everything to you in a free consultation.
You got to call Steve and Moskowitz LLP today, because unfiled tax returns, can't pay your taxes, all those things. Steve will take care of it. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply online at moskowitzllp.com.
It's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Tuesday. Hope you had a great long weekend. Celtics are in the NBA Finals, waiting probably on Dallas, who's up 3-0 on Minnesota, maybe surprisingly there. But the big story rocking the basketball world, Bill Walton passes away at the age of 71. So let's talk all about it. Our good friend Marcus Thompson, at Thompson Scribe. Make sure you're following, reading him. And it looks like you're up for another award. My gosh, man, you win everything.
It's not true at all.
Well, what is this? Is this like the Dan Jenkins Medal for Excellence in Sports Writing? There's like, what is there, about 12 people on this list or more? You're clearly do you have a speech already written? You're going to probably win.
I don't. Yeah, I just learned about this. I just learned about this today. All these people hit me up. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? I don't know. Apparently, it's a big deal. So I'm assuming my wife paid somebody.
You don't do humility well. You're pulling it off here. How well did you know Bill Walton, Marcus?
Not too well. I knew his son more than him, but I always had these interactions with him, and it was always jarring how like hilarious he was, but just how welcoming he was. He was always very easy to talk to. And let me tell you, a lot of older players from past generations aren't so easy to talk to.
Great point.
Right? So he was just every single time. There was not one time. He was around the Warriors a lot. He hung out a lot, obviously, when his son was assistant coach, and went 39-4, by the way, while Steve Kerr was out. But he just liked the Warriors kind of environment. He liked being around. And every time you talked to him, he was great. And remember, I grew up when he was on TV as a broadcaster. I didn't know him as a player. I just knew he was one of those guys that everybody said was so great. But I knew him as like basically, the dude who was like the deadhead and who you wouldn't be surprised if he fired up one on the air, right? So it was very fitting. But when you meet him, it's like, yeah, this is the dude from TV. But when you like put it into perspective, just how massive of a figure he was in basketball, it would be very easy for him to not be so nice. And he was always very nice. That's what I always remember about him. He was always, you wanted to talk to him, he was always down to talking. He was always kind.
That's a great way to put it, because like you said, the older generation is kind of bitter, and especially when it comes to the Warriors maybe sometimes. But like you said, with Luke being around, he was around the team so much. And I'm with you. I remember interacting with him a lot when I was working in the league in the late 90s, because he was always broadcasting NBA Finals games that I was at, and it would be him and like Steve Snapper Jones and Marv and that whole NBC. So it's kind of ironic that the NBA is going back to NBC, because that's where he was. And it's also ironic that the Pac-12 is dissolving, and there won't be a time that he ever doesn't see the Pac-10 or Pac-12, because that's not going to exist. And so it's just that's just how I remember Bill.
Yeah, I thought the exact same thing. The Pac-10 goes away and the NBA returns to NBC. It's like Bill Walton's like, yeah, my work here is done. Like,
Exactly.
I've done it great. But I do like this. I remember this when we lost Bill Russell. I love watching an entire generation like get to learn how good a guy was. And I do think because of his, like, he was just so jovial. I think people don't understand how significant of a figure Bill Walton was as a basketball player. And now you get to see it, now you get to hear about it. But he was so big, man. He was huge. The UCLA days, and he won the title in Portland. And by the time I came along, he was like off injured guy that everybody was talking about. You were like, man, who is this guy who's supposed to be so great? He's not that good. But by then, his lower limbs were shot. So, but he was such a massive, massive figure in basketball that I'm glad he's getting his flowers, even though he's been getting them his whole career. But I like when the younger generation gets to learn about who the Giants were.
Yeah, I think he, like Steph Curry obviously changed the geometry. I think when they put Bill Walton, Dr. Jack, put him at the high post and ran the whole offense through him, Russell took it up top to hand it off to Kuzi, and Cliff Ray did that with Rick. But they ran their whole offense, not from the low post with the center backing to the basket, but the high post with him facing the basket. It was just people didn't do that. Alvin Adams a little bit in Phoenix, but he changed the game the way he played with his passing skill and all-around game. You mentioned Luke Walton, and when, obviously when Luke was Steve's top assistant of the year Steve was out after the back surgery, Bill was around a lot. We saw him all the time. He was around as much as Del Curry or Michael Thompson. And then he got the head coaching job, Luke Walton, referring to him as with the Lakers and Sacramento. He was J.B. Bickerstaff's assistant this year in Cleveland and the last couple of years. And J.B. got fired, so I'm wondering what Cleveland's going to do. But You think Luke Walton ever gets a chance to be a head coach in the NBA again, Marcus?
I actually do, because I do think he got one early, and now that access experience and, his willingness to go to the bench and learn some other stuff, I do think will help him. He's a very, convincing guy. He's going to interview well, right? He's got a cachet about him where you believe what he's saying. He obviously has the years playing, and, he played with Kobe, which is an extra thing, the modern player loves to hear about. So I actually do think he'll get another shot. His pedigree is just crazy. He's got think of his dad, where he played college ball. He was on a dynasty. He's already coached the Lakers and the Kings. He's got a really good pedigree. And if you listen to him, he will, I can totally see him winning over an owner, but I think he knows a lot more now. And I think when you're able to be an assistant like that changes your perspective about how to run a franchise. I think that matters a lot. So I do think he'll get another shot. I don't know when it'll be, but I think he'll be on the list, especially considering his ability to just take a room. He can do it.
Marcus Thompson joining us at Thompson Scribe, and of course read all his great stuff in The Athletic. Also got the podcast out with TK. In regards to let's start with the West, then we'll get to the East. The Celtics are already in. Are you surprised that Dallas is up 3-0 on Minnesota?
I am, actually. And not just because I picked Minnesota to win it, but I mean, there's just some stuff about Dallas. It's really hard. You just didn't see it coming almost to this perfect storm. I mean, sometimes Luka looks like he needs a wheelchair.
He looks like Bill Walton as a Clipper.
Yes,
bro.
actually, it's unbelievable. And Derek Lively, who I don't know how anybody saw this, right? Derek Lively is so good. He impacts the game without a single play running for him. He's high energy, puts so much pressure on you. I always thought Daniel Gafford was a good NBA center, and he looks like that. PJ Washington was basically a nobody in Charlotte. So expecting this from him would have been crazy. I mean, they've had a perfect storm of things work out for them. And now they've got that a juice to them where they're tough to beat. If the game is close, they've got Kyrie and Luka, and that's two of the best closers in basketball. That is some pressure. And you can see Minnesota feels that pressure to make every play, make every shot. Because on the other end, they're going to get the bucket. You just know it. So, you got to go down and score. And some of these Minnesota Timberwolves don't look like they're up for it. Here's looking at you, Karl Anthony Towns. But, yeah, I'm surprised that it's been so not easy, but it's been pretty easy for them. Minnesota can't score on them, and they close every game. They make the shots. Luka was just bleeding from the knee. He's like Kurt Schilling's sock on his knee every play. He's doubled over. He's exhausted. Last time I saw this version of Luka, Wiggins was clamping him up. So to see him now having Kyrie and this workout, it's man, if this dude ever gets in any kind of elite shape, he's going to be unstoppable because he's unstoppable right now.
The shot he made the other night where he got Gobert isolated and just went into that crazy handle, Kyrie-like, to create the separation on the step back. And Gobert got to that shot. It was a hell of a tough shot. That's just the leading scorer in the NBA this year, making one over the Defensive Player of the Year. So Dallas will look to advance on in that series tonight in the sweep. So it's interesting. 2 years ago, right around this time, the Warriors had to beat the Dallas Mavericks in the Western Finals and the Boston Celtics in the NBA Finals to win the championship. And they've done both. Dallas has completely changed their whole roster. Kyrie in for Jalen Brunson, all the pieces around there. It's just all different. And then over with Boston's side of it, bringing in Drew Holiday and Derek White, you've got 2 point guards who are lockdown defenders. We'll see what Porzingis adds. But I want to ask you about the improvement of Jaylen Brown versus what he was. And he was a great player against the Warriors a couple of years ago, but both he and Tatum were turnover prone. Remember the Warriors sagged off of him when they went to the parquet this year and he made jumper. And Steve dropped the comparison of Jonathan Kuminga's career maybe being Jaylen Brown-like when you look at his numbers the first year, the second year to what he is now. I mean, how good has Jaylen Brown gotten? And if they get Porzingis back, can the Mavs even touch them?
I'm past. I'm done overlooking the Mavericks, but I think you're right. I think Jaylen Brown's the best player on the Celtics. Just like Tatum's the most talented. Tatum is the superstar, but Jaylen's shot is reliable. He drives a lot more like strong, right? He's not looking for the foul. Like he's going up strong, aggressively, and defensively he's really locked in. I do feel like having Draymond sag off him in the finals made him work on his jumper, and he's got to the point where he's got a nice jumper, but he takes mid-range. He gets to the line. And in the end, to me, the reason Boston, like if I had to pick, I would pick them to win a title, is they're more mature. And part of it is because of what they went through, losing the finals, but also part of it is because they got some adults in the room. They got a couple Iguodala's. I think that's what Drew Holiday is. That's what Derek White is. And you saw it last game. I don't know if you were watching, but they're up 3, final seconds. Jason Tatum takes a step back 3 after a push-off. And if this don't go well, you give Indiana a chance to go tie, and who knows what happens after that. But you just didn't need to take that shot. And he was going for the moment. He was going for the dagger. Drew Holiday got the rebound and saved it. But
now, why didn't Indiana foul them right away? They never fouled at the end of the game.
But never fouled. Yeah, it was. But to me, that's the difference between Boston winning a title or not. They've got all the talent. It's when a game is tight, will they make the right play? And we know Dallas will. Like, Dallas will make the right play because they've got Kyrie and Luka who will destroy you one way or the other. If they got to post you up, they'll post you up. If they got to pass, they'll pass. If they got to take the midi, they'll do it. They'll do whatever it takes. Whereas it feels like Boston still kind of want to hit the moment 3, right? They want the thing to make everybody go crazy. If Drew Holiday and Derek White and at some point the fed upness of Jason Brown and Jaylen Tatum makes them play smart at the end of the games, I think they win. I just wonder if they do.
You know, what's interesting to me is because Indiana was in those games like you were talking about, it seems to me that the fallback for the Celtics is just iso ball. And a lot of times, Tatum will make those plays. Jaylen Brown made a lot of big plays. Obviously, they got the corner 3 last night. But it just seems like their fallback is let's iso. And a team like Dallas, I think, can defend that.
Yeah, and they have the ability to play off the ball and to move.
No doubt.
Which is what makes it so jarring. And you would think, like, this is what the Warriors did. It's like, hey, Tatum, you want to go one-on-one against Wiggins all day? Like, go ahead. You're going to win some, but when the game gets tight and you ain't getting the call, like, you put your money on Wiggins because you're not going to get a 3 or a layup against that. And I feel like that's the lesson they got to learn. They still take a lot of threes. Joe Mazzulla likes them shooting a lot of threes. I understand the analytics of it. But if they have a counter, they'll win. And to me, that's where Porzingis is so massive. They get him back, like as Papa was saying, you want him at the elbow, right? Making a play. If that's taking the shot, he's 7'3". Like, it's going to be tough to defend that. But they need another thing to do. But they love it. They love spreading it out. ISO driving kick, step back, ISO driving kick. But if you can guard that, like, they have the ability to counter. They just don't do it. They just like, yeah, we're going to keep shooting step backs. It'll work one day. But nobody's actually pressured them enough. They haven't even been really threatened. So we'll see. Maybe they're just that good that they can just do that. I don't know. But if it's a close game, Kyrie and Luka, like, that's what's going to force them to be better. Like, they will make you be better because they put so much pressure on you. Kyrie is terrifying at the end of games, and Luka is obviously Luka. So how do they match that? Do they get a little rattled and do too much, or do they play smarter because they learned their lesson in 2022? I'm interested to see how that works out.
You're the best, man. Congratulations on the nomination. Hope you win another award. You deserve it, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Hey, so if I do win this award, I feel like, we should have like a Marcus Thompson Day on this show.
Without a doubt.
No doubt.
Without a doubt.
What I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, let me write my 15-minute speech and get over here and get it off.
Yeah.
You got to get Steph Curry to present you.
Yeah, and plus we got to get something for you. Well, I mean, what do you think we should get you?
I mean, you kind of behind on the last award.
I know.
Right? So.
We'll just get you one big thing. I'll consult with the money people. We'll get it together. We'll get our stuff together. All right, bro. Take care, man.
Good luck, brother.
Right.
See ya. That is the great Marcus Thompson. Yeah, Thompson Scribe. The Center for Sports Communication and Media 2024 Best Sports Writing nominees. It's National League Dan Jenkins Medal for Excellence in Sports Writing.
He's good.
4, 6, 8, 10. There's 12 nominees.
Anybody else we know on the list of the nominees?
I mean, I've read some of these guys, but I don't know anybody here personally on this list. But
then go, Marcus, go.
Yeah, let's do it. There you go. All right, good stuff from Marcus. As always, got a foreplay at the top of the hour. Very heavy on the Giants as well, plus a little bit of Bill Walton thrown in there, as well as the legend passes away at the age of 71. And remember, Tolbert in about an hour. Tom knew him very, very well. They've remained friends throughout when they worked together at NBC and just have been friends for a long time. And Tom's got some great stories. He and Kerry Crowley coming up at 2 o'clock. Roxy Bernstein, of course, who worked many years with Bill Walton at 2:50, and then they'll talk some Giants with extra bags at 5:15. It's Pop and Lund, your foreplay coming up in a few, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning, recap the Giants series win over the Mets, discuss the passing of Bill Walton and what he meant to the sports world. You can check out that podcast and more. The KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Lots of Giants in the foreplay today. We do have a Bill Walton that we will kick off with, and then after we talk to Sean Estus at 1:15, who we miss greatly, we'll play a longer version, which is actually a short version for Bill Walton. I think we've got about a 4-minute tangent that Bill went on, and that's just clearing his throat.
Was that on these airwaves? Or?
Yeah. But it's, 4 minutes for Bill.
He's
like
one thing,
30
Sully came on, he produced him for 12
outstanding,
years.
Man.
So we would get Walton on. They'd always have a deadhead night at Oracle Park. And
right.
He was around a lot when Luke was coaching, so we'd have him on Warriors pregame shows. We'd have him in Giants. I remember the hardest interview I ever did. We did a show called Chronicle Live, and it was Deadhead Night or whatever it was. I think Jerry was still alive then. And Bill opened the show from the ballpark. And the A block of the show was like 18 minutes long. So normally I'm trying to fill with Kawakami and Ray Rado, Mr. Sunshine.
Right, exactly.
This night it was Bill Walton. Hi, Bill. How are you? Oh, the Golden State. I'm in a golden. He went on. They're in my ear yelling at me. Just shut him out. How do we get out? I got it's Bill Walton. What do you want him to do? I kept trying to interrupt him, but no one. It's amazing that he had a stutter.
Yeah.
It's a lot like Lester Hayes.
Yeah,
Lester Hayes had a
had him on. Oh
terrible
my God,
stutter, and now Lester, once he gets going, you can't get him to stop. And we love Lester, and we obviously miss Cliff and Jack and the old guard. We still have George. But anyway, Walton was the same way. And he told me the story about the stutter. I'm like, seriously? You had a stutter? But I do remember when he was a player, when he was mainly at UCLA, he's kind of like, the Georgetown guys with John Thompson. Never heard him talk. And then who was it that did the post games? That Reggie Williams, after they won the championship, he just clammed up. He couldn't talk because he never did it on national TV. Bill Walton it wasn't quite that bad. But the story Sully told was Dr. Jack, when that Blazer Mania team, and they played so well. That was a beautiful game, the way they played the game. And Dr. Jack he said, I've never coached a finer player, I've never coached a finer leader, and I've never coached a better person than Bill Walton. Right when they gave him, and Larry O'Brien, the commissioner, was there to give him the trophy. And Walton, I don't know if it was the stutter or how do you follow that? What do I say? Thanks, coach. I'm the best human being ever and the best player. But it was, I've never coached a finer player, I've never coached a finer leader, and I've never coached a better person.
That is high praise. I worked up in Portland a short period of time, and he's revered in a lot of places up there. He's a god. There's no other way to put it. And of course, because he talks so much about the earth and smoked from the earth and all that. That's just what they're into. And so they just loved him. They loved him up there. And
he's loved everywhere.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
And
that
UCLA tie. I tell you, one of the greatest nights of my life. And I had a hard day that day, but we got there to Dodger Stadium to watch this concert. And the last act was Fleetwood Mac, and we're right in the front row. I was like in the second or third row. Walton was in the front row. I'm like, Bill, down in front, Mountain Man.
Exactly.
Oh, come up here with me. So believe me.
Yeah, that would suck being caught behind him.
He and I together at a concert. We had a lot of fun.
I bet.
We had a lot of fun. We'll never break the chain.
That is amazing. All right, let's get to it. Number one, and again, 1:30 we'll play a long version, which is actually a short version for Bill of about 45 minutes for you. 4 or 5, not 45. 4 or 5 minutes with Bill. And then Tolbert will talk more about it. He got him on many, many times on his show and has a unique perspective on it. Here is Bill Walton. And this is with his old pal Dave Pash, one of our friends. And they're in the middle of an Arizona-UConn game. But, of course, you would not know that.
This is the sun. This is the axial tilt at what degree? 23.5 degree rotation here, right? And now, I don't know, you may think that it goes like this.
This is a piggy bank, by the way.
No, it goes like this, okay? And it's not an oval, it's an elliptical orbit here, right? And the reason that the Earth has seasons.
It's a 10-point game, right?
Right. Okay, it's free throws, right? So the reason we have seasons is because of the axial tilt. If it was straight up and down,
like a Saguaro, they would have no seasons. We would have no seasons.
Right.
And so we're in the seasons of love and peace and happiness and joy. And so while we're here in the Sonoran Desert celebrating the solstice, it's all right here. It all comes together. It all rolls into one.
Hey, can I eat this?
No, that's the sun. That's what gives us our energy, our life.
Wow. That's a Bill Walton trip. That's a Bill Walton trip.
And Pash is trying to say it's a 10-point game. Free throws. Just amazing, man.
That was the later years of Bill Walton.
Yeah, just amazing stuff. We'll get more into Bill Walton, like I said, at about 1:30. Let's get a little Giants here. Again, Blake Snell, maybe he's making strides. Maybe you're tired of hearing that 4 innings pitch, 90 pitches. The pen bails him out. 5 innings pitched for the pen, only 2 hits, no earned runs. And the Giants beat the Phillies 8-4, a little bit of payback, and that continues on tonight. Here is Blake Snell. Spring training would have been nice.
The one thing I would say, yeah, like big league spring training, you need it. Yeah, it's tough to do it. Like, I thought I did everything I could to be ready. And then even just after 2 weeks, like noticing how much better I was throwing the ball, just being here every day. Yeah, you can't, there's nothing like, you have to go to spring training. So hopefully, I mean, for me, I hope teams see that. And I mean, I don't know what Montgomery's doing, but I bet it's tough for him. Like, it's not easy. So I didn't face a big league hitter until I pitched my first game in the big leagues this year, and it's tough. You just have nothing to go off of. You're just kind of like, oh, let's see what we got. Faced 18-year-olds, but yeah, so it's all excuses, but it's the truth.
All right.
He was being honest. I as far as degree of difficulty, what he's been asked to do, and he just laid it out. April the 8th was when he finally got on the mound against Washington on that Monday night. He didn't sign until March 19th. He's doing sim games, and, you know, it just didn't work. And then the first 3 starts were not good. Washington at Tampa, the Arizona start on that Friday night. And then, you know, he had a huge major setback. We're going to be at the patio tomorrow, John. Last time we were there was when they put him on the injured list, remember? And he was like, where's he going? Why isn't he starting today? And they went opener, and but he pitched better in Pittsburgh. I thought, when he came back, and the rehab signs, he's back in. I think he just needs to challenge more. And we'll talk to him. Estus will join us at 1:15. We'll get into it. They are just sitting. They're spitting on the break and stuff. He's not getting them to chase. How does he get them to chase? Does he need to throw those pitches more for strikes? And does he need to pitch backwards where he starts them with his slider and his straight change? The curveball is more of a chase 2-strike pitch, and then finish him off with the fastball, because he's nibbling around the zone, and they're spitting on all the borderline pitches.
And this is just the way he's pitched for a long time, and this is even the way he pitched last year when he walked 99, and then he could bail himself out of situations. But if I'm the Giants, I just have to say, look, you've got great stuff, man. You've got to attack guys. You can't all these 3-ball counts, 4 innings pitched, or 4 innings, 90 pitches yesterday. Regardless, we got to get more out of you from an inning standpoint. You got to give us 6. I mean, I know, again, same thing. San Diego last year, that's not what he did, but it drives you crazy even watching a game, how much he nibbles and how little he attacks hitters. It's like, dude, you have amazing stuff. It's almost like a young pitcher, who doesn't trust his stuff.
Like Kyle Harrison.
Hey, he's like, you don't trust your stuff. I understand that from a young guy, but it's like Blake Snell, man.
But he's a chase pitcher. One time, when Lincecum was coming up and was all the rage, out of nowhere, I'm just standing in the clubhouse by myself, and Barry Bonds comes up and says, you know how to hit Lincecum? I said, how? He goes, don't swing at anything he throws. Because when he gets that splitty going, fastball's up here, it's a ball, and then you chase it in the dirt. Just do not swing. So I think the best thing was Bob Melvin saying there's no more, limit on how many pitches he can throw. He's always full bore. Because the other team is thinking, this guy's got Cy Young stuff. Let's get him out of the game. Right. And he is going to nibble. Let's get his pitch count up as high as we can to get him out. So we're spitting on everything. But last year, when you watch his outings, and he tormented the Giants, the teams were chasing. That curveball looked like a strike, and then it's a dirt ball, that slider. And he threw one early yesterday. It was great. The straight change, he did get them to chase out of the strike zone. How does he do that this year? Or does he need to pitch backwards? Estus has it all broken down.
All right, we'll talk to Sean Estus about it at 1:15. Here is Bob Melvin, another issue surrounding the Giants as great as they're playing. Lamont Wade Jr. is going to be out for a while with a hammy, having an MRI today. I've not heard yet what's going on, but he is going to be out of the lineup for a while. Here's Bob Melvin on looking for some left-handed bats.
You know, I haven't even crossed that bridge at this point right now. I know Brooks is down there, but I don't think he's roster VR, But Lamont, with Flo, it gives Flo some consistent playing time, too. We are a little light on left-handed bats right now.
And then can you just speak to, if you are without Lamont for a while, just what he's been doing, getting on base at the clip he's been getting on, just what you'd be missing there?
It's not ideal. He's hitting 330 or whatever it is. Not too many guys in the league can do what he does. I mean, he's not just a good left-handed hitter. He's one of the best in the game at this point.
Yeah, 896 OPS for Lamont Wade Jr., 33 walks on the season, and a on-base percentage of .470. Going to be difficult.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I just hope with this, we'll find out when Bob meets the media and they give us the results of the MRI. Does this take him out of consideration to be a National League All-Star this year is my concern? If he's out 6 weeks, the game's in 6 weeks, can he still be on the team and then be activated right before and play? What does it do for Lamont being an All-Star this year? Does it eliminate it essentially?
It was going to be tough anyway. Even as great as his numbers were, first base is always packed. And, that's going to be tough. Yeah, there's no doubt. One guy on his current pace of hitting .450, Ted Williams said it was the last one, 1941? I'm just kidding. He only has 20 at-bats. But still, Brett Wisely looks like a different hitter.
He's hitting 400, Wisely?
Yeah, he's hitting .450, but it's 20 at-bats. But still, he's been very impactful at the bottom of the order early, at that single up the middle, showing some power as well. Looks like a totally different hitter. He hit 175 last year in limited time with the Giants. Here he is, and you'll hear Dave Fleming's fine voice in here on swing adjustments from last year to this for Brett Wisely.
Yeah, I made a few swing adjustments with Damon Minor down there in AAA to kind of get me more upright, get me kind of just more seeing the ball up and not chasing stuff low, and I feel like it's doing its job up here.
Could you tell right away when you were making those changes, I think this is something that could work?
Honestly, no. Spring training, I started it, struggled really hard with it, and I just kind of stuck with it and knew it was the right adjustments that needed to be made, and over sticking with it, just making good swings and seeing the ball pretty well.
9 for 20 for Wisely, a home run, 6 RBIs, and a .450 batting average. He just looks different. And again, it's another, like with a lot of these young guys, it's a small sample size, but it seems like we don't have official word on Luciano going down, but that seems like the case. Will Wisely get some shortstop? He's played center. He's played first. He's been pretty good so far.
We got to reach out to Damon Minor. He's turned into a heck of a good hitting coach, to be sure. And Wisely was talking more in the interview when he talked to the media, separate from the interview with Dave and John, was he's not buggy whipping. He's not trying to uppercut and launch angle it, and he's more, holding it up here and more of a flatter swing, and he's a lot more of a effective major league hitter. He gets so much swing and miss in his game, and he's not a big guy. Put the ball in play. So Zach Bayruti, the voice of the Rivercats, did send me the Sacramento lineup tonight. Austin Slater on a rehab assignment is going to lead off in right field. Casey Schmidt at short. Tyler Fitzgerald is not in Sacramento's lineup tonight, John. So that's a strong indication that he may be coming to Oracle Park to at least be on the roster. Will he be in the lineup tonight against Zach Wheeler and play at shortstop? And Bob was talking about losing Lamont Wade Jr. and losing a left-handed bat. Trenton Brooks is also not in Sacramento's lineup tonight. So it's quite possible Brooks and Fitzgerald will be coming to San Francisco.
Yeah, there you go. So that is a strong possibility there. So hopefully, as you heard Brett Wisely there too. So we'll get some news on those guys because, like you said, Trenton Brooks, that was a guy that Bob Melvin mentioned during that cut as well. 28-year-old left-handed hitter having a pretty nice season in Sacramento, hitting .308, and then Fitzgerald's been red hot since he went down to AAA as well. So maybe that means that Luciano could be going down to get some more defensive work done as far as that goes. That is your foreplay. That is the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. We'll continue the Giants theme coming up next. Our good friend, Sean Estus. What's going on with Blake Snell, the rest of these guys? I want to ask him about Randy Rodriguez, too, man. Could that kid, is he too young to be like the 8th inning guy? Man,
I thought you'd go right to the 9th inning. He already is the 8th inning guy.
I'd like him to be the all-time.
The Duvall's not available?
I'd like it to be Walker, Rodriguez, and Duvall at the end, and I'd like to see him be the backup 9th inning guy. Maybe that's too soon. Too soon?
Thought you wanted Walker, Cuervo, and Bean.
Or Daniels, yeah.
You don't want
Daniels
them?
is the
Daniels,
backup.
too. Oh,
yeah.
That's Blake Snell's number 7.
That's true.
We got to drink a bottle of Jack when old number 7's pitching.
I need old number 7 when 7 is on the mound. My God.
I love scotch.
Scotch.
Oh, we're going Doers, too?
Yeah, sure.
On Johnny Walker?
Yeah, Johnny Walker.
Yeah,
very nice. All right, we'll talk to Sean about it, go through some pitching and what the Giants are doing. We'll do it with our good friend, Sean Estus, next. Do not miss it, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mark Spears, Anscaped and ESPN, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Celtics win in the East with a sweep over the Pacers. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday. Hope you enjoyed your long weekend. Giants are rolling. They got the Phillies and Zach Wheeler tonight, so let's get into that. Blake Snell going 4 and 90 pitches. Is he getting any better? And what do they do for bullpen roles? Randy Rodriguez seems to be pushing his way forward, so let's get into all those conversations. Our good friend Sean Estus joins us, who he didn't need no stinking spring training. I don't know what Blake Snell's talking about. Sean
He was
us.
Blake Snell.
Sean joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
I wish I had a couple of Cy Young awards under my belt.
I know.
Yeah.
You nibbled a little bit.
Maybe
Did you ever
Blake
see any
Snell in his
similarities
average years.
between you and Blake when you were on your 19-win season?
I don't know. Not really.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're both lefties.
Look,
yeah.
Different. Yeah, I would say
You
both
nibbled.
lefties.
You nibbled. You were right there at 100 walks a year.
Yeah, and we both walked a lot. There you go. So now we're getting somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Both had a lot of walks. Both are lefties. Both, I could run it up on my best day, 94, 95. So he's got a little bit more velo than I did. And both had big curveballs, but he has the slider that he goes to half the time as far as his breaking balls concerned. He mixes it up with those. I never had a slider. And both had changeups, but mechanically a little bit different. Yeah, I mean, similar in a little bit in a few ways, but he's a lot nastier than I was. I mean, when he's on, and he's punching out 10 a game. So, I guess I had some double-digit strikeouts over my career, but I wasn't a high strikeout guy. I was more average 6, 7 strikeouts maybe a game. So some similarities, but I'd like to have his contract and his Cy Young Award. I would like to.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
So, give us your thoughts on him, because he did this in San Diego last year. Not this. I mean, early some struggles, but what my point is that he's going 4 innings, and he's throwing 90 pitches. But the difference is last year he got himself out of a lot of these situations, a lot of 3-ball counts, a lot of high pitch innings, those things. But obviously the scouting report is, let's just wait him out. Let's not swing at the junk. Let's get his pitch count up. Let's get him out of the game. So can he, at this point, because that's the way he always seems to pitch, can he get himself out of that cycle of these high pitch innings, high pitch counts, and all of a sudden he's out after 4 or 5 innings?
Yeah, absolutely he can. I think it's just, I hate to keep making excuses, because they really are excuses. And at the end of the day, it's like, when you take them out of the big league game, if you're not ready to pitch, you shouldn't be out there in the first place. But, I mean, and you said I don't need any stinking spring training. Well, I always had a spring training, and it was huge. I had to have a spring training. I think most pitchers would tell you that's where you figure things out. That's where you go out there and you don't care about the results, and you're just working on one thing or 2 different things specifically to just get you ready for the season. So when the season starts, you can be locked in, and that's how most pitchers use their spring training, especially established pitchers. They need to do that to build up. They need to do that to just feel strong. They need the up and downs. So yeah, I think spring training is huge for pitchers than anybody. So for him not to have that and then to just jump right into the season and face, big league hitters for the first time in a big league atmosphere, you have to win, you have to go out there and do well. And that's hard to do. It's just really hard to all of a sudden flip the switch on and be ready to go. So, I mean, I'll give him some mulligans, especially early in the year. And then, boom, he ends up tweaking a groin. That sets him back. So, he's not going to get consistent pitch every 5 or 6 days. And now he's rehabbing that. Now he has to kind of start over. And then, boom, he has to leave for a few days on paternity. And that messes up your routine a little bit. At some point, the excuses, obviously are going to end. And then he's going to have to go out there and perform. But right now, I would say, based on track record, I would say you have to just be patient because, his numbers after the All-Star break, majority of his career have been dominant. So, I mean, I know it's hard to, you don't want to just go out there and you blow up your bullpen the whole first half of the season with a guy, and they're going to have to start being really concerned about, or they're going to have to really start looking into innings with Harrison and Hicks. So you're not going to see them probably stretched out all that much. So now you have 3 pitchers that are going to give you an average of 5 innings a game, and that's really going to tax your pen. So he's a guy that I think you have to look at as, at some point he's going to have to start going deeper in games because your rotation can't handle, 3 or 4 guys, giving you 5 innings. So you're going to have a couple guys at the top of your rotation that are going to give you 6, 7, or even 8 innings. So I think he'll figure it out. I just think he needs to be on the mound every 5th or 6th day to do that. Because right now he's healthy. I love the stuff yesterday. I thought the breaking ball was as good as it's been. Now it wasn't as consistent, as he'd like it to be. But I liked the snap on the curveball and the slider. He had 5 strikeouts with the slider and the curveball yesterday. And the fastball, his last fastball of the game in the 4th inning and I pitched 90 was 97 miles an hour. So you like the way that he finished the game. And the velocity ramped up at the end there. So there's a lot of things that you can be encouraged about. I think now it's just a matter of him getting consistent innings, and being able to get on the mound and stay healthy and work every turn in the rotation.
Well, he's got to work around the birth of his child coming up this week, and then his next outing with the off day on Thursday would be Sunday against the New York Yankees, and they're loaded lineup from top to bottom. You did a great job on Giants Postgame Live on Estus Bestus breaking down his stuff, and it was that second time and third time through the order. He got to 29 pitches in the 3rd and 35 in the 4th, and he was gone. The one thing, last year, even when he was dominant, Sean, and we saw him a lot against the Giants, he'd get ahead with his fastball, and then he'd put you away with that dirt ball, curveball, the straight change. He had one slider yesterday early that was nasty. Now it seems like, he's up to 90 pitches, but teams know he's not going to be out there all day. It's Blake Snell. Let's spit on some of these breaking balls. Does he almost need to start pitching backwards where he starts hitters out with his breaking stuff, tries to get them to tumble in the zone for strikes, and then finishes them off with the fastball? Because and you did a great job of breaking down like the 3-1 to Schwarber. He got behind, and he came in with a hittable fastball. But it seems like where the pitch count is soaring is that put-away pitch other teams are just not offering it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the book's out, Pop. I mean, you mentioned it. Like, we did a breakdown of Snell, before his first game of the season, and how is he so successful without throwing a lot of strikes? And because he very rarely throws a strike with his breaking ball, and he still gets a lot of swings against that pitch and a lot of swing and misses. So they're not contact pitches, which is going to be obviously jack up your pitch count. And he's going to get more contact, obviously, with the fastball and probably the changeup. But he's definitely going to get more contact if he starts throwing more breaking balls in the strike zone. And I don't think that's a bad theory. Go out there and establish that you can throw your breaking ball for a strike, because as soon as you put that in the hitter's mind that you can throw a strike with their breaking ball, because right now, when they see spin and it's down a little bit, they know it's probably going to be a ball, so they can lay off of it. But if you can show spin early in counts and show that you can land it for a strike, then it puts the hitter on the defensive because they know you got 95 to 97 in your back pocket, so they still have to respect the fastball. But then, they have to offer, and when you get ahead in the count, say a strike or two, then they're probably more prone to swing at that breaking ball, even if it's in the dirt, because they got to protect at that point. But right now, like I said, there was a lot of uncompetitive breaking balls yesterday. You saw with the wild pitch after the triple, that just those aren't, when he's on, he's not throwing that pitch. I mean, he may throw it on the back part of the plate, but he's not yanking it a foot or two inside to a righty, and that to me is just, he's not really found a release point that he can be consistent with right now with his breaking ball. I think that'll come, but I also think that, and then I talked to Brian Price, about Snell before he started pitching. I said, are you guys going to try to find a way to make him, help him be a little bit more efficient so he can go deeper into games? And he says, we're not really going to mess with them. That's his style of pitching. And that's the way he feels comfortable with pitching. But I think, based on the way the rotation is set up, you got to have a couple guys that can give you some length in the game. Or your bullpen come September, maybe even August, is going to be trashed. And so he's the guy, in my opinion, that you can actually talk to and get it into his head that, hey, your stuff's good enough to pitch in the strike zone and pitch to contact. Now, you may not get the strikeouts, you may not be as dominant as you were, but you're still going to be productive, right? Throwing strikes with those pitches. He does it intentionally, and that's the thing, is I think he can intentionally throw strikes with his off speed. But he intentionally throws the ball. He stays away from the middle part of the plate, and that's what makes him so successful as far as numbers go. And that's why he won 2 Cy Youngs. But I think the way he fits in the rotation, he's got to find a way to be more efficient so you can give him more length, so you can save bullpens on Logan Webb and Blake Snell's days as they pitch.
Sean Estus showing us great insight into Blake Snell, who struggled 90 pitches in 4 innings yesterday. As far as the bullpen is concerned, they were great yesterday in bailing them out, didn't give up anything, only a couple of hits over the final 5 innings. Randy Rodriguez reminds me a little bit. I remember when Jake McGee was closing and it became apparent, like, okay, Duvall is the guy now. I know he's very young. I know it's a small sample size, but high leverage situations for Randy Rodriguez, how much can he go? And just in terms of, okay, he's young, but man, he's throwing strikes. He looks great out there. Can you put him in a consistent 8th inning role potentially with Ryan Walker in the 7th, or is that just too much too fast for him?
Well, I think the thing you got to realize, John, is that, he's young, and, guys, when you put him in the right spots, when they get to the big leagues, and you put him in a little bit more low leverage situations, a little bit, to where, there's not as much pressure on them. They seem to do a lot better, right? Because they can go out there and not feel that pressure. They can just go out there and they know they have good stuff. They can almost pitch like they did in AAA, where, that there's not just a huge emphasis on getting outs. I mean, they're trying to get outs, but it's just lower pressure situations. And that's what Bob Melvin's put Randy Rodriguez in, up to this point. Middle innings, maybe tough part of the lineup coming up, but still middle innings where you have some room for error. And he's thrived in that situation. He's gone out there and he's shown tremendous stuff. I mean, there's no question about it. There's a lot of guys that have tremendous stuff, but all of a sudden you start to put them at the back end of the bullpen, and then all of a sudden they have to pitch. They have to get meaningful outs late in games where every pitch matters. They tighten up a little bit. They grip the ball a little bit tighter. They try to throw too hard. They try to rip off nasty sliders. Like they have to be someone that they're not, just based on the situation they're in. So I think that, as his confidence grows on the mound and as he gets positive results, that's something you can start to ease him into, because without a doubt, with him, Ryan Walker, and Camilo Doval, those 3 guys have the best stuff in the bullpen right now. The best swing and miss, the best velocity, just the best, like that's your back end of your bullpen if you're looking toward the future. But you have to be careful with guys like that, young guys with great stuff that, you put them in situations where they're not ready for it mentally, it can backfire. So I think you got to ease him into it, but without a doubt, I think he's got, and I don't know much about his mental makeup. I just know that the situations that he's been in so far as a big leaguer, he's produced. So I think that, I allow him to gain confidence in lower leverage situations. And then when you feel it's the right time, you kind of just ease him in different pockets of a game with maybe he pitches the 7th inning or the 8th inning at the bottom part of the opposing lineups coming up, and so he can go out there and deal, right? And then you finally get to the point where, where Camilo's at right now, where it doesn't matter what the situation, he's going to be the guy to pitch the 9th inning because you trust he's going to get it done. Because stuff-wise, he's right there with Camilo. I mean, the slider is nasty. The fastball is 100. It's easy cheese. He hides the ball really well. And he just looks like he's one of those guys who just has that rubber arm. They can go out there and bring it every day.
Yeah, I'm wondering how they're getting through the second inning tonight. So Eric Miller's going to start. And I do like it, Schwarber, Real Muto, and then Harper, then go to a righty. What are we hearing about the bulk guy, the featured guy? Might it be a Landon Roop or a Spencer Howard? What are they going to do behind Eric Miller, Sean? You got an idea?
Well, I have the luxury of staying at the team hotel.
There you go.
When I'm in town.
Hotel Via.
And I happen to see a Spencer Howard check in today. But there's also the thing called the taxi squad. So I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do. The thing about Spencer Howard that's interesting is that, Mason Black's pitching today in Sacramento. So he could come up because it would be an IL of Wade to make room for that spot. And you can do that with an injury because he just was sent down, I think, 5 days ago. So he can come up because there's an injury, but he's going to start tonight in Sacramento.
Right.
At least that's what it says on the Sacramento website. So have they kind of, at least at the time, given up on Mason Black? I don't know, because Spencer Howard's here. He's probably here to pitch, and he's not on the 40-man, which means they got to clear a roster spot or put someone on the 60-day. So they're going to have to make a move. And, Farhan doesn't like just making these random moves and having to clear roster space.
Jung-Hoo Lee, go to the 60-man. It's easy.
Well, I thought Jung-Hoo was already on the 60.
I think was he, John? I think they can move him to the 60-man.
Yeah.
At the Hotel Via.
If Jung-Hoo goes to the 60, if Jung-Hoo goes on the 60, then that would be the spot. But I thought Jung-Hoo was already on the 60.
No, I think they'll move him to the 60. At the Hotel Via, you also see Tyler Fitzgerald or Trenton Brooks. Were they around there? Or?
I did think I saw Wade Meckler, but I'm not sure if
Wade Meckler?
If I'm getting that right. Yeah.
Why, did you see him in goggles? Was he wearing goggles?
He wasn't wearing goggles. That's why I wasn't sure if it was him.
That's I only read, dude. Put these on. I don't know if it's you. Put these on.
I think he goes. I mean, it's like, hey, if the guy can wear contacts, walking around the streets, like, why can't he do that on the baseball field? Why does he got to throw the goggles on at the yard? Maybe that's just his look. But I think I saw a Wade Meckler and a Spencer Howard today. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, with the taxi squad now, they run guys in and out of here all the time, and you think that they're going to be playing that night, and all of a sudden they're playing in AAA 3 days later. So. That's where they get you with the taxi squad. But yeah, they're going to have to make some moves. But regardless, as far as the offensive side goes, it's going to be, I think Wade Jr. was maybe the biggest loss they've had this year up to this point.
Hey, real quick before we let you go, Luciano. I would imagine that with all these flurry of moves that they would bring Luciano down. His bat definitely plays the major league level. He's looked pretty good, but having those late inning issues, you just can't have that. And it seems to me that he needs to play every single day at AAA and get that down.
Well, I did see Luciano as well. You mentioned all the guys that I've seen.
Damn.
And he did not have a bag in hand, so he's definitely going to the yard expecting to be playing today, or at least have a chance to play.
All right.
But I think with Luciano, it's wait to see when Ahmed comes back. I think. You're right. I mean, does he play and then Ahmed comes off the bench in late innings? I don't think he can do that. I think he's got to play every day, get it right defensively. Randy Wynn and I were talking about something interesting. If you're a shortstop, obviously, you've always been one of the most athletic guys on any team you've been on. And that's why shortstops seem to be able to make transition to like second and third and maybe even in the outfield a little easier, like a Tyler Fitzgerald. What about first base, right? Like, right now there's a huge need at first base. Obviously, he's a right-hander. They'd love to have a lefty there. But with Wade Jr. out, maybe see what he can do over at first base. I mean, he's already got the glove, the shortstop glove, right? Although it hasn't been great at times this year. But
I thought it was a frying pan. I wasn't sure.
No,
that's not nice. That's not nice.
But you go over to you know how to field a ground ball, right? And you're probably better than most first basemen at fielding a ground ball. You got the bigger glove over there. I don't know. I mean, it was just a thought, right? Especially when Ahmed comes back, because he can't be a guy that comes off the bench. He's got to play.
Yep.
He's going to be able to. He's going to hit at the big league level. But the worst thing you can do for a kid is put him on the bench and he's not a pinch hitter. He's got to go down to AAA and get his reps. So I think that's a decision that they'll make when Ahmed's healthy, and then we'll see what happens there. But like we always say, a lot can happen between now and then. And Ahmed just started taking swings, so I don't think he's that close.
No. Hey, thanks for the insight, man. We appreciate it. I'm going to go down and just hang out at the Hotel Via and just see what.
Just sit in the
that's
lobby.
all we got to know.
Get a lot of information there.
Go up to the rooftop. It's way more fun up there.
Jesus, see what's going on.
You learn a lot about the team in the lobby before
sit around,
and then a lot about the team on the rooftop after games.
Totally. We did that, Sean, a couple of Saturdays ago.
Right
I know. It's
rooftop.
good to see you.
Good to hear your voice, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, guys. Sounds
See
good.
ya. That is the great Sean Estus. That's what I'm going to do. Why don't we just do our show from the hotel lobby, and we'll know exactly who's playing and who's not.
Well, I was planning on going to the Via tomorrow to park my car, but apparently we're not going to the patio tomorrow.
Yeah, they just said that we were having some
technical
difficulties,
difficulties.
I guess.
Please stand by.
What's happening?
Can we go to the Via?
Lee Hammer back or something?
Let's go to the. Oh, wow. Ouch. Wow.
Oh, come on.
There's Barry Bonds
from the guy
in the
who
box
every
against...
single time it's brought up, you kill him on it. You crush him on it. And I take one tiny little shot.
I know.
The great Lee Hammer. And look at that.
PK Kim to the plate. Swinging a drive.
Lee, we love you, baby. All right.
Can we do it from the rooftop of the Via?
Yeah. Come on.
Why don't we do that? It's happy hour, 10 a.m. We need our bloodies
I know.
tomorrow.
That just really, that ruined my whole day. I love going.
Barbara and Mary Jane are going to be really
they're
disappointed.
Angry with us. We're sorry. We don't know what's happening. We just do what we're told. Yeah, sure. When Tim Sullivan came on and goes, he just doesn't. Bill just didn't like authority. I went, God, I know somebody like that.
What are you talking about, John? No idea what you're talking about.
He doesn't like to be told what to do. God, I think I know somebody like
being
that.
Told what to do. Love it.
Oh yeah. Oh man, yeah. All right, we'll give you some of. Speaking of Bill Walton, who has unfortunately left us at the age of 71, we have a what would be considered a short diatribe by Bill, but we'll give you a few minutes of it. It's pretty great. And then Tolbert will talk more about Bill at the top of the hour, 2 o'clock. Do not want to miss that. It's Pop and London here on the Sports Center.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. So great to get home from a holiday away. Spent the holiday weekend in the Anderson Valley in Philo, sleeping in an Airstream. I tried to get my Sleep Number bed through the doors, but they didn't quite fit, so I had to strap them to the roof of the car. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, iffy sleep. But last night, back at home on the Sleep Number bed, slept like a baby. Do you have a Sleep Number bed at home? If you do not, you got to get on this. 80% of the NFL players sleep on a Sleep Number bed, and their smart beds let you individualize your comfort, a game changer for quality sleep. So they just ended the Memorial Day sale, but they got another one coming up as well. You can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed only for limited time. So take advantage. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. For J.D. Power 2023 award info, visit jdpower.com/awards. A Sleep Number bed. Got to get on one. Available to you only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund.
Who is this?
Well, this is Jerry and the boys. He told, there was a great story. Where I said I saw a ton of Walton video.
Is the dad?
Yeah. Where Bill Walton told the story of bringing Larry Bird, who else was it? Kevin McHale, a number of different Celtics, but then Danny Ainge's wife wouldn't let him go to the Grateful Dead concert. Anyway, and they built in Boston, they built this thing off to the side of the stage. It was kind of covered so that the players could go in there, and they had like 3 hours, all this kind of stuff. He was telling a great story about it. But so a bunch of great Bill Walton audio, but we picked about a 5-minute tangent, and again, short by Bill's standards, long by many people. And then Tom will tell all sorts of stories because he's had epic ones where it was, Bill went for 30 minutes. One question. And then every once in a while he'd chime in there, Tom, are you still there, Tom?
Well, they worked together on NBC.
Yeah,
that was it Costas, Bill Walton, and Tolbert?
Oh, my gosh.
Was Pat Riley on that show? I think that was earlier years.
Yeah. Anyway, just amazing. So Tom will tell some more stories starting in about 20 minutes. But here's a few minutes. This is from 2022. Remember former Mariner Brett Boone? It was the Brett Boone podcast from 2022. And this is about 5 minutes of Bill. Again, just one question. And I don't even know if there was a question. Bill just started talking. So here's some classic Bill Walton for you.
I was always playing basketball. And basketball was the easiest thing in my life. And I was playing against some really old guys. I always played up, and I was torching them. I was having a big day. They didn't like it, so they took me down with the old 1-2 high-low, and I ended up in a heap on the ground with a torn-up knee. And I had to have my first operation when I was 14 years old. I went into the operation at 6'1". I came out of the operation at 6'7.5", 3 months later, and the rest is history. I was a totally different player when I came out of the operation, and I grew up playing basketball. My parents, you come from an athletic family. That is the antithesis of my life. My parents, zero interest in sports. Greatest parents ever, but zero interest in sports. But I found basketball when I was 8 years old. It was the easiest part of my life. Then I grew when I was 13 and 14. And my game changed. I went from wanting to be Jerry West, a Pete Maravich type player, always had the ball in my hands, to then having Bill Russell as my favorite player. And then I just kept growing and growing and growing. And so while basketball was the easiest part of my life, academics were the second easiest. My parents were fantastic, Brent, in terms of the culture we had, the family, the team, and everything, and academics and education. My mom was a librarian. My dad was a social worker, an adult educator, and a music teacher. And so straight A student, top athlete all the way through from the very, very beginning. My challenges have been orthopedic health. And I was born with birth defects in my feet. And then I ground those feet into dust. I tore up my knees. I broke my spine. I've had 39 orthopedic operations. And so here I am now at 69 years old. My health is better than it's ever been. And with UC San Diego Health System and all this great surgeons they have, and the technological revolution that's enabling this Boone podcast, that has really taken over in our health systems here. And UC San Diego is right at the front of that. And so everything is going great for me. But my biggest challenge also has a tie to baseball, because I'm a lifelong stutterer. I could not say hello. I could not say thank you until I was 28 years old. Learning how to speak is my greatest accomplishment and your worst nightmare. And I learned how to speak from Marty Glickman, who was the broadcaster of the day in New York. And Marty did pre and post game shows for the baseball teams there, the Dodgers and the Yankees. But Marty, he was the broadcaster for every sport in New York. And you look up any list, man, but Marty Glickman comes in at the very top. And I remember the day that Marty passed away, because Marty and I became fast friends. And he changed my life as much as anybody ever did in just a 5-minute conversation, teaching me how to learn how to speak. And so I was there at Coach Wooden's house up at the mansion on Margate in Encino, California, on the day that Marty died. And so the phone is ringing off the hook, because at this time, Coach Wooden, he's well up there in years. And when you're the old guy in the room, they always come to you for obituary. And Coach Wooden, he became the king of obituary, because he knew everybody and he was the only guy still left standing. And so they called Coach Wooden, and they're getting all the quotes about how wonderful Marty was and how he was able to overcome the adversity that ruined his life, the anti-Semitism from the Berlin Olympics and everything, and his ability to recover from that and to build a life and to spend a life of service and servant leadership for other people to get their lives going. And so Coach Wooden is going on and on and on about how great Marty Glickman is, and then he takes a pause, because he was a master speaker and a master of the English language. That was his true love. Coach Wooden was English. He started in engineering. He was on an engineering scholarship at Purdue in the 30s. And he was the first great player. He wanted to be an engineer, but the engineering program to maintain his scholarship, they needed him to be a student on campus during the summer. And Coach Wooden, who came from nothing, Coach Wooden grew up on a farm without electricity, without plumbing, without running water. Coach Wooden, he needed a job. He needed a job in the summer to pay for things that were not covered by his scholarship. There were not NIL deals in those days. And so when Coach Wooden is raving on and on about Marty, he comes to a pause, and there's dead air for a moment. And we're like, okay, what's he going to say now? And then Coach Wooden, he leans into the interviewer and he says, "But I'm really mad at Marty Glickman." And the reporters writing it all down. "Wouldn't I rate at Glickman on death?" And so, how could you possibly be mad at Marty Glickman? And Coach Wooden said, "Marty Glickman taught Bill Walton how to speak, but he didn't teach him how to stop." And then Coach Wooden hung up on him, and that was the end of the interview.
Tom, are you there? Hello?
Amazing. Oh, man. That is
so good.
That is so good, man. So there's the story of Bill learning how to talk and never learning how to stop.
From Marty Glickman.
Yeah.
And when he was sharing with me his stutter problem, this had to be, when was he doing the Clippers games? 80s, 90s, years ago, 40 years ago. He told me about Marty, because Marty went to Syracuse. And what a story Marty was he was an Olympic sprinter, a Jew, and right behind Jesse Owens in the 36 Berlin Olympics, and Hitler sitting there, and a black man and a Jew upstaged his Olympics. It was amazing. But Marty became, and Marty spoke so elegantly, like he was British, like an ascot on. But Marty went to Syracuse and taught all the people how to be broadcasters, to speak well. And I remember sitting down with Marty, but he was the voice of the Knicks before Marv Albert. He was a Giant tie. He was the voice of the New York Giants, Marty Glickman, for about 23 years.
Amazing stuff. There you go. Tolbert will have more at the top of the hour in about 10 minutes, some legendary interviews that he did with Tolbert, so he will tell you more about it. He, of course, is on with Kerry Crowler. They're coming up at the top of the hour. Give you a couple of remnants before we jump out of here. It's Bob and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund, or Greg and John if you want to get personal. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
White Sox and Angels at the Diamond in the Park.
This is your first ever baseball game doing this job, right?
This is a job?
That's true.
Well, I understand that it starts and then you play, but that the offense can't touch the ball, and that the defense goes first, and that there's no time limits, and you just go until somebody says, it's over. Sounds very much like a dead show.
More Bill. There you go. Tolbert will talk more about it. And Kerry Crowley is in the studio today, too. I just saw Kerry Crowley, and we're just talking, so cool. About 7 minutes away. By the way, a couple of things we may have missed. The baseball world is giddy, downright giddy, because Angel Hernandez is going to retire, or has retired. He's done.
Forced resignation. He hasn't been working for a while.
That ain't bad. That made us. That'll help umpiring a little bit. So there you go. And today is National Burger Day. So go have yourself a burger today. I had a barbecue.
Can I get Nick Bosa to eat a burger tonight? Maybe we can get that at the State of the Franchise.
Maybe one of those plant-based burgers with lots of protein.
We'll have something in honor of Bill Walton. We'll have something plant-based for Nick. I think he dabbles in that, but not anything. And Bill Walton, he's from San Diego and UCLA and played in Portland and the San Diego Clippers and the Boston. So he never played for a Bay Area team. His son coached the Warriors and was a really good assistant and went 39-4 when Steve was out that 73-9 year. And he was so proud of his son, he was talking about his own parents not being, in the athletic world in any way. But Bill was so proud of his son, Luke, still has all his kids, but because it was John Wood and it was Jack Ramsey, it was Red Auerbach. He just had such a appreciation for coaching. And when his son was a coach in the NBA, I was like, wow, I think he did it all in his career, but he didn't do that. And I wonder if he ever would have wanted. But anyway, he was never a Bay Area guy, but is he the most like us than anybody who's never been here? I mean, that guy is quintessential. Obviously, his ties to the Grateful Dead and how many concerts he went to around New Year's Eve. But, I mean, for a guy who was never in the Bay Area, he's like Mr. Bay Area, isn't he? His whole disposition.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, he would have fit perfectly playing here. Just with the way it is. That's what I mean. Years ago, I worked in Portland, and it was like he was like meant to be.
He was great up there too.
Yeah, I mean,
on his bike,
just unbelievable. That's the number one story I have is that Tom and I were in Maui, and we see Bill, and he was doing the Maui Classic over there, and somebody stole his bike, and he went on this diatribe. I just stood there, and Tom knew him a lot better, and they were having dinner, and started talking about, the freedoms of a bike and this and that. And I think he ended up getting it back. But I just remember it was just totally hamstrung. It was like, Bill on his bike, right?
It's like Hunter Pence
he's like,
in the Bay Area, stealing a scooter.
Yeah.
It was a Bay Area story. They also stole his bike when he was a Blazer.
Yeah.
That became like front page news. So at the State of the Franchise today and at the organized team activities, Brandon Ayuk is not here.
Yeah.
But did you hear the news about Nico Collins? And Nico's a lot younger. He just finished his third year, and he jumped up to 80 catches last year, 8 touchdowns, 1,297 yards. And the Houston Texans have already extended him a 3-year deal, $72.75 million with a max value of $75 and $52 million guaranteed. So that's Drew Rosenhaus is his agent. So that's a quick turnaround for Nick Caserio and our guy D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick. He'll get more than that, but the wide receivers are getting paid this offseason.
Well, and we heard over the weekend, whether this is true or not, that Brandon is looking for Amon-Ra St. Brown money, and you and I talked about that when it happened, that seemed like certainly on the high end. So, yeah, that could definitely lead to a little bit of stalled negotiations because of all the contracts that were signed, and a lot of receivers are signing, that was one of the bigger deals, and if he's trying to comp himself to that deal, then that may be more than the 49ers want to, but just to go to Nico Collins for a minute, he hasn't proven it nearly as long as Brandon Ayuk, and that's $24 million a year. So $24 million AAV, and if Brandon is above that number, and we've talked about how Deebo Samuel's number and what that is, and the AAVs of some of these guys are in that range. So
Well, Amon-Ra got 4 years, 120, 28 per. And Justin Jefferson's going to be in a different stratosphere, obviously. But what do you do with T. Higgins, C.D. Lamb, Jamar Chase? These guys are all up
and they're all staying away from their OTAs. So, yeah, this is interesting. And it's leading people. I saw Randy Mueller, the former GM of the Seahawks and Saints, write a piece about it. I think Pro Football Talk and Floria wrote a piece about it, that when is the bubble going to burst for receivers? Because, believe me, it's these guys deserve the money. That's where it's trending. There's no doubt about it. But only one team has had over 2 receivers making the $20 million. That was what the Chargers did, and they dismantled that. Philly is doing it this year with the extension of Devontae Smith, and, of course, A.J. Brown's making that kind of money as well. Either that's just the way it goes, but remember, all the receivers that go into the league every single year, it's not like quarterbacks where you're like, oh, my gosh, a flood of receivers come in every year. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't re-sign Brandon Ayuk. They should. But the articles that are being written and the discussions that are being had are, the supply and demand of the position. Is that going to go the way of the running back? The receiver's getting paid all this money.
We shall see.
Yes.
Francisco Lindor, 2-run homer off of Glass now. 2-0 Mets. Leading the Dodgers game one of a twilight doubleheader. Mets batting in the bottom of the third up 2-0. And it certainly sounds like Eric Miller will start tonight. Yep. Get out Schwarber, get out JT, Real Muto, get out Bryce Harper, and then Spencer Howard? Is he going to be the guy that comes in behind him as a bulk guy?
Thanks today to Susan Slusser. It's always great to talk to her. Marcus Thompson was tremendous as well. Tim Sullivan, if you missed that, the producer for Bill Walton for over 12 years on ESPN and a friend of yours as well. He was absolutely great talking about Bill Walton today. Hit that one up. Tim Sullivan joined us at about 10:50 this morning, and Sean Estus, who he saw in the lobby and much more at about 1:15, and the struggles of one Blake Snell. He joined us as well. So Susan Slusser, Marcus Thompson, Tim Sullivan, Sean Estus, thanks to all of those fine guests. You can listen to those at KNBR.com. And finally, thanks to Danny, thanks to Walter, much appreciated. And Pop, sorry, no patio tomorrow.
I know. But we got really Bosa, Kittle, and Brock tonight.
Tell us how it goes tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
So I toss the beer to Brock, and Brock tosses it to Kittle, or I hand it to Bosa? How do we get George to shotgun a beer? That's my question.
That will not be hard.
That's not hard. Hey, George.
That will not be hard. Here's a beer.
Schlitz here.
You know what to do with it. He'll do it. All right, Pop. Thanks as always. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Kerry Crowley is in studio. Tolbert coming up next as well, and he's got all sorts of great Bill Walton stories from the show, and I'm sure playing back some of the memories of Bill Walton. They'll do that coming up next only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, what's going on, folks? We are back here on KNBR. Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam Copeland this afternoon. Tom Tolbert going to join me in just a moment. We're getting settled in the studio here in San Francisco. The Giants getting ready to take on the Philadelphia Phillies this evening, looking to win a series against the top team in the National League East after an impressive Memorial Day win, after what was their, I don't know, maybe most entertaining road trip in 3 years, following the series win in Pittsburgh, the series win in New York, 2 blown saves in the 9th inning for the Giants on that road trip, but they also inflicted some damage on some of their opponents' bullpens. So we've got a great show for you today, a lot of great guests. Tom will do some remembrances of his dear friend, and really a friend to everyone who had the opportunity to meet him, Bill Walton, just a legend, and Tom will take care of that. We've got some guests stopping by to talk about Bill's legacy, his life, his incredible career. We've got Roxy Bernstein on later today. Mike Breen set to join us. And then Andy Baggerly will also stop by to talk San Francisco Giants baseball. And really, that's how I'm going to open today's show. The Giants take a big hit on Monday afternoon, and we don't know the fallout quite yet of Lamont Wade Jr. going into second base, sliding. Looked like it might be his knee, might be his hamstring that he goes down with, needed help off the field. But Bob Melvin saying after the game that it was a hamstring injury and that the Giants will know more today. Wade was scheduled to get an MRI today, and the Giants, if you listen to Sean Estus on with Pop and Lund, it sounds like they've already brought reinforcements to Hotel Via across the ballpark from Oracle Park. So we should know during today's show. We will keep you updated throughout today's show on the roster moves that the Giants will need to make as a result of Lamont Wade's injury, as a result of the fact that Blake Snell was unable really to get out of the fourth inning yesterday and forcing the Giants to use a lot of their bullpen. So they're starting tonight's game with Eric Miller, the left-hander, who, of course, will be set up to face Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper, who have done their fair share of damage against the San Francisco Giants through the years. But even with the 2-run home run that Schwarber hit yesterday against the San Francisco Giants, the Giants were able to still win that ball game. And so it was an impressive comeback for a team that has specialized in that. And,
Hello, Kerry.
Hey, Tom, how are you?
What's happening?
Hey, the parking situation here is crazy.
Sometimes the bridges get you. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do.
You know, I'll be walking out mid-show to feed my meter.
Probably could have picked my car up a little earlier, too, but what are you going to do?
Exactly.
Oh, man. So, weird day. Just weird day. It's, it just, and we'll get to the Giants, but, finding out that Bill passed away yesterday. Big Bill.
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't talked to him in a little while, so it caught me off guard. But I knew I hadn't heard him or talked to him, so I knew probably something was going on with his health. And it's so interesting, all the people that have chimed in on Twitter. And he was unique, right? Bill Walton was unique. He's different than anybody before. He's different than anybody after. And he was someone that I've always said enjoyed life more than anybody I've ever met, loved basketball more than anybody I ever met, and carried that enthusiasm with him day to day. I never ran into Bill in a bad mood, like ever. Bill was always in a great mood, just a great mood. And just to be around him lifted your spirits. Like, he was infectious. And I met him. I started doing games with him. I don't even remember what year it was. It was the year the Nets and the Spurs played in the finals, 05, 04, somewhere around in there. And we did a game together in Houston for the first time. We just happened to do a game together. And we got into it about something. We were kind of not really arguing, but going back and forth, taking two sides of a story. And the executives liked it, so they kept us together, and we did the finals together. Boy, that was a ride. Doing the playoffs and the finals with Bill Walton was quite a journey, because you never knew when he was going to say what. And you never knew how much Bill was, like, in on his own gag, or, like, he was being totally serious with what he was saying. That was the thing about Bill. He, like, straddled the realm of reality and fantasy, like, all at once. And you never knew, like, is he the only one in on it? Is there everybody else in on it? Or is this just, does he perceive things this way? Or is this the way that, or does he just believe, like, I'm kind of goofing? And I never knew what it was with Bill. I never knew if he was, like, goofing or, like, he was telling you how he perceived things. And it was quite bizarre at first to try, because that was probably my second or third year broadcasting.
Yeah.
So for me, it was, do I just go with it? Do we go back and forth with it if he says something I disagree with? And I wish I would have just, like with Bill, it's like a river. You just got to go with it, be a twig. And Bill's a river, and you just go where Bill takes you. And we're going to replay an interview for you. And it's not even an interview. To call it an interview.
It's a stream of consciousness.
Yeah,
Speaking of a river, it's a stream.
Yeah, to call it an interview would be erroneous. It's Bill, being Bill. I always assumed in listening to that, and I listened to it. It's maybe the only interview I ever listened to after the fact, just because I wanted to actually kind of take in the whole thing. Because while he was saying it, I'm like, where are we going here? And you just again with Bill, you just let it take you. I assume that interview is as close to being on LSD or mushrooms you could possibly be without actually being on mushrooms or LSD. It's like I always say, like, there are certain interviews I've done that I remember because they were either noteworthy or they were funny, or this is just it. I can't even put it in a category. It's like a musical category that doesn't have a category. It's like a category all alone, like unto itself. And again, I think with Bill, it's not an interview or a conversation. It's an experience. Like when you're with Bill, it's just an experience. You just take it in because Bill is, again, the one thing that you can never say was contrived is his enthusiasm for life and people. Like he loved people. He loved life. He loved being around people. He loved the game of basketball. Which is interesting. Because, and he said it many, many times before. He told me, he goes, yeah, my parents give two craps about basketball. They didn't care about sports at all. And the fact that he got into sports, like that called to him. And then became, I was thinking today, just off the top of my head without doing any research, who were the greatest college basketball players that have ever played? And I came up with 4. Bill Russell, Kareem, Bill Walton, Christian Laettner. Like those were the 4 that like immediately, and I'm sure there's a couple others that I've forgotten about. But those were the 4. Maybe Pistol Pete, yeah, them. But those were the 4 that like just jumped out to me. They were like just incredible college basketball players, and people forget about that. Like he was 3-time National Player of the Year. He 2-time champion. The game against Memphis, I want to say he was 21 for 22. And it was just he was Jokic before Jokic. A big guy that could run. In fact, he was a much better athlete than Jokic is. But he pass, handle, lead the break, give him the ball down on the pivot, and just watch him go to work. You know, he could score, but he also got all his teammates involved. Like the consummate team player. 2-time NBA champion, won with the Blazers, won an NBA MVP, which shows you how dominant he was, and then came back as a 6th man and won it with the Celtics. And just, you know, you watch him play, and people didn't understand how great he was. One, because his greatness was really in college in the 70s. And then once he got hurt and he's having foot problems, he never really got back to where he was. Now, there were flashes of brilliance with the Sixers. That 80, I want to say, was it the 84 team or 86 team? I never remember dates. I think it was 86 team. But that was one of the greatest teams of all time. I mean, that was when Bird was healthy and McHale and yeah, Walton coming off the bench, and DJ and Ainge and Chief. That was an incredible incredible passing team. People talk about the best passing big courts or best passing front courts of all time. Certainly you'd put Vlade and Chris Webber in there with the Kings. But, I mean, when Walton and Bird were on the court together, it was just like magic watching those guys. Just like balls were flying everywhere and guys were getting hit in stride. I mean, it was beautiful basketball to watch those guys play. But there's a whole generation of people that follow basketball that have no idea how good he was. Yeah. I relate it to John Madden. There's a whole generation of kids that have no idea how great a coach he was. They just know him from John Madden. Boom. You know, he calls the games. He has his video game and this and that. And that was Walton. You know, Walton had a following, a massive following, because of his color commentary.
Yeah.
Which was another journey for him because he had a speech impediment. He couldn't even talk. Like he said, you know, I could barely say hi and goodbye. And all of a sudden, this guy's now on the biggest stages. I called one of the NBA finals with him, and then he called 5 NBA finals. I think probably 4 of those with Snapper Jones. That was a great team, too. you would never know what kind of difficulty he had speaking. And he was just shy and didn't want to engage. And here he is in front of a camera and talking hoops. His passion is just amazing what this guy went through to get to where he ultimately ended up being. And there's so many fans of Bill Walton that just have no clue.
Yeah.
Like how great a player he was. I mean, just a great, and I mean great. If this guy wouldn't have been injured, he'd be one of the top 5 centers of all time. I mean, we talk about the top centers of all time now, and Jokic gets put in there rightfully so. And you probably got Russell, Wilt, Kareem is definitely in there. Shaq is in there. Jokic is in there. Walton would be in there. Like, Walton would be a top 5 center. And I'm convinced he would have won at least one more MVP. Like, he was such a dominant defensive player and such a dominant passer. Like, he could just control the action without scoring. Like, he'd get you 14 points and still control the entire game. Like, that's how good he was. That on top of being counterculture and doing things his way. And it didn't even really matter whether you believed in his stances or not. It was his conviction of his stances, in a nonviolent way, protesting, and just believed what he believed in. It was probably Portland was probably a great spot for him, to be honest with you. It's like the best spot for him to be able to embrace everything that, because he was like that in college, going to the college campuses and doing the protests and stuff like that. And he has some funny stories about him and Wooden. Wooden wasn't real thrilled with it, but, in college, you do what you got to do. But, hey, there are rules. You're a part of this basketball team. So now just to be able to be with him, spend time with him, do the games with him. I still remember him all the time before the games. I need hot water, lemon and hot water. Where's my lemon and hot water? And he just cracked me up. Lemon and hot water. And Bill used to have a sheet where he would have points that he wanted to get into a broadcast. And it was interesting because we were different that way. Like, I never brought a sheet of paper there. I would always write my stuff down, and then I'd leave it in the hotel room, and my thought process was, if I remember it, then it's worth throwing in there.
Yeah.
If I don't remember it, it's not worth throwing in there. So I'd write it all down, write it out, look at it, write it, okay, and then I'd throw it away, and then, okay, leave it at the hotel, and we'll get back to that later. There's always sometimes like, I wish I'd remembered that, but I figured if I remembered it was worth it. But Bill had stuff written down, like points written down, and he was going to get him in there. And it didn't even matter at what point of the game. Like, there was one time he said something. We were in Minnesota. It was me, him, Brad Nessler. And Brad's calling the game. Bill was in the middle, and I was on the far right. And Bill said something that in no way, shape, or form correlated with what just happened on the court. It was like it was like an alternate reality Bill was watching the game in. And I forget what it was. I want to say Minnesota hit a shot. They're making a comeback. They're down 10. They took the lead. Crowd's going crazy. And he said something about Robert Horry being one of the best big game players of all time. Like, Robert Horry didn't even shoot the ball. So Bill's talking, and I remember both Ness and I kind of looked around Bill and looked at each other like, what's he talking about? So at the end of the game, and this is the beauty of Bill. So at the end of the game, Ness and I are sitting at the bar having a beer, and we were watching the next playoff game. We were doing the Lakers in Minnesota, and I forgot who was next. We were at the bar watching the game, and Bill rolls in there. And he walks up, and this is Bill. Like, this is where you're not sure if Bill is, like, are you being sincere, or are you kind of, jerking us around? Like, I'm not really sure. I've come to believe that it was, like, sincerely Bill. But at the time, I didn't know. And he came up to Brad, and he said, Brad, I am so sorry for ruining the broadcast. I do it all the time. I sincerely apologize. And we're just sitting there, and it's like, and then he just leaves.
Yeah.
That was it. He just apologizes for ruining the broadcast, and then he just takes off. And it's like, and then you just look, it's like, was that real? Like, but that was Bill. And, like, you learn to love that stuff about Bill because it was just, like, nobody else would do that. And nobody else, like if somebody else did that, you're like, oh, stop it. But with Bill, you didn't know. Like, you're pretty sure, like, he was sincere, but it was like, that was part of that line I was talking about where you're like, was this real or is this not real? Like, I'm not sure where Bill's at with this one, but he was always 100% genuine Bill. Like, that you knew. Like, he was Bill. And when I say unique, that's exactly what I mean. Like, there's nobody else like him, and some of the stuff. And, oh, by the way, he would do the same thing the next game and apologize the same way the next game, too. Again, I am so sorry. I can't believe I'm sorry. I ruined the broadcast. Thank you, Brad. Thank you for my life. That was one of his lines. Thank you for my life. That's how he'd always he would text me. Hey, Bill, you want to come on, blah, blah, blah. He goes, I can't right now, but let me work on some stuff, and we'll get on. We'll do it so-and-so and so. And we, okay, how's family? How's Lori? Him and his wife, my wife, have the same name. So how's Lori? All right, Bill, take it easy, man. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for my life. Thank you for your life. But that was Bill, man. That was just Bill. And he made you smile, and it was just, you couldn't help but be around Bill and, like, love him. Yeah. You just absolutely loved him. So, like, we're all going to miss him. Like, the sports world's going to miss him, and there's no doubt in my mind that the world is just a little bit darker place without Bill Walton in it. Because Bill Walton made us all smile and made us laugh and made us feel good.
An incredible life. We're going to celebrate it all afternoon here on Tolbert and Coast. We've got a great guest list today, and before we head to this commercial break, we do have to get a ticket giveaway out of the way here. We are giving away 2 Saturday single-day passes to the Aftershock Festival on October 12th of this year at Discovery Park in Sacramento. So tune in today between now and 6 p.m. when we give the cue to call. Be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. The tickets are furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what is our cue to call?
Bridges. I love bridges. Golden Gate Bridge, Coronado Bridge, the natural bridges. Yes, the George Washington Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. It's all right there. The bridge, the ultimate metaphor for life. The ability, oh, come on, what great defense. Poke that ball away. Where's the transition? Double V getting the job done.
Poetic stuff. That is the cue to call today. Be the 10th caller, and you will win. Oh, my goodness. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Tuesday afternoon, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
San Jose. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Legendary basketball player and broadcaster Bill Walton passed away yesterday at the age of 71. Check out any and all of the classic conversations he had with our Tom Tolbert on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Today really didn't start out very well. I woke up today and read that we lost Bill Walton, Hall of Fame basketball player and just great human being. Really a friend to all. I mean, just a wonderful man. That's a guy I will miss. We all will. Bill will miss you. He walked into a room and everybody in that room would be his friend.
Tyro, hard ground ball to third, and it hops right over the glove of Bone and into left field. Matos was breaking for the plate anyway. He scores, and the Giants have tied the game. Wisely, left-handed hitter swings, and it's a liner into the gap, right center field. That gets down, base hit. It rolls all the way out to the center field wall. Coming around third, Yastrzemski. He's heading home, and he scores easily.
Pitch. Elliott rolls one up the middle, into center field, base hit. Estrada's in to score. Here comes Chapman. He will score as well. Ramos knocks in two. A hard hit ball right back up the middle. It's 8-4 Giants.
All right, we are back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Tuesday afternoon. Two main topics today, celebrating the life and legacy of Bill Walton and getting you set for Giants baseball this evening as they look to win a series against the National League leading Philadelphia Phillies. Tom, an impressive weekend for the Giants. They take 2 of 3 in New York against the Mets. Should have taken Sunday's ball game. Tyler Rogers unable to capitalize, but they do finally get a win against the Phillies this season after losing all 4 at Citizens Bank Park. They come up big yesterday, and it was the bats once again that rose to the occasion.
Of course, they should have lost the 4 before the one they should have won.
You could make a case that the outcome should be completely different every game they played last week.
I don't think the team that won a game on that road trip was leading going into the 7th inning. I think the team that won was ultimately trailing going into the 7th inning. Then it was the weirdest road trip I've ever seen in that regard. Like I'm assuming the team that lost was at one point during the game, at least in terms of win percentage, 85%, if not 90. And then they lost. And then they did it again and again and again and again and again until the road trip was over. So it would have been awesome to win on Sunday, but you take 4-2 and get out of town because that was you could have went 2-4. You could have went 6-0. You could have went 0-6, 1-5. I mean, that had all kinds of different permutations attached to that road trip. So 4-2 was good. And then yesterday, get behind. Snell struggles again, and the bats take over. And they look, I do not think it's a coincidence. Well, it's not a coincidence that when they brought up Ramos and Matos, this thing turned around.
Yeah.
The energy, and not just the energy, the at-bats they're throwing out. And even Luciano was throwing out really nice at-bats. He just is, I don't know if it's a mental thing with him now. Probably is, where the ball he's probably in the 9th inning. If he's in there, he's like, don't hit it to me, please. Because he's had some major flubs. And, again, you're going to have those things when you're young. That was pretty extreme to have it happen again, and again late in the game. Mm-hmm. That's where it really got to be an issue. But as far as at-bats, he's throwing out good at-bats. Bailey's been throwing out good at-bats pretty much all year except for maybe the first 6 games, and then he got going. So this, to me, if I'm a Giants fan, this is exciting because it's not just the bats. And don't want to forget Chapman. Chapman had a road trip of all road trips. Like that was extreme, but that's kind of like what you're hoping to see from Matt Chapman. But the youth is doing what we had hoped the youth would be doing for the last year or so, like being called up, giving a prominent role, and then producing. And they are. And I think that has had a massive effect on what's going on. And the fact that Matos is playing a pretty damn good center field, too. Mm-hmm. So you get him leading off. He's been down in the order, but now he's leading off. He's putting together good at-bats. What is it like? Ramos is like 16 straight games he's been on base. He's had an RBI in most of them, and he's playing a good right field. So you got the corner outfield taken care of. Those guys are playing really well. Hell, Wisely comes up, and he's striping the ball. Like everybody, they just keep bringing him up. Like, let's see what else somebody else can do. Wisely's getting it done, and look, the reason he's playing is because of fielding issues that Luciano was having. Then you get Harrison. Harrison's been really good this year. Bailey's been really – so this team right now is being carried by the young guys. There's no doubt about it, and that's what – I think Giant fans, that's what we have been talking about. Like, where are the position players? Yeah. Where are the bats? Well, we're seeing them now. And I'm not going to say this is who they are because it's still relatively early. I mean, they don't have that many at-bats, but they're looking pretty comfortable and looking pretty good and looking like guys that can stick. And while they may not be the very top end, they're guys that you could put in the lineup and feel like they can get the job done and they can give you quality at-bats. So, from that standpoint, I would say, other than the 107-win year that, again, was a magic carpet ride that is not going to happen again, this is about as exciting as this team has been since 16, maybe? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And not just the way they're playing, the excitement over what it could be when you look down the road. You know, they'll get Lee back. And if the young guys keep playing well, now you get yourself a nice little core on this team and a lot of youth. So it's very cool. They're playing good ball. It's fun. You look forward to watching them now, and you don't feel like if they get down 2-0, 3-0, they're out of it. In fact, they're kind of in their comfort zone, apparently. They just get down and come back, and they're good to go. So, no, that was a really good I mean, you need to get – obviously, Snell needs to get on track, but at least they didn't lose a game he pitched. I mean, he didn't pitch well, but they ended up winning the game anyway. So, if they could get him going, then now you're on to something. Because now you can start stringing wins together with some of that rotation. And it sounds like Ray could be back sooner than expected. So maybe instead of August, maybe like late July, something like that, which would be really cool if he's good to go. I don't want to expect that he's going to come back and be Robbie Ray. But you get him back, and if he pitches well, then who knows? I mean, this team's not only right there. They are actually one of the 3 wild card spots right now. Mm-hmm. Not that means a whole heck of a lot. I mean, everyone's kind of around there. But the fact that they're there and went from 6 games under to 1 game over, you got to be feeling really good about yourself if you're a Giant and a Giant fan.
They went from in 2 weeks a carbon copy of last year's team that we watched in August and September to, in the blink of an eye, one of the most exciting teams in baseball. They sell out Oracle Park yesterday. They've got an opportunity to win the series tonight against the Phillies. So we'll continue this conversation on the other side. Roxy Bernstein will join us at 2:50 today. You're listening. Tolbert and Copes here on KNBR 104.5 680 The Sports Leader.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The runners go. The pitch. Little bouncer hits slowly to third. Chapman barehands it. One hops on to first, and Wade makes the grab. What a play on both ends. Wow. The Giants have won it on a miraculous play.
Full count, 3-2. The pitch. A little slow roller. Chapman. Barehand. Got it! What a play!
Oh, look at him.
Chapman. A walk-off defensive play by Chapman.
It's been 4 days since the Giants won on Matt Chapman's walk-off throw to first base, where Lamont Wade Jr. had a heck of a pick, by the way. But it's a play that I think we'll talk about all season, Tom. It was that good in the moment and bails the Giants out on maybe the wildest ending to the wildest road trip they've had in a long time.
It's as... I don't know if I wasn't yelling, I don't think, but it was as animated as I've gotten for a regular season baseball game that I can remember. And it wasn't just the play. Well, you also have to remember what preceded the play. Luciano boots one, right? Who was the batter? That Duvall that hit into the double play?
Oh gosh,
can't remember his name. Anyway,
yeah,
they did. We don't have to know that, but it was 3-0, and Melvin walked intentionally. I think it was Nimmo. It was like 2-0, and he just said put him on. So now bases are loaded, and you can't walk him in, or you tie the game, and it goes 3-0, and you're thinking, oh brother, he's got to throw 3 strikes in a row. The first strike he got was a strike, but it was one of those ones that just nicks the strike zone on the way by. Like, it didn't have to be a strike. By the K zone, it was a strike, but it wasn't one of those ones that ball is inside the K zone. It clipped the upper inside portion of the plate, and he gave it to him. Well, I shouldn't say gave it to him. He earned it, but he got the call. And then he goes again. You're like, oh, can he do it again? And then I want to say it was a foul ball. You go, oh, he's got to throw another strike? So, and he does. And then you see, it's like, oh, no. He just got a piece of it. It's rolling out to Chapman. You're like, oh, there's no way, is there? And you're thinking, well, maybe, because it's Chapman. And then barehands it, rips it across the diamond. And then Wade, in between hop, plays it perfectly into his chest and keeps his foot on the bag. And then you look, like, he's out. Fleming's going crazy. Hobby's going crazy. I was going crazy. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This is incredible. So just the tension, that building up to it, because that was the game. I mean, they all kind of bleed together. But that was that the game they were behind in every game, but was that the Bailey Grand Slam game?
That was the Bailey Grand Slam game.
Yeah. So you're thinking, oh, don't blow this one. I mean,
Yeah.
you did an incredible job getting back into this. You're down 4, you come back, you take the lead. You gotta close this one out. And then it looked like they weren't going to close it out. And again, Luciano boots one. You're like, oh no. You kind of feel sorry. I started feeling sorry for him. Like, oh geez, he's having a rough week. So it's like, okay, still got time. And then, oh, no. And, oh, he's not going to do it. And then when it was 3-0, I was like, oh, screw it. Maybe they can take this thing to extras and win it in extras. And then that Duvall, because, look, Duvall has been, he's been no sure thing.
Oh, he's a roller coaster.
You remember a guy, I think his name was Doug Stanhouse, reliever for the Orioles back in the 70s. That Earl Weaver used to call him 3-pack. And they go, why do you call him 3-pack? Because when he pitches, I smoke 3 packs of cigarettes. That's what Duvall's kind of like. If you're like a smoker, you're going through a couple packs of cigarettes watching Duvall. Because Duvall has not been anything but smooth this year. It's kind of like a roller coaster. It's just like, wee, woo. Like sometimes he looks like super dominant, and sometimes like, oh my gosh, can't get in the strike zone. Then when he does get in the strike zone, he's getting hit. So I wouldn't have given a nickel for his chances to throw 3 consecutive strikes.
Yeah.
At that point, after throwing 3 straight out of the zone, I'm like, this is not going to happen. So then he does, and then Chapman makes that play. It's probably the only defensive play I've ever rewound and watched 10 times. Like, I just kept rewinding it going, look at this play. Look at that play. Bare hand, one motion, the arm strength to get it across, and then Wade having to pick it cleanly. I mean, that could have been foot off the bag, could have been hits in the heel, drops down, could have skipped by him, game's over at that point. So there's all kinds of stuff that could have happened. But the fact that he made that play, I haven't seen every walk-off defensive play in my life, but I'm sure there's some great catches that have happened, stuff like that. But that's got to rank right up there with the greatest walk-off defensive plays of all time. Because that was just, you could probably name, how many third basemen are there that can make that play?
In Major League Baseball right now, maybe 2 or 3.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't think Nolan Arenado still makes that play. I think he's,
And I'm not even sure the guys that can make the play make that play half the time.
Yeah.
Just think of everything that has to go right. You got to field it. Footwork's got to be right. The grip's got to be good. And then you got to have the arm strength to get it there. I mean, just phenomenal. That play was phenomenal. Yeah, I just kept rewinding it. And then Dave's call was incredible.
So
too.
good.
It was so good. Like, I just kept, it was like mesmerizing watching that. It finally got to a point after about the 5th time of watching, and I go, okay, they're going to win. Because like the 3rd time I go, they're going to blow it this time, aren't they? There's no way they're going to do it again. They do it again. I was like, oh, this is amazing. So, no, that was something. That was about as exciting a play as you could. Regular season game, this time of the season, it doesn't get better than that. It really doesn't.
And you had set up the situation. We mentioned the botched double play ball with Luciano. Yep. It was Pete Alonso. It was the Mets' best hitter who hit into the potential game-ending double play there, and then they intentionally walked Brandon Nimmo in that situation. Yep. He does get J.D. Martinez striking out swinging.
That was big.
Pitches.
I forgot about that one.
That was key.
Huge.
That was key to do that.
Yes.
But it's Mark Vientos at the plate. And you look at those 3 pitches, the first 2, nowhere close, off the outside corner. Another slider high and tight, so he doesn't have the slider. So everyone in that ballpark knows that Camilo's going to the cutter. He throws it 3 times in a row, and the best that Vientos can do is chop it down the line. Just an incredible sequence that the Giants were able to win that. Of course, they don't win the 2 Logan Webb starts on that road trip, where Logan Webb gave them quality starts. It's been great for the Giants. He's an all-star. They don't win those starts. They have won the last 2 Blake Snell starts when he gets knocked out of the ball game early, including yesterday. So the phrase that you're only as good as the next day starting pitcher, the Giants might be fortunate that it's an opener today. Eric Miller going for this team. So on the other side, Roxy Bernstein going to join us, Pac-12 broadcaster. He closed out the Pac-12 network with a beautiful call of Arizona baseball's Pac-12 title on Saturday evening. Memories of Bill Walton, his longtime broadcast partner as well. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Tuesday afternoon. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. The Giants have won 9 of their last 11, including yesterday's 8-4 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. Giants fans, let us know how you're feeling about the team. Call in at 415-808-5627.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Since the news came out last August about the breakup of the Pac-12, we've had a lot of time to digest the news, but the sting is still fresh. It will be for a long time. Tonight is bittersweet as we crown the last Pac-12 baseball champion, and the last champion, congrats to Arizona. As we get ready to say goodbye from the last Pac-12 event, I can't sign off from this seat or this broadcast without paying homage to my good friend Bill Walton. As Bill likes to say, thank you for my life. Bill, thank you, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world. So for all of us, for my partner Wes Clements, and for our ESPN crew, for the last time, Roxy Bernstein saying so long for the Pac-12, and for the last time you've been watching the Pac-12 on ESPN.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. It's a pleasure to welcome to the show Roxy Bernstein, who, along with myself, had the pleasure of working with Bill Walton and his wild, wacky, just Bill. Just was Bill. What's up, Roxy? How you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Fire on the mountain. Let's go.
Yes. I should let everybody know we are going to play that at some point today. And I always tell people I think it's as close to being on a psychedelic as you could possibly be without being on that psychedelic. Like I've had him on before, and he goes on. I mean, well, he's Bill, so he just goes kind of where Bill goes. But that one was especially wild because Tim Webb, he was talking to Bill before he came on, and he just mentioned Fire in the Mountain. And then he just went on he said it I don't know. It was, again, you'll have to listen to it. And then, we played the intro song, and then Bill took that and just went with it. And then after I still wish I had the text, but after the interview, because Bill always, he knows what he's going. And then after he realizes how long he went, and he texts me and he goes, Tom, I hope I didn't get you fired. I go, all's good, Bill. I love you. I love you too, Bill. We're all good. Don't worry about it. But he was so funny in that way. He would just do his own thing and whatever. And then at the end he'd go, I hope you can forgive me.
Without fail, Tom, with about 30 seconds until we go on air, every game that we did together, Roxy, thank you for your patience, and I'll try not to get you fired.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. And the great thing that I worked with him many, many years ago. We did the finals together and some NBA regular season games together. And I wish I would have grasped this earlier on because I didn't really grasp it back then. But with Bill, you just got to go along for the ride. You can't try and figure out what's reality and what's kind of fantasy, right? Because it's all intertwined with Bill. You're never really sure, what is he trying to put me on here, or is this actually how he perceives what's going on in the world or on the court or whatever? And there's enough reality woven in there where it makes it kind of confusing, to try and figure out all the stuff that he's saying. But I finally figured it out. Look, it doesn't even matter. You just go with it. It's Bill. You go with it. You have fun with it. He's enthusiastic. He loves it. He's totally into what he's saying. And it's the Bill experience. So I wish I would have got that when I was working with him. We definitely had fun together. There's no doubt. But I was always trying to parse between what was reality and what was kind of a delusion, I called him. And so I'm not, did you ever try to figure that out, or did you just say, hey, let's just get on the river and just go with it?
I stopped early trying to figure it out because it was just making my head spin.
Exactly.
And you just, like, okay, how do I try to put myself in the Bill frame of mind? You can't. It's impossible.
Can't do it.
No. And just embrace it. And that's what I did. And I think maybe that's why Bill and I hit it off so well.
Yep.
And I think he appreciated the fact that I embraced him for who he is and let him be what he wanted to be on television.
Mm-hmm.
And I would rein him in when I had to.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you got to let Bill be Bill. And that's what made him so polarizing and so loved and revered. But at the same time, a lot of people didn't necessarily care for it.
Yep.
But no matter what, they tuned in to see what Bill was going to say.
Yeah.
And it just he was so disarming to me when we first started working together. Like, I had no idea what I was in store for. And I'm like, oh, my God. First off, I'm with Bill Walton, right? One of the greatest players you've ever seen. And, look, you're older than me, and you got to see him when he was still healthy. I wasn't really old enough to appreciate that. I got to really see the broken-down Bill at the end. But all the stories that I hear from people and talking, whether it's somebody like you, I had an uncle that went to UCLA at the same time as Bill, and they would just talk about the player that he was and how he revolutionized the game. And then here I am seeing this guy win a world championship with the Celtics and be the sixth man of the year, to getting to work with him and being my friend. Like, I had the 12-year-old kid back then. I'm like, oh, my God, I'm friends with Bill. Are you going to be friends with Bill Walton? And it was the greatest honor to call him a friend and be able to work with him. And we make jokes about the fire on the mountain. The easiest job I ever had, guys, was when they hired me to MC an event with Bill. I'd make an introduction. I may ask a question, and I was done for the rest of the hour. And I could just sit there, and I was getting paid for that.
Yep. You're getting paid to be in the audience, basically, is what you're what you're doing. Yeah. Here's how I explain it to people. I go, Bill was like a more athletic Jokic, and the better comp is he was the Lithuanian version of Arvydas Sabonis. Like, when Arvydas Sabonis came to the NBA and played for the Blazers, he was older, he was heavier, his knees were shot, but you could still see the brilliance in the passing and the court savvy. I go, that was Bill. If you got a chance to see Sabonis, go back and watch tapes. They're on YouTube of him when he played for the Soviets and then played for Lithuania. This guy was incredible. Like, his athleticism, his passing, his court vision, his IQ. That was Bill. Bill didn't have the outside shot that Sabonis had, but nobody really asked big guys to do that back then. But you watch Bill play and dictate the pace of the game and control the game while scoring 14, 15 points. His passing, his rebounding, his court vision, his basketball IQ were just incredible. And he gets lost because of his injuries, and nobody got a chance to really see him do or be as dominant as he was. Won the league MVP, finals MVP. I mean, the guy was incredible, but we didn't get to see it for that long. But I always say that if he played a little longer, Roxy, he'd be top 5 center of all time. Like, that's how good he was. He was ahead of the game at that point. Like, he did things that centers just don't do. And, 3-time player of the year, his 21 for 22 against Memphis will go down as one of the greatest NCAA games, finals or otherwise, in the history of the sport. Like, he was that good. And I said he reminds me a little bit of Madden, that kids don't remember Madden being a great coach. They just remember the video games and the commentator. There's a whole generation of basketball fans that don't have any idea about him as a basketball player, but know him as a broadcaster, which is incredible for a guy that had a speech impediment. I mean, just to be that beloved by so many people and them not really knowing who you were as a basketball player, how great you were, it says something about who the man was.
And it's funny you talk about the speech impediment that he overcame, because he would make jokes about it in terms of how Marty Glickman helped him to get over that stuttering problem and speak. And he would say, it's my greatest achievement in life. And he'd look at me and say, and your worst nightmare.
Yes, your worst nightmare.
But It's funny. I was talking earlier today. I was talking to Bill's good friend, who I've become friends with, Andy Hill, who played with Bill at UCLA, also played with Kareem. And we were talking about like the two of them and their games. And Kareem's the greatest college basketball player we've ever seen individually. But Bill is the greatest team basketball player in the history of college basketball because of what you talked about, Tom, how he just revolutionized the game with the center being able to pass and being able to block shots, keep the ball in bounds, fuel the fast break with his block shots. And the collection of talent that was around him, Jamal Wilkes, Larry Farmer back in the day, all these guys, Greg Lee. But Bill was able to get the best out of everybody. Like we saw Magic Johnson do that, right? We've seen people do what Bill really was the greatest team basketball player we've seen collegiately.
Hey, Roxy, I wanted to ask you about the advocacy that Bill did during your time at the Pac-12 Network on campuses, because it's not just, Bill showing up for a broadcast and calling a basketball game. It's not just, hey, he's popping into town for a 24-hour period. When Bill showed up to a Pac-12 campus, he took it as an initiative to spread messages, to talk to students. Well, what was it like being down on campuses with him and seeing him go to work?
Just the reaction from the people in the building and the energy. It was just different when Bill was there. And the one thing that I admired so much about Bill was that he celebrated wherever he was at. That was the place to be. It didn't matter if we were doing Arizona, UCLA, or we're doing Oregon State and Washington State. It was the game of the millennium as far as he was concerned. And he brought the same energy every night. And then after games, there'd be a line 70 people deep out the door. Everybody just wanted a piece of Bill, whether it was giving him a fist pound because Bill later in life had issues with his hands from a bike accident and couldn't really shake hands, and it bothered him to do so. To take a picture with him, get an autograph. I've seen Bill give his phone number out to people, his email to random strangers because they had so many questions they wanted to ask him, whether it's kids that wanted to get better as basketball players or people wanted to ask him about, what was it like playing for John Wooden back in the day. And he was just so giving to people, and he had such an insatiable appetite for knowledge, and he was so curious about people and wanting to know, and he had that special presence, and you guys have been around it. He made everybody feel that they were the most important person in the world when they were with Bill Walton. Yep. And that's a characteristic that I'm just truly amazed by, the way he was able to disarm people and make them feel special.
Was there a first, a memory that you have of working with him that when whatever he said that just kind of caught you as, yep, I'm working with Bill Walton now?
So the first game that we ever did together, I knew him casually before, Tom, but the first game that we ever did together was actually at USF. We did an NIT game, 12 years ago, and it was LSU against USF. And first off, Bill was so excited to do a game on the Hilltop because it was the home of Bill Russell. Yeah. And he idolized Bill Russell. Bill Russell was everything to Bill Walton. And so he was so excited to do a game at USF and wanted to see the memorabilia and everything. But again, in true Bill fashion, as you're well aware, we didn't really talk before the game. He wanted save it for air.
Save it for air.
Exactly. Didn't want to waste our best material off the air.
Exactly.
And he could tell I was nervous about working with him because it was the first time, right? And I'm like, oh, my God, I'm working with Bill. And he looks at me and he says, other than, I'll try not to get you fired, which did not necessarily put me at ease. But he says, you can ask me anything you want. You'll never offend me. You'll never get me upset. Please, you can do whatever you want to do. And that really put me at ease with working with him. And then we had dinner after the game right near USF, and we just talked forever. And he was living in the, coming to the Haight-Ashbury to see the dead. Yeah. And from that point on, we struck up a unique friendship, and I'm forever a better person because Bill Walton was my friend.
No, you're right about that. When you're with him, you just feel better about yourself. It's easy to get lost in Bill Walton. It's just you're mesmerized by his stories, and not just the stories, it's the way in which he tells his stories, how much passion he has behind those stories, how much positivity are attached to the stories. And I've said this, and I'm sure you'll agree, Roxy, that he is the most positive person that I think I've ever been around. He sees the good in everything around him, and he's just infectious in that way. And to whatever degree, the world is a little bit darker not having Bill Walton in it, because he had a sunshine around him. He had a light around him, and he carried it with him at all times. And he carried it with him whether he was. I didn't get a chance to talk to Bill in the last year or so, I'm sure, because he was dealing with the cancer. But even with the back that he dealt with for years and years and years, you would never know it when you talk to him. You'd never know the pain he was going through. He would always have that light surrounding him and always made you feel good about yourself and the fact that you were sitting there talking with Bill Walton.
And he'd be so angry with us that if we're depressed by what has gone on, right? You got to live life to the fullest, as you just talked about with him. And that's the way he carried himself, and he wanted people around him that were going to celebrate life. And he went about it the most, as you talked about, the positive aspect, but he was genius level, as we know. Brilliant. And he played dumb better than anybody I've ever met as well. Like the shtick on what's your name again?
Yes, who are you?
Like, exactly. Have we worked together before? But that was him, and that was the way he embraced everything. And it's funny because I start thinking about one story, then another one pops into my head. And it's been I've been reminiscing. I've been looking through pictures in my phone, and all how great he was to my kids and my family, and how welcoming he was. But again, he'd be mad at us because we're depressed about him not being here anymore. But that's just the way he viewed life, and he got the most out of life, and he just wanted to carry that torch and make people around him as happy as he was.
One of I don't think I've shared this story on the air since it happened, but it was a couple years ago, Pac-12 meetings. So anybody that's doing Pac-12 stuff, and at the time I was doing some studio stuff, or maybe I wasn't at the time. Maybe Matt Muehlbach was, and I know Matt, so Matt said, hey, come on over, since I know everybody at the Pac-12. So I went over there and said hi to Matt and everybody that was there. You might have been there, Roxy. Bill was there. Said hi to Bill, talked to Bill for a little bit. And then the next day, I was calling Warrior games, and I ran into Luke down on the court. I go, hey, Luke, your dad was in town doing the Pac-12 stuff. Did you get a chance to see him this weekend? And he goes, Tom? He goes, I didn't. He called me on the way out of town. He said he called me on the way out of town, and he goes, Luke, I just want to let you know how sorry I am that I didn't get a chance to see you this weekend. I have failed you as a father. And then that was it. And Luke was just like, palms up in the air like, hey, it's Bill. That's Big Bill. That was so Bill. Like, I didn't get a chance to see you this weekend, but I have failed you as a father. And that was the part where you're like, okay, is he putting this on, or is he like serious? And I think the perfect answer to that is it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter, because that was Bill. And again, you just went along for the ride. But I mean, you're just so many stories like that with him that you just, no one is like him. And you mentioned something earlier, Roxy, like, do you let Bill be Bill? And certainly there's a game to document, so you want to rein him in at some point, and that's kind of part of your job as a play-by-play guy. But as I've always said, look, if you don't want Bill, then don't hire Bill to do a game, because you know exactly what you're getting. You can't be surprised by Bill Walton doing a game and then just going off and talking about the 1920 architecture in the city like during an important part of it. You can't. When Bill's there, you know what you're getting, you know what you're in for, and you just strap in and say, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's
One
go.
time. Tom Tolbert, throw it down, big man. Here we go. It's funny, like, okay, that phone call with Bill and Luke.
Yeah.
Well, Bill always talked about, like, that even though he won the championship in 72 and 73, I'm an embarrassment to mankind. That they lost in 74, right? That the 88-game winning streak was over when they lost at Notre Dame.
Yep.
Even though he was the National Player of the Year, all he keeps talking about that 74 season is I let Coach Wooden down. When the lost weekend and the 2 losses to Oregon and losing in the tournament, and a lot of people would want to shy away from the negativity in terms of a loss, right? Yep. They want to focus on the wins. But Bill embraced everything, and that's who he was. He accepted the highs with the lows, and it was all part of what made him so special, that he could do that. And a lot of times we don't want to focus on the negative. And he was rarely negative except when it came to himself.
Yeah.
He didn't like to talk about himself, as you know, in his accomplishments. He loved to talk about others.
Yep.
Oh, I had great teammates. I had Coach Wooden. No, yes, you did. But you were pretty damn good, Bill.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. Kerry was telling me that he worked with you and Bill and actually got Bill some hot water and lemon. Hot water and lemon. Give me some hot water. I need my hot water and lemon.
Every game.
Every game.
And then he had his chewing gum to help through his stammering.
Yep.
And that he would literally just pop out of his mouth like 5 seconds before. But hot water is you're right. Kerry knows. It's a staple for him. He was regimented about what he drank also. And who knows what was in his little bottles that he had, because he would always take a swig from these, water bottles, and he had some formula in there, some potion, whatever it was. Maybe it was Temecula dirt for all I know.
I mean, it was the easiest job as a statistician because 0 stats were being used. I didn't need to bring a pen. I might have showed up to the game without paper that night, and it would have been fine.
I might have said, Kerry, just take the night off. There's nothing you're going to tell me that I'm going to use.
Hey, Roxy, we really appreciate you coming on, and I agree with you. Today's the day to celebrate Bill and smile and think about the joy that the Bill brought us. It's definitely a sad day in that we're not going to get to listen to Bill anymore. Talk about basketball, talk about life, talk about Cactus, talk about Grateful Dead, talk about architecture, talk about whatever Bill talks about. It just didn't matter what he talked about. It seemed to be all poignant and not poignant in the same breath. But we're definitely going to miss him, but we'll celebrate his life, and I'm glad you were able to come on and help us celebrate his life a little bit.
My pleasure. Anytime I can talk about Bill, it brightens my day, even though we're going through a tough time right now. He was the greatest, and all our lives are enriched because of Bill Walton.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Roxy. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
You take care.
Thank you. Yeah.
And just to let everybody know real quick, we talk about how great he was. He won a league MVP and averaged less than 19 points a game. That just doesn't happen.
No.
Like, you got to be pretty damn dominant. And he wouldn't have won that MVP based on today's standards. I don't think he played 65 games that year.
Well,
so today's standards, he wouldn't have won.
Adam Silver doesn't recognize that as an official MVP.
He does not recognize the MVP.
They've actually stripped it.
Yes, that's how dominant he was in that day and age.
Incredible. Love the stories of Roxy Bernstein. Some great days of Bill Walton as a broadcaster. And, of course, Tom will pay more tribute to Bill as a player. We've talked about that many times already throughout this show. We will continue throughout the afternoon. On the other side, some Giants roster moves, including one involving Lamont Wade Jr. We'll give you an update, a flurry of action down at Oracle Park ahead of Game 2 of this 3-game set against the Phillies. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Tuesday. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
Giants broadcasters Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kyper both join Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Giants' winning ways and the memory of Bill Walton. Listen to those podcasts on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Wade swings and he drills one deep into right. Going back is Castellanos, and it sails over his head. Hits at the bottom of the wall. Now Wade is going to head for second. Here comes the throw in. Cut off by the second baseman Merrifield. A double for Lamont Wade Jr. And now he is down on the ground at second base, sitting on the ground. Remember, he's sat out the last couple of games with a hamstring issue in New York.
Doesn't sound great. He's going to have an MRI tomorrow. It's almost for sure IL at this point.
Well, the Giants won 9 of 11, but the news that they got today, not ideal. Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland on Tuesday afternoon. Lamont Wade Jr. headed to the 10-day injured list as expected with the hamstring injury. We don't know yet about the severity of that injury. Bob Melvin expected to address reporters this afternoon, but it was amid a flurry of roster moves. And here's what they've done. They've brought up Spencer Howard, former Philadelphia Phillies right-hander. He could be a bulk innings pitcher tonight behind Eric Miller. They brought up Trenton Brooks to play first base in place of Lamont Wade Jr. He will start tonight and bat ninth for the Giants. Brooks, 28 years old, University of Nevada, Reno kid, has not made his major league debut yet, so tonight will mark that occasion. They've designated Ryan McKenna for assignment, the new outfielder. We hardly knew him. And they've also DFA'd Drew Pomeranz, who, Tom, a few hours ago was reported the Giants gave him $1 million to be on their team this year, and he never made an appearance.
What?
Yeah.
When did they? I didn't even know they got Drew. When did they get Drew Pomeranz?
Exactly. The Giants had signed Drew Pomeranz on Friday.
I must have missed that one.
The Dodgers released Drew Pomeranz last week. He was in their AAA. He was at their AAA affiliate pitching, getting ready for the season, hoping to break back into the big leagues. And all of a sudden, Giants lineup card is out. Susan Slusser posted it on Twitter on Friday afternoon from New York. You know, their pitching's beat up, and you see left-handers down in the bullpen. Pomeranz is sitting there. And it was like, is this a joke? And apparently, Pomeranz had been released by the Dodgers, signed by the Giants, spent the weekend in the bullpen in Queens,
and got $1 million.
And he got $1 million. Let's see.
And now he's released.
$1 million base salary with the Giants. He could have earned up to $200,000 in performance bonuses. He would have gotten $100,000 each for 40 and 50 games as a pitcher this year. So if he came into 50 games as a reliever, he turns out he didn't make it into one. So
wow.
Yeah.
And now he's gone?
Now he's gone. So
if you I would have missed the whole Pomeranz era, the whole second go around. I would have just missed it.
Yeah.
I would have been like, wow.
I don't know if they're on the hook for it, but if the Giants win the World Series this year, Drew Pomeranz gets a ring.
Gets a ring.
Yeah.
Gets it for sitting in the bullpen.
Heck of a weekend when they really should have used him on the day that they were up, 7-2 and things. I don't know.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That is wild. The Drew Pomeranz second go-around, I missed it. I slept through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Wow, how about that?
So Drew Pomeranz, his tour in San Francisco comes to.
Okay.
And they will not be trading him for Mauricio Dubon this time around.
No, they will not.
Yeah. So
no, they will not.
But the real issue here is no Lamont Wade Jr. And they don't know how long this is going to be, at least yet. I would imagine we'll find out within the next half hour or so exactly what the MRI revealed for Wade. But his replacement is Trenton Brooks, Brooks has been great down at AAA Sacramento. He was great in AAA for the Las Vegas Aviators last year in the A's organization, but he has never had a Major League at bat before, and you're replacing the guy who had the highest on-base percentage in Major League Baseball.
Yeah. Whew, man, I'm trying to think. So what is that going to give him? Bailey and Yaz? Those going to be your lefties?
And Brooks.
Oh, Brooks is a lefty,
Brooks
too?
That's why they brought him up. I mean, if there was ever a time for a Brandon Belt reunion, it's right now.
Yeah, he's still out there, isn't he?
He's still fishing in Texas.
I wonder why nobody. Didn't he have like an OPS of like over 800
last year? He was great last year. Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't know why nobody thought. Maybe he wanted too much money, too. Maybe he just said, look, if I'm going to play, make it worth my while. And they're like, nah, we don't want to make it worth your while. They'll give you this if you want to play. And he just said, I don't want to play for that.
Yeah. I mean, the guy loves fishing.
Yeah.
And he might turn pro in fishing one day.
Really?
He used to joke that you never knew
Him and
if it was a
Bumgarner
joke.
cross paths via like a bull riding fishing combo comp.
But he used to joke that one day he'd become a professional fisher. But he used to make a lot of jokes about the things that he would become one day. So you don't know if he's well on his way to that, or if he's just enjoying his time at home with his kids.
Oh man. Well, look, I think sometimes you get a little too caught up in the platooning, and I think it'll be good for the young guys. Hey, righties, go get them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, lefties, go get them. Righties, go get them. You're playing. You're going to play tonight, and you're looking at now where you can have. Well, when's Conforto coming back?
Should be probably within the next 10 days or so.
Okay.
Sounds as if he'll be starting a rehab assignment this week.
Okay. So that'll take care of one of your lefty issues, and that'll be kind of the middle of the order.
You've now got Brett Wisely as your starting shortstop.
Oh, that's true. So that's another lefty. Okay. I guess is Luciano up, or they sent him down?
Luciano is still up. Okay. He's on this roster right now. Tyler Fitzgerald's on this roster, but Wisely is the man starting at shortstop for the third straight day.
Well, the way he's hitting, you can't. Yeah. Right.
450 average.
He's doing okay out there. So I get it. And the funny thing is, he didn't take over because of his bat. He took over because of his glove. Because they knew he could make plays out there at shortstop. So, there's no doubt about it. You get a guy like Lamont Wade and what he's meant to this team. That'll be a blow.
Yeah.
No doubt. So I still feel like this is a team that can score runs because of the lineup they have. The young guys and Chapman. Chapman's been rolling. So I just feel good about this team, right? I feel good about the team. And they're going to have a bullpen? Is it going to be bullpen or bulk guy tonight?
Well, Spencer Howard's up, and he would theoretically be a bulk guy. But the issue with bulk guys for the San Francisco Giants over, the last 4 or 5 years is bulk has meant like 2 1/3 innings because they're never that good.
Yeah.
So Spencer Howard,
problem.
In theory, he should be throwing 4 or 5 behind Eric Miller tonight, but you never know in that situation. Blake Snell's been a bulk guy for the Giants so far. You can't really say he's been a true starter. He's taken some bulk innings.
Yeah.
But
so your two best left-handed bats are out now, Conforto and Wade.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then Lee is out for the whole year. All your lefties are getting hurt. They just got to grind, man. I still think they're in a good position. Like yesterday's win was nice. They were all nice. But what is it now? 9-2 of their last 11, I believe it is. It feels like a team that can score. It feels like a team that can do a little damage at the plate, and as long as they're pitching, it just can hang in there a little bit. They're going to be okay. Tonight's going to be tough because of the lineup you're going against, and all it takes is one. Thank you. 1 or 2 pitchers that maybe don't have their best stuff, and the top of that order can punish you.
Oh my goodness.
Just flat punish you. I mean that's as good as the top 4 as there is in the league, especially now that Dodgers are there too. We didn't even mention this. Acuna tore his ACL again. Are you kidding me? Like, that's brutal. I feel so bad for that guy. Now everybody that's saying, oh boy, the Braves really got over on him with that contract.
Yeah.
See, things like this can happen, and you're like thinking, well, I'm glad I have that. Like, at least he has $100 million. If he's healthy again, he'll make more than that. But that's why guys do it, just in case. So at least he's got that money. But I feel so bad that he has to go through that rehab again, which is a year long again. And it's probably worse this time because he knows how bad it was the first time. And now he knows what it's like, and he's like girding up the loins, getting ready for another year in the tub, in the rehab, and all that kind of stuff. So that was just, when I read that this weekend, I was like, oh man, really? Again? Like, he's so good, and he has so much fun playing baseball, and it's such a fun team to watch, and he's part of them being a fun team to watch. There's not a lot of teams out there that could lose someone like him and Strider and still be a viable candidate to make the playoffs and still do some damage, which shows you how deep they are. But it's brutal for baseball. Yeah. Baseball needs all the stars they can get. He's a star. He's exciting to watch. And the fact that he's going to be out the rest of this year is just, that's rough, man.
Yeah, I saw something on social media yesterday comparing the first 5 or 6 seasons of his career to Eric Davis's career, and very similar stats. And obviously now very similar injury history as well. Davis, of course, just a superstar with the Reds when he first came up. My goodness. So when we come back, we'll turn things to the NBA. The Boston Celtics have advanced to the NBA Finals.
Basketball.
The Dallas Mavericks could join them. No NBA grab bag. There's not enough for an NBA grab bag today, but I'm sure you'll get to that at some point this week.
Just think of the Mavericks win tonight. We'll just be we'll be a week without basketball.
Basketball.
Yeah.
Love that.
I love that, too. It's like, is the season over? No, we just got 6 more days and we'll start the finals.
June 6th. Can't wait for the first finals matchup.
Wow.
So we'll get an early preview of that finals matchup. Celtics and presumably the Mavericks on the other side. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Basketball.
Bridges, I love bridges. Golden Gate Bridge, Coronado Bridge, the natural bridges. Yes, the George Washington Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. It's all right there. The bridge, the ultimate metaphor for life. The ability, oh, come on, what great defense. Poke that ball away. Where's the transition? Double V getting the job done.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Bridges, I love bridges.
Jump pass into the corner. Derek White for three. Got it! 44 seconds to go. Derek White, the go-ahead three.
7-0 run for the Boston Celtics.
Tatum now turns. Tatum's going to wheel. Try a three. Off the iron, no. Holiday leaps. Got the offensive board. They got to foul him. He passes out with two. They can't get to Brown. Throws it in the air, and it's over. The Celtics have finished the sweep. They rally again, and it's on to the NBA Finals.
Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Tuesday afternoon. One half of the NBA Finals matchup is set as the Boston Celtics take care of business against the Indiana Pacers. They sweep that series, and Tom, we could have another sweep this evening if the Dallas Mavericks defeat the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have quietly been I guess it's not even quiet. They've been a huge disappointment in this series so far. I think a lot of us, myself included, expected far more of Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns. Yep. Rudy Gobert has not been himself on defense, and now we could be headed for a Celtics-Mavs final that would take, I don't know, 8 or 9 days to start, which is great for the league.
Oh, yeah. Love taking the breaks right in between. Any momentum you have just gets crushed. Like, yeah, we're gonna take a week off, maybe even more than a week, and you guys just bear with us. We'll be back. It's interesting, the similarities in the two series, and it's really about late game execution and late game shot makers. Mm-hmm. With the Celtics and the Pacers right now, if the Pacers late game execution were better, I can make a real good case they could be up 3-1, because they have played better than the Celtics in a majority of the games they've lost. I mean, one game they gave away. It is flat gave away because they couldn't inbound the ball. That's brutal. There are other games where they had leads at the end and just didn't get shots up, threw it away, got bad shots up. The problem when you play that fast is sometimes it's hard for you at the very end to just execute. Just, hey, we're not going to come down and just go ahead and jack it up. We're going to try to execute a play. And sometimes that's not the easiest thing in the world. And you look at that series, and it's really been defined by the last 4 or 5 minutes of a game and who's executing better. Other than the one Celtic blowout in Game 2, It's been late game execution. And the Celtics have been far superior in their late game execution. So that's really the story of that series. Like, I like the Pacers. I like them a lot. I like the way they play. I like the style in which they play. I was rooting for them because everybody always says, well, once you get to the playoffs, you got to slow down. You can't run. And they're like, well, screw that. This is how we play. This is how we continue to play. And I love to watch a team in the playoffs just say, we're not going to slow it down. We're going to hit the gas and just go. And that's what they did. Problem was, when they took their foot off the gas, it stalled out on them toward the end of the game. And the last night, they didn't score the last 3:30 of the game. Did not score. And some of them were turnovers. Some were bad shots. But it just, again, the execution killed them. Just killed them. So that was, in a nutshell, that series. The Minnesota-Dallas series, in a nutshell, has been Irving and Luka have been much better than Cat and Anthony Edwards. Much better. And even though they have been much better, those games have been there at the end to win. Like, they are there for them to win. Problem is, Dallas has the two best shot makers in the game. And it's hard to stop those guys. Like Luka and Kyrie, specifically Kyrie in the fourth quarter. He's just a shot creator, a shot maker. And that's what Luka is too. They just find a way to get shots off, get to the spots they want to get to, and finish. Like, Luka's incredible at coming off that pick and roll, keeping the defender on his back, kind of maneuvering him left, right. And then he has that fadeaway jump shot that's just wild, where he dribbles and he turns over his right shoulder all the way around, fades away, and bucket. Or he'll jump up, you'll jump up, then he'll jump into you. Or he'll lean in and float it over the center. And what happens? Floats it over the center. Well, there's Lively, there's Gafford, smashes it home. I don't know how many points a game they get with lob dunks. It's absurd.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's like, should be Minnesota's number one game plan going in. Like, let's stop some of those. Because like 20, I don't know if it's that many, but it seems like 20 easy points a game. They just throw it up, Lively crush. Hopefully Lively will be able to play tonight. He got kneed in the back of the head by Cat last game. That was brutal. He fell. Cat's knee was coming one way. Lively's head was going the other way. And he looked a little unsteady leaving the court. So hopefully he'll be good to go tonight. They've been a fantastic center combo for him. But Cat has been brutal. Like, his shot has left him.
Yeah.
He just can't make shots anymore. And that hurts him because he's their second shot maker. And then Anthony Edwards was better last game, more aggressive last game, shot a little bit better last game. But you look at the efficiency of last game. And if I look it up real quick here, because really a lot of people will look at shooting percentage, and I'm like, it's not about shooting percentage. It's about efficiency. How many points do you get for how many shots you're taking. That includes threes, that includes free throws, all those sort of things, which is why James Harden was always able to be super efficient and not shoot a high percentage.
Yeah.
He hit threes, went to the free throw line 10, 12 times a game. That gives you your efficiency. But last game between Towns and Edwards, they had 40 points on 42 shots.
It's not going to win you a game at all.
That's awful. I mean, you'd like to be 1.2. You started getting around 1.3, 4. That's very good. 1.5 is outstanding. And then you look at Luka and Kyrie. They had 66 points on 40 shots. That's incredibly efficient. That's like a little over 1.5 per field goal attempt. So you're looking at one that was 40 points and 42 shots, and the other was 66 points and 40 shots. So the same amount of field goal attempts, give or take 2, and there was 26 more points scored. That's the story right now. That is the absolute story. Again, it's a little more involved in that than that, but they're hitting shots. Cat and Anthony Edwards aren't hitting shots. Your 2 shot makers aren't scoring efficiently enough. Theirs are. And neither of those 2 guys are the playmakers that Kyrie and Luka can be, specifically Luka. I mean, but Kyrie's done it too. And right now, their defense is maybe not as good, but just as good. But their offense is better, and I wouldn't be shocked if it's done tonight, just because Luka and Kyrie are playing with such confidence. Derek Jones hit 3 threes last game. He's hitting a few threes. P.J. Washington always seems to hit at least one in the fourth quarter. That devastating lob combo of Gafford and Lively, and they're playing really good basketball. So they're just having a hard time with them. And again, they're not games that are blowouts. It's not like, oh, they're so much better than Minnesota, but because they're not. But when it comes right down to it, fourth quarter, you need to execute. Boston did, Indiana didn't. Or you need to just flat out make shots. Dallas is, Minnesota isn't. And in a nutshell, that's kind of, for me, both those series in the fourth quarter. In this series, one's making shots, one not. In the other series, one was executing, one wasn't.
I think what's most amazing to me is entering the series, I would have thought 3 7-footers would have been enough for Minnesota to be able to stop Dallas on the interior, to be able to, at least thwart Luka occasionally, even though this is what we know he's able to do. Instead, Luka's gotten what he wants while he's playing injured, and he's the one who could use the rest right now if they're able to sweep this series. And Kyrie's also gotten what he's wanted. And so when they don't have that, you go down to Gafford and Washington, and they make a difference. And Minnesota has just had no answer for that, and their offense has evaded them right now. And so it has led to another potential 4-game sweep, and you'd have this long break for the NBA. And we'd spend a lot of time on these airwaves talking Giants, and it is worth noting that Bob Melvin just announced that Lamont Wade Jr. has that grade 2 hamstring injury, which means it'll be a month.
A month?
A month.
That ain't good. It's even worse.
Yeah.
We knew it was going to be bad. No! Exactly.
Yeah. Trenton Brooks, welcome to San Francisco. You might stay a while.
Enjoy.
Exactly. So we'll see how they play this. Brooks is going to get the first opportunity tonight. He's a 28-year-old journeyman minor league player, started in the Guardians organization, has played in the Oakland A's organization, came to San Francisco and Sacramento last year, and he's now getting a shot. He's someone who actually has a game that's somewhat similar to Lamont Wade, where he hits 280 to 300 at AAA. The on-base percentage is 100 points higher than that, so he draws a ton of walks. Doesn't hit for a bunch of power, but Lamont wasn't hitting for a bunch of power. So there are similarities in their game, but you're not replacing Lamont Wade Jr.
No. He's been the staple. When the offense was bad, he was good. When the offense was okay, he was good. Now that the offense is pretty good, he's good. Like he's been very consistent throughout the course of the year, and you missed that with the up and down nature of a lot of these players. It's nice to have some consistency in your order, and he's given them that, and they're going to miss that. They're absolutely going to miss that. So that stinks.
Yeah.
That stinks.
It does. And he was the most fun player to watch, in my opinion, in terms of a late inning at bat. Him and Patrick Bailey were as tough on opposing relievers as you could find. And now it's going to be a lot on the shoulders of Patrick Bailey, who Tom just mentioned. The Giants do have some left-handed hitters, and they'll bring up Brooks, Brett Wisely. They'll continue to play, but it is on Patrick Bailey to provide that firepower. So a reminder that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Tom, coming up next, let's just set the scene a little bit. Fire on the mountain?
Fire on the mountain. This was about 4 or 5 years ago. So, you want me to intro it on the other side? Okay. So stay tuned.
Yeah.
If you're not buckled up, buckle up, because we are going to have the full Bill Walton interview. Probably play it in 2 parts. That's how long it was. And you'll have to understand, this thing just went on and on and on, and it was glorious. It was so Bill that I've never even heard another interview. He's done a lot of them, but nothing quite like this. Even the ones I've done with him weren't like this. This was a simple playing of Fire on the Mountain, and then Bill Walton took over. And when he takes over, you just sit back and behold the beauty of one Bill Walton.
This was a few years ago. I was driving in my car, and one of those stop in your driveway when you get home and listen to an interview. So Tom will intro it on the other side. You're listening to Tolbert & Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. You're on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. Lamont Wade Jr. hurt his hamstring in Monday's game, and Bob Melvin says the expectation is he will be placed on the injured list. For any updates, stay tuned to KNBR or on our socials at KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Long distance runner, what you standing there for?
Today is a day we celebrate Bill Walton. I was going to say our friend Bill Walton because it felt like he was everybody's friend. You met Bill, he was your friend, and he made you feel good. This was 4 years ago. It just kind of hit us. This was 4 years ago today. This is not an interview. It's just a flat-out experience is what it is. So we're going to play this in 2 parts. That's how long it was. At the time, we couldn't stop Bill. I didn't want to stop Bill. I just wanted Bill to keep going, do your thing. But this is a song we played. I have no idea what Bill had planned. Bill probably didn't have any idea what he had planned to talk about. But once he heard Fire on the Mountain, Bill Walton took over. And when Bill Walton takes over, all you can do is sit, enjoy the experience like being on a river. Just let it take you wherever it goes. This is Bill Walton, part 1.
Bill, how are you?
Tom?
Bill?
Hello?
Bill?
Hello?
Are you there?
Tom Tolbert there, please.
Bill, how are you? It's me.
There you are. Somebody pushed the wrong button. I was trying to become the fire on the mountain where the flame from the stage spreads to the floor. Fire! Fire on the mountain. Oh, my gosh. If my words did glow like the gold sunshine. Fire! Fire on the mountain. Chris Ben Shetler, the incredible skier Rob Machado, the surfer. Oh, fantastic movie. You've got to check this out if you haven't already seen it. They gave it away on the internet. Fire on the Mountain. The Grateful Dead were kind enough to donate all the music. And what a time that has been. Fire! Fire on the mountain. Have you ever stood next to a volcano that was exploding while you were pondering your next move in life? Tom, are you
Bill.
there? This is Bill.
Hello, Bill. How are you?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Very well, Tom. Fire on the mountains. Cannot believe that the Grateful Dead tour got canceled. Cannot believe that the Bob Dylan tour got canceled. Cannot believe that it all got canceled. But Bob Dylan today just announced a new album coming out, available. Wow, I just couldn't be. I contain multitudes. And then Murder Most Foul. Oh, he's already released those 2. I am ready to go. Fire on the mountain. The Grateful Dead Bob Dylan tour was so incredible back in the 80s, excuse me. You remember what happened? You remember who was there? You remember where it was? But you cannot remember when it was. And so it's such a challenge these days to keep it all together. But I believe I'm on the air with the Flash from Lakewood, Tom Tolbert, who came up through the ranks. Doritos, UC Irvine, Lute Olson, 7 years in the NBA, and then a remarkable broadcasting career. Who would have ever thought? But incredible, the spiritual force of nature who has built a life and built a world that is changing every second. But as we speak momentarily about change, which is the only constant in history, that when we think back to our parents. Now, Tom, are you there? Okay, so
I'm here, Bill. How are you?
Okay. I'm 67 years old. And
Good.
Are you 35 yet? Or are you still in the early 30s? Anyway.
Mentally or physically?
When our generation's parents were coming up, and they had the Depression and they had World War II and the challenges that they had, which were, okay, the world is in peril and we have to go and save it. And we're going to do that. We have to know our history. We have to know the reluctance to get into World War II. And look, war is the failure of the human spirit, and you never want to get in there. But that was a necessary one from the defensive point of view. And so that generation, they had to go around the world, and many, many, many people died from that sacrifice. As the challenges that we're facing right now are just spiraling out of control, the sacrifices that we're being asked to make are to stay at home, watch TV, shop online, and eat takeout food. And so the ability to keep everything in perspective. COVID-19 is the single most daunting, powerful, fearsome, and toughest opponent that I have ever faced. I'm healthy as can be. I'm trying to be the fire on the mountain. I'm trying to be that spark that can help other people get through the challenges. Yes, the impact on us has been devastating in terms of all of our jobs, all of our income, all of our work, professional work is out the window. But now you have to make those adjustments. Things work out best for those that make the best out of the way things work out. And so I have pivoted, and as one who's healthy, and thankfully all our family is healthy as well so far, fire on the mountain. We're out there. We are doing everything we can to help lift that burden, lift the burden for the countless numbers of people, millions upon millions of people who are just in dire straits out there, who think they're just being overwhelmed, overrun, and swallowed up by the hot lava coming right down from fire on the mountain. And it's one of those situations where those of us who have the privilege of good health, and good health is a privilege that you can never take for granted, and you can't just assume somebody else is going to do it for you. You've got to work on it yourself. But with privilege comes responsibility, and that's why I'm here looking for Tom Tolbert as the fire on the mountain, who will be the sparkling beam of light that comes up over the eastern horizon as I'm looking for yet another source of inspiration that will move me brightly as I come in every day trying to figure out what can I do? What can I do to help make things better? Because that was the culture, that was the world, that was the life that I grew up in. From my parents to my first coaches to my early teachers to Chick Hearn to John Wooden to all the different people who had this incredible influence on little Billy's life. And then it culminated with this remarkable run for the roses with Tom Tolbert and all the different shows we used to do. Tom Tolbert, wow, the media king of the known world. And are you still there, Tom?
How are you, Bill?
I am burning up, man. I am the fire on the mountain. I'm doing
so what
fantastic.
have you been doing? What have you been doing during the days? What's been key? I know you're always busy and you always want to help and you always want to get out. Go ahead.
I'm busier than I've ever been. And I've shifted my timing, my rhythmic clock. I used to be a before the dawn guy. Now I back that up a little bit because I work so late at night and with the lengthening days. One of the things that we're allowed to do is to go out and on our bikes, get outside, get some exercise. And so I do that late in the day. But I spend all my time trying to raise consciousness, awareness, and resources for the people who are in the critical stage right now. Tom, it breaks my heart to see what's happening in our country right now. And so many people who are doing so many great things. But I'm rereading a book from my childhood called Profiles in Courage, and written by John F. Kennedy, won the Pulitzer Prize in '55. And it talks about history. It talks about people doing the right thing at the right time for purposes that were not necessarily in their best interest, but it was in the best interest of the team, of the country. So, and while I've been seeing all these remarkable acts of courage, of kindness, of generosity, of patience, I am also well aware of a new book title that I'm working on, which is called Profiles in Cowardice, in Hypocrisy, in Betrayal, in Denial. And I've got just the people who I'm going to hand that copy to, because our country, everything we know is on the line. Everything is up in the air. This is the moment of truth for our generation. This is what will define us. And as we stand on the mountaintop, searching for that fire, as we search for that community to be a part of that I have been most fortunate in my life, the greatest childhood ever, the greatest schools, greatest parents, greatest coaches, greatest teachers, greatest teams, Grateful Dead, all the different things in my life. Fire on the mountain. And then I'm looking around and I get 500 emails a day of people needing help. People are hungry. People are sick. People are dying. People are alone. And it's just an awful, awful situation. But what we have to do is to rise to that occasion and come together as that community, and with all the people who have lost their jobs and who are right on the edge and who are about to fall into the cauldron. If we don't do something about it proactively, who are we as a people? Because we are California, and California has always been the place that has been first, with the best, for the best, to be the best. And that's the response I'm looking for. And I am proud to be a Californian. Now, there's some other places out there that are going on that I just don't understand. Because when they tell us what the rules are, and these other places, they just ignore them. And they just say, that doesn't apply to me. But don't they understand that this is only going to intensify and prolong all the problems that we have? I live in a world of facts, of science, of knowledge, of data, of analytics, of history, of all the different things that go into making a world improve as a community. And to be a part of the Conference of Champions, to be a part of the state of California, to have gone to UCLA, to be a part of the NBA. 53 years now with the Grateful Dead. Fire on the mountain. Always trying to make things better. And I just don't understand the hypocrisy, cowardice, betrayal, and denial that takes us down the wrong path and just says, to heck with everybody else. I don't understand why so much time and effort is spent worrying about people at the top. Are you kidding me? People at the top, they're always going to be fine. Our concern has to be for the people who are struggling at the bottom. That's what makes it teamwork. Those people who are frontline workers out there who are keeping everything going, keeping everything open, keeping the food supply chain intact as it is, keeping the electricity on, keeping the peace, keeping the order, keeping the safety, keeping all the different things that people have to have. Nothing more important than health care and food. And so that's how I spend every moment of my day until I get a call from Tom Tolbert. Tom, are you there still?
Bill, how are you?
I am spectacular. I am healthy. I am happy. I am burdened, but burden is part of being the guy who's willing to take the lead. And in my life, I had the inspiration of Bill Russell, who grew up just across where KNBR is located there, over there in Oakland at McClymonds High School. And what I learned from Bill Russell is that in life, and basketball is the perfect metaphor of life, is that you have the chance every moment of the game, and we are in the game of our lives right now, you have the chance to make a positive contribution, whatever it is. And drives me crazy when I watch guys on a basketball court standing around, waiting for something to come to them. Are you kidding? Get going and make it happen. And then Bill Russell, he spent his life trying to make other people's dreams come true, trying to make other people happy. And then so this was my first sportshood hero. And then it went from there into Muhammad Ali, who just said, hey, I'm not going to do what you're going to tell me to do, right? I've got nothing against the people of Southeast Asia. I am not going to go over there and kill them for your war machine. And from there, Muhammad Ali, he just took it to every conceivable level of excellence, and it was fantastic. And if you've ever been to Muhammad Ali's Center for Peace on the banks of the Ohio River, where Lewis and Clark came down on their rafts, on their boats in 1803, John Wooden was there. He wanted to go. His dad wouldn't let him go. There was family responsibilities on the farm. But that Center for Peace that Muhammad Ali has constructed there, and his family, his estate, keeping it going, will change your life forever if you haven't already been changed by Muhammad Ali's brilliance. And then I had the incredible opportunity to play for this remarkable English teacher who happened to have young men under his athletic supervision in the afternoon, this guy, John Wooden. John Wooden, who lived through the Depression, whose family lost their farm, not because of the Depression, but because of an economic problem. And his dad had committed the entire family resources back in the late 1920s to buy a herd of pigs. And that was going to put them over the top. Well, the herd of pigs, they caught a virus, and they all died, and the family was wiped out. And John Wooden told the story emotionally, painfully, of how his dad never recovered from that failure. And one of the things about John Wooden was his ability to try to recover. And he ultimately became this spectacular leader and coach whose happiness late in life, and when I say late in life, I'm going to say from his 50s and 60s on. He lived to 99. I was his easiest recruit, became his worst nightmare, drove the poor guy to an early grave at 99. Fire on the mountain. The guy never been to a Grateful Dead show. He should have come. But Coach Wooden, his success, his happiness and joy and exhilaration in life came from seeing other people succeed. When it was done in a team concept with acknowledgement that was handed out along the way and extended that open hand to say, way to go, come on, we can do this together. And that was my life. And it was just perfect. And everything was going just magnificently. And then I joined the NBA, and things were quite different. And then I started to get hurt on a regular basis, and things changed every day. And then I became the most injured player in the history of everything. And I became the broke-down Palace. And I just could not get it done any longer. And then when I could no longer walk, I can remember the day. I can remember the day specifically because it was February 1st, 1990. Not that I remember the date, but it was momentous in my life. And I was in the gym. I was in the gym listening to Fire on the Mountain, the gym in the backyard where I was this morning as well, where we've lived now for 41 years. And I had been in and out of the hospital for 4.5 years with endless surgeries and constant stress fractures in my feet all the time. Couldn't get it going, but I was still convinced. I still believed. I believed that tomorrow was worth fighting for. And I was out there, and I was in that gym, and the music, fire, and I was just working, like dripping wet with sweat. And so this was 1990. That would have been Akeem and Ewing and Olajuwon and Sampson and Olajuwon and Akeem are the same people, I guess. But then you got David Robinson, and you got Shaq coming on the scene, and ultimately Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett. And I'm just saying, yeah, I'm ready to go. Kareem had already retired, and I was just ready to go. And then I come walking back. I closed the gym down. Fire! And it was just turned it down, turned it off, closed the door, and walked back to the main living area of the house here. And I got halfway there, and I could no longer take another step. And the tibia which is the main weight-bearing bone in the foot, in the leg, which keeps you upright, the tibia had come off from sitting on top of the talus. And so I got to go down to my hands and knees and crawl the rest of the way to the hardline telephone. There were no cell phones in those days. And hardline telephone, and I had to dial my friend and call him up and say, hey, would you mind coming over to the house here and find my crutches for me, because I can no longer walk forever. And so everything changed, and then I had to start having ankle fusions and knee replacements and spine reconstruction and replacement and realignment and everything. And today I'm just doing fantastic. I'm doing so well that I'm just going to start singing fire on, and then and then I don't know where we're going to go from there, because one of the great things about the Grateful Dead is what comes next. Now, I'm just anticipating, as you guys were playing Fire on the Mountain, that you had already led in with Scarlet Begonia. Once in a while, you get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right. But now, where are we going to go after Fire? Are we going to go into a Lost Sailor, maybe Saint of Circumstance combination? How about a St. Stephen the 11? How about a Black Peter? How about a Wharf Rat? How about working our way to Uncle John's Band? How about maybe coming back into Terrapin? Oh, my God. Some rise, some fall, some climb to get to Terrapin. Is it the end or the beginning? Oh, my God.
Okay, we're going to let everybody catch their breath. Now, understand, when you come back and you pick up part 2, we didn't have a break. This is all like just picks up right where it left off. So we probably figure you'll need a break. You'll need a couple minutes, cleanse the palate a little bit, and up next we'll have part 2 of the epic. I feel like it's a journey through Bill Walton's life, is what I feel like. In the words of the one and only Bill Walton. Part 2 next here on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
Legendary basketball player and broadcaster Bill Walton passed away yesterday at the age of 71. Check out any and all of the classic conversations he had with our Tom Tolbert on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tom, are you there? Hello?
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, I know you probably think, well, there can't be that much more left, can there? Oh, yeah. We're about halfway through the journey right here. We got a lot more Bill Walton. Bill has a lot more to say, and it's been quite a journey so far. Let's go ahead and dig into part 2, Bill Walton. Go ahead.
Tom, are you still there?
Bill, how are you?
I have never been better except for the sadness in my life. And the sadness.
Do you have an incredible playlist in your head? Like, you don't even need a playlist, do you? If you just lay down, close your eyes, I imagine you can remember all these songs.
So, you know, I grew up in a classical music household. My parents, zero interest in sports, but we didn't have a TV growing up, but we had music, classical music, and we had the radio, and we had books. And then I found rock and roll, and oh my gosh, things have never been the same. And I've been collecting ever since. And I went to my first Grateful Dead show in 1967. It was somewhere up there where you're from. But in those days, when you were from San Diego, just anything north of Camp Pendleton, someplace that you never wanted to go, we heard about it, and we went, and we got there, and I got to the front of the stage there down in the pit, and I never left because I looked around. I saw this incredible sense of community, joy, hope, optimism, purpose, all the things that I love to this very day, and they were there, right there in the pit at the base of the stage. And it completely changed my life. And so over the years, then I started collecting. I started collecting all the music, and in the vinyls, and then it went from vinyls to 8 tracks to cassette tapes to CDs, and now it's electronic. So I have this remarkable collection of electronic music. Now, I will say that I used to have a physical collection. And then in the 80s, our 4 children, although we now have 6 children because we have adopted my late brother Bruce's 2 children, 2 adult children, and their 5 grandchildren. So now the count is at 6 children and 14 grandchildren. And so as the 80s were happening and all the children were growing up and coming of age, I had every Grateful Dead T-shirt ever printed. I had all the Grateful Dead music that Ramrod and Betty and Harry and the whole band would just give me all the time. If I was there at the show, they'd hand it to me when I was walking out. If I wasn't able to be there, they would mail them to me. And it was just fantastic. And then in the 80s, all the children, they started wearing all my clothes and listening to all the music, which was fine because it was being used. And then one day, I came home from a road trip, and I got home, and I had been listening to the Grateful Dead just on fire, fire, fire on the mountain. And it was just all over the place, ricocheting through the universe, trying to hold on to the trains of thought that were going on up there and all the different songs that were all being played at once. And the children had taken this remarkable cassette tape that I had been listening to for so long over and over again, and they had re-recorded rap music over the top of it. Oh, my gosh. I lost it that day. But the collection that I have now is just on constant shuffle. And one of the things that amazes me most in my life is how the shuffle knows what I need. And because I just thought, I don't know who these programmers are, but I sit there and the first thing I do in the morning is I push the play button, and I know how to work the volume and I know how to work, fast forward. And so if I don't like it, it's not going to be there in the first place. And so it's always something that I like. But then, for some reason, within a few moments, the shuffle, there must be some person inside there who's thinking, who was there last night, who was inside my brain, who was in with the dream, because they know what song I need. And then it comes on. And then when it does come on, oh, my gosh, I'm just healed. I'm just bathed in the golden light of day, and I'm just gleaming, and it takes me to all these spectacular places that I've been in my life. And when I can get to those places by listening to the music and think back and dream and all the different things that we've been able to do and how close we've come. How close we come. And one of the things that I love about going out riding my bike is I love to ride my bike uphill. And because that's where you really find yourself. And when you're on a really, really, really tough hill, that's when it all comes together in your life. When your core, when everything is just burning and there's sweat like you're swimming in the Pacific Ocean, and you're just out of oxygen and you have nothing left, but you're still going, and you do make it, and you get to the top. And you look back down and you say, I can't believe I just climbed that hill on my bike. And then, but the best part, the self-esteem, the empowerment, the self of accomplishment that comes through a great climb on your bike like that to get to the top. The absolute best part, not looking back down to what you've done, but looking out in front at the endless horizons as to how many more mountains there are out there. And you get to keep doing that time and time again. And I get to do it in the most beautiful places in the world. And when I get to go to places like Arizona Tom, are you there?
Bill, how are you?
Okay, you were in Arizona. Yeah, you had played for Lute Olson, and I get to go there and see the Hall of Fame that they have there, which is so inspirational in terms of the people who have worked so hard. And then I can go out to Saguaro East National Park, or I can go up on Mount Lemmon, or I can go on the Tucson Mountains on the West Tucson Mountains, or maybe down to the Santa Ritas in the south, and just see it all and see the saguaros and the choyas and all the different cactus. And hopefully I won't be chased by the javelinas. Hopefully I'll be able to find a jackalope out there that I can jump on and race away from the evil and the terror and the fear. But it's just one of those situations where the music is able to soothe my soul and to create new dreams and new thoughts of what is possible in life, and that ability to make that difference, that ability to see someone who needs that helping hand. Because as I study history, as I see, because I'm a reader, and I love nonfiction, I love history, and I love biography. And I am awestruck every time these people who have really made it and have just changed the world, at some point in their life, they were not going to make it. But there was always somebody, every single time, there was a complete stranger did something, an act of kindness, an act of generosity, who had no idea that this person was anyone other than a person who looked like they needed help. And that's why it absolutely drives me crazy in this world run by these, hypocrites, these cowards, these betrayers, these traitors, these deniers, who just say, the heck with them, let them die, let them starve. I tried not eating once. I could never get comfortable with that. And so here it was, a situation where I understand the privileged life that I have. Yes, I've spent half my adult life in the hospital, but I'm married to Lori, and our children are fantastic. And we live in California. I still live in my hometown. I lived in the same house for 41 years. This is my dream right here. And the people who have come through here, the people who have helped me, I've always been on the edge out there. My mom's still alive. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. I love you more than words can tell. Happy everything forever, Mom. Oh, my gosh. She lives in the same house we all grew up in. That's just 10 minutes away. And we don't get to see her anymore because of the COVID-19 stay-at-home shelter-in-place restrictions, but we talk every single day. And we can never think, those people, can you imagine? Tom, are you there? Hello? Tom?
Hey, Bill. What's going on?
Is the fire still burning?
Still burning, bright.
Okay.
Burning bright, Bill.
Okay, so
yep.
Can you imagine, what was the hardest thing you've ever been asked to do? And then ask yourself, if you were asked to go straight into a hotspot for COVID-19 as a doctor, and you didn't have the necessary equipment to get the job done, what would you do? And then you have these people who are saying, it's a bunch of nonsense, it's a hoax. Who needs to stay at home? Freedom, don't tread on me, all this ridiculous nonsense. Come on. It's about sacrifice, discipline, honor. Never been on a great team. You played for Lute Olson, one of the greatest ever. You played in the NBA. You work at the Golden State Warriors right now with a spectacular franchise. And as I watch The Last Dance these days, I'm just absolutely inspired. I was there. I lived it all, and I just loved it. And I loved the Bulls. I'm a little disappointed in that there has been no mention to this point, and yet is always the most operative word in our language. Love is the most important, but the most operative is yet. And to not have any mention of Johnny Bach yet. Oh, my gosh. What a coaching staff. And I'm the biggest believer in coaching. I love leadership. It always comes down to leadership. You look at what Joe and Peter and Rick and Raymond and all the Warriors are doing right now with the fantastic franchise that they have. And we're, we all hope that it comes back. We have no idea. Anybody tells you that they know what it's going to be like has no idea what they're talking about. This is a work in progress. This is something new every single day. But the coaching staff that Steve Kerr was the beneficiary of, just think of this list of guys. And I hope I don't miss any of them because I'm trying to run away. I can't figure out if I'm trying to run away from the fire on the mountain or run to the fire on the mountain. I can't figure it out if it's the end or the beginning. So anyway, Phil Jackson, Tex Winter, Johnny Bach, Jim Clemens, Frank Hamlin. And was there anybody else on that coaching squad? I think that was it. And how different and unique every single one of them were. But let's just spend a moment with Johnny Bach, who was this phenomenal person, who was just this ball of heat, this ball of fire, this ball of energy. I mean, he could basically be the center of a universe. There was so much pent-up energy there, but he knew he was the assistant coach. But those are the best guys to go talk to when you're really looking for the information when you're going to be the broadcaster. And Johnny, all you had to do was say hello, and bam, he was gone, just on through the whole history of the world until he finally had to take a breath, and maybe they were well into the second quarter, and we had to get back to the game here. But Johnny Bach, what he did, he was there with the Warriors for a while, the Bulls. He was with a lot of different teams. He was a player in the founding days of the NBA, and all those guys, brilliant coaches, strategists, teachers, leaders. Most importantly, they were just fantastic human beings, and that's what I'm searching for in my life. That's what I was searching for when I found the Grateful Dead. Yeah, and to be there. The mission in the rain. Some folks would be so happy just to have one dream come true, walking alone in the mission in the rain. Come again.
Hey Bill, I gotta let you know before we go here. I hope you know
Where
what an inspiration.
Have we started the show? Have we started the show yet?
yeah, that's about 45 minutes ago, Bill.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
It was. Can I let you know this? Can I let you know this just for a second? I hope you realize, and I hope you know how much of an inspiration you are to so many people out there. I mean, we love listening to you. You make us laugh. You make us think, and you do all you can with all that you've been through to continue to help people every single day, and you do it with a smile on your face, and you're happy to be alive. You love life, and I just say, you know what, we love you, Bill.
We will get by. We will survive. We are alive. I love Tom Colbert. Fire on the mountain. Here we go. Fire.
Take it easy, Bill. Tell Lori I said.
Get up, get on, get out of the door.
Tell Lori we said hi, Bill.
We love you, Tom. Thank you for my life. Fire. Stop. Fire. Fire on the mountain.
Love you, Bill. Take it easy. Oh my gosh! I hope you guys enjoyed that. I haven't heard that in a while, and it just makes me laugh every time. He's again just unique, and just to kind of put a stamp on the end of that. Bill did text me shortly after the show, and just said, "Tom, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't get you fired. Love, Bill." And that was it. And then poof, he's gone. He was just gone. But that was a Bill Walton. Thank you for my life. He texts you that all the time too. Just a beauty, man. An absolute beauty. You think about where that whole thing started, where it ended up. I mean, it's just wild. It really did. It really did. It was like a buffet, and just a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I wanted to make sure we played that today because that just seems like it almost seems like a verbal autobiography. Like it's a journey through Bill's mind and everything, kind of like the injuries and the basketball and then after, and I mean, just all kinds of stuff. So hope you guys enjoyed that. We're going to have Mike Breen join us in about 15 minutes and give us his thoughts on the passing of Bill Walton. But, yeah, we're trying to celebrate him today, and he was a special person. Absolutely. So coming up, we will continue on. We got to get you ready for the Giants and the Phillies. We'll do that in about an hour or so. And then we're going to talk to Mike Breen in about 15. I think we have Bags coming on at some point, too. We'll get to all the Giants injury news and all those. 5:15 for Bags. So Mike Breen, Bags on. Get you ready for the Phils and the Giants. Mike Breen at about 15 here on the Sports Leader.
We will get by. We will survive. We are alive. I love Tom Colbert.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What a journey. What a journey that last, 37 minutes was. Broken up by a commercial break. Bill Walton. Ryder, you're listening to Tolbert and Copes, the show sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Tom, I think we were rolling in over the break, and it appears as though we've gotten over 100 text messages from folks with the outpouring of support for Bill Walton and memories of Bill and all that he meant to their lives, watching him as a basketball player, listening to him as a broadcaster. I mean, just hard to think about all the lives that he impacted throughout the course of his own.
Yeah, it's really cool. The people that have texted, sent messages, whether it be on the YouTube chat or other, and just how much they enjoyed listening to that, how much they enjoyed Bill. He's just, again, there's no one like him. There's nothing like him. You wind him up, let him go. And we were talking about the ground he covered in 37 minutes. It wasn't always linear, but it was going.
I don't know that always. It was never linear. and nothing ever was with Bill.
No, it really wasn't. It really wasn't. But he was just a spectacular human being. So, yeah, I'm glad everybody enjoyed that. And, wow, I haven't listened to that in a while now. And it makes me smile, some of the stuff he hits. I mean, I remember John F. Kennedy, Muhammad Ali. I can't remember everybody that he mentioned, but it was a bunch of people, like just here, there, everywhere. And that was Bill. Bill's stream of consciousness was different than everybody else's stream of consciousness, and just to listen to him, and hopefully he brought as much joy to people's lives as he did mine listening to him. Like, he was just fun to listen to. Oregon State playing Arizona State on a Thursday night. No offense, Gary.
I get it.
But
I understand. I went there.
Do I want to watch this? Oh, Bill's on the call. We'll check it out. We'll check out. Of course, we'll check out Bill. Absolutely, we're going to see what Bill's going in on. So I watch Bill no matter what he was doing. And he just, again, he was so different. It wasn't everybody's cup of tea. I even said there are some times when he's doing an Arizona game, if it's an important game, maybe not Bill. Like, maybe not that game. Because it doesn't really matter how important the game is with Bill. Bill's going to be Bill. Like I said, you know what you're getting. When Bill Walton does a game, that's what you know exactly what you shouldn't be surprised. Oh, this game's Bill's Bill. No. Either you love him, you don't like, whatever the case may be. But I love listening to him, and I hope around the country, sports stations all over playing Bill Walton sound, and people are smiling at the thought of listening to Bill Walton.
No question about it. And we'll talk to Mike Breen here at 4:50, discuss his memories of Bill Walton, and talk about what it's like as a basketball broadcaster trying to rein in someone like Bill and keep the ship steered in the right direction, even though anytime Bill talked, regardless of the subject, it felt like you were headed in a direction that that was always fun, always full of life, always joyful, and always different. I saw a headline today that Bill Walton left us wanting more, and I think that's my lasting experience with him. I had the opportunity to do stats with Bill down at Arizona State when he was broadcasting Pac-12 games, and he came and spoke to my classes, and my goodness, just someone who loved every inch of the Pac-12 footprint. And someone who could defend the Conference of Champions at every last breath he could. And so, really, I mean, the conference ends on Saturday. We heard Roxy's call and the tribute that he paid to Bill, because no one loved the Pac-12, the Pac-10, the Pac-8 back when Bill was in it as much as he did. And so we appreciate what he did for a conference. And it's sad to see it split up and what college sports has kind of evolved into, and it will never be the same. But it was never going to be the same without Bill Walton's voice on those calls to begin with. So Mike Breen going to join us shortly. Do want to remind you that Lamont Wade Jr. has gone on the injured list for the San Francisco Giants. He's on the 10-day IL, but Bob Melvin announced that it is a grade 2 hamstring strain that he suffered on Monday afternoon against the Phillies, which means that Wade will be out for the next 4 weeks or so. The Giants looking forward to seeing Wade back in uniform about a month from now. They will miss him dearly. His replacement on the roster, 28-year-old rookie Trenton Brooks, who's coming up from AAA Sacramento to make his major league debut. He's batting ninth. He's playing first base tonight. Mentioned earlier in the show, the statistics at AAA, very similar to what you get in Lamont Wade Jr., a guy who hits for a high average, a guy with an even higher on-base percentage, not a lot of slug in his bat, but again, those are AAA statistics. It's going to be incredibly difficult to replace Lamont Wade Jr. The Giants will not be able to do it with just one player. They'll need their other left-handed hitters to step up. Patrick Bailey, of course. Brett Wisely gets the call at shortstop tonight, so we'll have a conversation about the Giants with Andrew Baggerly, who's out at Oracle Park. That'll come around 5:15 this evening. We're getting you set for Giants baseball. We're talking Bill Walton, and we're talking with Mike Breen on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Thank you for my life.
All right. The Giants won 9 of their last 11, including yesterday's 8-4 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. Giants fans, let us know how you're feeling about the team. Call in at 415-808-5627. All right, we've got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us what you do if you have unfiled tax returns.
You call us. It's a real common problem. Number one reason people don't file returns is just a plain old simple, they didn't have the money in the first year, then they made a mistake, they didn't file the return. Then year 2 rolls around and they say, well, how can they file year 2 and they didn't file year 1 and they still don't have the money? Second biggest reason is people just don't have their records. No problem to either of those. If you don't have your records, we'll get all the records that the IRS and state has on you. If you don't have the money to pay your taxes, you're not a bad person. You just don't have money to pay your taxes. It's a very common problem. We want to make a deal for you with the government. We want to take your tax problem, put it in the rearview mirror, and then get on with your life like none has ever happened. You have so many rights. There's so many good options, so many ways out of this. The only thing you do have to do is pick up the phone, call us. We'll explain all your options, all your rights. And if you want us to, we want to do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is just give us a call.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Call Steve Moskowitz at 188-TAX-DEAL. That's 188-TAXDEAL. Or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. We've spent the better part of the day just reminiscing about Bill Walton, the player, the commentator, the human being, and just kind of how Bill made us feel and how Bill was, well, it was Bill. And that was pretty apparent by the interview we just played. Well, again, I call it an interview, but it wasn't an interview. It was Bill for 37 minutes just going in whatever direction Bill wanted to go, as he wanted to do very, very, very occasionally. And another man who I call a friend, worked with him as well, and he also worked with Bill Walton, the lead voice of ABC ESPN's basketball coverage. We'll be calling the finals here in about a week. Mike Breen joins us. Mike, how are you?
Hello, Tommy T. How you doing, buddy?
Doing okay. Just kind of, remembering Bill and like everything that he was, and it's almost like Bill himself, like his stories. Like it takes you a while to digest them and kind of really kind of like internalize them and kind of, okay, where's this go? Okay, got that. That was Bill. I mean, Bill was that way, and his life was very similar. I kind of said it was like John Madden a little bit, in that like people remember him for almost anything but being a great basketball player, which he most certainly was. Madden was a great coach, didn't get remembered for that, but it just kind of goes to show you the impact that he had behind the microphone and just all the people that he touched and who he was.
No, that's so true. I've spent the past 24 hours. I go from tears to belly laughing to smiling, because there's been so many unbelievable tributes. I said last night on the air, normally you say, it's a sad day for the NBA, and it was.
Yep.
It's a sad day for basketball, it was. But it's a sad day for anybody who had Bill in their life. For whatever crazy, bizarre reason he was in your life, it's sad because, I mean, how many people can you say that that when somebody just says their name, you smile? And that's the case with Bill.
Yep.
Somebody would mention his name or say, do you know Bill Walton? Or what was Bill Walton like? You just break into a huge smile, because that's what he did. And what a gift that is to give to all the people who knew him, and that he, even when he's not there and his name was just mentioned, it made you smile. He was every day of his life, at least when I was around him, and it just was all about kindness. Every day was kindness, filled with kindness from people, family, friends, strangers, fans. It didn't matter. And boy, what a great blueprint to live your life by.
And the positivity, and it wasn't fake. Like he was the most positive person that I've ever been around. Constantly. It didn't matter what the situation was. He found the positive side of it, and he wanted to shine a light on the positive side of it, and that's how he looked at it, from the positive. I mean, you're talking about a guy, Mike, who his back surgeries, almost killed him, and he came back from that. His speech impediment that he fought through to be the broadcaster. I mean, he had so many reasons to look back and think, God, I got dealt a bad hand here. I got dealt a bad hand there. He never felt that way, at least when I was around him. It was always about the positive. The next day, let's make it better. Let's make everybody else's life better. Let's make them feel good. And he was like the ultimate team player on the court. He was like the ultimate team player in life. That's just who he was.
It's, the positiveness, when you think, and you said it, and he spent a good portion of his adult life in pain.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not just like aches and pain. I mean, in intense pain, the spinal, the back stuff, obviously the legs. If you watched him walk, it was painful to watch him walk sometimes. And he went through excruciating moments like that. And you just said something that I firmly believe. He loved being a teammate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what he loved basketball, not because he was this special player, but because of the fact that it was 5 players working together to make something special happen. He loved the team aspect of the game. That's what made him most happy when he watched it, when he broadcasted, and when he played it. And he was the same way as a broadcaster. He felt he was part of the broadcast team, part of the broadcast booth. and he'd get these text messages all the time, and they were always encouraging and confidence building. I mean, think like for me personally, I'm this young broadcaster starting to do some NBA games, and I get to sit next to Bill Walton, and he's telling me how good I am. And whether or not he believed it, it instilled me with confidence. And that's the way he did to his teammates when he was a player. That's what he did with his teammates as a broadcaster. It's amazing the outlook that he had every day.
So let me ask you this, because this is something I was talking about earlier on the show. When you first work with Bill, and I said I wish I would have figured this out earlier on when I was working with Bill, because working with Bill, you're never really sure like where reality lies and like what reality Bill's living in at the time and like what he's talking about sometimes. Like you look at him like, what are you talking about? And I got to understand a little bit later on in life when I had Bill on the radio show, like Bill's just a river. You just jump on, go for the ride, embrace it, and go with it. Now, as a broadcaster, you're the play-by-play guy. It was just both he and I, color guys. I think Brad Nessler was doing the play-by-play at the time. But you also got to document the game. How did you navigate that early on? Because the more you work with Bill, the more you can get used to it. But as a young broadcaster, how did you get used to Bill just, kind of being Bill?
Well, so somebody asked me that today about what it was like. And it was like riding a roller coaster at an amusement park. So you can't wait. It's thrilling and it's so much fun. But it has these sudden twists and turns that you don't expect. And some of them can be a little scary. Yep. Some of them could be actually downright dangerous. And then by the end of the ride, you have this joyous feeling and you say, let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
That's what it was like. I had heard all the stories, and the first time I worked with him in a game was back in the NBC days.
Yep.
He was working with Tom Hammond. And of course Snapper, and Snapper were these, and I truly believe that Bill and Snapper are having a debate right now up in the heavens above.
No doubt.
Who's going to win? They were such a wonderful team together, and so I would fill in sometimes when Tom was doing other assignments, and I was warned about, hey, listen, he goes on these long rants. You've got to reel him in. And I'm this young broadcaster, so I talked to him about, and then I said, Bill, when I have to like go to a commercial or read a spot, what do you want me to do? He goes, listen, I know I go on, and you have to stop me. Just grab my arm. That's what he says. Just grab my arm. So the game starts, and like less than 2 minutes in, he's off on a roll, and it's not stopping. And I'm panicking because I've never worked with him before. So after a couple of minutes, I grab his arm. He does not stop for even a heartbeat on the arm grab. Keeps going, and fortunately, the ball goes out of bounds. We go to a commercial, and I said, Bill, I grabbed your arm. Oh, you have to grab it harder. And that's the way he was. Like he knew, but he also he couldn't stop himself sometimes, and he knew he was just having a great time with everybody. It was such a joy. And with all the fun stuff, he had this deep love for the game.
Oh yeah.
Whereas, like, if he saw somebody playing the right way, team first basketball, the right attitude, whether they were the 10th guy on the team, he would make them into a Hall of Famer if they had the right approach. He would talk so glowingly about, look at this player. This is what the game is about. He's one of the great teammates of all time. One of the great teammates in the history of the universe. But he meant it because he wanted to compliment this person who he felt played the game the right way. Mm-hmm. Conversely, if he felt somebody was disrespecting the game, he could be very harsh because he thought there was no excuse to not play the right way, no excuse to disrespect the game.
Yep. And
there was no better example of that. We broadcast the Malice at the Palace together on ESPN along with Jim Gray.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never seen him so upset. He was so disgusted by the conduct of the players, of the fans. It really wounded him to see something like that happen in the game that he loves so much. I remember after the game, we were back to the hotel. We were up for hours after what we just witnessed. And he was so mad and was hoping penalties would be handed down because this can't happen. They can never let this thing happen.
No, there's no doubt he loved the game as much as anybody. Now, I'm wondering if you got any of this, Mike. We're talking to Mike Breen, nice enough to join us. He'll be calling the NBA Finals, which will be taking place in about a little bit over a week, and we'll see if we have more than one game left, which is tonight against the Mavs and the T-Wolves. So did you ever get this one? Because I've heard from other guys that have called games with Bill, he will say something very similar to what he told Brad Nessler one time when after we called a game, I think it was the Lakers in Minnesota, and Brad and I were sitting in a bar having a beer watching the next game. And Bill comes up to Brad and he goes, "Brad, I am sorry for ruining the broadcast. It is totally my fault. I apologize. I hope you don't get fired, and I will try to be better next time." And then he just left.
I would say 50% of the games we did, I got a text the next day. "I'm so sorry. I will do better. I can't believe I've done that to you." And he used to sign the text, "Your potted plant, Bill." That's what he called himself.
Your potted plant, Bill.
And I had a conversation with Dave Pash today. Dave and Bill were so close.
Yeah.
Dave's such a wonderful announcer and a wonderful man, and he said the same thing. He said Bill used to leave it, "Your potted plant, Bill."
He told me after an interview, we had that long interview that we just played, Mike. It was like a 37-minute interview that just kind of went everywhere. We let him go. And after the interview, he texts me, goes, "Tom, I hope I didn't get you fired. I love you,
Right,
Bill."
Right. He knew he drove people crazy. One of the first games I did with him, we're making a call and whistle blows, guys going to a free fly, and he turns and he says, "Are you a bowler?" I said, "Am I a what?" He goes, "Bowler. Do you like to bowl?" I said, "Yeah, I like to bowl." He goes, I said, "Bill, why are you asking?" "Because you look like a bowler."
You look like a bowler.
These stream of consciousness things that would just come flying out. It made you laugh. I mean, it was maddening sometimes. But he wanted to talk basketball. He wanted to watch basketball, but he also wanted to entertain.
Oh, there's no doubt. And he might get into the architecture of the city and the history of the city and just what else is Grateful Dead, possibly what is going on.
You know what was another interesting thing that he did? He never wanted to talk about what we're going to discuss on the air.
No, never.
It had to be spontaneous.
Save it for the air.
Right, right, exactly. Would always say that. So if you start asking him, nope, save it. That's exactly what to do. Save it for the air. He didn't want me to preface any question I had. He wanted to just go off the top of his head from what I said.
Oh my goodness, Mike, you know this better than anyone. Broadcasting is an industry that can be harsh. If you dare to be different, the public will criticize you. What made Bill's style resonate with people? Because there are so many people that we've heard from today who they say, "Bill Walton was my favorite broadcaster," and it's so different from anything else you'll hear. Why did it work?
I think because he didn't act like he knew everything, so people related to that. Again, the entertainment factor, he made you laugh. Yep. He clearly didn't take himself too seriously. I think just his personality, it was just so likable. And like I said, he didn't talk down to the viewer at all. He explained things fairly simply and let you know exactly where he stood. And it's, I think the combination of all those things is what made him like that. And the fact that, he just had this big goofy smile all the time. They put him on camera. We did it on camera one time where I stood, and instead of your partner normally stands right next to you, he stood directly behind me. So, but you could still see his entire face because he was so damn tall and was just above. He liked to try different things. He wanted to have fun. He didn't want to do the same thing that everybody else did.
No, and he most certainly did not. And I think, Mike, one of the things where it was, even though sometimes he would kind of be all over the place and maybe not follow the action all the time, people enjoyed it because it was genuine. Like this was who he was. It wasn't like an act, and it wasn't like he was trying to do stand-up. It was just, this is who he is. This is what I'm thinking about at the time. And eventually, we'll get back to basketball at some point, but let me get this going, and it'll have a point to it, or maybe it won't have a point to it. I'm not really sure, but let's go ahead and just let it go. And it became, he was one guy that if I didn't care that much about the game I was watching and Bill was calling it, I'd say, let's turn it on, because Bill was entertaining. It was just entertainment, and it was genuine, and I think that's why people gravitated toward it. Right,
and you just see such a people person. I remember, like, he was in his glory. There's a story I've told. I took my dad out to San Diego to visit the USS Midway, which he served on in the Korean War, and Bill made us stay at his house. I called him for a hotel recommendation. He made us stay at his house. So we were there for 3 days, my dad, my brother, and myself. And the highlight of every day was the meals. He had this big, huge table that had a Lazy Susan on it, and you would sit down for dinner or for lunch or for breakfast. And the amazing thing was people would just show up. Like, friends would show up, relatives. His son would come with his family, or the guy from down the street would come by. We were there for a couple, and they'd just show up and sit down. And that's when he was in his glory, with all his friends sitting around the table having something to eat, and just wanting to bathe in all the love that he had thrown at him. It's really it's one of the most remarkable lives that I've ever been around. And it's sad to think that he's gone, but man, oh man, did he leave us with something special. My goodness gracious. And I heard you tell that story, and I thought it was interesting, Mike, while you're telling the story, that Bill made it so it was like a really, not just visiting the Midway, but a special 3 days that your dad got to spend because of all the stuff, and Bill was there, and he was there the whole step of the way. The fact that he just said, come on over, hang out. I think you mentioned your dad stayed in the Bob Dylan room, which is just so so typical Bill. But it's just, that's Bill. That's the teammate right there. Like, let me make somebody else feel good and make sure their experience is as good as it can be. It's just fantastic. Yeah, that's the way he led his life. And, you think, oh boy, he was so special to me. And then you hear the next story, and the next he was like that with everybody. Everybody had a story. Everybody had that text message that made you feel so good when he'd text you something after you did a game that would make you feel so good. And he was doing that every day, all day. It's amazing he had that much time to impact and bring happiness to that many people every single day. Thank you for my life, Mike Breen. Thank you for my life. That was one of them all the time. So good, so good. Mike, we appreciate you joining us. We're just trying to have as much fun as we can and talking about him, because I know that's the way he would have wanted it. That's the way he lived his life. He always had a smile on his face when I saw him, and always had an I love you, and how's everything going with you, and everything's going great. That's good. And just remembering him makes me smile, and it's sad that he won't be here anymore, but I'm glad you were able to come on and share a few stories, because it really is nice just to kind of remember him and all the stuff. I might even go back and watch that 4-part documentary that they did on ESPN, the 30 for 30. I said it at the time, I wish there were more. Like, usually I say they could have cut an episode off of this one. That one, I wish there was like two more episodes, but I think I might go watch that one again, because I thought it was great at the time. But I just want to watch it and kind of enjoy more of Bill. And I just wanted to say I appreciate you coming on and kind of telling a few stories for us. My pleasure, Tom. And if anybody out there is a believer in the power of prayer, please say a prayer for his wife, Lori. Lori is the angel from heaven. She's great. She the impact she had on his life and all that she did for him, and I know she's absolutely crushed right now. So. Yep. Just thinking about her as we think about Bill. Mike, before you go, I'll give you one more story to make you smile. Bill was up here for the Pac-12 meetings, and I was up here. My buddy Matt Muehlbach works for the Pac-12, and me and him played at Arizona together. So I went over there, talked to him for a little bit, hung out. Bill was there, talked to him for a little bit, and we were just kind of like messing around. And that was like a Saturday night. So Sunday, the Warriors had a game, and I'm calling the Warrior game. So I go down there and talk to Luke. And I go, hey, I saw the Pac-12 meetings were here this weekend. Did you get a chance to hook up with your dad?
He goes, no. He goes, Big Bill called me on the way to the airport, leaving town. And he called me and he said, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to see you, Luke. I have failed you as a father. I'll be better next time.
You ever hear Luke tell the stories about what he used to get for Christmas?
No.
Bill used to give the kids NBA media guides.
That's right. That is so good.
What a treat.
That is so good. Oh, why do I get the Cavaliers?
Right, exactly.
Oh, that is good stuff. Mike, you take care. Maybe we'll have you on next time. We can talk. We'll talk some basketball, but I just wanted to talk Bill today, and I appreciate you coming on with us.
Well, my pleasure, TT. Great being with you guys.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate
Mike.
it. That's the great Mike Breen. Always fun talking to Mike. He'll be calling along with Doris and JJ. Be calling the finals, which will be in like 9 days. So we'll see if we have more basketball than just tonight, or it's going to be NBA dark for a little while. But that was great having Mike on.
I'm picturing the 1991 Orlando Magic media guide, handed out to Luke Walton at Christmas. I mean, that's an absolute
Poor Christmas present.
That's an absolute treat.
What'd you get, Chris?
Yeah.
Lakers, nice.
Yeah. Up next, we'll talk to someone who would have loved a media guide as a Christmas gift. Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic, a baseball encyclopedia and Giants beat reporter for The Athletic. You're listening. KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Giants broadcasters Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kyper both joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Giants' winning ways and the memory of Bill Walton. Listen to those podcasts on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. You looking for a great road trip car? Ooh, I think Honda has you covered. Civic and Accord sedans. They're fun to drive, of course. Stylish, dependable, mile after mile. They just keep on going. Because they're Hondas. How do I know? We have Hondas. We have a family of those Hondas. Pilots, which I have. Accords, the kids. Ruggy. They're ruggy. I think I just made up a new word. Instead of rugged, ruggy. Ruggy, and can ruggy be rugged and roomy? Like rugged and roomy is ruggy? Ruggy, versatile SUVs, the CRV, the Pilot, the Passport, the CRV and Accord hybrids, of course. You get great range and MPG. No plugs, no charging. What does that mean? No worries. Oh, look, everyone loves road tripping. I love road tripping in the Honda. You can you get in it. You don't have to worry about it being in the shop because, well, it's a Honda. And that's exactly what Hondas, or I won't say they're built for, but they're known for. They're known for their dependability. And it always helps, too, when you go to the pump and you can put in regular gas, save a little at the pump, get some good MPGs, crank the tunes. I got those going as well. Plenty of room. Remember, 6'8", got to have room. Plenty of room in the car, and then plenty of room for the fam as well. We're a pretty big fam. Getting bigger, by the way, as we go. We've gotten bigger in the last week. So need room for them, need room for the gear. Going up to Tahoe with my buddies. Got room for them as well. It's all good when you're talking road trips and Hondas. So see your NorCal Honda dealer now for great deals on every road trip ready Honda. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com. They're ruggy.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
All right, we are back here on Tolbert and Copes, Crowley for Copes here on Tuesday afternoon, making the connection with Andrew Baggerly here shortly of The Athletic out at Oracle Park, covering a Giants team that's made a flurry of roster moves this afternoon. The Giants bring up Spencer Howard from AAA Sacramento. They bring up Tyler Fitzgerald from AAA Sacramento. They purchased the contract of first baseman Trenton Brooks from AAA Sacramento. They DFA Ryan McKenna, outfielder. Hardly knew you. They DFA Drew Pomerantz, who Tom didn't know was on the team. And they've placed Lamont Wade Jr. on the 10-day injured list. But Bob Melvin saying earlier this afternoon, telling reporters that he is out with a grade 2 hamstring issue that will apparently keep him out for a month. So the Giants are going to have to weather a difficult storm here without Lamont Wade Jr.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Pitching's got to be a little better. I would say that's where you start. I'm not sure if you're going to make that up. Maybe you can, but it's going to be hard to replace that in the lineup because of what he brings. Just getting on base seemingly almost every other time he's up to bat. He's like the perfect two-hole hitter right now. Now, he's lost some of his power, but he's added more contact, which has been fine. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not like they have a plan. I mean, they brought up all their guys, right? They don't have any other guys. At least I don't think they have any. Maybe they do. We'll see.
River Cats might start forfeiting their games.
Exactly. So I'm not sure what they have. So, look, every team has to deal with this at some point. You just have to kind of hang in there. I would say, man, but he's right there as far as, like, he might be trying to think. Like, I was trying to put, like, okay, in terms of most important, like, who would you hate to lose most? Right now, I'd probably put Chapman at the top of that list.
Chapman and Bailey.
Chapman, that's exactly who I was going to put second.
Yeah.
Then it'd be Wade, but then I started thinking, well, I mean, if you lost Matos, who plays center? Like, right now, they don't have many outfielders. So, really, there's a few guys you could ill afford to lose right now. And that's because, well, they've already lost them. They've already lost guys. So this one's going to hurt, but I have no doubt. It'll be interesting to see what their order looks like. Do we know what the lineup is? Like
we do. We do have the
second?
lineup tonight. Yeah. Mike Yastrzemski gets the call up to the number 2 spot in the lineup with his .223 average and .673 OPS this year.
Okay, yeah. Well, hopefully he can get it going. He had a nice swing on the double yesterday. But, man, is it just me, or is he popping the ball up a lot this year?
Pops the ball up a lot, strikes out a lot, but when he does make contact, it's typically solid contact.
Yep.
There's not a lot of singles in his game. It's more doubles and home runs when he does connect.
Yeah. Just seems like a lot of pop-ups.
It is.
Hopefully they'll start declining. And another thing I was going to ask you might know this off the top of your head, but is Bailey's percentage of runners thrown out on steals lower this year than it was last year?
It has to be. Last year was unsustainably high.
That's what I thought, because this year he's not even close to it. I thought it was a pretty big drop, too.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the numbers, but Tim says with his discerning eye, the pitchers have been doing a terrible job.
That is true.
That's what he says.
I was watching the game with my dad yesterday, and he was openly complaining about Blake Snell's time to home plate, which is something that you never
openly complaining.
You never hear fans say.
Did your dad have the stopwatch? Like,
he was sitting out there.
That's 1.3.
I mean, you have to be really bad for a casual baseball fan to notice that, and he was furious with Blake Snell's ability to hold on runners yesterday. So that's when you know it's not on Patrick
up
Bailey.
There with the stopwatch. I got a 1.25. That's good. That'll work. Oh, 1.4. That's not going to work. That's not
it's like Camilo Doval holding the runner on in the late innings. I mean, it's just
it's not even looking him back.
Runner on base. There's no one there.
Yeah,
there's no one there. That's how he treats it sometimes. Yesterday, 4-run ball game. I guess you're able to do that with Camilo. You'd like a little bit more attention to detail. So
just a little bit.
Yeah, pitching
just
staff
a little bit.
hasn't helped out Patrick Bailey all that much this year.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because his throws last year were just money. And even though they may not be doing a great job holding him on, you look at his throws this year, they're not what they were last year.
Yeah.
Last year, the throws were like on the bag, on the low side of the first base side of the bag. All you had to do was put your glove there, and the guy would slide into it. And you're right. That was probably unsustainable. But this year, to me, I could be way off on this, but it seems like it's not all that close.
So I've got the number for this year, and he's throwing out 35% of attempted base runners,
good,
which is really good.
Yeah, it is.
And StatCast, which tracks, percentage of stolen bases that you should throw guys out on. Patrick Bailey has the most outs added via his throws from behind the plate in all of baseball. Will Smith, the Dodgers catcher, is tied with him, but he has caught an additional 4 runners than the average catcher behind the plate. So
maybe he was just so good last year.
Yeah, he was.
Or maybe he was. I thought he was better than he was last year, just because he was like new, and I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's pretty amazing. So, and I thought that could have been the case. Like my expectations of him are to throw damn near everybody out, and that's just not realistic. But last year, it seemed like he threw everybody out last year.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, sometimes that's why stats can be good. Yeah. Well, maybe not. But again, I think sometimes you get fooled because of what's happened prior, and he was so good last year.
We also have the pop times. The worst pop time in the major leagues for a catcher belonged to Tom Murphy before he went on the injured list.
Really?
If you watch Tom Murphy, I don't think that would be too surprising.
Yeah.
He might have had like 4 or 5 opportunities. Patrick Bailey tied for the best pop time in all of Major League Baseball at 1.85 with the White Sox catcher Corey Lee. So Bailey grades out well defensively. I think this is just a case of his pitchers really not helping him out.
Yeah.
I'll also look to compare this to last year.
I love good pop times.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Love a good pop time?
Well, it's kind of what I watch the games for. You know, all these stats.
Look at that dude's pop. Oh yeah, love it. Love the pop.
Yeah, let's see Patrick Bailey's pop time last year.
Okay.
It was 1.86, so he's getting better.
Okay, he's getting better.
0.01 second better. Caught stealing percentage last year was only 28%, so he's better this year. So this segment was useless.
I'm not even close.
Forget it.
It was useful in basically saying, I don't know what the hell I'm watching.
Yeah.
And
Neither do I.
Yeah, neither, because, wow, he's way better this year. Go figure.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
That's
I'm
amazing.
glad we cleared that up. I'm glad we cleaned that up on the air for everybody to listen
Talking
to.
pop times.
Yeah, I'm glad. Could have done that off the air and made people think I was like actually knew what the hell I was watching.
Well, if
they're going, Tom, all you gotta do is look it up, buddy.
If you want
Walton, live on the air.
If you want more pop time talk, Giants pregame will start in about 20 minutes here as we get you set for Giants baseball on the radio as they get set to take on the Phillies, an opportunity to win a series against the National League leaders and the NL East leaders. Of course, with the Philadelphia Phillies coming to town this week. And then the Giants have the Yankees this weekend. So we'll break down the Giants pregame show in a few minutes. And on the other side, I want to end this show with Sound Soiree, Bill Walton, and some of his greatest cuts. Believe it or not, there's more Bill Walton that we can play for you. You're listening to Tolbert & Co's KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
This is Tolbert & Co's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
We are back here on Tolbert & Copes. Giants first pitch in about an hour and 15 minutes from now out at Oracle Park. Wrapping things up here. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Tuesday afternoon. It's time for our Sound Soiree, and it's time for more Bill Walton, which means that we're going to play some of his best cuts, hard to pick. Only a couple thousand we could sift through today before picking some of these out. Love the first one. This is Bill Walton discussing on his 30 for 30. Coach John Wooden asked him if he smoked pot. Here it is.
One day at practice, I noticed Coach Wooden coming out of the locker room, and he goes right over to Greg Lee and starts having a conversation.
The most respected coach in America pulls you aside, and he said that it's come to my attention that you're highly dependent upon marijuana. And I said, Coach, I sometimes smoke marijuana, but I never do it before a game or before practice or anything like that.
The conversation ended. Coach Wooden pivots and just makes a beeline straight to me. Bill, it's come to my attention that you've been smoking marijuana. And I'm trying to think what to say to that question. Cleared my throat and got as serious as I possibly could. And I said, Coach, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Craig Lee cops to it. Bill's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's so good. That is so good.
And the thing about John Wooden is you could always slip one past him.
Yeah.
That was his reputation. Very loose coach.
Yeah. Bill got him.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he didn't buy it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he
I think that probably ended well for him.
Exactly.
Oh,
that's
goodness.
so good.
Yeah. Up next on our Bill Walton Sound Soiree, we've got Bill broadcasting with his longtime partner, Dave Pash, and this is college basketball mascots coming out of a limo. Here's the call from Bill and Dave.
I think Walton is somewhere in the middle of that thing.
I was way in the back along with Ray Lewis, and it was unbelievable how much fun. Oh, my gosh. How many people were in there?
I think we'll just dismiss the Ray Lewis comment.
But, what happened to the Ducks? Come on. Rescued.
He just got back from a dead show.
Rescued by the Angels here at the MGM, who couldn't be better hosts.
All right, let's get back to business. Take a look at this epic battle within the...
They're going to suspend Bill Simmons. Anything is possible.
Again, we'll just dismiss that and get back to the game with 6:21 to go here in the half.
I was watching that game. I was like, oh, my gosh. Dave's just like, we're going to dismiss that and keep on moving. The Ray Lewis was incredible. Just an incredible pull. For those that don't remember Ray Lewis in Atlanta in the limo and the issues that he had. And Bill pulls that one out just like out of nowhere. Who else getting out of there? Ray Lewis. I was in the back with Ray Lewis.
Having an incredible time.
Having an incredible time. I mean,
how about the Bill Simmons comment at the time? If they can suspend Bill Simmons, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And then Dave quickly, disregard that. Let's dismiss that too. Let's get back to the game.
That was the amazing thing is that happened every broadcast. I mean, there was one or two stream of consciousness thoughts like that where Dave Pash would just have to shut it down altogether. Another longtime broadcast partner of Bill's was Jason Benetti, and they called a baseball game together back in 2019. From the moment it started, it was must-watch television. I believe it was Grateful Dead night out at the Big A in Anaheim, and so they've got their T-shirts on. They're ready to go, and this is Bill Walton on the call of White Sox Angels back in 2019.
And you figured out a way. There's a base hit.
We're on our way.
That's your guy, James McCann.
Banner. Is that the catcher?
It is.
I tell you, I'm not a very good catcher. I'm much better at getting high than getting low. 4 balls, you get to first.
Yep.
3 strikes, you're out.
That's right.
Take me out to the ball game.
Yes.
I don't care if I never come back. Look at him run. I mean, that is the epitome of Usain Bolt right there. He's not got to that point.
No.
Look at this defense.
Field from Trout. Garcia's not going to have a play. And Mike Trout goes deep.
That's Trout.
It is.
Swimming upstream, avoiding all the flies, and sending one ricocheting through the universe.
Beach Boys was my first concert.
Oh, the Beach Boys. Help me run. Bar, ran. There it goes.
James,
there it goes.
Deep to left.
There it goes.
And gone.
It's gone. Oh, my gosh. the Gapper. Is that what it's called?
That one you called.
I called
Saturn.
the Grand Slam. Oh, my gosh. Put Ricky in the Hall of Fame today after his contract extension. What a fantastic turn of events. If you love the Chicago White Sox, and I'm falling in love by the breath.
I'm falling in love by the breath.
That's amazing.
It was some of the most riveting television in the history of baseball. It was a midseason game. Like, who cares? I was probably going to watch it anyway because the Angels were a part of it. So it worked out perfect for me. Got home from a Warrior broadcast around 11 and stayed up to around 2:30 watching that game. And just Bill doing baseball was
Take me out to the ball game.
really something to behold. It was something to behold. One guy hit one. He goes, "Oh, look at that!" And it was like a pop up to second base. I thought he got more of that one.
Put Ricky in the Hall of Fame.
Put Ricky in the Hall of Fame.
That's amazing. I just
after the contract extension, ran. Just amazing.
Screaming after foul balls. I just found the routine pop-up.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Every part of this broadcast is amazing. So
it's all
every
gold.
part of every broadcast Bill Walton did was amazing.
It's
I think
pretty
that's
much all gold.
That is the coolest part. It could be, a random baseball game in August between the Angels and the White Sox. It could be, Oregon State versus Washington State on a Tuesday night on Pac-12 Network, buried deep on the network because they didn't want anyone to see it. And I think as Roxy Bernstein said, he would treat it as the game of the millennium.
Yep.
And that is the red carpet treatment that everyone got for a Bill Walton game.
Yeah, it was. Every game was the same as far as Bill's concerned. You go out there, you play hard, you play the right way, you play as a good teammate, and you try to win the basketball game, and then you move on and do it again. So it wasn't like Bill mailed it in. Bill wouldn't even know what mailing it in was. He showed up, prepared to go in his own special way, gave me my hot water and lemon, a note, didn't want to talk to anybody because his spontaneity was going to rule the day, and just go and just see where it was like a plane taking off and you never knew where it was going to land. You're just like, where are we going today? Don't know. We'll land somewhere. Could be Phoenix, could be Omaha, Fort Lauderdale. I have no idea where we're going, but it's going to be fun trying to get there. And that was Bill. There's very few broadcasters that I can say are different enough that I would watch a game I wouldn't normally watch without him.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely there's tremendous broadcasters. Hell, we have a bunch of them here in the Bay Area. But if the game's good, I'm going to watch it anyway. You can enhance it, but if the game's not a good game, very few people can enhance it as much as like Bill or John Madden because they were so different from everybody else. Like, you can be really good, but you're still not that much different than everybody else. So if it's a bad game, I don't want to watch a bad game just to experience the broadcasters. But Madden was like that, but even more so Bill, because Bill was just different than everybody. Like, Madden was different, but Bill was on his own planet as far as being different. So if you just wanted to hear stream of consciousness, a guy that could talk about a 1,000 different topics and kind of, semi-coherently weave his way through the game, then you would watch a game like Oregon State, Washington State. You would watch a game that you wouldn't normally pay attention to because Bill was calling the game. And there's not a lot of guys, if any more than those two. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, I'm not sure. I just know Bill was one of them. Don't care about the game, but I want to hear what the hell Bill has to say tonight.
Yeah, and I think that the whole love for the Pac-12, dating back to his days as a Pac-8 player with UCLA and then watching it evolve to the Pac-10, becoming kind of the face of the conference for the last decade or so. I mean, this is a conference that has undergone significant changes. It had terrible leadership with Larry Scott, and then, subsequently, the change in commissioner. The Pac-12 just never got it right. And with the network, there was always something where, it wasn't in homes. They weren't able to connect to their core audience. They lost traction compared to other conferences, and yet Bill remained its biggest champion. Bill remained the reason that people tuned in. Bill remained, in many reasons, the way that the Pac-12 basketball stayed relevant because he was on the call, and if they were on ESPN or even if it was a late-night Pac-12 network game and you were at a bar, people would still watch because Bill Walton was on the call, and he was treating that game with the respect that it deserved and that few people could give it because of the height of his name and because of the weight of his words. And even though those words would, be all over the map, like you said, a plane coming down in different places, he was its biggest champion. And the Pac-12 as a conference ends on Saturday with Arizona going out with a baseball title, and Bill Walton passes away on Sunday far too early at the age of 71. And he, it's incredible to think what he built for them when they had nothing to build.
It was almost poetic justice that the Pac-12 ends and Bill passes away, because he was so. I mean, how many times did we have to hear "Conference of Champions"? Conference of Champions. He loved it so much.
He said during an NBA broadcast.
I'm like, Bill, it's the last time we won a championship. It's been a while. Well, unless you're talking about swimming or something like that. But major sports, it's been a while. I mean, maybe the last one would be, I don't know, baseball. I guess Arizona won one not that long ago. Maybe softball. Maybe somebody in softball's won one. But it's been a while for football or basketball. But Bill loved the Pac-12, championed it, Conference of Champions, loved doing the games on the Pac-12 network, on ESPN. You could always catch him doing the late games. He was just, he was so much fun to watch. And he didn't do as much NBA games. Every once in a while, they'd have that switch over where the college crew would do an NBA game and then pro, and he'd be a part of the NBA. Oh, yeah. And you forget how funny he was. Like I played for the Clippers when he broadcasted Clipper games. And some of the stuff he would say, like I didn't go on every road trip. Sometimes I'd be on the injured reserve. I'd be watching the games from home. And I remember one game up in Portland where I forget what happened, but there was technicals and our bench was kind of going crazy. And Bill's on the sideline said, "Oh, the inmates are running the asylum. What is going on, Bob Weiss? Get control of this team." I'm just sitting there laughing, going, "Oh, Bill's just killing us right now." Or some of my favorites too, a little used center, and those may not even remember his name. Keith Kloss played for the Clippers, and I remember Keith Kloss had like 2 buckets to cut the lead to like 17. And Bill would say, "Where would the Clippers be without Keith Kloss?" I would just die. Or the Michael Olowokandi jump hook. Oh, that is the greatest move in Michael Olowokandi's career. It's just a jump hook.
Jackson Cartwright gets on the floor.
One of the 4 worst possessions in Aggie history.
And then the one that I know used to drive Ralph Lawler probably crazy at least a little bit. And I love Ralph. The Clippers would be down like 22 and get a bucket, get a stop, get a bucket. And Bill would say, "Oh, the Clippers right back in it." They're down 18. Oh, it's unbelievable. Just so many good things about a Bill Walton broadcast. All right, let's thank everybody because we got a special ending for you that we want to get to. So thank you very much to Roxy Bernstein and Mike Breen for joining us today. It was great having them on to tell us their stories. We'll thank Bill Walton, of course, for the Fire on the Mountain speech. Fire on the mountain. We're about to get you ready for the Giants and the Phillies. But before we do, take it away, Bill.
Bill, you are a treasure. I always love having you on. I love your perspective on things. Like I said, you're the most positive guy I know. You love life. You love basketball as much as anybody I know, and I just love that. Love that about you, and I love that you're here.
I love Tom Tolbert, and I love the Golden State Warriors, and I wish the best for them. I love you, Tom.
Love you, Bill.
KNBR, love San Francisco. Oracle, July 14th, 15th, and 16th. The baseball field downtown San Francisco. Dead & Company. The final tour. Standing on the moon. While it's a lovely view from heaven, I'd rather be with you. Be with you.
Thank you, Bill.
Bill just...
He's gone. That was it. There you go, dude. That was it. That was a goodbye. Unbelievable.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down.